The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I am your host, Matt from the Past. It is March the 28th, 2025. And before we get on with the show, I would just like to remind you that there is a new stream on Saturday mornings called Saturday Morning Matinee, where if you like this, I think you'll enjoy that, and that it features a lot of old cartoons, movies, and a double feature of classic films. But anyway, now let's get on with this day in history. In 364 AD, Roman Emperor Valentinian I appoints his brother Flavius Valens co-emperor. In 1854, Great Britain and France declare war on Russia, expanding the Crimean War. In 1910, first seaplane takes off from water under its own power, piloted by Henry Fibber from Intègre de Barre Lagoon at Martigues, France. In 1939, Spanish Civil War ends. Madrid falls to nationalists headed by Francisco Franco. In 1946, the Cold War, the United States Department releases the Atkinson-Lifel report, outlining a plan for the international control of nuclear power. In 1979, a partial meltdown at 3 Mile Island nuclear plant in the U.S. results in the release of radioactive gas and iodine into the atmosphere, but no deaths. In 1969, Greek poet and Nobel Prize laureate Georgios Seferis makes a famous statement on BBC World Service opposing the junta in Greece. In 1896, Umberto Gherardini's opera Andrea Cerner premieres at La Scala Teatro in Milan, Italy, with Giuseppe Borgatti singing the title role and libretto by Lucy Elysia. In 1891, first World Weightlifting Championship won by Edward Lawrence in London, England. Born on this day, Henry Schoolcraft, Aristotle Brand, Maxim Gorky, Amanco Ortega, Mario Vargas Llosa, Rodrigo Duterte, Michael Parkinson's, Dana Wist, Reba McIntyre, Vince Vaughn, Julia Stiles, Lady Gaga, Jerry Stone, Rick Barry. Dying on this day, Ivan the Terrible, Marquise de Concret, Van Johnson, Virginia Woolf, Jim Thorpe, and Dwight D. Eisenhower. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 170. Investigate a bank robbery and shooting at the Southern Counties Bank, 237 West Main Street, El Monte. That's all. Rosenquist.
Enjoy Calling All Cars, that is proof positive that you will appreciate the flashing police car performance of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Many people are satisfied to go through life practically without drama or excitement. But the fact that you are tuned in here to enjoy the thrilling exploits of hard-hitting police officers shows that you want action. Thousands of motorists agree that Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives the liveliest performance they have ever experienced. It should. It is the only gasoline you can buy that is refined by the patented Sinclair cracking process. This breaks up gasoline into finer atoms that burn more completely and give greater power. This is why Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl gives police car performance. This is why more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand. So, if you like your automobile driving and you like your radio entertainment with plenty of vigorous action, take advantage of all that the Rio Grande Oil Company offers. Tune in every week to these thrilling broadcasts and go into an independent Rio Grande service station every time you need gasoline. If you enjoy the one, you will appreciate the other. Tonight, it is our pleasure to present once again Sheriff Eugene Biscaluse, head of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Biscaluse.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight, Calling All Cars brings you a story of a deception so incredible that it is hard to believe. It is a case that started out with a bang, then settled down to becoming one of the most involved we have ever experienced. It took many long months of patient investigation on the part of our office, as well as the local El Monte and Pasadena officials, to clear the many contradictory phases that insisted on cropping up. From the very beginning, we had a feeling that our man was lying, but due to the amazingly clever deception he had been carrying on, proving it turned out to be a really tough job. How it was done will be told on tonight's story of the Banker Bandit.
Our story tonight opens in El Monte, California, on the last day of January 1936. It is just past closing, and inside the Southern Counties Bank at 237 West Main Street, the manager is straightening his desk preparatory to leaving. A few feet away at another desk, his secretary, Alice Williams, is deep in phone conversation with Tilly Irvine of the El Monte Herald. Through the glass partition separating his office from the teller's cages, Manager Mountain notices two men apparently making out deposit slips. Thinking they are no more than late depositors, he turns back to his desk, listens idly to his secretary's conversation.
Certainly. I'd be glad to do anything I could to help. I know it. That's why I feel the way I do about it.
Hang up that phone, lady.
sorry, Tilly. Say that again, will you? Someone was talking in here, and I couldn't understand it. Oh!
Here we are, Mr. What? Lady, hang up that phone.
Oh, yes, sir.
Now, both of you, walk around to the vault. If you don't start anything, you won't get hurt. But look here, man. I would advise you're doing as I say. I'm in a hurry. My friend out there in the lobby is also a little nervous. His finger might accidentally squeeze the trigger on his gun. You know what that would mean? Yes, of course. We'll go to the vault. Splendid. You lead and I'll follow. Yes. I wouldn't try stepping on any alarm bells either. It mightn't be healthy. Oh, no, I wouldn't do that. Good. Move on then. You too, lady. Now you open this vault for me. Yes, sir. Come on, mister. Get that thing open. I'm in a hurry. I'm trying as fast as I can. You see, the man who usually does this, he's sick today. It's all a bit new to me. I know all about that, but you can open it all right. And I'd advise you to do it quickly. Very quickly. And in the offices of the El Monte Herald, an excited young reporter, phone in hand, reacts to the sudden noise he has heard. Goes into action.
Hello? Operator, listen, get me to the police station and then keep this line open. Please, this is an emergency, operator.
El Monte Police, Frisch speaking.
Hello, this is Tilly Irvine at the Herald. I think there's a holdup at the Southern County Bank.
What?
Yes, it's going on right now. I'm almost sure.
Okay, Mr. Irvine, I'll get out there right away, and thanks for the tip.
Oh, that's all right. Only you better hurry. I want to call the constable's office.
Constable's office. Paul speaking.
This is Tilly Irvine at the Herald, Constable. There's a robbery going on over at the Southern County Bank. I just talked to the police department. I thought I'd better call you.
No, hello. Wait a minute. There's so much noise here I couldn't get that. Will you...
There's a bank robbery at the Southern County Bank. It's going on now.
Are you sure of that?
Yes, I'm almost positive. I called the police already.
All right, Kelly. I'll get the rest later. Thanks. Wiggins? Yeah? Come on. I just got a report of a bank robbery at the Southern County Bank over on Main Street. We're going out on it. And with the El Monte police on the way, the constable's office notified, the quick-witted reporter continues to call. The Alhambra police, Ontario, Temple, and San Dimas officials are notified in rapid succession. And as a result, within 5 minutes of the interrupted phone call, various peace officers converge from all directions on the little bank at 237 Main Street. Arriving there first, Officer Frisch is soon joined by Wiggins, Thompson and Fole of El Monte, Officer Cox of Alhambra, and Officer Stone of Ontario. Together, the men approach the bank. Keep your guns handy. I'm going to try the door. It's locked from the inside. I can't see anything on account of these blinds. Well, they must still be in there. I'm going to shake the doors. Get set for trouble. Line your guns on the door. They try rushing us. Just blast them. Ready? Ready. All right, boys. You've got us. Don't shoot. Put your hands up back into the bank. Keep your guns on those men, boys. Let them have it if they start anything. We're trying any funny business. We know when we'll let you. All right, then keep your hands high over your head. Give me your hands, Hustle. I'll tie this heavy boy up so he can't start anything, even if he wants to. Okay, here they are. Now, first the other fellow, someone. Hurry up. See what he has on him. I'll take him down. Come on, keep your hands up and don't make any fast moves. Come on up there. Get your hands up or I'll shoot. Don't wait, but shoot. Let him have it, boys. Let him have it. Hey, is anybody hurt? That guy who came in is more than hurt. He's dead. I think I'm hitting the hand. Here, somebody get Frisch over to the receiving hospital. And get that hand dressed. That's all right. Hey, where's that fellow I was frisking? Huh? Hey, he's got a gun. Where? Over in the corner. Wait a minute, Paul. David, he's going down. I thought he got hit. Shot by one of his own men. You go on to the hospital, Frisch. Send an ambulance back for this fellow. Right. He's hurt plenty. That shotgun got him square. I tried to tell Bud not to shoot. Hey, who is he? One of your pals? He was my brother. The one who came in, your brother, huh? Yes. Well, how about this other fellow over here? The one your brother shot. Who's he? Clarence. Clarence Yates. He dead, too? No, not yet. But he will be soon. That would be my guess, yes. Well, I guess that's that. Guess things are sort of at an end. Not exactly what you'd call a very nice end, either. Removed to the El Monte Hospital, the wounded bandit dies shortly after arriving there. Frisch, the wounded officer, is found to be badly hurt in the hand, and it becomes necessary to amputate one finger. And as a result of the shooting, the one surviving member of the bandit trio, Frank Smith, is turned over to the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office for questioning. He is placed in jail and held incommunicado while deputies Cuno and Crosby of the Bureau of Investigation make a search of the three bandits' homes. And this completed, Captain Bright, head of the homicide squad, finds himself in possession of a complete arsenal taken from the Smith brothers' home: guns, ammunition, a gas pencil, and several articles of jewelry. With this evidence in hand, he turns the case over to Inspector Stensland, who in turn questions Frank Smith. Present at the questioning are Captain Bright, Department of Justice official E.K. Merritt, Deputies Cuno and Crosby, and M.C. Hardy, Deputy Reporter.
All right, now what's your name?
Frank Forrest Smith.
How old are you?
I'm 44.
Ever been arrested before? And if so, for what?
Well, I was arrested once in Glendale on a minor charge.
Ever been arrested on a felony?
No.
Where did you work?
Well, I was connected with the Hellman Bank.
What was your position?
Well, first as assistant cashier and then as manager at Randsburg, that's up in the desert.
How long have you known E.C. Yates?
Oh, about 10 years, I guess.
You have a brother, Clarence Smith?
Yes, sir.
You know they're both dead now.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and tell us just what happened today.
Well, we went out there to rob this bank, and it was agreed that there'd be no shooting or bloodshed. Well, after we got in the bank, we both sensed that we were trapped, and I told Yates I was going to the door and for him not to shoot. Then I opened the door and told the officers to come in.
Well, how did the shooting occur?
We were standing in the lobby being searched, and all of a sudden my brother came in the door and yelled something, and then he started shooting. He only shot once, though. The officers shot him down.
Your brother had been outside in the car?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you first plan this holdup?
Oh, let's see, about 2 or 3 months ago.
Who was present?
Yates and I.
Where was your brother?
Well, he wasn't in on it at first. We brought him in about a month ago.
When did you last look the bank over?
This morning.
How much does your wife know about all this?
Not a thing.
What does Yates' wife know about it?
Well, I'm positive she doesn't know anything about it either. But it's going to be pretty bad for both the women. They're not the type to be associated with a bank robber.
Ever pull on the other jobs in this county, Frank?
No, sir.
You sure about that?
Positive.
How about a bank in Santa Monica?
Oh, I know about it. Yeah, I read about it, but I wasn't in on that holdup.
How about a holdup on Washington Boulevard the other day?
No, sir.
Hey, who was on the job in Santa Monica? Your brother?
I don't know, sir.
You understand that we have to bring your wife and Yates in to clear up the situation?
Yes, sir.
Well, that is, of course, unless you want to clear up the situation yourself about other jobs.
Yes, sir. I understand it.
Where were you born, Smith?
In Idaho.
Did you go to school there?
Yes.
How far did you go in school?
Well, 1 year of finishing school and then to a business college at Spokane.
How many brothers have you?
Just one.
How old is he?
Oh, about 42, I guess.
What business was he in?
Well, in a hotel. It was a bellhop.
What had you been?
Well, my previous business has been banking. 13 years of it in Idaho.
Whereabouts in Idaho?
Up in Wallace.
Well, what's the idea of all the guns found at your house?
Well, I had them when I was working at the bank.
Why?
Well, I just had them, that's all.
And you never pulled any other jobs here?
No, sir.
Well, to get back to when you left school, what did you do then?
Well, I left school, and then I went into a bank at Spokane. Washington. I worked there for a while as assistant cashier. And finally the bank changed hands, and I was relieved. Then I went to the theater.
And seated there in Stensland's office, Captain Bright leads Frank Smith through a long and detailed resume of his life for the last 20 years. Listen while Smith tells of his banking experience. Listen and makes deep mental notes on little discrepancies that appear in the story. It is an amazing tale the bandit unfolds, a tale filled with changes of locale, of one job at a bank after another. And through it all runs one dominant strain. Smith's constant denials that his wife knows anything about his bank robbing proclivity. His equally constant denial that he has pulled other jobs in Los Angeles County. His occasional slips about having spent money quickly covered by his statements to the effect that it is money he has accumulated. But when asked how, he has no answer. Hour after hour, Stensland, then Bright, Merritt, then Cuno, questioned Smith. Repeatedly, they asked the same questions over and over again. Quietly, almost monotonously. And after several hours, Stensland brings the interview to an abrupt close. Motions the prisoner be taken back to jail. And when he has left the room, the officers compare notes, exchange theories.
That fellow's lying in his teeth. At least he is when he says he hasn't pulled any other jobs. Why, he's an old-timer in this racket. You can tell.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Captain. But he's a tough one to crack. He knows that both his partners are dead and they can't testify against him. And as for his story about his wife not knowing, frankly, I can't believe it.
You better have a talk with her. Maybe she'll have a different set of answers.
What do you think, Merritt? How does Smith's story stack up with you?
Until he explains where he got the money we know he had, I'm convinced he's lying. And I agree with you that he's a tough one to crack. Smooth as they make him.
Well, I'm going to check with Crosby and have him and Cuno talk to Mrs. Smith, and we'll see how the answers check with Frank.
And a short time later, in Captain Bright's office, Deputies Lofty, Cuno, Bowers, and Lieutenant Penplays question Frank Smith's wife. Check what Smith has told against her story.
What is your name?
Mary. Mary Smith.
And what is your husband's name?
Frank F. Smith.
We're going to ask you some questions about your husband's past. Also, probably some about your past. Are you willing to answer them?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
About 4 years.
What was your husband's business when you married him?
Well, I don't know.
You mean to say that you didn't know his business when you married him?
No.
You didn't know how he made his living? Did you question him at any time?
Yes, sir. You said that he made investments. And that's how he made his money.
Where were his offices, his place of business?
But I don't know.
Well, doesn't it seem strange that you didn't know his business address or occupation?
Well, it does seem strange, but Mrs. Smith never said.
Does your husband own a car?
Yes, sir.
Studebaker sedan?
Yes, sir. I think it's a 1933 model.
Has it been painted lately?
No, sir.
You're sure of that?
Well, I'm pretty sure.
It hasn't been painted in the last few months?
No, I'm sure it hasn't.
Now, how were your allowances given you for running your home?
He gave me $100 the first of each month.
He's continued to do that right along?
Yes.
Did you ever suspect that your husband was a bank robber, Mrs. Smith?
Oh, no.
Would you tell us if you knew?
Yes.
Are you positive of that?
Yes.
You know now that he is a bank robber.
Well, they just told me. And I can't believe it. I can't.
His brother's dead, and so is Yates. They were both shot down.
You didn't kill his brother and you?
No, he didn't. But the officer did at the bank holdup.
Oh, I don't know what to say or do.
Now, Mrs. Smith, do you expect a group of officers to believe your story?
But it's the truth.
Your husband gave you $100 every month. You didn't know where it came from. You didn't know what his business was or where it was.
He said he made investments.
Are you trying to get yourself implicated in these robberies?
Oh, no.
You want to clear yourself?
Yes.
Well, then why don't you start telling us the truth?
But I am telling the truth. I swear it.
Mrs. Smith, have you ever seen your husband with large amounts of money around the house?
No, sir.
Have you ever seen any guns around the house?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Well, there was a revolver on the bedstand, and he had a skeet gun. Well,
few others. Is that right, Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Well, didn't that arouse your suspicions at all? All those guns lying around?
Well, I asked him about them, but he said that one was for duck and another for quail. Well, that's all.
You marry a man who has no job, who has a house full of guns, and all these years you never knew where his money was coming from. You expect us to believe that?
But it's the truth. That's all I can say.
Did you ever hear your husband speak of any business deals with Yates?
Yes. He said that sometimes Yates would borrow money and that he didn't like it. But he said he had it fixed so that he could get it back.
How much at a time would he loan Yates?
Oh, sometimes $100, sometimes $50.
What was Mr. Yates' business?
Well, when I first met him, he was in the used car business.
And how long did he stay in it after he met your husband?
Not very long.
And after that, what did he live on?
Nothing but what my husband loaned him.
He had no other means of support than that?
None that I knew of.
Did your husband and Yates spend a good deal of time together?
Yes, sir.
And you knew what they were doing, didn't you? You knew they were robbing banks.
Oh, no. No, sir, I didn't.
Did you know that Yates was robbing banks?
No, sir.
How about your husband's brother? Did you know he was robbing banks?
No, sir, I didn't know anything about it. Oh, I can't tell you any more than I have. I don't know. I didn't know.
And subsequent questioning of both Yates' wife and the widow of Clarence Smith meet with the same denial. But Stensman is far from satisfied that his prisoner is an amateur. He feels sure that he's pulled a long string of unsolved bank jobs on a list of cases marked unclosed. One job in particular is a bank in Santa Monica where two officers claim to have seen the bandit escaping. Accordingly, a phone call to Santa Monica brings them up. And after a careful study of Smith, they both identify him as the bandit. Faced with this, Smith is still unwilling to talk.
Now, look, Frank. You've been identified by these two officers on that Santa Monica bank job. What have you got to say about that?
Now, gentlemen, I realize all that, and I still say I've been telling the truth. Now, if I have to talk, there are a lot of things I could probably clear up. But I don't want to without a word to some attorney first.
What are your intentions on the El Monte case? You going to plead guilty to that?
Yes, sir.
And Santa Monica, how about that?
No.
Frank, I'm going to tell you something. As far as state law is concerned, the government is going it one up when it comes to your wife. They can prosecute her to the limit.
In what respect, Captain?
She's accepted money from you. Stolen money.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
As it is now, I'll have to lock up all the women till this gets cleared up. Because there's still some money out of other banks that we've got to locate, and I'm asking you to help us.
Well, I want to help you, Captain.
I'm making no promises, only that we will file all the charges at once if you tell us what the rest of the jobs are for.
Well, now listen. You gentlemen have me. And you know I'm not going to get away. I'll be here tomorrow morning. Now, I can promise that if I have any information to divulge, you'll all be present to hear it.
What's your proposition?
Well, I'm not propositioning you, Captain. I mean, I have a friend who happens to be a judge in Long Beach, and I'd kind of like to talk to him.
Yes, I'm leaving in a few minutes. And when I leave, the boys will have orders to lock everybody up, and that includes your wife. And no one can change that order while I'm away, and I'll be back on the job early in the morning. And I can't see where you have anything to lose by talking now.
Well, that's what I wanted to know, Captain. Why I wanted to talk to my friend down in Long Beach.
Well, show me where you have anything to lose.
Well, I have two branches of the government and all you gentlemen on me. But this situation is so complicated and all that there may be things that you don't think of, and, well, I do.
I believe the captain would be perfectly willing if you wanted to ask us some particular questions in regard to the federal end.
Well, I would. Oh, well, I don't want to give the impression that these gentlemen are not fair and square, but I do want to talk about the federal government.
All right, go ahead, Frank. Ask them anything you want.
Well, yeah, well, all right. Now, if you federal men will walk over to the other side of the room for a minute with me. Good. in regards to my wife, I'm going to come clean. And I'm going to ask a request in return.
Yes?
My wife knows absolutely nothing about my activities. And that's the truth. Now, I've got a lot of information that you want. Is it possible for you to let my wife go?
Lay it on the line, Frank. Clear up these jobs and I'll turn her loose.
Well, all right then. You can put us down for the Santa Monica job.
You and your brother and Yates?
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
And the Citizens National on Wilshire.
Yes?
Well, only I wasn't in on that one. It was Yates and my brother.
And how many were you in on, Frank?
Well, there was only two. The Santa Monica job and that one today.
All right. Give me a list of the ones your brother and Yates pulled, and don't forget any.
No, sir. Well, there's, the Bank of America in Sawtell, the Citizens National Bank in For several hours, Smith had questioned about various banks. As he admits his brother and Yates' participation, a check is made. And a little while later, he is asked to name them again. Slowly, little by little, his tired brain begins to get fuddled. His alertness slips. And at last, faced with the prospect of spending the rest of the night answering questions that become harder and harder to answer, Frank Smith admits to 23 bank robberies. Confesses that he has pulled 5 of these alone. The rest in company with his brother and Yates. And as the hand of the clock reaches 3 a.m.
December 1st, 1923.
Yes?
You alone?
No. All 3 of them.
Bank of America, 54th and Mesa Drive, April 3rd, 1930.
Yes? Yates and I.
Bank of America, Van Nuys, May 31st, 1928.
Yes, alone.
Bank of America, Van Nuys, February 15th, 1933.
All 3 of it.
First National Bank, Alhambra, December 5th, 1928.
Yes, alone.
Well, that makes it, Captain. 23 of them.
Well, Frank, for an amateur, you did pretty well.
Yes, sir.
Anything else you want to tell us before you go back to your cell?
Yes, sir. My wife and the other women, they didn't know. Well, that was the hardest part of my job, keeping it from them. But believe me, Captain, I'm giving it to you straight. They didn't know. They didn't even have an idea.
All right, Frank, I believe you. They'll be turned loose immediately. But I'll say this to you. I don't know how you did it because it's just about the slickest bit of deception I've ever heard. Bar none.
Frank Smith was tried on several counts of robbery and found guilty to all the charges. On top of this, he was found guilty of 1 count of murder in the first degree and 3 counts of attempted murder. This came as a result of his brother's shotgun sally intended for the officers, which killed Yates. Both Yates and Smith's brother being killed left the guilt directly on Smith's shoulders, an ironic twist which caused him to receive a life sentence in San Quentin Penitentiary. As warmer weather approaches, you will be taking longer trips than you've been taking the last few months. This is the time to insist on Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Nearly 300 police cars of Los Angeles drive more than 200 miles a day. And they've been using Rio Grande cracked gasoline for more than 3 years exclusively. The patented Sinclair cracking process breaks up gasoline into finer atoms so that you get more power and greater mileage. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the only gasoline you can buy that gives police car performance. It has been specified month after month for the emergency equipment of Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, Fresno, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, Pasadena, San Diego, Phoenix, Santa Barbara County, Orange County, San Diego County, Maricopa County, Arizona, and now Monterey Park, California has joined the list. You will get better results, too, by using Sinclair motor oil. Sinclair Pennsylvania and Sinclair Opaline are both thoroughly de-waxed and de-jellied, and they come to you in refinery-sealed, tamper-proof cans. They flow freely, will not break down under terrific engine heat, and they save repair bills. Any car worth oiling is worth oiling well, so insist on Sinclair motor oil. If you haven't had your free copy of Calling All Cars News this month, drive into your nearest independent Rio Grande service station tomorrow and get one.
It's brimful of exciting movie news and pictures, detective stories, radio schedules, and other special features. Get your copy tomorrow.
Calling all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, the cancellation broadcast 170 regarding a bank robbery and shooting. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rose and Cliff.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
The greatest Klingon warrior of all time returns.
I want you to have a place at my side as we restore honor to our people.
But Worf is trapped between two leaders.
It will be glorious. It will be war.
Now he must stop a battle for supreme power.
We are Klingons!
To save the entire Klingon Empire from civil war. Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter, welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in San Francisco. John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guest, Miss Claudette Colbert. Ah, bonsoir, mesdames et messieurs. Maintenant, c'est mon plaisir de vous présenter le grand chanteur, Monsieur Bing Crosby.
Merci, monsieur Carpentier. Vous êtes français ce soir, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, oui.
Qu'est-ce que la raison? Pourquoi?
Pourquoi?
Oui.
Well, Claudette Colbert is our guest tonight, so
Oui,
I thought I'd create a little French atmosphere. C'est une bonne idée, n'est-ce pas?
Where did you learn your French? From Hildegard? Did you study with Arthur Murray, or what?
No, I studied French in high school back in Peoria, Illinois. Bing, how'd you get along so well in Paris? Your French isn't any better than mine.
Oh, it's not too important to speak French, Ken. The French are very alert. Say you go into a drugstore now, for instance. You just say to the clerk, give me a partage of les bougies con plaster, les toothbrush, and les Fitch shampoo.
Oh, wait a minute. Why are you buying a bottle of Fitch shampoo?
Well, I can't think of the French word for toothpaste, so
That might work out all right.
I think we better forsake the Champs-Élysées for a minute here now, Ken, and move along to something musical, huh? We have a nice tune here from the Paramount picture, Mr. Music, which will be out soon. It's a song entitled Life is So Peculiar. Oh, life is so peculiar. You get so wet in the rain, and you get so warm in the sunshine, but it doesn't pay to complain. When I get up each morning, there's nothing to breathe but air, and when I look in the mirror, there's nothing to comb but hair, and when I sit down to breakfast, there's nothing to eat but food. Life is so peculiar, but you can't stay home and brood.
Yes, life is so peculiar.
The desert's only got sand, the ocean's only got water.
You never know where you stand. When I go out to dinner, there's nothing to wear but clothes.
And whenever I get sleepy, nothing to do but doze.
And whenever I get thirsty, there's nothing to do but drink.
Oh, life is so peculiar that it makes you stop and think. Oh, life is so peculiar.
A bird can usually sing. A pearl is made by an oyster.
Man, you can't be sure of a thing. When I get tired of resting,
There's nothing to do but walk.
and when I don't care to listen,
There's nothing to do but talk.
and when I'm up in my airplane,
There's nothing to do but fly. Life is so peculiar, and I often wonder why. Yes, life is so peculiar.
a fork belongs with a knife.
Bow, bow, bow.
Corned beef is lost without cabbage. A husband should have a wife.
But you know that life is so peculiar, but as everybody says, that's life, that's life.
Well, ain't it a mess?
That's life.
That's a good tune, Bing.
Well, it moves a little. Thank you, Ken.
You know, it's true. Life is peculiar.
I guess so.
Gee, life is very peculiar.
Well, nobody's giving you beef about it. All right. Life is peculiar. What do you want to do?
People are peculiar, too.
Are you leading up to something?
Bing, when I say people are peculiar, I know what I'm talking about. You know that I know a fellow who doesn't smoke Chesterfields?
Oh, really? Well, we better get through to that boy. Chesterfield is the cigarette that every smoker ought to be smoking.
Well, they will be, Bing, when they find out how easy it is to prove that Chesterfields are milder.
Why, it's the easiest test in the book. You just get hold of a pack of Chesterfields, and you open them, smell them, and smoke them.
Open that pack and smell that milder aroma, an aroma no other cigarette has. Compare Chesterfields with the brand you've been smoking, and you'll see.
And then smoke those Chesterfields to prove that they smoke milder and leave no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yes, America's first cigarette taste panel, after smoking leading brands for over a year, told us Chesterfield is the only cigarette in which members of the panel found no unpleasant aftertaste.
So make that next pack Chesterfield, and you'll always buy Chesterfield. Here's a tune I recorded twice, once about 20 years ago and again just last month. If I can get one more crack at it, I'll bet you I'll make a good record. I saw the harbor lights. They only told me we were parting. Those same old harbor lights that once brought you to me. I watched the harbor lights. How could I help if tears were starting? Goodbye to tender nights beside the silver sea. I long to hold you near and to kiss you just once more. But you were on the ship and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering. Some other harbor lights will steal your love from me. a while my heart is whispering some other harbor lights will steal your love from I just want you to know the fellow that played the cornet solo in there was the great Ziggy Elman, one of the greatest cornet players that ever lived. Let's You know, one of the more exciting spools of celluloid tooled down in Tinseltown this year is a current film called The Secret Fury. Now, the lady who stars in this Edge of the Cedar has consistently been a favorite of both film fans and us folks who live in Hollywood as well, because she's a wonderful girl. She's just as personable and as alluring off-screen as she is on. It is now, as always, a pleasure to greet Miss Claudette Colbert.
Thanks. You know, I haven't seen you since you got back from Europe. You must have had a fine trip because you look wonderful.
It was a jolly jaunt, Claudette. Oh, say, I brought you a gift. Brought it all the way from Paris, especially for you. A can of perfume. And I made it myself.
Oh, now, don't tell me you're going to start deep freezing that, too.
Say, that's an idea at that. Minute-made, fresh-frozen perfume. In 4 delirious flavors. Bewitched, bothered, bewildered, and begorra. Sweep the country, don't you think?
I think so. Well, I'm very flattered, Big. But tell me, why should you spend your time in Paris making perfume?
Well, after you visit the museums and the palaces, a fellow needs a hobby to occupy his time.
Oh, it's too bad you couldn't have gone to Paris when you were younger.
Claudette, when you're young, any town is Paris.
Yes, you will. Listen, you know, I'm on my way to Europe.
Yeah?
I'll be in Paris in a few days.
Oh, boy, you're lucky. I'd like to go back myself and hide out until television blows over. I could do that. Say, Claudette, did you know, I don't know if you read or not in the local prints, but Bob Hope and I are going to make a picture in Paris next summer.
No.
Of course, one little thing intervenes. We just don't have a script yet.
Well, that never stopped you before.
Oh, we are indomitable, aren't we? But on the level, Claudette, we're really looking around for a story. We want something fine. As a matter of fact, we wrote to George Bernard Shaw, and we asked him to write a picture for us.
Did he accept your offer?
Not yet, but I understand that just as soon as his leg is better, he's promised to kick the daylights out of us.
Well, I hope he recovers soon.
Well, I hope so, too. I've never been kicked by anyone important, unless you want to count Paul Whiteman.
I'll bet Bob is really excited about going to Europe.
Oh, he gets excited if he goes to Pomona. To get back to the picture, Claudette, Bob and I still haven't got a leading lady.
No story, no leading lady. What have you got?
Just each other, and if that isn't a dull deal, I'm stamping it. It's going to be another road picture, you know. It's a great opportunity for you.
For me?
Yeah. This time Bob wins the girl. We take turns, you know, on this thing.
Well, it's terribly sweet of you to ask me, baby, but you see, I've played with Clark Gable and Gary Cooper, Robert Ryan, John Wayne, Ray Milland, Fred McMurray.
And,
Well, let me put it this way. When a girl gets used to champagne, she doesn't like to switch to 7-Up.
Blow. This is a blow. I choose to think that you mean hope. But remember one thing, Claudette. I'm also in the picture.
Okay, 14 up. No, really, Bing, I'd love to make a picture with you and Bob, but I'm going to be tied up with a picture of my own next summer.
Oh, well, then maybe Bob and I can be in your picture.
It's quite an unusual idea for a picture being. It's a series of 3 stories.
That isn't so unusual, Claudette. Haven't you heard about Somerset Mom's picture? It's called Trill.
Oh, yes, but those are 3 different stories.
Oh.
My picture's going to be the same story told 3 different ways.
Well, what 3 ways?
I plan to take a simple romantic theme and interpret it first as an American Western, and then tell it from the French point of view, and then the Italian.
Oh, I see. Oats, crepe Suzettes, and pizza, huh? Well, that ought to please everybody. But you know what you've done now? You've piqued the curiosity of our auditors here to such a pitch. I think, Claudette, nothing short of a preview is going to suffice.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of a woman's impassioned love for a violin and the man who strings her along.
Oh, you shouldn't. Oh. So arty, so continental. Philip Lonsdale, isn't it? And just for this production, you know what we've done? We've engaged one of the world's great violin virtuosos, Mr. Joe Venuti. Mr. Venuti appears on the Chesterfield program tonight with the permission of the Townhouse in Los Angeles, where his orchestra plays nightly in the beautifully newly decorated Zebra Room.
Mr. Carpenter, please set the scene.
Okay, gladly. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present Triplets, one great love story told from 3 different points of view. First, The American, in which Miss Claudette Colbert plays a girl of the Golden West. Bing Crosby is a cowpoke, and Joe Venuti pokes his violin. Our scene opens in the beautiful newly decorated Zebra Room of the Buffalo Hump Hotel, located in Buffalo Hump, Wyoming.
Miss Lucy, when I was a little boy, I hankered for a pony. And when I was a big boy, I hankered for a horse. Now I'm a full-grown man, I realize that the chief hanker in my life is you.
Well, Buckskin, I'm mighty proud to be your handkerchief.
Well, then we'll get hitched, son. We'll gallop through life double harness.
No, Buckskin, it's Fiddlin' Joe that's playing on my heartstrings.
Fiddlin' Joe? Why, he ain't nothing but a low-down, ornery, cussed, backbiting, horse-thieving, cattle-rushing horn toad.
Yep, he's a musician, all right. Listen, it's Fiddlin' Joe. Listen to him scrape out his love for me. Oh, I can't stand it. It thrills me so. When I hear that violin, I'm just a quivering bundle of excitement.
Wrap it up. I'll take it with me.
I know you don't, you varmint. Miss Lucy's going to marry me and stay right here in Buffalo Hump.
We're leaving this town. We're going down south to Buffalo Rump.
Episode 2 of Triplets. Our drama will now be told from the French point of view. Miss Colbert discards her Levi's for a revealing Schiaparelli gown and becomes more alluring, more delicate, more soignée. Buckskin Crosby is transformed into a suave, polished, heel-clicking, hand-kissing boulevardier. Mr. Venuti remains the same. Our scene is the beautiful, newly decorated Zebra Room of the fashionable Hotel Fifi d'Orsay, located in Paris, France.
Bonjour, Claudette.
Bonjour, André.
Oh, my little cabbage.
Today I am wearing the sweater.
Oh, yes, my little stuffed cabbage. You know, Claudette, when I was a little boy, I wanted a little girl. When I was a big boy, I wanted a big girl. Now that I am a man, I want a woman.
I am a woman.
I'm a Frenchman, I could tell.
Oh, André. André, take me in your arms and smother me with your ardor. Crush me with your ardor.
Ma chérie.
Ardor. Ardor.
I am exhausted.
Ah. Joseph and his violon. Oh, what magic. He drives me mad with passion. His music sets my heart aflame. It burns into my soul. It ignites my whole being.
Vive la France!
Claudette, I beseech you. Do not marry this fiddler.
Oh, Joseph is a great artist.
Bah, he is a disgrace to his French blood. He is a scoundrel. And he drinks California wine.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Joseph, tell me this is not true. Tell me Andre lies. Tell me he lies.
He tells the truth, Claudette.
Joseph, I can forgive you everything but this.
Today, I committed another terrible deed.
Oh, mon Dieu, no. What did you do?
I drank le Coca-Cola.
No, that is affreux, c'est horrible.
I told you he was a beast, Claudette. For drinking le Coca-Cola, he will be sent to Devil's Island. Then you will marry me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Andre.
Then we will fight the duel. Joseph will play, and I will sing.
You shall sing, he shall play, I will marry the winner.
Agreed.
En garde!
Je assume les positions, monsieur. Apportez les verres ici. Hold me close and hold me fast. That magic spell you cast. This is La Vie en Rose. When you kiss me, heaven sighs. And though I close my eyes, I see La Vie en Rose. When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love songs. Give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be La Vie en Rose. Well, the duel, she is over. What is your decision, Claudette?
Farewell, Andre.
Sacre bleu, I lose the duel. If only I had Gary for a second.
And now for the third and final episode of our gripping drama. It takes us to sunny Italy. Miss Colbert now forsakes her Schiaparelli gown for the simple garb of an Italian peasant girl. Mr. Crosby, who's to play the part of a simple Italian peasant, wears his street clothes. Mr. Venuti remains the same. Music, please, Mr. Trotter.
Maria, I think I will get her married. We have maybe a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10 bambinos, eh?
Pasta the spaghetti.
Bene, molto bene. Marie, you no love me because you love Giuseppe Venuti.
I can't help a lover, Giuseppe. He's a great violinist, and he owns the largest garlic patch in all Italia.
Venutile be out of business tomorrow.
Why?
Tonight I pour a wick on his garlic.
No, lo puoi fare. È male.
It is not a dirty trick. Believe me, Maria, I will fix a Giuseppe Venuti and his violin. I will be a greater musician than he. I'm going to take lessons on the electric guitar.
But, Domenico, our village no have electricity.
Then I take lessons on a gas guitar.
Here is Giuseppe now. That violin, that a song, that a music, that a garlic.
That's a garlic.
Hey, where did everybody go?
Over here, Giuseppe, over here by the open window.
Yes, Giuseppe, come here by the breeze. I want to talk to you.
Domenico, che cosa fai? Vai fuori dalla casa di Maria, perché io ti do un martelluccio.
Martelluccio? Io ti do un martelluccio.
Domenico, Giuseppe, senza baruffa.
Maria, io ti amo. Andiamo, ci ammogliamo, eh?
Andiamo presto.
E io che faccio io? What about me?
Tu vendi le patate. You go sell potato.
You have just heard Life with Luigi. Say, Bing, I was wondering, have you heard from Bob Hope since he went to Korea?
Oh, I sure have, Ken. I received 2 or 3 postcards, and you know what he did?
What?
He sent me a gift.
Really?
From Japan, yeah. It's the makings for a beautiful silk kimono.
Oh, did Bob send you a few yards of material?
No, just a couple of silkworms in a matchbox. I must say, those little fellas are working hard. I expect a yard or so of silk any day now.
That's Bob for you. You know, it takes a real sense of humor to think of sending silkworms instead of silk from Japan.
Also takes a fellow who's a little cozy with a buck.
Oh, I don't know, Bing. I think Bob sent the silkworms because he's a comedian. He can't do anything straight.
Oh, I think you're just boosting hope because he's peddling those ever-loving Chesterfields like we are. I got to admit, though, that old Hula Hips is developing into a Chesterfield salesman at that. He's hustling a lot of cigarettes.
Oh, say he is.
Of course, he owes it all to me. Well, you know, I was the gent who instructed him in the gentle art of explaining to our listeners how they could prove to themselves that Chesterfield is the best cigarette to smoke.
Oh, but Bing, that doesn't require any instruction. It's the easiest test there is. All any smoker has to do is get a pack of Chesterfields and open them, smell them, smoke them. Then compare Chesterfields with any other cigarette.
Right, Ken. Right. And friends, even before you smoke them, you can tell Chesterfields will smoke milder because tobaccos that smell milder smoke milder.
Yes, sir. That's the tobacco farmer's test. And after you smoke them, you have no unpleasant aftertaste.
Yes, and while you smoke them, you get more pleasure than any other cigarette can give you. Start smoking them, friends. Make your next pack Chesterfield. Here's one of the really big song hits of the year. I hope you won't mind if we do it again, just once more before we tuck Mr. Trotter's arrangement into the standard drawer. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you. You're so like the lady with that mystic smile. Is it only 'cause you're lonely they have blamed you? Oh, that Mona Lisa strangeness in your smile. Do you smile to tempt a lover, Mona Lisa? Or is this your way to hide a broken heart? Many dreams have been brought to your doorstep. They just lie there, and they die there. Are Are you warm? Are you real, Mona Lisa? Or just a cold and lonely, lovely work of art? Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa.
Well, I guess that about winds it up. My thanks to Claudette Colbert for joining us here in San Francisco tonight. Claudette, it was really very nice of you to fly up and help us out with this hokum.
Oh, I enjoy very much, Bingo. Who's the witcher next week?
Next week, Claudette, we got a finest kind of a star. A director from a metropolitan up, Miss Dorothy Kirsten. Molto bene, eh?
Hey, Domenico, what about me?
Next week at Giuseppe, you and your orchestra will be playing at the beautifully newly decorated Zebra Room in the townhouse in Los Angeles. Incidentally, would you say hello to Ed Crowley for me?
I will.
Claudette, I think, I know that you'll have a wonderful time in Europe, and I know that you'll be very excited about the command performance in which you're going to participate. We'll see you when you get back, huh?
Thank you, Bing. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir, folks. We'll see you next week for Chesterfield. Best cigarette for you this morning. Thank you.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in San Francisco by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Miss Dorothy Kirsten.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Have you ever visited San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, Santa Fe, Las Vegas, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, Amarillo, or been to Colorado, Arizona, Texas, California, and Nuevo Mexico? Mexican cities and states? No. These places were founded and named by our forefathers.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. And fasten your seatbelt for a breathtaking journey into the vast, mysterious, hidden recesses of your own imagination. Men who have a reputation for telling the truth are universally respected and admired. But on closer examination, you're apt to discover that they have been showered with accolades after they died. What the habitual truth-teller is usually showered with during his lifetime is most often abuse. And it's understandable. In many cases, to tell the truth is to rock the boat. And why do that? Especially when the boat is warm and dry, while the water is cold and wet.
Elwood? Elwood, you come out here.
You want me, George?
What are you trying to pull?
I don't understand.
You refused to sign a safety certificate for the cable car. Why?
Because it isn't safe.
That's a lie.
I have a job to do.
You know the investment we have here?
I'm sorry, George.
It runs into millions.
I said I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're not. You're not nearly as sorry as you're going to be.
drama, A Preview of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Excuse me, sir, but do you know what happens this time of year?
Right on, pal. I happen to know that right about now a freak blizzard falls on Dumont, New Jersey, and they're snowed in for the rest of the summer. Happens every year.
Nope. You see, what happens this time of year is that you can get a particularly good deal on what is perhaps the most luxurious midsize car on the market, the midsize Buick Century Regal.
Well, what good's a car when you're hopelessly snowed in?
Well, that's a point.
Once upon a time, there came to pass a new law, and great changes came over the people. They were happy and busied themselves at work they enjoyed. They were kind to the earth, and it gave back to them. No one had to lock doors or put fences around their land. Everyone had enough to eat. The sick and the aged were cared for. The people stood proud and tall.
In the land of make-believe, there were no poor. The Campaign for Human Development is working to make the same thing happen in our real world.
Campaign for Human Development, United States Catholic Conference.
Listen to how America handles a headache.
Me? I take Bayer aspirin. It's gentle, and it gives me all the relief I need.
Bayer aspirin. It works, and it works fast.
For headache relief, I take Bayer. Bayer aspirin. Always have.
Yes, sir. More people use Bayer aspirin to relieve a headache than any other pain reliever. Bayer. It's number one. It's how America handles a headache. Use only as directed.
Bayer aspirin. It works, and it's a name I can trust.
This is KRLD News Director Dick Wheeler. Believability is the key to effective news reporting, and no broadcast news organization in Texas is more believed than KRLD News. Number one in audience ratings, number one in journalism awards, number one in believability, number one in now reporting. That's KRLD News, believed and respected by more people than any other radio station in the Southwest. You can believe
Public
it.
service of this station and the Advertising Council.
Fantasy has become a most saleable item, and you can buy just about any fantasy you want. There are places that create the illusion of tropical jungles, complete with roaming animals. You can roam through realistic replicas of the past and relive the lives of earlier Americans. There are enchanted presentations of the magic world of fairy tales. And we are about to regale you with Helvetia. Helvetia, high in the Rocky Mountains, is a faithful reproduction of a tiny Swiss village. The young ladies who work there look like Heidi. The men know how to yodel. And there are chalets and cheeses and wonderful skiing. Indeed, everything you would expect to find in a Swiss resort. There's even a cable car suspended high above the valley. And we're about to get on board.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Now, you don't have to worry about your baggage or your skis. Everything will be taken off the bus and delivered to your chalet. And once we get you transported to Helvetia, the cable car will come back for your things. All right, now step aboard, please. Folks, you don't want to be late for dinner. This way, please. All right, there's a seat for everyone. Just step inside. Now, madam, you're really going to enjoy this. Once you tried it, you'll never be able to get enough. Oh, Jerry, is this it? 12? Okay, button her up. Okay, folks, we're off. And now, folks, welcome to Helvetia, a magic Swiss village in the good old USA. Those of you on the left side of the car can see fantastic Helvetia nestling in the valley just at the foot of that great peak which we call William Tell Mountain. Now, this cable car is the only means of entering or leaving. We'll travel for approximately 1.5 miles suspended above the ground. And we are now at our greatest altitude, 7,436 feet.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, I am often asked, what would we do if the cable breaks? I don't know what you would do, folks, but I'd scream. But, seriously, folks, there is absolutely no chance of that cable breaking or of any other kind of accident whatsoever. Why, this cable car is a triumph of modern science. Here we are, folks. In Helvetia, safe and sound.
Isn't that?
All right, thank you, folks. Step lively now, you'll miss dinner.
Hello, Duke.
What do you say, Elwood?
Going back?
Right now.
Glad I caught you.
Why, you leaving town?
No, it's time to inspect the car.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so throw her into gear. Let's go.
Well, you don't have to go. Here, let me take the card from behind the glass, and you can just initial it.
I'll initial it after the inspection, huh?
Look, Elwood, look, you're new on the job.
That's why I want to do it right.
Yeah, well, old man Farrah, he's been a county engineer since maybe the year 1. Before he got pensioned off, he just used to initial the card every month.
He did?
Yeah, after all, what could be wrong with the car?
Well, that's why the law requires a periodic inspection to find out.
Okay, Elwood. Be my guest.
Duke, you notice an increase in vibration?
No. She'd be the same as always.
It just seems to me that...
Well, I ought to know. I ride her all the time.
Well, we'll see.
Elwood, are you even trying to suggest that maybe there could be something wrong?
It's possible.
What? What'd you say?
You asked me, I told you.
Yeah, but... Well, what could be wrong? We're forever checking on the car, the cable, the machinery. I mean, you name it, we do it. This car, it's our bread and butter.
No, it has nothing to do with the car or the cable or the machinery.
What can you be talking about?
The mountain.
The mountain? What do you mean, the mountain? How can something be wrong with the mountain?
Hi, Elwood. Had your dinner?
Sure.
What a mob. We're completely sold out.
Business is good.
Oh, I tell you, Elwood, we none of us ever dreamed we could make such a go of this place. Look at this stack of reservations. Where are we going to put all these people? You going to spend the night, Elwood?
If it's convenient.
Well, how could it be inconvenient?
I do have to be at Sadler's Falls before noon tomorrow.
Oh, George isn't here. He's in Denver on business. But he's taking the first plane out. He'll want to see you first thing.
All right.
I hope you don't mind me coming up to your room.
Seems like old times. After all, when I was little, the day couldn't officially end until Big Sister came up to say goodnight.
Well, it's the only quiet place in the hotel. I have to work on these reservations.
You want me to help you?
Yeah, grab a handful. And you separate them into single girls, single guys, couples, families.
Sure.
Oh, Elwood, George said to make sure you wouldn't leave till he speaks to you.
Okay.
He had a phone call from Duke, and Duke was very upset.
Yeah, I know.
What's it about?
You know, the inspection certificate on the cable car.
Oh?
Yeah, I have to sign it.
So?
I inspected the car today, and I didn't sign it.
You didn't?
I couldn't.
But if there's something wrong with the car, we can get it fixed.
No, it can't be fixed.
Let me get this straight. Are you telling me that you won't sign that inspection certificate nohow?
Yes, I guess I am.
Oh, well, then that means we won't be able to use the cable car?
Yes.
But How are people going to get in and out of Helvetia?
I understand the problem.
No,
but
Elwood, I'm afraid you don't understand. George and I and the other people, we've sunk every nickel we had in the world in here, and the work, oh, Lord, the toil, the sweat, and, yes, the blood that went into making this place. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Muriel, I know what this place means to you and to everybody.
I spoke out of turn. You are, after all, an official of the government.
Just a county engineer.
Now, you have a duty to perform. You swore an oath, and there shouldn't be any other considerations.
Muriel, I don't know what to do. I mean it. I just don't know what to do.
He's crazy, that boy. He's out of his mind.
Please, George.
I went ahead and got him that job.
George.
Well, I did. I went and put in a word for him. Without me...
That's true, but...
But what?
Well, you talk as if he's working for you.
Well, he is. He's working for me, for Helvetia.
No, he's working for the county.
Well, by God, what's the county? Helvetia's the county. What else has the county got? What else is worth a damn in the county? Muriel, we have to have that cable car. There's no two ways about it. We've got to have that cable car.
All right, George, maybe we will. After all...
After all what?
Well, he really hasn't made up his mind yet.
Well, what's there to think about?
His job, his duty, his oath of office.
Oh, come on, Muriel, don't hand me that.
Well, if the car were dangerous, would you want him to okay it?
Now, what kind of a question is that?
I think it's a legitimate question.
It's a stupid question.
Why?
Well, because it's impossible for something to be wrong with that car, with the apparatus, with any detail of the operation.
Why?
Well, you know how we worry over it, as if it were a watch. Now, where is he?
Well, he'll be down any minute. He didn't get much sleep all night. I know he's been worried.
He doesn't have to be worried about anything. All he has to do is use his common sense.
George, don't say any more.
Oh, I hadn't even begun yet. Has this boy forgotten what he owes me? For you? Us?
That's not the issue.
No? Well, who raised the boy? You did. Who sent him to college? I did. I didn't make an engineer out of him so that he could come back here and drive me out of business, did I?
George, do something that doesn't always come easy to you. Just shut up. When he comes down, please don't discuss it.
Don't discuss it. Well, why do you think I got on a plane 5 o'clock this morning to get here?
Well, don't tell him how much you've done for him, how much he owes you.
Okay. I took a course in psychology.
Yeah, you never let me forget it.
Is this how he gets back at us?
What are you saying?
Do things for somebody and they resent it. Subconsciously, they develop an animosity towards you.
Good morning, Muriel. George?
Oh, good morning. Bacon and eggs okay?
Fine.
Good morning, Elwood. How are tricks?
Kind of busy these days. They want to build a road at Sadler's Forks.
Yeah. The county's really getting built up.
Sure is.
Pour you some coffee, Elwood?
Yeah, thanks.
Have some cream?
No, I have to lose weight.
Damn it, Elwood. What's the big idea?
George.
What are we sitting around for like 3 bumps on a log? This whole place can become a ghost town, and everybody's investment can go right down the drain just because...
Because what, George?
Because some wet behind-the-ears kid is maybe getting a little bit drunk with power.
Can I tell you what's bothering me?
Just sign the damn certificate and nothing has to bother.
The mountain. The mountain across the valley where the cable is anchored, you know? On the plateau where the bus delivers the people?
Well, so?
That mountain. Inside that mountain, there's...
There's what?
There's a fault.
What do you mean, a fault?
That mountain is... Well, I guess you could say it's slowly separating. It's coming apart.
But nobody ever said...
Well, it could be something new. It might have been caused by an underground atomic explosion.
But there haven't been any of those near here.
It doesn't matter. It could have been 1,000 miles away.
Well, how do you know?
Well, there are signs.
What kind of signs?
You remember the old abandoned silver mine?
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I noticed that some of the buildings and shafts are sinking into the ground.
Yeah, but that's on the other side of the mountain.
In a direct line. You've got other geological signs.
Yeah, but the foundation for the cable, that's like the Rock of Gibraltar.
George, I've measured the angle of declension of the cable. It's been widening.
Huh? By how much?
Well, a minute fraction, but that doesn't matter. It's proof. that there is a separation.
Well, how fast?
Maybe a fraction of an inch a year.
So, a million years from now, we can worry about it.
Now, that doesn't mean the rate can't increase rapidly without warning. I mean, it could last 100 years or forever, or it could go tomorrow morning. It could just come apart, collapse.
Well, all right. Never mind all that. Just tell us flat out. What are you going to do?
What is he going to do? He appears to be a dedicated public servant. On the other hand, he is a human being with intense personal debts and loyalties. He's thinking about it. And he'll have an answer when I return shortly with Act 2.
Ever see a beer drinker pour his beer real easy down the side of the glass? Maybe you do it yourself. If so, the Budweiser brewmaster thinks you're missing something, especially if you're a Budweiser drinker. You see, Bud is brewed so it will kick up a healthy head of foam. Exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation make it a lively brew. Well, anyway, pouring Bud plunk down the middle of the glass helps bring out the best in that clean white Budweiser foam and real beer aroma. It also helps you get the full benefit of a taste, smoothness, and drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Remember, brewing beer right does make a difference. Next time, pour that Budweiser right down the middle and see for yourself. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Occasional acid indigestion and heartburn can be more than just acid alone. Often there's trapped gas, too. That's what we call gasid indigestion. Digel is made for gasid indigestion because Digel is different. It does more. Digel reduces excess acid while its patented simethicone gets rid of trapped gas fast. Use only as directed. Digel for gasid indigestion. No plain acid can do what Digel can.
Denture wearers, here's a thermoplastic denture adhesive which hot or cold liquids can't dissolve. It's Cushion Grip. One application of Cushion Grip creates a comfort cushion seal that holds dentures securely up to 4 days. No more need to apply messy powders, pastes, or creams 2 or 3 times daily. You can brush and soak dentures again and again, yet Cushion Grip stays on up to 4 days. For greater comfort and security, change to Cushion Grip.
Your name is Elwood Markham. You owe everything you have in the world, your life, your education, your job, to your older sister and her husband. As a public official, you must certify or condemn conveyances that transport people. There is a conveyance that serves as the foundation of your sister's business. You cannot, in good conscience, certify it as safe. If this concerned strangers, you wouldn't hesitate. However, it's your sister. Are you going to destroy her?
What would you do if I refused to sign it?
Go to the county supervisor. Enter a protest. Ask for outside experts. Hire a team of geologists.
It wouldn't help. Word would get out. Whichever way it went, the publicity would kill us. Look, George and I are going to leave you, Elwood. Everything's already been said. You just have to decide as you see it. Come on, George.
But
George!
Yeah?
What was I supposed to do? I walked to the window. Outside was an enchanted street. It was as if you were in another world, another country thousands of miles away. And all this was their handiwork. Of course, the cable car was unsafe, but it was only unsafe in theory. In practice, it could serve 100 years without a mishap. The odds of this cable car falling were perhaps about those of a plane crashing, a ship sinking. Certainly less than that of a car colliding. So, I knew I was going to sign that certificate. But I also knew I was being bribed. It was a subtle bribe, but bribery, nevertheless. I was being bribed with their love, their companionship. Because after all, if I refused to sign, things would never really be the same between us again.
Hey there, Elwood.
Morning, Duke.
I got a call from the chalet to hold the car for you. Leaving?
Yeah.
All right, hop in. We're off. How come you're not afraid to ride this baby?
Well, why should I be afraid? It's perfectly safe.
Is it?
Yeah. Matter of fact, before I forget, let me have the card. I better sign it.
Well, yesterday afternoon, you were handing me this line.
No, the situation adjusted itself.
Now I no longer feel alone.
Well, hello.
My cab dropped me off here about 20 minutes ago. When does that cable car show up?
Oh, should be along any minute now.
Are you going to Helvetia?
No, I have a package I want to have delivered to my brother-in-law at the chalet.
Well, I understand it's a fabulous place. I was lucky to get a reservation.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
You know, you look familiar.
I was about to, say that about you, too.
My name is Daphne. Daphne Aldershot.
Daphne Aldershot. It's kind of a wild name.
Well, what's yours?
Elwood. Elwood Markham.
That's a very sober, serious kind of name.
Maybe it's because I'm a very sober, serious kind of person.
Oh? What do you do?
I'm an engineer.
Yes, that's kind of sober and serious.
What do you do?
I'm a librarian in Denver.
Oh. You don't look like a librarian.
Why? How are librarians supposed to look?
Oh, prim, mousy.
You really should get with it. Oh, my goodness. Am I going to go into that?
In less than 5 minutes, you'll be in Helvetia.
Oh.
Will you be staying long?
10 days.
Oh. Maybe I'll see you. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon. Tell Mrs. Lucas at the chalet that you're a friend of mine.
Okay, all aboard. Hey, Elwood, how you doing?
Can you get this package to George for me, Duke?
Sure thing, Elwood.
And, take good care of Daphne.
Oh, how you do, Daphne?
She's my fiancée.
Congratulations, Elwood, Daphne.
Elwood, darling, I'll see you very soon, won't I?
You'll see me tomorrow, darling. I'll bring a preacher with me. We'll get married.
Can I be best man?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, we're off.
Goodbye, Daphne. What's that? What's that? The mountain. The falls. It's opening. It's open. Oh, no, it's opening.
Elwood,
no.
Elwood, help
Daphne!
me.
Daphne! Daphne! No! No! Daphne! 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 No! Daphne!
Elwood. Boy, snap out of it. Snap out of it, Elwood.
Oh, Daphne, don't die. I love you, Daphne.
Elwood.
Daphne,
Come on, boy, wake up. That's it.
What is... Daphne.
That's it. You're out of it now. Oh, man. You have the great granddaddy of all nightmares. I mean, we heard you across the hall in our room, you're in and
Was it a dream?
Oh, was it ever? You sure scared the daylights out of me.
Daphne.
You've been holding out on us, boy? Who's Daphne?
Oh, it seems so real.
You want Muriel to get you something to drink, maybe?
No, look, I was standing at the cable car platform, and there she was.
Who?
Daphne.
Well, that's what I mean. Who's Daphne?
I don't know.
Oh, now, how could you dream about a girl you don't know?
Dark hair, blue eyes.
Mm-hmm. I was always partial to that type myself.
She was beautiful. It was so real, and we stood at the platform, and I put her in the car, and
Yes.
in the car, just the mountainside. It started to
give way. The fall. Oh, Elwood, it's a bad dream, that's all. Just a bad dream.
Yeah, just a bad dream.
Well, how's everything now?
Oh, it was just a nightmare.
Oh, how about something warm to drink?
No, I'll be fine.
What was it about, Elwood?
He was dreaming about a girl.
Oh, could a girl cause you that much grief?
No, I was dreaming about the mountain.
What about the mountain?
Just came apart.
Oh, Elwood, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all right.
No, it isn't all right.
Don't worry about it.
What about the girl?
I never saw her before.
What's everybody getting so excited about a simple nightmare? Well, I'm going back to bed. You coming, Muriel?
In a minute. Elwood, I'm worried about you.
I'll be okay.
You shouldn't have signed that safety certificate.
Oh, come on. It's all right to be Don Quixote on the stage, but in real life...
But you are Don Quixote. You always were.
I can get over it.
And George and me, well, maybe our motives for getting you the job of county engineer weren't exactly the purest in the world.
Muriel, what do you say?
Oh, maybe unconsciously we wanted to have our own man in office so we wouldn't be bothered with all the official inspections.
Muriel, I won't believe that you could have such a motive.
Well, as I say, it wasn't a conscious one. Anyhow, it's all so complicated, isn't it? Look, next month, don't sign the certificate.
No, I've already fought that battle. It's over.
Well, then resign.
It is over, Muriel. I had this crazy nightmare. I conjured up this girl out of nowhere. But why? Why did she seem so real? And that name.
What name?
Her name. Where would I ever hear it before?
Well, I'll let you get back to sleep.
Yeah. That nightmare sure knocked me out. I think I could sleep for a week.
Well, you better get up early. You have to be in Denver for lunch.
What?
Oh, I must have forgotten to tell you. Your boss called. There's a luncheon meeting of the municipal engineers. He can't make it, and you're to go in his place.
Oh.
Is it really that much of a bore?
Denver. I wonder if...
If what?
If she really works in the library.
Who?
No, it's crazy.
What are you talking about?
On the other hand, suppose there is such a girl. Just suppose. All corn, Alden, Alder, Aldershot. Daphne Aldershot. It just can't be. It just can't be. Huh. But why not? Okay, so it is. But what am I going to say to her? Huh.
Hello? Hello?
Is this Daphne Aldershot?
Yes.
Miss Daphne Aldershot?
Yes. Who are you?
Are you, the Daphne Aldershot who's a librarian?
Yes. Who is this?
You don't know me.
And I don't think I want to.
Hey, please, don't hang up.
Why not?
Just answer one question. Have you any plans, do you expect to go to Helvetia?
What business would that be of yours?
I have to know.
Why?
Now, look, I'm not a kook or a crank.
Well, I find that hard to believe.
Just, look, but please, tell me if you plan to go to Helvetia.
And suppose I do. Then what?
Don't. Please. For your own good. Don't go.
Well, believe it or not, there is a Daphne Aldershot. And she is a librarian. And she is coming to Helvetia. Is Elwood Markham a man who can see into the future? Well, so far, his forward vision seems to be 2020. But we can check it further when I return shortly with Act 3.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your better
This fellow was at the door about the home repair, you know, and he wants me to sign the contract now. What'll I do?
You don't have to sign that contract now, madam.
You're not Lou. Who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau with some advice to help you to protect yourself. Read all the documents before you sign and take your time. He'll come back tomorrow. And incidentally, keep a copy of any form you do sign. And be sure you understand what you're signing.
Oh, thank you for telling me.
No need to thank me, madam. That's what Better Business Bureaus are for, to help protect consumers like you.
What do you tell a husband who comes home and says, I just don't know about a vacation this year? Well, you tell him about Ramada Inn's family plan, where your kids 18 and under share your room free. And you tell him about the toll-free Ramada Inn's reservation number, 800-228-2828. At least that's what I tell him.
At Ramada Inns, you're always welcome home.
This is Al Wisk. Bobby Bragan of the Texas League will be our guest Wednesday night. For those of you who are longtime Texas League fans, it'll be your chance to reminisce with the president of the league and one of the game's most colorful personalities. If you're not familiar with the Texas League, you'll hear about the most historic minor league organization in baseball. Our first sports question, who was the last man to win the Triple Crown in the National League in Major League Baseball? Sports Central Dallas, this week, Baseball Week. Wednesday, Bobby Bragan, 6 to 7 on KRLD.
Elwood Markham keeps having nightmares. In his nightmares, a girl he never even heard of steps into the overhead cable car that transports visitors to the enchanting resort called Helvetia. The car falls and she gets killed. But now, he has a real problem. It seems that this girl exists, and she intends to come to Helvetia. And she will have to get into that cable car.
No. Daphne! Daphne, darling! Daphne, please! Daphne!
And who is Daphne?
I'm having this nightmare.
Oh, we could hear you all over the place.
I'm having it all the time now.
Well, who's Daphne?
The girl who gets killed.
What?
She's a girl. She's a girl named Daphne Aldershot.
Yes?
Yeah, and she's coming to Helvetia. And I meet her at the cable car terminal at the mountainside, and we fall in love. How would I know she's coming here? The Helvetia, how would I know?
Well, who says she exists? She's part of your nightmare.
Listen. Last week, I was in Denver, remember?
Yes?
Yeah, her name, Daphne Aldershot. It's in the book.
Well, all kinds of names are in the book.
And I spoke to her on the phone.
Now, just a minute, Elwood. Are you sure?
I'm sure. I called her number. She answered, and she is coming here. The Helvetia, she said so.
Well, let's check it out. Ginny, get me Greta at the reservation desk. Thanks.
It is not my imagination.
Greta, do we have a reservation for, Daphne Aldershot?
She said she was planning to...
We do.
Find out when.
This Miss Aldershot, when is she arriving? Friday night?
Find out what time. What time?
What time? 9 o'clock. Thank you, Greta.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Don't you see?
What?
The first time I saw her in my dream, she was alone at the terminal. Now, that's because she got here late.
Elwood, there must be some kind of explanation.
I dreamed there was a girl named Daphne Aldershot. I dreamed she was killed when the cable car fell. It turns out there is a girl named Daphne Aldershot. It happens she's coming to Helvetia. So?
Elwood, it could all be,
How would I know? How would I know?
Maybe you better,
Better what? See a doctor? You think I'm crazy?
No, you're just tired, emotionally exhausted.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I've got 4 days. I have to stop her.
May I help you?
I wasn't looking for a book.
No? And what are you doing in a library?
I was, I'm looking for you.
Really?
Yeah, I'm the one who called you on the phone.
Yes?
Yeah, I tried to tell you not to go to Helvetia.
You're the nut.
No, now I assure you, I am sane. That is, I'm as sane as any normal person, which I admit isn't saying very much.
Yeah, well, sir, I'm busy, and I just don't have time to...
Can we go somewhere and talk?
I don't think so. As a matter of fact, there's a security guard over by the door.
You wouldn't call him?
What makes you think so?
Aren't you even the least bit curious? Look, my name is Elwood Markham. I'm an engineer. I'm county engineer over in Custer County, and, look, you could check it out.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12 o'clock. You have to have lunch.
I bring a sandwich.
There's a place just around the corner. Now, what could happen to you?
That's just what I'm afraid of. Nothing.
You don't really want to go to Helvetia.
But I do. I've been saving my money for almost 2 years.
The place is a phony. I should know. My sister and brother-in-law, they run the biggest chalet there, and it's just, you know, it's imitation.
Well, I hear it's fabulous.
Take it from me. You won't like it. In the first place, there's about 5 girls every guy.
Is that so?
Oh, yes, it's a fact.
Well, will you be there?
Daphne,
You know, you are cute. I mean, you're so serious.
I'm trying to tell you...
I never met anybody who's as serious as you. I mean, serious and a little crazy at the same time. Now, you tell me why I shouldn't go to Helvetia.
Well, you will think I'm crazy now. Wait till you hear the real reason.
I'm waiting.
I dreamed about you.
Well, now. When?
Oh, 2 weeks ago.
But how could you? You didn't even know me.
You and I met at the terminal where the cable car takes off for Helvetia.
Oh, I've heard that is the most exciting part of the whole...
And we fell in love.
Now, don't rush me. Wait a minute.
and you got on the car, and the car took off, and there was a rock slide, and the cable car broke loose, and the car fell, and you were killed.
Wow! Oh, what any good psychiatrist would make out of that. So that's why you don't want me to go to Helvetia?
Yes.
Well, I must say, I've heard a lot
Before you say anything, remember what I told you about my job?
What is your job?
I said I was county engineer, and I had to inspect that car, right, for safety?
Yes, well?
Well, it is not safe.
Oh, well, then that takes care of that. The car won't be allowed to run, and I won't be killed, and there's no problem.
No, there is a problem. I okayed the car.
But if it isn't safe, why did you?
Because it's so complicated, and safe is a relative situation. Daphne, please, don't go. Don't.
It's been nice meeting you, Elwood, and I would like to get to know you better. But you're just too deep, too involved, I don't know. Maybe if you could get yourself straightened out,
Daphne, you can't go to Helvetia Friday night. I am going to stop you.
How can you stop me?
Excuse me, Elwood. County Engineering Office, Tracy. Yeah? I'll put Elwood on it. Right. Talk of the road being washed away.
On the other side of the mountain where the cable car terminal is.
How'd you know?
It's part of what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Tracy.
Elwood, I just can't condemn the cable car without giving the folks at Helvetia notice.
But look, this is an emergency.
2 weeks ago, you certified the car as safe. Now, what's come up so sudden?
It hasn't been sudden. I've known about it for months.
Well, then what? Why didn't you...
Well, because
Because of Muriel and George?
Yeah, it's part of it. Maybe.
We've lived with geological faults, Elwood.
Yeah, sure, but a heavy rain, unusual amount of snow, any one of 100 subterranean disturbances in that whole side of the mountain...
Okay, let's do a study.
No, that will take weeks, months. It could go any time.
And it could never go at all. Elwood,
Now, here's what you have to do. Next time you inspect it, in 2 weeks, condemn it. Give me a full report, request an investigation, and we'll bring in the experts.
And they'll only disagree among themselves, and nothing will happen.
Elwood, it was your job to withhold the safety certificate.
I know, Mr. Tracy.
Well, once again, put it in writing.
By that time, it'll be too late.
Too late for what?
Can't anybody believe me?
Hi, Elwood. Want some coffee?
No, thanks.
Where you been the past few days?
Muriel, do something for me.
Okay.
Miss Daphne Aldershot.
Oh?
You know, she's due here tomorrow evening.
And?
Call her. Send her a wire, anything. Tell her you had to cancel her reservation.
Why should I do that?
Because I ask you to.
Oh, I really can't do that, Elwood.
You own the place. You and George, you can do anything you like.
Well, not really. Miss Aldershot sent us a deposit. We confirmed her reservation. We can't just cancel her.
What's to stop you?
Well, first, it's unethical. Second, it's illegal. She could sue us.
Let her.
She could win.
Let her. I won't pay the damages. You won't lose anything.
Elwood, please. What is this?
I told you she is going to be killed tomorrow night.
Elwood.
No, Muriel. I know I'm not talking like an engineer, like a practical, down-to-earth facts and figures man, but the truth is, I don't know. I've had a vision. Muriel, somehow, some way, I was given a glimpse into the future. How else would I know about a girl named Daphne Aldershot?
These things are just,
Yes, they're just what?
Wait a minute. You say there was no way you could ever hear of Daphne?
That's right.
But there is. There was.
What? What are you talking about?
That night, 2 weeks ago, you were feeling bad about the inspection.
Yeah.
I came up to your room, and I happened to have a stack of reservations. You offered to help sort them out. That's where you could have seen her name.
Oh, I don't remember any of those names. None of them made an impression on me.
Well, not consciously, but that name, that sort of unusual name, Daphne Aldershot.
It's impossible.
Only because you refused to admit it. And then you had a guilty conscience about the inspection. And the two things spun around in your mind.
No. That couldn't happen.
You wanted to punish yourself, so you fell in love with a girl named Daphne Aldershot, only to have her die because of your neglect of duty.
How would I know? She's a librarian.
She listed her job on the reservation. Now, do you understand? It's all right. Everything's all right.
No, it is not. I have to save her.
Hello, look who's here. I was beginning to think I was all alone in the world.
Daphne, do you realize that's what you said when I first met you? In a dream?
My cab driver dropped me off here about 20 minutes ago. When does the cable car arrive?
You decided to come, after all.
Elwood, what am I going to do about you?
You could listen to me.
Mm-mm. That's something I must never do. But otherwise, we'll get along okay.
Daphne, can't you ever be serious?
I am serious. I saw you for the first time, and I said, uh-oh, poor Daphne. Of all the guys. Well, I'll try to make the best of it. Oh, hey, look. Here it comes.
Daphne, let's get out of here.
Why?
Well, haven't I been telling you why? Don't you feel it?
What?
Feel it, the vibration, that vibration under your feet.
I don't feel anything.
Hello, aboard. Hey, Elwood.
Can't you hear it?
Hear what?
That rumbling.
No, I don't hear anything.
Duke, get out of the car.
Elwood, what's fighting you?
There's a slide.
Well, I don't hear anything.
I said get out of there.
Elwood, take your hands off me.
Why did you hit him?
Help me. Help me get him out of there.
What's that?
I told you. Come on, let's drag him back as far as we can go.
Elwood, we're going to get killed.
Hurry up.
No,
hurry. Come on, maybe we can get back far enough.
I'm
Quick,
scared.
come on. Here's the place. Over here. But the earth is cracking. Over here. Before we do it, come on. Come on. Come on, we can do it. Come on, Daphne. Daphne, pull yourself. Daphne, come on. Daphne. Daphne.
And they did it. They just managed to scramble to safety as the piece of the mountain that held the cable anchor fell away. Happily, though, it didn't spell the end for Elwood and Daphne. It was a beginning. For Helvetia, it was a continuation. They flew the people in by helicopter, and the place is doing better than ever. Whether or not you decide to make a reservation to go there, remember your daily reservation with us, here. I'll return shortly.
Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me what happens this time of year?
Rhubarb reaches its peak.
Nope.
Muskmelon reaches its peak?
No.
Does it in any way involve something reaching its peak?
No, not really.
Oh.
What happens this time of year is that you can get a really outstanding deal on Buick's small but surprisingly elegant Apollo. And with what's happening to prices, you may never have a better chance to buy a Buick, huh?
Hey, I know what happens.
Yeah?
The buzzards come back to Hinckley Ridge, Ohio.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that.
Spruce and maple trees give us the violin. And if we don't stop burning them down, we'll have a little less music. We'll also have a little less lumber, a little less paper, a little less rayon, a little less alcohol, a little less maple syrup, a little less printing ink, a little less turpentine.
A public service
charcoal.
On behalf of the Forest Service, State Foresters, and the Ad Council.
Can you see into the future? There are several schools of opinion. However, the best way to answer that question is to ask, what is the future? Isn't the future, after all, the fabric we weave out of the strands of the present? So, if you know all the strands, all the threads, and all the stitches, why is it impossible to foresee the design? We'll have another terrifyingly delightful design for you next time. Our cast included Russell Horton, Stats Cotsworth, Clarice Blackburn, Robert Dryden, and Marion Seldes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Now, what is all this about?
I'm a detective.
A detective?
Yes, now, no one must know but you. And particularly not Amy or that man she's dancing with.
What danger is there?
We're pretty sure that Archer Hamlin's crowd is out to get Amy for fingering the boss.
Oh, no. You mean those crank calls were for real?
And that is why I'm here. We think this might be the perfect spot for them.
Why?
Well, we think one of them will probably pose as a guest, get friendly with Amy, and then kill her in some way to make it look like an accident.
How awful.
Well, this is the perfect spot for it. With horseback riding, a lake.
I can hardly believe it.
Well, it's possible, Lois. And very probable.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
From the United States Naval Training School Women's Reserve, New York, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion, present The Eddie Cantor Show.
Once there was a little girl who lived next to me, and she loved the sailor boy. He was only 3. Now he's on a battleship in his sailor suit. Just a great big sailor man, but he's just as cute. With his bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue. She loves the sailor, and he loves her too. When they walk along the street, anyone can see they are oh so much in love, happy as can be. Hand in hand they stroll along, they don't give a hoot. He won't let go of her hand, even to salute. Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue. She loves her sailor, and he loves her too. Everywhere her sailor went, she was sure to go. Till one day he sailed away, where she doesn't know. Now she's gone and joined the waves, maybe go to sea. Try to find her sailor boy, wherever he may be. Come on, waves, let's have anchors away. Huh? Trousers, coat of navy blue. She loves her sailor in his coat of navy blue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we turn back the clock to this morning and take you aboard the 20th Century Limited, where we join Eddie Cantor and his party en route to little old New York.
Well, Don Wilson, we'll be in New York in a few minutes, and tonight we'll be broadcasting for the Waves at their training school.
Yeah, gee, Eddie, I don't know how I'm going to feel playing in front of 2,000 women, you know. They don't like guys like me. They prefer someone like Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra? Listen, Don, if they're so crazy about just a bone, they'll go nuts about a whole steak.
Well, Eddie, Eddie, speaking of steak, I hear the meat shortage is pretty bad in New York.
Pretty bad? Do you remember how you used to take your family to the zoo and they had signs saying, please don't feed the animals?
Yeah.
Well, now the signs say, please don't feed the animals to your family. And, Don, on the subject of the zoo, I don't want to brag, but right here in New York, they have the stork that brought me. And he's in the Central Park Zoo right now, Don.
Well, Eddie, you know that stork deserves to be punished, but, gosh, life imprisonment.
Get it. Don't be so smart, Don. You know, when I was in your hometown, Denver, week before last, I saw the stork that brought you.
Oh, you saw the stork that carried me into the world?
Yeah, and it's the first stork I ever saw with fallen arches. Tell me something, Don. Is it true that the stork that delivered you had to make 3 trips?
Oh, Eddie.
Well, anyway, Don.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get off the train. I love New York. Look in the paper.
What?
Here's a picture of Mayor LaGuardia welcoming General Bradley back from overseas. Look at the wild celebration. Isn't that some picture?
Gee, I see General Bradley all right, but I don't see Mayor LaGuardia standing there.
Let me see. Mm-hmm. Did that piece of confetti knock him down again?
Say, Eddie, take a look at this paper. It says the Yanks are playing this afternoon. You like to go to ball games?
Oh, yes, Don. But I used to get a big kick when I was a kid and someone boosted me over the fence.
Yeah, my dad used to do the same thing with me, but eventually I got too heavy for him and he had to stop.
Yeah?
When I was 2 years old. Oh, you know something, Eddie?
Hello, Mr. Wilson. Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Well, Nora Martin. Say, Nora, I didn't see you in the dining car this morning. But last night in Chicago, I meant to ask you, I saw you having dinner with two sailors that asked for my autograph. You shouldn't have let the two sailors pay for your dinner, Nora.
Oh, they didn't pay for my dinner.
Well, that's nice. You treated the sailors?
Oh, no.
Well, then who took care of the check?
What do you think you autographed?
Oh, how darn nice of me.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Why, Leonard Seuss. Come in, Leonard. Say, Leonard, I can't understand you. Last night you were alone on the observation car with a lovely girl like Nora. It was a beautiful night, and what did you do? You played checkers.
Yeah.
Checkers you played.
But you weren't there when we went through that tunnel, and I sneaked around to her side. You should have heard her scream.
Yeah, what? Tell me, what did you do?
I jumped two of her checkers.
Leonard, I thought you were a bright young fellow. I certainly didn't expect him to meet a complete moron. How do you do? Why, Bert Gordon, you mad Russian. Russian?
Yes?
We're nearly into New York. Do you know where you're going to live?
The last time I was here, I stayed at the Waldorf, and I also stayed at the Astoria.
Russian, the Waldorf Astoria is one hotel.
Oh, and I thought I was thrown out of two hotels.
Russian, you're always getting into trouble. Can't you behave like a gentleman?
Why, most, yes.
Yes.
Only last night, I had a date with a very beautiful girl. I wined her and dined her, and when I took her home, I didn't even kiss her goodnight.
Why not?
We were too busy necking.
Now, Russian, I don't believe you ever had a date with a beautiful girl.
Now, Dad, don't say. I'll give you know, last week I was in Ciro's. Lana was there, Lana Turner.
Yeah.
I looked at her. She looked at me. Finally, she sent a head waiter over to ask me if I would care to dance.
What did you do?
I danced with him.
Oh, you Russian, you get worse and worse. You should donate your brain to science.
They're having a scrap time.
Oh, Russian, forget it. Have you been taking good care of my friend Harry's baby, Eddie Cantor Von Zell Jr.?
Yes, I've been very, very busy. You don't know how much work it is taking care of an 8-month-old baby.
Well, the things you do taking care of a baby must make a lot of work.
It ain't the things I do. That kid is always screaming, breaking bottles. It's terrible.
Why are you crying over a little milk?
Milk. It ain't his bottles he's breaking.
Well, Russian, you wouldn't have to worry if you were a real companion to the kid. Don't you know how to keep him amused?
Natch. Only last night...
Well, Madge.
Only last night, I took care of my little 4-year-old nephew. 4 hours I sat there and played gin rummy with him.
Russian, you played gin rummy with a child? You, a man, matching wits with a 4-year-old? Why, that's unfair.
You should give me back my money.
Russian, stop standing there and talking nonsense now. Go get your baggage. There are going to be a lot of waves. Meet us at the station.
I know. Already I've written a poem just for the waves.
A poem, Russian?
Yes.
For the waves? What is it? Go ahead.
A wave fell in love with a sailor. They were two of the happiest people. She married this lad, and in 1 year he had not only a wave, but a ripple.
Station, all out for Grand Central Station.
Grand Central Station, we're in, Don.
Oh, New York, come on, Eddie, let's go. Hey, look at all the waves lined up on the platform to meet us out there. Will you look at them? Wonderful. Oh, boy.
Hey, just a minute, girls. I'll tell you what. While we take care of the baggage, how about a song from our new singing find who recently got his discharge after 18 months in the Navy, Freddie Martell. Say, Freddie, what do you think of all these waves?
Well, when I first became a sailor, they told me the Navy builds men. But from what I see here, I think they build women much better.
Sing, Freddie. Come on, Don. of all my dreams. I love you. I can't live without you. My life is empty, it seems. You may do what you may, whatever you say. You know that I'll always love you this way. I love you. I love you. I love you. You are my sweetheart in dreams, it seems. Sweetheart of all my Freddie, just bring up your trunk to Hunter College. Say, Don, I'm tingling all over. I'm so excited at being in New York again.
Well, me too, Eddie, and this may sound disloyal to Jack Benny, but, Eddie, I want to thank you for the trip.
Thank me?
Well, yes. You made it possible for me to be in New York with my favorite comedian.
Why, Dunsey, Onesie. Need any cigarettes? Can I get you tickets to a show?
Yeah, make it Harvey. That Frank Fay is my favorite comedian.
Wait a minute. What's so great about Frank Fay?
What's so great about Frank Fay? Why, he does a whole show just standing and talking to a rabbit.
What's so great about talking to a rabbit? Look at me. I'm standing here talking to an elephant.
Oh, Eddie, you missed the point. You can't even see the rabbit. It's invisible. And so if Fay's a great actor by talking to someone that's invisible, then I am too.
Let me get this. You are a great actor?
Why, certainly. Every Wednesday I talk to someone invisible. All those lovely people listening in. And I tell them whenever they feel sick and headachy, due to the need of a laxative, take a glassful of sparkling sal hepatica. For sal hepatica taken then brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. That means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day, waiting until night to take a laxative. And besides quick, gentle relief, sparkling sal hepatica gives you the advantage of helping to sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity. So why not get a bottle of sal hepatica and keep it handy? Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
Well said, Don. Now let's go. And look, when we get to the hotel this time, don't embarrass me like you did in St. Louis.
Embarrass you?
Yeah. Look, when you go up to the clerk, you just ask for a room. Don't say, give me a room close to the shower. I forgot to bring my pajamas.
Oh, Eddie, I didn't say that.
Yes,
no,
you
I
did.
didn't either. What? Hey, look at all the people waiting for autographs. That must make you mighty proud having all those people meeting you, huh?
Well, it makes me proud, but what you have to go through, Don.
Yeah?
An autograph hound is a person who jumps out of an alley, kicks you in the shins, twists your arms, pulls your hair, tears your shirt, and says, up close you ain't so hot.
Oh, Eddie.
Anyway, Don, let's hurry and get a cab, huh?
Mr. Cantor, oh, Mr. Cantor.
What's the matter, Nora?
The baby's gone.
The baby?
Yeah, we left him over near the baggage room and we can't find him.
The baby's missing, or what'll we do?
What'll we do? Leonard, you go to the station master.
Yes, sir.
Nora Martin, you check with Traveler's Aid.
Yes, sir.
Freddie Martell, you go to the 54th Street Police Station right away.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Don, come on. We'll go to the Bureau of Missing Persons. Imagine, Eddie Cantor Bonzel Jr. gone, disappeared. What could have happened?
How old is the baby?
8 months old.
Maybe he eloped.
Don, he is 8 months old.
Oh, I thought you said 18 months old.
How did Jack Benny keep him all these years? Here we are, Don. The Bureau of Missing Persons, see?
Yeah, there's the man in charge. Say, can you help us find a missing baby?
I'm sorry.
Why?
I'm a missing person.
Oh, that's terrible. Where were you when you got lost?
In Macy's. My mother took me there to bring back my football. It didn't have any air in it.
Well, why didn't you try blowing it up?
I did, but my head just got bigger.
Oh, I see.
Well, goodbye, fella, goodbye. Now, we've got to find the baby or his parents will be furious.
I've been here for 3 months, and my parents haven't been able to find me.
You know something?
What?
I don't think they're looking. Come on, Don. We'll go to the police commissioner. Come on, Don.
Gee, Eddie, do you think we did right coming here to the city hall to see the police commissioner?
Why, certainly. I wouldn't be surprised if he's heard about the baby already.
Gee, I hope so. Eddie, I can't get over it. Losing the baby just through carelessness. Now, after all, you've raised 5 daughters, and you never lost any through carelessness.
Yeah, and I can't lose them through marriage either.
Eddie, we must be in the wrong place. Here, this is a license bureau, and that clerk over there, he's waving at you.
Say, mister.
Yes?
You look very familiar. Didn't I once sell you a marriage license?
Brother, if you didn't, I owe Ida an apology.
Oh, why, you're Eddie Cantor.
Sure, I'm Eddie Cantor.
Yeah, sure, I sold you a license.
Yep. It was 31 years ago I paid you $2 for a license, and we're still together. Are you surprised?
No. When Cantor spends $2, he's going to get his money's worth.
Tell me, old man, how is the marriage business?
Well, it's okay, but the customers ain't as young as they used to be. Past few months, we've had Al Jolson and Stokowski.
Oh! I wondered why they had to tear down the stairs and put in an escalator.
Yeah, see, before we did that, Jessel came in with a girl, took one look at the flight of stairs, and said, to heck with it.
Oh, now, for heaven's sake, Eddie, stop gabbing. We've got to find that baby.
All right, Don, take it easy. Look, here's the police commissioner's office right in here. Well, I'll be... Look, Don.
Yeah.
It's the baby. The baby. Oh, pardon me, Fiorello. Come on, we'll find the police commissioner right away.
Well, Eddie, we've done everything. We'll just have to sit here at the hotel until the police or someone calls us.
Don, I'm just a bundle of nerves. I feel so sorry for that poor little baby lost in the big city. I wonder what that baby can be thinking of us for losing him. Wherever he is, I wonder what he can be thinking.
Loving my old girl. I'm lost it. Poor Popeyes must be looking for me. But that's nothing new. All his life he's been looking for a little baby boy. But maybe ask Popeyes to leave home and come to the Waves training school and meet a lot of girls. What do they think he's got running around his house? Termites? That was a nice trip across the country. The scenery was beautiful. And in Albuquerque, I saw the cutest thing. An Indian lady carrying her papoose on her back. She must be raising him to be a tail gunner. Well, there's nothing new about getting lost. I heard when Popeyes was a little boy, he was lost one night in the woods. They had a lot of trouble finding him. 17 times they thought they had him. And each time it turned out to be an owl. Oh, gee. I don't think I'll ever be found on account of this diaper. Popeyes wrapped me in it on the train. Now if anybody turns me over, they'll think my name is New York Central.
Don, I'm going crazy. No word about the baby yet.
Mr. Cantor.
Yes, Leonard?
The baby isn't on top of the Empire State Building, and he isn't in Gimbel's basement.
Such a dope. Why the top of the Empire State Building in Gimbel's basement?
Well, you told me to look high and low.
No!
Oh, Eddie, I am so very much upset. Now, we've got to get the baby back before Harry Von Zell finds out.
Harry will never forgive me. This is a fine how do you do. A fine how do you do.
Fine, how do you do?
Russian, did you find out anything about the baby? Did you question anybody?
Most positive.
Yes.
Only an hour ago, I saw a beautiful nurse wheeling a baby carriage. I asked over 100 questions, but to each question, she answered no.
Then she knew nothing about the baby?
That is one question I forgot to ask her.
Russian, the next time, instead of coming to you, I'm going to hire a detective.
But, Cantor, already I'm a great detective. Have you ever heard of the Thin Man?
Yes?
I can't get meat either.
Russian, how can you clown when we're all in such trouble? I thought you loved that baby.
I do. And have no fear, Cantor. I will find that baby.
Oh, you will?
Most indeed. For I not only have the instincts of a great detective, I also have, yes, the outstinks.
Oh, get out. I'm telling you, Don, I don't know what to do. It's been 4 hours already. Leonard and Nora and the Russian with no help. I haven't heard from the police. Hello? Don, it's Los Angeles. Hello? Harry Von Zell? What did I tell him about the baby? Oh, he's fine, Harry. Just fine. You want to talk to him? Don, he wants to talk to the baby. You'll have to pretend you're the baby. Here, take the... Oh, give me that phone. Of course the baby's in good health, Harry. In fact, you should see the weight he's put on. Oh, sure, I'll give him a bath tonight and pat his little tummy. What's that? You want to talk to Don Wilson? He wants to talk to you, Don. Not that. No. Grow up. Get on the phone and do something to distract his attention.
Okay. Hello, Harry. This is Don. What? Oh, you want to know if the baby's in good hands? Say, I'm glad you asked me about that, Harry. Because since I've been in New York, I've been telling every woman about good hands. And how good Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, is for keeping hands smooth and lovely. Harry, I told them Trouchet is the new idea in hand lotions. And to show every gal how really new and different Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, is, I told them to put some on their hands before they do the dishes or tub their undies. I told them Trouchet is so effective it will help guard their hands even in hot, soapy water. What's that, Harry? I'm doing fine? Well, thanks, and don't worry about the baby. We won't let him out of our sight. Why, we're even taking him to the home base of the waves. Base, Harry, base. Oh, no, Harry, no. Do I have to? Oh, all right. And speaking of base, you'd be surprised how many women use Trouchet as a powder base. Trouchet is wonderful for that, you know. And it's also perfect to help keep your legs soft and smooth, particularly in the summer when the skin has a tendency to dry. Well, so long, Harry. I'll see you in a spell. What? Oh, do I have to? All right. Trouchet is spelled T-R-U-S-H-A-Y. Goodbye.
Oh, I'm so glad he doesn't know about the baby yet. I only hope we find him before Harry finds out. Cantor speaking.
Say, Cantor.
Yes?
Don't worry, I have found the baby. He's been with me for hours.
Russian, you've had the baby with you for hours? Put him on. I want to talk to him.
That's what I'm going to do.
Baby, I want to hear your voice. Speak to your Uncle Eddie. Speak to me.
How do you do?
Russian, where did you find him?
In the girls' dressing room at the Copacabana.
What a stroke of luck. 1,000,000 places to look in New York, and you picked the right spot. Whatever gave you the idea of trying the girls' dressing room?
Silly boy.
Say, Don, the Russian's bringing the baby over. We'll all be together in time to broadcast for the wave.
But, Eddie, we haven't had a rehearsal. Don't you think you ought to run over your opening song?
Yes? Leonard and Nora, let's repeat the number we introduced several weeks ago. You remember as kids, don't you? Who's got eyes that sparkle like a lily sprinkled with dew? Lily Bell. Who's got lips that says there's autumn rain when summer is through? Lily Bell.
Would you like a sunbeam on a rainy day?
You can catch a sunbeam when she smiles your way. Who's got all the leaves of Florida so they're ready to fall? Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. My, you're swell.
Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell.
If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, it's Lily Bell. And you think you're seeing a dream.
Take another look and then you'll know it isn't a dream.
No one else but Lily Bell. It couldn't be anyone else but Lily Bell. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Say, Mom, kind of tired from working all day? Your back ache? Your muscles ache from working so hard? Well, listen, Mom. Send Junior down to the store for a jar of Minute Rub and get some fast relief. You see, Minute Rub is a modern, quick-acting rub that helps bring speedy relief for those tired, aching muscles. All you do is rub Minute Rub on bristles. In a minute, its counter-irritant and pain-relieving actions help bring soothing, welcome relief. And listen, here at last is a quick-acting rub that's also greaseless and stainless. This appears like vanishing cream, so it won't harm clothes or linens. So anytime you have muscular aches and pains caused by physical overexertion, get quick relief the modern way, the greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca pudding, Jesserie.
And now, transcribed, Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. And now, let's look in on the Coopers. It's evening, and in the living room we find a strange sight. On the floor, completely covering the rug, is a sea of papers, scissors, paste, wastebaskets, and snapshots. And in the middle, like a small island, is Liz Cooper with a scrapbook on her lap.
Liz, aren't you through working on that scrapbook? I thought we were going to a movie.
We are. I'll be ready in a minute.
Well, honey, can't you do that later? You know how I hate to come in after the movie has started.
So you missed the first 3 minutes. What's the difference? It's always the same. MGM presents.
Oh, I didn't mean that part.
Well, I'll be ready in just a second, honey. I only have about 4 more things to paste in our scrapbook.
Well, hurry up.
Well, I am hurrying. Now, what did I do with that? Oh, you're standing on it, dear. Lift your foot.
What's that?
That's a picture of the car we bought last year.
Let's see. Oh, this picture must have been taken before you started driving. It's got 4 fenders.
Now, George, I couldn't help what happened. All I did was forget to turn and went straight. Would have been all right if we weren't on a dead-end street.
That was such a beautiful car. I miss it. You know, it's still stuck in that house, Liz.
It is? I'll bet they're the only people in town with a new Hudson in the kitchen.
I'll never forget the day I taught you to drive.
Yeah, you're laughing now, but you weren't laughing then.
Well, I'm more mature now. I aged 10 years that day.
Now, I thought I did real well. Remember, you took me out and...
Okay, Liz. There isn't much traffic on this back road. I guess you can start driving now.
All right, here I go. I push the starter button down like this. George, the starter button's broken.
No, it isn't.
Well, then why doesn't it start?
Push it in long enough and you'll find out.
But nothing's Ow! Why did it get hot?
Because it's the cigarette lighter.
What a dirty trick. Now, don't tell me. Is this it?
Try it and see.
Okay. Well, it must be broken. That was the radio.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to suggest anything radical, but what do you think that little button that says starter is for?
Oh, I guess I'm excited. Here we go. Hooray! It started.
Congratulations.
Why aren't we going?
Well, you forgot a little thing called putting it in gear.
Oh, that.
No!
Am I doing something wrong, George?
Throw out the clutch.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing.
Well, then why should I throw it out?
Step on the clutch. Push it in.
Well, why didn't you say so? My goodness, you get so excited.
I'm not excited.
Then what's that white stuff around your mouth?
It's just a little foam. Now you have the clutch out and the motor on. Now shift into low.
Now, wait a minute. Low is up here, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I know. Down here. Up here?
There's only one place left.
Oh, it's here. There. Now what do I do?
Let the clutch out.
Okay.
Whoa!
What happened? George, say something.
Wait till I get my head out of the back seat. I think my neck is broken.
This car doesn't work very well.
Start it again. I'll brace myself.
All right. How am I driving, George?
Fine, except for one little thing.
What's that?
You're driving on the wrong side of the road.
Well, what's the difference? There aren't any cars coming.
Oh! As a favor to me and the insurance company, will you please pull over?
Well, I'd be delighted.
Well, go ahead. Here comes a car. No, wait. Stay on this side. He's going around you.
What a reckless driver. Now, he shouldn't have gone up on 2 wheels like that.
Liz, let's come to a stop.
Well, why should I stop? I'm doing fine. Now, just let me alone.
Look, the motor vehicle department is on this corner, and I thought you wanted to get your license today.
Oh, I do. Do you think I'm ready?
Well, if we wait till you're ready, you'll be too old for a license. Now, come to a stop.
All right. What do I do?
Put your hand out. Signal for a stop.
Okay.
Now, shift into neutral.
Okay.
Oh, look out! Liz, you almost hit that tree. Why did you take both hands off the wheel?
You told me to.
I did not.
You did, too. You told me to shift with my right hand and signal with my left, and I didn't have any hands left over to steer with. What do you think I am, an octopus?
Oh. Now, look, honey. Now, just calm down and go in there and take your driver's test.
Well, do you really think I'll pass it?
Sure. You remember everything you did today, don't you?
Yes.
Well, do just the opposite.
All right.
Good luck, dear.
Now, let's see. When you hear a siren, you pull over and let it go by. When you pass a streetcar on the right at 15 miles an hour, I wonder how fast you can pass it on the left.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to get a driver's license, please.
All right. Name, please.
Elizabeth Cooper.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Uh-huh. A race?
Of course not. I don't even have a driver's license.
I think this is going to be one of my bad days. How much do you weigh?
Yes.
285.
Very amusing. 118.
How old are you?
21.
I haven't missed on that one in a long time. It's funny, there are no women drivers in the United States over 21.
May I have my license now?
Not yet. I have some more questions to ask you. Eyes?
Yes, 2. They're blue.
Thank you.
And red.
What?
My hair is red. That's the next question, isn't it?
Naturally.
Well, just a henna rinse now and then.
Well, now for the fingerprint. Give me your right thumb, please.
What for?
I want to hitch a ride home and mine is tired. I'm going to take your thumbprint.
I don't want to put my thumb in that dirty old ink.
Now, this won't hurt a bit. Just
no,
give me
I
your
don't
right hand
want
and we'll
to.
put it in the ink.
Well, did you get my fingerprint?
Yes, right on the end of my nose.
Congratulations. Now, may I have my license?
No. Let's test your eyes. Now, I'll hold this white card over your eye. Tell me what you see.
A white card.
No, what do you see out of the other eye?
Nothing.
Why not?
It's closed.
Read those letters on the wall over there.
Okay. M-E-N.
Never mind. Go ahead on to the driving part of the test. You're not going to pass that.
What makes you so sure?
I know the man who's going to give you the test.
Who is it?
Me!
Oh, no.
Oh, I can't understand it, Liz. If you made that fellow so mad, why did he give you a license?
Well, as soon as he saw how I drove, we made sort of a bargain. He said he'd give me my license if I'd let him out of the car.
I'll make a bargain with you. I'll make a bargain with you. Let's go to the show.
Yeah, all right, George. We'll go right... Oh, look what I found.
What now?
The best thing in the whole scrapbook.
What?
A recipe for how to fix Jell-O. I heard it on the radio one night and I wrote it down. Made such an impression on me, I can almost hear them doing it right now.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings. Yum, yum, yum. Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And there's a grand and glorious holiday weekend coming up, so here's a grand and glorious Jell-O party dessert that you can make up easily ahead of time, called Raspberry Bavarian Pie. Just dissolve 1 package of raspberry Jell-O in 1½ cups of hot water and add a dash of salt and chill. When slightly thickened, fold in 3/4 cup of cream whipped and turn into a baked pie shell. Chill until firm. As gay and cool and cheerful as vacation. Rich rose-red raspberry Jell-O and whipped cream, chilled icy cold in a crisp pie shell. All 6 delicious Jell-O flavors are wonderfully refreshing and fruit-like. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. 'Cause all 6 are rich with luscious, locked-in goodness. Look for those big red letters on the box. They spell...
J-E-L-L-O.
And now, back to the Coopers. 2 hours ago, Liz and George started to go to a movie, but they were sidetracked by a scrapbook that Liz was pasting things in. Well, right now, George is getting up from the floor and saying for the 10th time,
Honey, look at the time. If we're going to the movie, let's get started.
All right, dear, I'm coming right... Oh, George, remember that affidavit you made me sign?
What are you talking about?
Look, I, Liz Cooper, solemnly swear that I will not interrupt any of my husband's stories, even if I've heard them 100 times.
I remember that now. Brother, it certainly didn't last very long. You're still interrupting my stories.
Only the ones I've heard more than 100 times.
Very funny.
George, remember the night you made me sign that? You were so mad at me. The Atterberries were over for dinner, and afterwards we went into the living room, and you started telling your pride. Oh, Katie, we've got to do something fast. Make some coffee, serve some food, anything.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
The Atterberries just made a terrible mistake.
Oh, good heavens, what did they do?
Well, George told one of his funny stories, and they laughed at it.
Oh, dear.
Now he'll go on and on telling stories all night. One person snickers, and George thinks his last name is Jessel.
I'll put the coffee on right away.
Yeah, and make some nice thick sandwiches. He won't be able to talk so much with his mouth full. I'll go back in and try to change the sun.
And the fellow said, no, I don't want that kind of frosting on the top of the wedding cake. Take it back and fix it. Well, anyway, to make a long story short.
It's too late, Cooper boy.
Oh, anyway.
Oh, George, don't tell that story. It's so old.
Please, Liz. Well, the fellow came back.
Besides, the Atterberries know that story.
They do not.
They do, too. Everybody does. Don't you?
Well,
I'm not sure. Oh, you know, the baker has just finished a 5-layer wedding cake, and he asked the customer where he wants it delivered, and the customer says, no place, I'll eat it here.
No, we hadn't heard it.
Oh, I apologize, George. They haven't heard it. Go ahead and tell it.
Thanks a lot.
Well, I thought they'd heard it.
Maybe this will teach you that the stories I tell aren't as old as you think they are, and everybody hasn't heard them.
Yes, George.
Oh, if you think that was funny, Mr. Atterbury, did I ever tell you about the time...
Katie's fixing sandwiches and coffee for all of us.
Oh, that'll be nice, Liz.
Splendid, yes, like that, like sandwiches, rye bread.
Well, it's... It's a very funny story, really. It all started on our honeymoon.
Anyone read any good books lately? Have you, Iris?
Elizabeth?
Ooh, he's mad.
Just what are you trying to do?
Please, George, not that broken-down old story about our honeymoon. Now, I know they've heard that one.
Mr. Atterbury, have I told you the story about what happened to Liz and me on our honeymoon?
Not tonight.
Oh. Well, Mrs. Atterbury, did I tell you the funny thing that happened to Liz and me on our honeymoon?
Yes, you did.
Oh. Well, Liz, did
I was there.
Oh, that's right.
George, if you have to tell a story, why don't you tell about last 4th of July? Now, there's one you tell wonderfully. It's really a scream.
Well, I don't have to tell a story, you know. I'll live without it.
Well, all right, George. Maybe we should all play bridge.
Bridge would be fine.
Yes, I haven't played bridge for a long time. Play bridge, yes, contract. I prefer it. Yeah.
Last 4th of July was pretty funny at that.
As you were, bridge players.
Liz?
Go ahead, George. It's a very funny story, and I'd like to hear it again. Go ahead.
Well, the Smiths and the Sturms were going on a picnic with us. Well, we started out that morning about, 10 o'clock, and we took along...
It was 12 o'clock.
It was 10 o'clock.
It was 12 o'clock.
Well, what's the difference?
2 hours.
I mean to the story. It doesn't make a darn bit of difference.
It does, too. That's why we were late, and the... Well, I don't want to spoil the story. Go ahead.
Anyway, we got to the picnic grounds and...
The cars.
Hmm?
Don't forget the cars.
Oh, that's right. Well, there were 3 cars. I was first, Howie Sturm was in back of me, and Bill Smith was driving the last car.
Oh, you're ruining the whole thing.
Would you like to tell the story, Liz?
No, but I'm just helping you to tell it right. Howie was first, Bill was second, and we were last.
Maybe Bill was first, you were second, and Howie was last.
Rudolph.
Well, it is. It was the only combination left.
No, Rudolph, there's one more. It might have been Bill first, Howie second.
I take it back. We all went in the same bus.
Well, that's the coward's way out.
Anyway, we got to the picnic grounds about 2 o'clock.
Don't look at me. I'm not going to say anything more.
Good.
I'm not going to tell you what you left out.
We got to the picnic... Did you have to say that, Liz?
I didn't open my mouth.
What did I leave out?
Nothing. Go on. Finish your story.
Well, we spread the food out, and it started to rain.
It poured.
So we all ran for the car, and when we got there...
Well, what happened, boy?
What's the matter, George?
Oh, you interrupted me so much I forget how it ends.
Oh, you're a wonderful story. Oh, George, I'll never forget the look on your face. I felt so sorry for you.
Well, look at my pathetic expression now, Liz. I want to go to a movie.
All right, poor little baby. Well, oh, look at this, George.
What is it?
The Valentine you gave me this year.
Oh, gee, I'd forgotten.
Yeah, well, that's a man for you. I remember perfectly. We were sitting at the breakfast table when you gave it to me. Oh, George, this Valentine is beautiful. You know the real reason I like Valentine's Day? Because it's such a good excuse to be all mushy and gushy about you.
Yeah? What's your excuse the other 364 days? You're mushy all the time.
Yeah, but on Valentine's Day I can be mushy and loud. I love you, George!
Liz, keep quiet!
I love you, George!
What about Katie?
Katie loves you too, George!
What about the lady next door?
What about the lady next door?
She might hear you. Now simmer down.
All right, I'll be quiet. I love you, George.
Now that's better.
Do you love me, George?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, George. Anybody want more coffee? No, thank you, Katie. What are we whispering for? Oh, it was just a joke, Katie. We were kidding about Valentine's Day.
Kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you should never joke about Valentine's Day. Oh, it's a beautiful occasion.
Why, Katie, I think you have a boyfriend.
Well, I've written a Valentine poem, and I'm going to give it to...
To whom?
I'm going to give it to...
Is that his first or his last name?
Oh, Mrs. Cooper, it's for Mr. Dabney, the butcher.
Oh, old heavy thumb.
Is the butcher your boyfriend, Katie?
Oh, not exactly, but I've always liked him.
Well, you could do worse than Mr. Dabney. He's quite attractive and a good butcher.
Some people may have better beef, but his liver's good. And no one has ox tail and pig's feet like his.
What's it cost to see him?
Never mind.
Well, I do have a problem, though, Mrs. Cooper. I haven't got the nerve to give Mr. Dabney the Valentine I wrote to him, and he'll be here any minute with his delivery. So would you... give it to him for me?
Why, sure, Katie. Anything to help out romance.
Yeah, well, I can't watch this. I'm going to the bank. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, darling.
Oh, here's the Valentine, Mrs. Cooper. Oh, I'm so nervous.
What have you got on this, Katie?
Well, I wanted it scented with an odor he'd like.
But it's all soggy. What'd you do, soak it in perfume?
No, bacon grease.
Well, now that's romantic.
Oh, that's Mr. Dabney. I know his buzz.
Well.
I'll hide in the dining room until he's gone.
Okay.
Hi. Oh, hello, Miss Cooper.
Well, hello, Mr. Dabney. Come on in.
Here's your meat order, Miss Cooper. Fresh from Dabney's, the home of happy ham hocks.
Thank you, Mr. Dabney.
It's a pleasure.
Oh, Mr. Dabney, before you go, I have something for you. It's a personal matter.
Yeah.
Yes, I happen to know that one of your customers thinks you're rather nice.
No.
Yes. She's been too bashful to tell you, but since this is Valentine's Day, she wants you to know she likes you a lot.
You know something, Miss Cooper?
What?
I like you a lot, too.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. I'm not the one.
Hey, still bashful, eh? You little minx, you.
Oh, just a second now. I'm speaking for someone else.
What's that you're hiding behind your back?
Oh, how did I get mixed up in this? Well, here, this will straighten things out. It's a Valentine.
Oh, Miss Cooper, I feel like such a heel. I ain't got one for you.
Oh, now stop this nonsense.
If I'd only known, I'd have brought you a heart-shaped piece of salami.
Never mind. Look, just read this Valentine and you'll see what I'm trying to tell you.
All right. Liz. Oh, it looks beautiful. And how did you know my favorite aroma, Swift's Premium?
Read the Valentine.
All right. If you'll be mine, then I'll be thine. You set my heart a quiver. Say you'll be my Valentine and bring 2 pounds of liver.
Well, that's a practical thought.
Oh, Miss Cooper, this is touching. Did you write this all by your little self?
For the last time, no. Look at the signature.
Well, it's signed, Your Bashful Redhead.
Oh, no. Katie! Katie, where are you?
Oh, don't try to pretend, Liz.
Now, you stay on that side of the kitchen table and listen to me. Katie wrote this. I didn't.
Don't try to fight this thing. It's bigger than both of us.
Now, stop talking like that, Mr. Dabney. What about Katie?
She's bigger than both of us, too. Oh, Miss Cooper, I admired you for years. Each little lamb chop you bought, I personally put the pants on. Come here, you bashful redhead.
Listen to me. Katie has red hair, too. We're both redheads. Katie's the one for you.
Listen, 2 houses may have red roofs, but you don't pick the one with the sagging foundation.
Oh, it was awful. I had to barricade the kitchen door.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Well, Mr. Dabney hasn't. We haven't had a tender steak since I jilted him.
Hey, that scrapbook really brings back a lot of wonderful memories. What else do you have in there?
No more talk about the scrapbook. We're going to the movie right now. What time is it?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock? Oh, no. But it was fun reminiscing, wasn't it, George? We'll go to the movie tomorrow night, huh?
Yeah.
Kiss me.
You talk me into it.
Hold me tight, George.
Okay.
Tighter. Tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz!
Go on, pretend I'm a sack of walnuts and crack my shells.
Oh, you're crazy, but you're awful cute.
Honey, you know something.
What?
You're my favorite husband.
Yes, Lucille. What'll you have?
Jell-O, please. But let's sing about it like we did last week, huh? That was fun.
Okay. What song shall we sing?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I can't carry a tune anyway. Oh, how about row, row, row your boat?
Okay. J-E-L-L-O.
Gently down the strime.
Strime?
Don't ask questions. Just keep going. Now you sing it.
Okay, you're the boss. Goes J-E-L-L-O, gently down the strime.
The flavors of strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. It's doesn't make any sense, but it comes out all right.
Oh, it makes wonderful sense, Lucille. No matter how you arrive at Jell-O, you're in for a treat because all 6 delicious Jell-O flavors are rich and refreshing with locked-in goodness. Flavors locked right in so it can't get out until your first luscious spoonful.
Oh, Bob, you're a regular encyclopedia Jell-O Annika.
Here's another choice tidbit of information, Lucille. Jell-O tastes so cool and fruitful, rich, and tempting, it makes you think of the orchard or the berry patch. And these bright, shimmering colors are as gay as the 4th of July.
Oh, I'm hungry. Come on, let's go get some Jell-O.
Hey, wait a minute. We have to finish this song.
Oh, yes.
Okay. J-E-L-L-O, now you're on the ball.
Jell-O is wonderful. Sponsors are marvelous.
We'll see you next fall. You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's transcribed program was produced and directed by...
Wait a minute, Bob. This is the last show until fall, and I want to get into the act and say thanks to our director, Jess Oppenheimer, and Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr., who wrote the scripts with him. And thanks to Marlon Skiles for his original music, and Wilbur Hatch, who conducted the orchestra, and Ray Lithgow, our engineer, and Clark Casey for his fine sound effects. And a million thanks to Richard Denning, who just is George Cooper, and Ruth Parrott, who plays the part of Katie, and the Atterberries, Gail Gordon, and Bea Benaderet, and Frank Nelson, and Hans Conried, and you, Bob Lamont. And those wonderful Jell-O people who played the part of the sponsor and are just as nice as the desserts they make. We'll all be back on the 2nd of September. Goodbye, everybody, and thank you.
Be sure to see Lucille Ball and Bob Hope in that wonderful Paramount picture, Sorrowful Jones. It's playing at your favorite theater now. My Favorite Husband will be back at the same time starting September 2nd. See you then. Bob Lamont speaking.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and presenting tonight 2 of radio's foremost personalities, Everett Sloane and Kermit Murdoch, in Survival of the Fittest.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we hear a strange story of hate and intrigue. I call it Survival of the Fittest.
But first, a short message from the Ford dealers of America. Over 120,000 delighted motorists are already driving the new 50 Ford. Here's what Mrs. Emily E. Curry, a welfare worker, said about her 50 Ford.
As a welfare worker, I'm constantly on the go, and I must have a car that's dependable. But being a woman, naturally, I want a pretty car, too. I looked at all the cars and selected Ford because it gives me most of what I want. It's dependable, economical, and a real beauty both inside and outside. I've owned several makes of cars, but none that I like so well as my new 50 Ford.
We Ford dealers are not surprised that new owners rave about their 50 Fords. We know every detail of its 50 Ways New for 50. But you won't be able to believe how good it is until you test drive the 50 Ford. The classified phone directory will give you the name of the nearest Ford dealer, or perhaps you know him personally. Why don't you phone him tomorrow? Before you buy any car at any price, test drive the 50 Ford.
Our story begins near the outskirts of a small New England town. It is early evening. Situated on a high hill that overlooks the town is a large and ancient mansion, the ancestral home of 5 generations of DeWitts. A car turns off the highway and into the private road. Slowly it crawls along the winding and bumpy driveway, its headlights illuminating the crumbling, ghostly-looking mansion. At last the car comes to a stop. An elderly man gets out and walks up the wide stone steps to the front door. He looks about uneasily, then lifts the huge knocker on the door.
Skylar, open up. Let me in. Skylar, open up.
Who's down there?
It's Paul Adams. I must see you.
Go away, you old vulture. I don't want to see you.
Skylar, I'm your lawyer, and I demand that you let me in.
No one sets foot in this house. No one, do you hear? That includes you.
I've got to talk to you. Now, you've got a great many legal matters to discuss.
Just leave those legal papers on the front steps and get off my property. I'll look them over in my own good time, just like I've always done.
But, Skylar, now, how can I...
Don't argue, you old vulture. Just do as I say.
All right, Skylar. I'm leaving the briefcase by the front door, and I'll look everything over. I'll be back tomorrow night to pick it up.
I thought you'd see it my way. Now get off my property. You're trespassing.
Oh, good evening, Paul. Come in.
Thank you, Alex.
Come into my study. What brings you here at this hour?
Alex, I've just been out to the DeWitt mansion to see Skylar.
Oh? Now have a seat.
Thank you.
And what did you go out to see Skylar about? Legal matters?
What else? Alex, that man's getting more and more difficult to deal with. You realize that in the 20 years I've been his lawyer, he's never allowed me into that house? Why, I hardly know what he looks like.
I'm afraid very few people do.
Alex, you're his doctor, the one person he permits inside that mansion. You've got to do something.
What do you suggest?
He's getting worse all the time. It's unbelievable. A man with all that money cutting himself off from life. And all on account of a woman.
You never knew Skylar's wife, did you?
No. Was she as beautiful as they say?
Words can't describe Christine's beauty. She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And the cleverest as well.
It sounds to me, Doctor, as though you'd been in love with her yourself.
I was. I'll never forget the day that Christine ran off to Paris with Gordon DeWitt, Schuyler's brother. When Schuyler found her note, he was like a madman.
Too bad. But both Christine and Gordon DeWitt are dead. They're killed in that air raid in London during the war. Now, Schuyler knows that. It's time he stopped thinking of her.
Not Schuyler. He'll go on living in that huge mansion with his memories until the day he dies.
You'd think he'd go insane there alone without anyone to talk to.
He isn't quite alone. He has 3 cats for company.
Cats? You call that company? What does he do with himself?
Well, for one thing, he reads a great deal. Yes. At this moment, he's probably sitting in his study, reading by oil light. There are books piled all over the place, with hardly space to walk. And the cats are in the study with him. You know, I suspect that when Schuyler is alone, he speaks to them, treats them as if they were human, could understand
them. This book, Socrates, was written by a fool. Sheer nonsense, every word of it. Don't know why I wasted so much time on it. Well, enough of it. It's well after midnight, and we... What infernal fool is at our door at this hour? It couldn't be Dr. Stevens. He's got more sense. Must be that lawyer of mine, Paul Adams, come back again. Don't know why I put up with that man. Hey, who's down there?
Come down and open the door, Schuyler.
I want to see you.
Go away, whoever you are.
Don't you recognize my voice?
Who is it?
It's your brother.
My brother? What do you take me for, a fool? Get off my property.
Come down and open the door, Schuyler. It's Gordon.
His voice, but it couldn't be. It couldn't be.
You hear me, Schuyler?
No, you can't be Gordon. Gordon was killed in an air raid during the war. He's been dead 5 years.
So everyone believes. I have a cigarette lighter here. I'll light it and hold it up to my face. There.
Gordon. It is Gordon.
Satisfied? Now let me in.
So you're alive, huh? And you've come back. This is the last place in the world you should have returned to, Gordon.
Perhaps. You coming down to let me in?
Yes, Gordon. I'm coming down. Come in, Gordon.
You've changed, Schuyler. Considerably.
Yes, Gordon. I've changed considerably. It's been 20 years. They said you'd been killed in an air raid during the war.
I walked out of a London theater 2 minutes before it was demolished by a bomb. It was assumed I'd been killed with hundreds of others.
And Christine?
She died in the theater.
Poor Christine.
Poor Christine, indeed.
You dare laugh at her memory?
It's time, Schuyler, you learn the truth about Christine.
I forbid you to speak about her, Gordon. Not a word.
You're going to listen whether you like it or not. Sit down.
I'll kill you, Gordon.
Sit where you are. That's better. From the moment you met Christine 25 years ago, you behaved like a fool. You saw Christine not as she was, but as someone to be placed on a pedestal, worshipped. She was never the woman you dreamed of. Christine was like the rest of us, with all our faults and weaknesses.
Everything you're saying is a lie, a lie.
If she hadn't run off with me, she'd have run off with any one of half a dozen other men who were in love with her.
Not a word you're saying is true, not a word. You turned her head with your lies and promises. You robbed me of her love, lured her away.
Only an idiot would believe that. Christine ran off with me because she wanted to. She was a woman with desires and a mind of her own.
I don't believe a word of it, not a word. You're saying all this for a purpose. What do you want? Why have you come here?
What I've told you is true. My purpose in coming here? Very simple. Money. I chose to allow everyone to believe I'd died in that London theater because I was heavily in debt. Since that time, I've been living in France under an assumed identity.
And you've finally come here for financial assistance, eh?
Yes, Schuyler, I have. I know that you're worth millions. You can well afford to give me a small part of it.
A bit ironic, don't you think? You run off with a man's wife, and 20 years later, you ask him to assist you.
I tell you, you were well rid of Christine. The woman you loved didn't exist.
And for revealing this great truth to me after 20 years, you expect money, hmm?
I'm still your brother. You can't let me starve.
No, of course I won't let you starve, Gordon. As you say, you are my brother.
Then you will give me some money.
Money? No. But you're perfectly free to live here with me, Gordon. I've plenty of empty rooms, 40 to be exact. You'll find here food and shelter, and brotherly love, of course.
It wasn't my idea to live here.
I'm sorry, Gordon, but that's all I can offer you.
I see. Thank you, Schuyler.
Leaving already?
Goodbye, Schuyler.
Goodbye, Gordon. Yes, Socrates. He'll be back. He'll be back. Someone at the front door. Must be Gordon. I knew he'd be back. Held out a week, but in the end, he came back. Yeah, who is it?
Dr. Stevens.
Oh, you, Doctor.
Come down and open the door, Schuyler. It's been 6 months since you've let me in. It's time you had a checkup.
Go away, Doctor. I'm feeling fine.
Oh, are you now? Why is your voice so hoarse?
I've had a light cold for a couple of weeks, that's all. I don't need any doctor. Now go away.
Well, let me in anyway. We can talk, can't we?
We've got nothing to talk about, Doctor. You live in one world, I live in another.
And what of Christine, Skyler? We both knew her, loved her.
Yes, we both knew her, but I was the only one she loved. Everything he said was a pack of lies, nothing but lies.
What's that? Skyler, let me in. I can't hear you from here.
Huh? All right. I'm coming down. Have a seat, Doctor.
Thank you, Skyler. You have the oil wicks down so low there's hardly any light.
Light isn't necessary for talk, Doctor.
No, I suppose it isn't. How have you been feeling, Skyler? Do you have any chest pains? Sounds like a heavy cold to me.
I told you I'm all right. Have you had any callers lately?
Callers?
I mean, has anyone shown up you haven't seen in years?
Why, no. Why do you ask?
I was just wondering. Gordon is back.
Gordon is back?
Yes.
What are you talking about, Skyler? Gordon is dead.
No, he's alive.
You don't know what you're saying, Skyler. He was killed in a London air raid during the war.
No, you're wrong. Gordon walked out of that theater 2 minutes before it was bombed, leaving Christine behind. He told me so himself.
Told you so himself?
Yes, he showed up here a week ago, the same Gordon. 20 years older, a bit down at the heel, but as debonair as ever. And as skillful a liar, I might add.
But he's dead, I tell you.
Yes, that's what I thought, but he isn't. Trust Gordon to come out of an air raid alive.
Skyler, get a hold of yourself. You imagined it all.
Imagined it all?
Yes, you didn't see Gordon. It was all an hallucination.
Hallucination? What are you trying to say? That I'm going mad? I tell you, he was here a week ago, sat in the same chair you're sitting in.
How could he, Skyler, when he's dead?
But he isn't.
Skyler, listen. I was stationed in London during the war. Knew the medical officers whose job it was to treat the air raid wounded and identify the dead.
What are you getting at?
I spoke to the officer who identified Gordon and Christine.
What?
Yes. Both were horribly mutilated, of course. But Gordon was identified by his name bracelet, his ring, and watch.
No. No, that couldn't be.
It's true. I myself saw the bracelet, the ring, and watch. I recognized the ring. It was the one Gordon got on his 21st birthday.
Gordon dead?
Yes.
But I saw him. I'd swear to it.
Of course you would, Skyler. Hallucinations are like that. So vivid, so lifelike that you would swear to them. Now listen to me, Skyler. You know I'm your friend. Have been since we were children. I want you to listen to me very carefully. Good night, Skyler. Just leave everything to me. It shouldn't take longer than 2 weeks.
All right, Doctor.
Everything's going to be all right. There's nothing to worry about. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Good evening, Skylar.
Wait. Hey, Gordon!
That was Alex Stevens, wasn't it? I decided to wait till he left.
You're dead. You're dead.
What are you talking about?
You must be.
You've gone out of your mind. Here. Feel my hand. Is that a dead man's hand?
But Dr. Stevens said your body had been identified, that he himself had seen your bracelet, ring, watch.
So you told him I'd call on you, hmm?
He said I'd had a hallucination.
Hallucination? I'm afraid not.
But the body that was identified, the bracelet, ring, and watch.
Very simple. I ran back to the theater after the explosion to see if Christine was still alive. It was then it occurred to me how convenient it would be to have myself thought dead. I found a badly mangled body, removed the identification, and substituted my own.
And they thought it was you?
Yes. Shall we go in the house?
By all means, Gordon. By all means. Well, I gather that you've decided to take advantage of my generous offer.
Yes, Skyler, I haven't any choice. I'm stone broke.
I see. Have a seat, Gordon.
Thank you. What the devil's so funny?
Oh, clever, Gordon. You think I don't know what you've come back for, eh, Gordon?
What are you talking about?
As you well recall, Gordon, Mother left me the income from a $500,000 trust fund. When I die, that trust fund will go to charity. However, if you should turn up after my death, the income would go to you, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
$40,000 a year. That's a tidy sum. Have you decided how you're going to do it, Gordon? What's it to be, a gun? Poison? A blunt instrument?
I haven't quite made up my mind, Schuyler. Aren't you a little frightened?
Why should I be? You're going to find me a very difficult problem, Gordon. Unless I die a natural death, you'll be open to suspicion when you appear to claim the income from the trust fund.
I'm aware of that, Schuyler.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to be quite a problem. Perhaps even a bigger one than you think.
I don't think so, Schuyler.
No? How can you be sure, Gordon, that you won't wind up as the victim? After all, it would be a simple matter for me to, say, poison you, bury you in this cellar. As far as the world is concerned, Gordon DeWitt is dead. No one would come looking for you.
I'm also aware of that, Schuyler. I shall be on my guard.
Yes, Gordon, be on your guard. For I suspect that in a very short time, there's going to be one less DeWitt in this world.
There's an old saying that seeing is believing. But more than 120,000 enthusiastic Ford owners say driving is the proof positive. That's why we Ford dealers want you to test drive the 50 Ford before you buy any car. You get the quality feel the moment you slide behind the wheel. A finger's touch brings the great new V8 engine into quiet, eager life. And then as you start your test drive, you'll feel the tremendous power and acceleration at your command. You'll immediately notice the quietness of both the motor and the sound-conditioned lifeguard body. Take out over a rough, tough road and marvel at the way the midship ride floats you across those bumps. Test drive those 35% easier-acting king-size brakes. The lightest touch brings you to a safe, sure stop. Any Ford dealer will arrange a test drive. If you don't know him personally, he's listed in the classified phone book. Call him tomorrow. Before you buy any car at any price, test drive the 50 Ford. It will open your eyes. Now, back to survival of the fittest.
Now, Gordon, supper's ready.
You don't say. No doubt another one of those indigestible affairs you call supper.
Well, you haven't died yet from one of my meals, Gordon, and you've been here 2 weeks already. Sit down, join me.
Bread, beans, and canned pork. Is that all you ever eat?
Just about, Gordon. Oh, help yourself.
Thanks. After you.
Oh, of course. After all, I did prepare the meal, didn't I?
I may be drunk, but not that drunk.
Now, Gordon, you mustn't be irritable because you haven't been able to think of a way of killing me and making it look like a natural death. After all, I warned you that I would be a problem.
Yes, but I'm no problem. No one knows I'm alive. No one knows I'm here. What are you waiting for? Afraid?
Certainly not. It's just that I enjoy the situation.
You want to draw this out the last moment, don't you? You think I'll break from the strain of being on constant guard. You're wrong, Schuyler. I won't.
No? Then why have you taken to drink? And look at yourself. You haven't shaved since you set foot in this house.
Drunk or sober, I'm a better man than you.
We shall see, Gordon. We shall see. More beans?
Aren't you afraid you may wait too long, Schuyler? I may try to kill you sooner than you believe.
I think I shall sense the moment when you finally thought out a plan and decided to act.
You will? Look, Schuyler, I'm picking up this bread knife. How do you know I'm not going to kill you now?
You can't. You haven't thought out a plan yet.
You're wrong. I've had a plan from the moment I entered this house 2 weeks ago.
What?
Yes, Schuyler. As for my drinking, that was an act. An act designed to give you a sense of security and to give me time.
What do you mean?
I've had time to observe you closely, hear the way you talk, learn your every mannerism.
You couldn't get away with it. You couldn't.
Why not, Schuyler? Only one person ever sets foot in this house, Dr. Stevens. He sees you rarely and only for a few minutes. The light is always dim.
At best, you're a shadowy figure.
He'd sense the difference. You'd be caught.
No, Schuyler. There's a strong resemblance between you and me, and with this beard I'm growing, he'll never know the difference.
No, you don't. You robbed me of Christine, but you won't get my money. You won't get my money.
I'll get it, as I've gotten everything I wanted.
No, don't. You stabbed. Oh.
You're dying, Schuyler. You hear? You've lost.
They'll hang you for this, Gordon. They'll hang you.
No, Schuyler. But when you die, I'll be Schuyler DeWitt. I'll bury you in the cellar, and that will be the end of it all.
You'll never get away with it.
But I will, Schuyler. And I want you to die knowing that. Your millions, Schuyler. They'll all be mine.
No, you...
Schuyler? Poor Schuyler. He never had a chance. Here, Socrates. Get away, Plato. You've had enough to eat. As long as you're fed, you don't mind having a new master, do you? Now, you're the only ones who can give me away. But I don't think you will. Seems we have a visitor. Now for the impersonation of Schuyler.
Who's down there?
It's Dr. Stevens, Schuyler. Sounds as though your cold is gone.
My cold? Oh, yes.
Come down, let me in.
Go away. I don't want to see anyone.
Now, don't be unreasonable. You and I have been friends for a long time. Come down and let me in.
Not tonight, Doctor. Now go away.
What do we do now, Doc? Let me handle this. You just stay in the car.
Who's that down there with you?
Your lawyer, Paul Adams, and a friend.
Well, get off my property, all of you.
Schuyler, I insist that you let me in. If you don't, I'll force my way in.
You'd be breaking the law. That's what you'd be doing, breaking the law.
Are you coming down, or do I have to force my way in?
I'm coming, Doctor. And you'd better have a good reason for all this. Well, what is the meaning of this, Doctor?
Now, Schuyler, I told you I'd be back in a couple of weeks.
Well, maybe you did, but that doesn't mean I have to see you. A man can change his mind, you know.
Oh, so that's it. You've changed your mind.
Well, yes.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Schuyler.
What do you mean?
Don't fence with me, Schuyler. I thought we'd gone over this already.
Well, maybe we did, but I don't know.
Believe me, Schuyler, it's for the best. Have you packed?
Packed? I'm not going anywhere.
I told you it's too late to change your mind. Now let me get a few of your things together.
I'm not going. I'm staying here in my home.
Schuyler, I'm your doctor. I know what's best for you. Don't compel me to use force.
Force?
Yes.
This is my house, and if I want to stay here, I'll stay. Now get out.
Are you forgetting this, Schuyler?
What's that?
You know very well what it is. These are the papers you signed the last time I was here.
Papers?
Yes. Committing yourself to an institution. Don't you remember?
Institution?
You don't remember. Which proves how right I was. First, hallucinations. And now, loss of memory. Come along, Schuyler.
No. You can't put me in an institution. I didn't sign those commitment papers.
Please, Schuyler.
I'm not Schuyler. I'm Gordon. Gordon DeWitt.
Gordon DeWitt?
Yes, Schuyler's dead. I'm Gordon. I'm not insane.
Of course you're not. Now, come along.
I tell you, I'm not Schuyler. Schuyler's dead. He's buried in the...
Yes?
Nothing. I guess you're right, Doctor. I am Schuyler DeWitt. I've got to be Schuyler DeWitt. I've got to be.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? What happened to Gordon DeWitt? Or should I say, Schuyler DeWitt? Well, the poor man was taken to a mental institution, and quite depressed he was, too. In the months that followed, he could never quite make up his mind who he was. One moment he would insist he was Gordon DeWitt, then the next moment, suddenly frightened, he would claim he was Schuyler DeWitt. Looks as though the poor fellow is a hopeless case, and he's doomed... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
More than 120,000 delighted motorists are already driving the new 50 Ford. Here's what Charles Dahlgren, a contractor, said about his 50 Ford.
Well, to make money in my contracting business, I must have equipment that's efficient and economical. And I get more of both for my 50 Ford than any other car I've ever driven. In my work, I've given my Ford a real beating. And it sure can take it. The big V8 Ford engine gives me power to spare. And our maintenance cost records show that this car is one of the most economical machines we have on the job.
We Ford dealers know why owners are raving about their 1950 Fords. Their daily driving has proved that the 50 Ford has everything. But until you get behind the wheel yourself, you can't believe how good it is. Your Ford dealer will be delighted to arrange a test drive. You'll find him listed in the classified section of your phone book, or perhaps you know him personally. Phone him in the morning. Before you buy any car, at any price, test drive the 50 Ford. It will open your eyes. You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, which is played by Maurice Tarplin. In the cast were Everett Sloan, Kermit Murdoch, and Cameron Prudhomme. Original music is composed and played by Al Finelli. This is Durward Kirby speaking, and this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Clark, Marion Richmond, Harry Lang, Peter Leeds, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Have you heard the exciting news about Mary Lee Taylor's recipe for chicken peas and rice dinner? It's been voted the recipe of the month. Right now it's being featured on a special recipe slip in grocery stores from coast to coast. Now, what makes it so special? Listen. Reason number one, Mary Lee Taylor soaks the chicken in pet milk before it's fried to make it juicier, more tender with a crisp golden brown coating you can't get any other way. Reason number two is the gravy. Rich-tasting, creamy smooth, the kind you can make only with milk like pet evaporated milk. Good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness. And reason number three is the idea of adding canned peas, a favorite family vegetable, to make this almost a complete meal in one, easy-to-serve dish. Tomorrow at your grocer's, get some pet milk and your favorite brand of canned peas. Take along the recipe slip featuring chicken peas and rice dinner, and have this wonderful treat for your family soon. The carnival has come to Wistful Vista, and the air is filled with the happy sounds that a carnival always brings. That was the merry-go-round. That was the shooting gallery.
Give me a hot dog with chili and sauerkraut, some frozen custard, and a taffy apple.
And that was Mr. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Ah, boy, oh boy, the carnival. There's nothing like it, kiddo.
I just love it. Listen to the man over there.
Yeah.
And presenting for the first time, Colonel Jonathan Whiteside, the world's tallest midget, 5 feet 7 in the stocking feet. The Colonel comes to us direct from a world tour. Steps up.
The tallest midget. This really takes me back, Molly. Back to the days when I was head man of a big carnival outfit myself.
You head man of a carnival?
Yep.
That's a chapter of your life I never heard before.
Well, it was right after I split up with Fred Mitney. The guy that I and him had a vaudeville act together from Starved Rock, Illinois. You've heard about Fred.
Repeatedly.
Yeah. We'd worked up a real clever act. Tap dancing on stilts while we juggled 4 live guinea pigs and sang Mother McCree.
Oh, I'd like to saw that.
But we couldn't get any work, so we split up the guinea pigs and split up.
That was when you went to work for a carnival?
Yep. Carruthers Brothers Colossal Combined Carnival Shows. We had some wonderful guys with that carnival, Molly.
You did.
My best pal, the guy that him and I were practically insufferable together, was a guy by the name of P.T. Wingding.
Oh, one of the Wingding brothers, no doubt.
I never met his family. But old P.T. was a first-class carnival man. His specialty was guessing people's weight, and I only saw him got fooled once.
Somebody wear a brick under their hat to throw him off?
No, a man come up one night with a bay window that would have looked fine on a small hotel. P.T. looks at him and he says, "Mister," he says, "that can't be real. You tried to confuse me by stuffing a balloon under your vest." Oh, boy, did that guy get sore.
Well, I don't blame him. You'd be mad, too, if you were overweight and somebody said that to you.
Well, it wasn't only what P.T. said, but he was so sure he was right that he stuck a pin in the guy. You could have heard him screech from one end of the midway clear down.
Oh, look, Magee. Isn't that Mr. Wimple standing there by the booth?
Oh, sure it is. Hi, Wimp.
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Well, hello, folks.
You having fun at the carnival, boy?
Oh, I've just had a peachy afternoon, Mr. Magee. I rode on the Ferris wheel, and I tossed rings and won a Boy Scout knife with a picture of Lillian Russell on the handle.
Oh, those are nice.
Yes, and I went to see Sahara Sarah, the King of Egypt's favorite dancing girl, it says on the poster.
Which King of Egypt is that?
King Tut, I think.
Oh.
She announced that she was dedicating the dance to her dear old mummy.
Well, we're just starting to see things ourselves, Mr. Wimple. What'd you like best so far?
Well, I just love Professor Callahan and his royal fleas, Mrs. Magee.
Royal fleas?
Yes. I understand they originally came off a poodle named Prince. It was a wonderful show, really. They rode bicycles and climbed ladders, and then for the finale, 6 little fleas in paper skirts did a hula dance.
My gosh, that's amazing. 6 dancing fleas.
Oh, it was fascinating.
Yeah?
The way they wiggled and twisted. After a while, a lady in the audience started to wiggle and twist, too.
Really got into the spirit of the hula dance, did she?
Well, that's what I thought until I counted the fleas. Only 5 of them took a bow at the finish.
Well, this is all old stuff to me, Wimp. I used to be in the carnival business myself.
Well, the carnival has played a part in my life, too, Mr. Magee.
Yeah?
In fact, it was right here at this very booth that I met the girl who is destined to become Sweetie Face, my big old wife.
Gee whiz, you met her right here at this booth, huh?
Yes.
Isn't that romantic?
Yes. Every year when the carnival comes to town, I come back here and go through a sort of, little ceremony, you might say.
Oh, that's sweet.
George, will you do the honors again this year?
Oh, glad to, Mr. Wimple. You ready?
Ready, George.
Bend over. Hands on your knees.
Hands on my knees.
Hey, what's he gonna?
Here we go.
Oh.
Heavenly day.
Why, he kicked the daylight out.
Oh, that was a good one. Thank you, George. I deserve it. We'll see you next year. So long.
So long.
Billy Mills in the orchestra and Goody Goody.
Getting a kick out of it, kiddo?
Oh, every minute of it, dearie.
Well, this ain't much of a carnival compared to the one that I was the head man of it. Back when I and P.T. Wingding worked together. We were two of the...
Oh, look, Magee. A fortune teller. Madam Cleo sees all, tells all. Let's go in there.
Oh, Molly, them fortune tellers are fakes. They can't tell you your own name.
I already know my name.
Oh.
Come on, it's all in fun. Please, dearie.
Oh, okay. Well, watch yourself. Don't trip over the tent flap.
It's dark in here.
Greetings, O seekers after knowledge.
Hi, sis.
I'd like my fortune. I'd like to have my fortune told, miss. Are you Madam Cleo?
I am she, Madam Cleo, the possessor of mystic powers. She who sees all and tells all.
Gabby, huh?
Madam Cleo from the land of Egypt, where I was born the seventh daughter of a seventh daughter.
My gosh, what a line there must have been outside your bathroom every night.
So you may scoff. I reveal the past, the present, and the future. When the reading is completed, you may cross my palm with silver.
Okay, just so you don't expect me to tickle it with folding money.
The lady will sit beside me while I gaze into the crystal ball.
Yes, Madam Cleo.
I concentrate my powers. The crystal ball is dim and cloudy.
Maybe you ought to go over it with a damp rag.
Quiet, dearie.
I see that you are married. Ah, you have a husband.
Now, that's pretty darn mystic. Takes real power to figure out a married woman has a husband.
Your life has been made full and rich by the strength of his noble character and the brilliance of his mind.
Oh. Gee, maybe I got you wrong, Cleo. This stuff's starting to make sense.
Your future will be completely happy because of this generous, handsome, and talented husband.
Oh, sure.
That completes the reading.
Well, Cleo, I apologize. There's plenty of phonies in this racket, but you're on the level. Here's $2.
Madam Cleo thanks you.
Well, come on, Molly. Let's take a ride on the merry-go-round.
Coming, Magee.
Oh, just a moment.
Yes?
Say, you didn't even crack a smile when I was laying it on. So, it's only fair we split the tank.
What?
Here's $1 for you, sister.
Well, thanks, sister.
Coming, Molly?
Right away, dearie, and this time it's my treat.
Okay. Well, that merry-go-round ride was a dilly, wasn't it, kiddo?
Oh, it was delightful. Did you find the lady who lost the blouse?
No, I gave it to the operator. I guess the lady ran off somewhere.
Well, I don't wonder.
Yeah.
Must have been terribly embarrassing to have the blouse pulled right off her back.
Well, she shouldn't have been standing there when I was grabbing for that brass ring. My gosh, the careless way people act at a carnival is something.
And the gentleman rang the bell. Here's your cigar, sir.
Hey, come on, let's look at that, Molly.
Who'll be the next to swing the mallet, ring the bell, and win himself one of these fine Pomona Coronas? Step up and demonstrate just place, gents.
I'll take a swing, sir. Hand me the mallet.
That's Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, hold everything, Junior.
Hi, pal. Hi, Molly.
Well, set the mallet down, Louie. That ain't for you, son.
What do you mean? I'm in fine shape, pal. I get plenty of exercise.
Yeah, but what you exercise won't help you here. You don't hit that thing with your tongue, you know.
Stop kidding, pal. You're forgetting that I was a pet milk baby.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
When you're raised from babyhood on pet evaporated milk, you develop a sturdy body and strong, straight bones. You ever notice the strong, straight bones in my legs?
You call me a fool, Junior, but I never even noticed your legs.
Well, I'm a pretty husky specimen, thanks to Pet. All pet milk babies thrive on that nourishing goodness because Pet contains all the body-building milk minerals a baby needs to ensure steady growth right from the start. That's why pet milk babies grow up to be such rugged citizens.
Well, bless your rugged, straight bones. But you better let me show you how to ring the bell on this gadget. I was head man of a carnival once, and I know all the tricks.
All right, here's the mallet. Swing away.
How does that thing work, dearie?
Well, you smack it here with the mallet, and that weight flies up, see? If you're a he-man like I'm one, it goes all the way and hits the bell up to the top and hits the bell.
Well, this one has an added feature.
Oh?
Yeah, it makes other noises to show how well you've done.
What are the noises?
Go on, you'll find out.
Okay. Give me room. What was that?
A wolf whistle. That means you did as well as an 18-year-old girl.
Oh, my foot slipped. I'll whack her again. Hey, was that a cork popping?
No, that was bubble gum.
Oh?
That means you did as well as a 10-year-old boy.
Well, you've reached your own sex, Magee. Quit while you're ahead.
Ah, here. Let me have that mallet. Let me have that mallet.
Okay, wise guy. Let's see you do better. Take the mallet.
Watch it. Here goes.
Yeah, I don't get it. You ain't much younger than me, Junior. How come you can ring that bell and I can't?
Well, it's very simple, pal. I've stayed with Pet, and you've gone to pot.
Go
on, kid.
Yeah. Dad-ratted show off. If my foot hadn't have slipped, I'd have showed you.
All right, lover. Don't let it upset you.
No, I will.
Let's see what's in the tent here where the crowd is.
Okay.
And the management has entitled this fascinating special attraction, Art in a Bathing Suit. It's educational, anatomical, and instructive.
I wonder what that is.
Oh, I don't know, but
And, gentlemen, if I could have your close attention, please.
Huh?
This interesting feature is not open to the general public.
Oh.
We're offering it for art lovers only. If you show some bona fide evidence of your interest in art, such as a lead pencil or a copy of an Esquire calendar, we'll welcome you to our special showing of Art in a Bathing Suit. Okay, Art. Go get the bathing suit on.
Okay, Eddie.
Heavenly days. What'll they think of next?
I don't know, but whatever it is, the yokels will pay to see it. I mind when I was head man of the carnival that I and my old pal, old P.T. Wingding, worked with. We had us a...
Well, hello there, missus. Hi, Magee.
Well, Ole, fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, it's pretty fancy seeing you, too, missus.
Well, where's the family, Ole? You sneak out on them?
No, I used to put the missus and the kids on the Ferris field, Magee.
Oh?
I don't waste my money on rides. I use it up to play a game with a fella that has 3 little shells, and under him he puts a dry bean.
Oh, I see. The old army game, huh?
No, that was a Navy bean, Magee.
Well, Ole, what kind of shells does he use?
Well, I think these must have been shotgun shells, missus. They sure was loaded. I dropped 65 cents in less than an hour.
Well, you got to be hep to the gimmicks around these joints, Ole. I know, because I used to be with a carnival at one time. I got a lot of memories of my old carnival days.
I get lots of memories of carnivals myself, Magee.
Yeah?
Even now, when I go to the carnival with all the excitement, the merry-go-round goes poo, 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 and the calapaloopy toodles, and I used to get all filled up with old neuralgia.
No, you mean nostalgia.
I do? Well, all I know is the missus gives me some aspirin, and it goes away.
Well, that's neuralgia, Ole.
Magee, you said it was nostalgia.
Well, I thought you meant nostalgia.
I said neuralgia.
You said the carnival brings back a lot of memories. When you get all full of memories, that's nostalgia.
Well, what's neuralgia?
A pain in the neck.
That's what I got from the carnival. That's so long, missus. So long, neuralgia.
The King's Men and Kiss of Fire.
I touch your lips of all at once, the sparks go flying. Those devil lips that smell so well, the art of lying. And though I see the danger, still the flame grows higher. I know I must surrender to your kiss of fire. Just like a torch, you set the soul me burning. I must go on along this road of no returning. And though it burns me and it turns me into ashes, my whole world crashes without your kiss of fire. Kiss of fire. I know I can't resist you. What good is there in trying? What good is there denying? You're all that I desire. Since I first kissed you, my heart was yours completely. If I must save, then it's a slave I want to be. Don't pity me, don't pity me. I touch your lips and all at once the sparks go flying. Those devil lips that know so well the art of lying. And though I see the danger, still the flame grows higher. I know I must surrender to your kiss of fire. Give me your lips, the lips you only let me borrow. Love me tonight and let the devil take tomorrow. I know that I must have your kiss, although it dooms me, though it consumes me. Your kiss of fire, your burning kiss of fire.
Show fun.
Yeah, well, let's see what this guy's
All
doing.
right. This is it, folks. The Wheel of Fortune from the song of the same name. You there, the pretty lady with a flat-faced boyfriend. Step right over here and win yourself a beautiful lamp. Bring her up here, short sport.
Come on, dearie, let's try it.
Oh, you can't win, Molly. I'm an old carnival man, and I...
How much is it, sir?
Only 25 cents, the inconsequential part of $1, to win one of these handsome abalone lamps, imported from the faraway island of Santa Catalina.
I've heard of that place.
Look at that beautiful abalone table lamp. Lifetime of work went into that, my dear.
Whose lifetime?
The abalone. Put your money on the line, folks.
I'll take number 12.
I must apologize for the lack of a hostess today. Sadie the Shill is usually here to greet my guests, but she's spending a few days with the gendarmes. Caught her stealing a tattoo off the Illustrated Man. Told her she couldn't lift the battleship Maine, but it's, stopping on number 12.
Uh-huh.
Held by the cute little lady with a grouchy grandpa.
Magee, I won.
Well, congratulations, Molly.
Thank you, Dr. Gann.
Oh, hi, Ham Hocks. What brings you out here?
Well, I got a call from Benzino, the fire eater.
Oh?
Isn't feeling well.
What's his trouble?
Got a fever blister.
Oh. Probably something he ate. This is kind of like old home week for me, Fatso. I used to be an old carny man, you know.
You're still an old corny man. In fact, you're the corniest old man.
No, Doctor, that isn't what he means. Magee means he used to work in a carnival.
He knew what I meant.
Oh, I think I saw him one time, Molly.
Yeah?
Did you wear a well-chewed gorilla skin and bill yourself as Bongo, the almost human? Because a shape like yours, even under fur...
Look who's talking about shape. Huh? If I was afraid to walk down the street in the summer in a white suit because laundrymen kept throwing me up on top of a truck, I would be...
Oh, Magee, now don't talk like that to the doctor.
No, don't talk like that. Besides, it only happened once.
Even then, it took 2 laundrymen to do it. As I was about to say, when you got so insulting, you big glass house liver, I used to be the head man of a carnival bigger than this one I was.
Head man?
Yes.
You? That must have been a fast trip to bankruptcy.
Oh, is that so, Fatso? Well, for your information, I wish some of my old friends were here right now. My old pal P.T. Wingding, the guy and I and him used to work together in the carnival.
There, folks. You, the pretty little debutante with the 2 handsome gentlemen. Step right over here and let me guess your weight, little girl.
Who, me? Oh, my. Not in front of the men, please. I'm going to start my diet tomorrow.
I'll whisper it to you, lady, and if I don't guess within 5 pounds, you win yourself a beautiful half-pound of genuine Lowney's chocolates.
Hey, that's a familiar voice. Hey, Bud, ain't you?
Magee. Old Fibber Magee.
My gosh, old P.T. Wingding.
In the flesh, 158 pounds of
Oh,
it.
what do you know? Gee whiz, old P.T. Long time no see, P.T.
Same corny old Fibber. Put on a little weight, haven't you? 172?
73.
Cute chick you got there, Fib.
Yeah.
118 pounds.
Yeah.
Whatever become of the little blonde?
Kaput. I'd like you to meet my wife, Molly, P.T. Molly, this is old P.T. Wingding.
How do you do, I'm sure?
And this is our old family physician, P.T., Doc Gamble.
217 and a half. Hiya, Doc.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, sir. We were just talking about Magee's old carnival days.
Yeah.
He claims to have been head man with some outfit that...
The greatest head man in the carny business, Doc.
No. You mean he really was?
Yeah. You big scoffer.
He had a technique for handling his job, Doc. It was the most sensational...
Oh.
Hey, Magee.
Yeah?
Boy, am I glad to see you. We're all trying to double up here this afternoon. The head man is sick today. How'd you like to take over for the day? Your old job is awaiting for you.
Oh, my. That sounds exciting.
Oh, well, no. I've been out of the business so long, P.T., I wouldn't know all that.
Don't be silly, boy. It'll come back to you in no time.
Oh, geez.
We need you, son. Come on, down this way.
Oh, well, Chuck.
This I have got to see at close range. How this lad is going to handle a job like this.
Well, I don't know.
Wait till the fellas find out who the new head man is. Come on, here's your office.
Well, I could take over just for today till your regular head man gets back. Doc, you and Molly go ride the Ferris wheel. Go on, go ahead. Enjoy yourselves. I'll get to work and I'll...
No. I'm going to stay right with you, dearie.
Me, too. I want to see just how the head man of a carnival operates. What does the head man do?
He uses his head, naturally.
What else?
Yeah. As soon as I get it through this hole in the canvas here. Hold my hat, Molly. Help me get my head through, P.T.
What? What's this?
Well, I'll be doggone.
I'm all set, P.T.
All right, folks, sit right up and bind the baseballs. 3 throws for 2 bits. Hit the head man and win a Cupid doll. And now, presenting the greatest head man in the carnival business.
Wait a minute, I'll take $1 worth. No, give me $10 worth. Oh, this is going to be fun.
No, Doctor. Oh, no, you'll hurt him.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. In recent months, Pet Milk Company has celebrated 5 special birthdays. Yes, in the past 5 months, 5 sets of Pet Milk quadruplets have had birthdays. And now comes another important Pet Milk birthday. Friday of this week, the Fultz quadruplets, those 4 identical little Negro girls of Reidsville, North Carolina, will be 6 years old. During that time, they've developed from tiny babies of just 3 pounds each to sturdy, vigorous youngsters averaging about 47 pounds each. Much of the credit for this exceptional development goes to the wise doctor who, shortly after the babies were born, approved Pet's evaporated milk for their feedings. Now, they've continued to thrive on this favored form of milk since then. In Pet Milk, these babies get all the essential milk minerals combined with just the right amount of vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin, in safe, easy-to-digest form. And on their feedings of Pet Milk, the Fultz quadruplets have developed into sturdy, vigorous, happy children. And we're mighty proud of them.
Well, I must say you did a fine job as head man out there, dearie.
Thanks, kiddo. Everybody said I was greatest.
You were, too.
Yeah.
I just hope your success hasn't made you too conceited.
Conceited?
Yes. Judging from the lumps, it certainly gave you a swelled head. My goodness, don't you get it? Lumps, head.
It ain't funny, Mrs. McGee.
Oh?
Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? There are some things, emotional, sentimental things, that only a woman can understand. And it's this sort of thing that Sally Carter has the courage to speak up about in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to hear it. On the same program, you'll hear Mary Lee Taylor's special recipe for a favorite American dessert, strawberry shortcake with whipped topping. A recipe that will be your favorite shortcake recipe once you try it. So be listening for the dramatic Story of the Week and the special recipe of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program, a Saturday morning highlight on NBC.
Now stay tuned for What's My Line on NBC.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe, up next.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Philip Marlowe, the famous private detective of Murder My Sweet and The Lady in the Lake, created by Raymond Chandler, brought to you on the air by Pepsodent, and starring MGM's dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with Irium. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. It's preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is a favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. They preferred new Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other brand they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get new Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away. Now, Van Heflin in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe.
Hollywood after midnight is like any other city after midnight. Night moves in and the city becomes hushed and stealthy. The nightclubs close up one by one, but now and then the police whistle and the prowl car siren serenade the sleeper. If you've got any copping at all, you get on edge and you have to get dressed and go out and walk it off to relax. Well, I was relaxing past the Swank Carlton Hotel on the Sunset Strip about 1 a.m. when all of a sudden, recess was over.
Hey, Marlowe. That you, Marlowe?
It was George Millar, the quiet-spoken night clerk of the Carlton, hailing me from the doorway, probably to Mucho Melacrino. No, I was wrong.
Hey, look, Marlowe. You're very busy right now?
Why, Millar? If I may be as cagey as all that.
We've got some trouble on the 8th floor.
Where's Curly, your fearless house dick?
Tonight he has to have a hangover.
What's the beef on floor 8?
King Leopardi. Do you know him?
King Leopardi? Oh, that's the sweetest trumpet this side of Gabriel. Is he tenting here tonight?
He's in the corridor on the 8th floor, dressed in yellow pajamas and his trumpet. There's a girl with him, and they put him on a jam session.
Well, suppose the king rejects my diplomatic notes.
Well, get her up, but only if you have
to. Okay, thanks. But a guy with such an ear for music ought to listen to reason. All right, I'll be down 5 minutes, Millar.
King, that's all, boy.
Oh, South mellow, King and yellow. More Sereno, more.
I said, all right, King, the party's over. Hey!
Were you addressing me, peasant?
I said, wrap it up, can it? Put it on ice. The show is over.
Ah.
Conk him, King. King Kong, that's what he is, King Kong. Let him have it, King.
Fanfare to a nosy house dick, as follows.
All right, now look, Yellow Pants. Wrap up your bugle and buzz off. Now hit the grit.
Oh, you're tougher than a 40-cent steak, aren't you? Well, this will make you soft and tender. Here.
Attaboy, King. Hit him again for me.
All right, hit me with that trumpet, will you? Okay, King. Now, come on, get up, get dressed, and get out.
How can he? He's out cold.
I'll be glad to pack for him. And you get back to your room, too.
Listen, Copper, I don't have to do
Get
anything.
going, sister. Come on, jump. The door to room 815 was ajar. I went in and began tossing a lot of that yellow silk that the king liked so well into his suitcases. Something at the small desk stopped me. Tucked under the corner of the desk blotter was a note. It was assembled from words and letters cut out of newspapers and pasted on a telegraph blank. It said, 10 grand by Thursday night, Leopardi, or else. Her brother. I slipped the note in my pocket and went out in the corridor just as the king staggered past me into his room. I could get an infection from the dirty look he gave me as he slammed the door after him. The door 2 suites away opened a crack and then shut again very quickly. I went over and knocked.
Beat it, Copper.
I want to talk to you.
I don't want to hear from you.
Okay, here I come, sister. Ready or not?
I'll blow you down, so help me, I'll let you have it.
Lay that pistol down, babe. Come on,
Get out
come
before
on.
you pick up weight you didn't count on.
And what would the little girl be doing with a .25 automatic, I wonder?
The girl needs protection with insects like you around.
Look, what's your name?
Little Bo Peep.
Okay, but what does little boy Blue with a horn mean to you?
I admire his work.
Do you know King Leopardi?
No.
Well, what are you doing in a place like this? I can tell you can't afford it. What's your angle?
I won a soap contest.
All right, baby. You want it that way?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a phone call. It won't cost you a nickel. Hello, desk. Millar, it's Marlowe. I'm calling for the lady in room 811. She's checking out. I had a little trouble up there, Millar. Your 2 noisy guests will be checking out any minute. Okay?
Oh, well, hate for things to happen on my shift.
Well, the king balked me with his bugle, and the girl had a gun.
Gee, nice people.
Yeah, how come you put a floozy like that girl so close to the king?
Well, I didn't.
Another
Quinn,
thing.
the dayman did.
Look, there was a receipt for rent to Miss Marilyn Delorme on the telephone table in her room.
Well, that wasn't the name she gave Quillen.
Apartment 211, Ridgeland Apartments, Cord Street, L.A. She lives right in town in a cheap neighborhood, but she checks in here at a price she can't afford and gives a phony name. Now, why? Why? Cord Street, where Marilyn Delorme lived, was Old Town, Arty Town, Crook Town. It was afternoon when I got off the cogwheel car that climbs the steep hill to where the Ridgeland Apartments sat on the top of Bunker Hill. I went up dim, dusty stairs to apartment 211, and I tapped on the door. There was no answer, so I tried the door. It was unlocked. The room inside was dim with stagnant gloom. Marilyn Delorme was in. I didn't talk to her, though. I didn't think she'd want to make much conversation with those blue bruises about her throat where she'd been strangled. I got out of there fast, wiping off doorknobs like Uriah Heep polishing apples for his boss. I found King Leopardi at his job at the Club Belvedere. He was relaxing at a table in the bar with a kind of a girl commonly referred to as a knockout. She looked tall, and her hair was the color of a brush fire seen through clouds of dust. I pulled in my chin and then walked over to the table. Hello, Leopardi, old maestro. You remember me?
I'm sorry, I can't say that. Why, you dirty keyhole snooper.
King, please don't start anything
You
again.
left a certain little note in your hotel room last
Get out,
night.
time a dozen.
That wasn't all. That dame with you
I
last
said
night.
beat it.
King, sit down.
Beat it and take this with you.
There's not much snap in that punch, King. Would you like to try it again?
I've had some drinks. I'll see you later when I'm okay. See you later, too, Dolores, after the floor show.
I'm sorry, Miss...
Sit down. You've made us conspicuous enough as it is.
Now, wait a minute.
Sit
Look,
down.
All right, thanks. Well, it's what I get for being a little gentleman and letting him pepper me without a comeback.
No, he's always spoiling for a fight.
The king just can't control these dukes, can he?
You better have a drink.
All right. Coke with bitters.
That's what I love about Hollywood. You meet so many eccentrics.
Yeah, but you see, I'm the kind of a guy who starts with a short beer and wakes up in Shanghai with a full beard. Is this on me or is it on you?
Well, that depends.
Well, how's champagne? Mum's cordon rouge, shall we say, huh?
It's on you.
It's on me. Coke with bitters.
How did you get to know King Leopardi?
Oh, I just happened to throw him out of his hotel last night.
Oh, house detective, huh?
No. Filling in for a friend. Philip Marlowe, private investigator, is the general tag.
Oh.
How did you happen to get to know the king?
I once sang in his band, but not for long.
Well, then, look, tell me, would it be hard for a woman to get to him?
Only if he was surrounded by a wall of fire.
If the woman had a gun?
Why?
Well, I found this threat note on his desk last night. It asked for $10,000 or else, and it's signed her brother.
Well?
Well?
Yes. A woman with a gun could get to him, and everybody would give her a great big hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll skip that Coke and bitters and say good day and thank you, Christabel.
The name is Dolores.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Drury.
Chiozza. Dolores Chiozza.
Oh, Chiozza. Fare thee well, Miss Chiozza.
Formal, aren't you?
So long, Dolores.
So long, Philip. If I hear of anything, I'll toss it your way.
The evening papers carried a squib about Marilyn Delorme found strangled in her Cord Street apartment. That was all, dead end. Until about 1 o'clock in the morning when the telephone started having hysterics on my night table. Yeah.
Philip, this is Dolores.
Dolores. Dolores? Oh, yeah, sure.
Would you come over to my place right away? 2412 Renfrew Street, below Fountain.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's a sort of bungalow court. Mine is the last one in line.
Well, sure, but wait a minute. What's the matter? Dolores, look, what's the matter?
King Leopardi is here, too.
King Leopardi.
He passed out in my den. It's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absurd. It'll cost you $20.
All right, but hurry. Please hurry.
All right, I'll be right over. Phone calls in the dead of night. I should have been a midwife.
Oh, come in, Philip. I'm sorry I woke you at this hour.
That's okay. I always get up around this time anyhow to take my bitters and answer phone calls. Where is he?
May I have a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks.
Right. Where did you say it was, now?
In my den. Oh, Philip. Philip, he isn't drunk at all. Did you really think he was drunk? He's dead.
What?
The king is dead. Long live the... With my gun.
Well, good for you. The lady wins the large Cupid doll. Hey, come on, let's go and look at him.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new, cool, minty flavor. It's preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. Families all over America say new Pepsodent is their favorite 3-to-1.
The Paul A. Thompson family, Summer Street, Stamford, Connecticut, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. The Thompsons say new Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families prefer new Pepsodent over any other toothpaste they tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Thompsons and other families who compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. Get new Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Producers of The Huckster, starring Clark Gable.
Dolores showed me to the den in the back of the house. Trumpet man King Leopardi was lying on the studio couch, large, smooth, and artificial looking even in death. A small Mauser automatic hung loosely in his right hand. There was a bullet hole in his golden yellow sport coat, right over his heart. Dolores, is this your gun?
Yes. Someone gave it to me once. I don't even know how to use it.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't expect you or anyone to believe me.
Don't expect anything. Just tell it.
Well, I was out late. I sing at KFQC on a late 15-minute program. Agatha and I got home about 11:30.
Who's Agatha, the cat?
My maid. I came into the den for some liquor and fizz water and found him. Like that. I sent Agatha home so she wouldn't find him. Finally, I thought of calling you.
Well, he got in here. How?
I don't know.
Were you ever in love with him?
The king never loved anyone.
I asked if you loved him.
I hated everything about him.
It's even better to tell the cops that is but copacetic.
I can't help it. It's the truth.
Dolores, look. Go on out in the other room and buy yourself a drink. I want to be alone here with tall, dead, and handsome. Go on now, huh? After Dolores had taken her white face out of that room, I could work better. I went through the king's pocket and found his key ring. One key fit very nicely in the lock of the back door. I went to the living room where Dolores was huddled against the arm of the Davenport trying to become a part of the pattern. Dolores, how long has Agatha been with you?
2 years.
Did she ever steal anything from you?
Small things, that's all. There are nylons now and then. I didn't mind why.
Well, she sold a key to somebody. A key to this apartment.
Oh, what's the difference, Philip? We're wasting time. I'm done for as a nice person. They'll think it was a lover's quarrel and I shot him. Or that he shot himself over me.
Well, you don't die from the latter, though.
Your reputation does. And I care about what people think of me.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes me for you again, lady.
Thanks, Philip.
Now, let's suppose you give me a description of Agatha and tell me where she lives. I want to talk to her. Tonight. I drove down Brighton Avenue looking for the house Dolores had described to me. All at once, I slammed on my brakes. In the driveway of a vacant house stood a small coupe. Dolores had described Agatha's car, and that was it. And Agatha did not live in an empty house. I got out and walked up the gravel driveway and looked into the car. And then I got back in my own car and drove until I found an all-night drugstore. I phoned Detective Lieutenant Ibarra. Hello, Ibarra. Write this down. Brighton Avenue, 3200 block, west side. Driveway of empty house. Car parked with dead woman in it. When alive, answered to the name of Agatha. Strangled. I went back to the Carlton Hotel where it all started the night before. Quillen, the head day clerk, was on night duty. That surprised me a little bit. It was 2 a.m. and very empty, very quiet in the lobby. I was fine.
Well, if it isn't Marlowe, the old cruise man. A good morning, and tripe like that.
Hello, Quillen. Look, how come you're on duty?
Millar went on vacation this a.m. His brother has a cabin at Crestline on the Arrowhead Road.
Oh, I didn't even know he had a brother.
Now you know.
Quillen, look, how come an old hotel man like you registers floozies like that Marilyn Delorme on the same floor with people like King Leopardi?
What?
You heard me, mine host.
I didn't register the girl or Leopardi. Millar did.
What?
You heard me.
Well, why was the room between their rooms empty last night in times like these?
Well, Millar had it marked on change. Plumbing out of whack or something. Why?
Oh. Well, here's why. A lad with a pass key could have gone into that room and then unlocked the 2 connecting doors. And then you could have run a bus service between the girls' room and Leopardi's.
What are you driving at?
That girl in 811 had a gun and Leopardi had a threat letter last night. Now, here's what I want you to do. Call the hotel where Leopardi's staying now and ask if he's there.
Why?
Because. Good enough?
Best reason in the world. Wife always uses it. Wait here.
In about 3 minutes, Quillen came back and leaned on the counter again.
Leopardi isn't there. I talked to a guy in his suite who was almost sober. He said Leopardi got a call about 11 from some girl.
What girl?
Well, he didn't know. But Leopardi went out preening himself.
Okay, thanks, Quillen.
Anything to do with that brawl you had with Leopardi here last night?
No, all in the spirit of boyish mayhem.
Oh. That 815 has a jinx on it, you know. Girl shot herself there 2 years ago.
What?
A girl shot herself there.
Yeah, you said that, but what girl?
I don't know what her real name was.
Look here, Quillen. I want to see your hotel files of that day 2 years ago and all the newspaper clippings about it. Come on.
All right. Let go of my arm, physical culture. I'll get the keys to the record room.
I read the hotel files of that day 2 years ago, and I read the newspaper clippings of that suicide in 815. Then I asked Quillen just where George Millar's brother had his cabin in the mountains. It was just getting light when I pulled up at the cabin, high against a growth of dagger pine and cedar. Smoke was curling from the chimney. Someone was awake. George Millar himself opened the door.
Oh, Marlowe. Oh, gee, it's good to see you. How'd you ever find us up here? How about some bacon and eggs?
The answer in my brief Marlowe morning manner is yes.
Oh, that's swell. I'll wake up my brother and we'll all eat together, huh?
You don't have to wake me up. I'm up.
Oh, hello, Gaff.
Who's your friend, George?
Gaff, this is Philip Marlowe. You've heard me talk of him.
How are you, Marlowe?
Gaff Talley. That the name?
Yeah, my brother. That's his fighting name. He used to be a heavyweight boxer.
Fighter. Boxers dance. Fighters fight.
Let's get coffee started, huh? Marlowe's hungry.
Say, I've had a busy night. King Leopardi's been bumped off.
Bumped off?
Lowbrow for killed. Vernacular for murder. The king is dead.
Where? How?
In a girl's apartment. Nice girl, too. The old suicide gag. But it could ruin the girl.
Oh, gee, that's lousy.
Yeah, but it won't work. It was murder.
What makes you think it was murder?
Well, Gaff, the way I cased the job, the kill was supposed to have been pulled in his room 815 at the Carlton Hotel night before last.
Is that a fact now?
Yeah. I spoiled it by giving the king the merry heave-ho before the girl in 811 could get to him. Didn't I, George?
I guess you did, Marlowe.
Yeah. Of course, it would have been poetic justice if King Leopardi had been killed in the same room where a girl committed suicide 2 years ago, registered as Mary Smith. Usual name, Eve Talley. Did you hear that, Gaff Talley? Eve Talley.
I heard it, Marlowe. So he had a sister named Eve, shot herself in 815 at the Carlton. So what?
So, George here told me that Quillen registered that professional gun girl in 815 night before last. Oh, no. George registered her.
So?
So George kept the room between the girl and Leopardi vacant. When everything was quiet, he had opened the communicating doors, and Marilyn Delorme would walk into the king's room, muffle her .25 in a pillow, and shoot the king in his sleep. How am I doing, boys?
Fine, Marlowe. How am I doing?
Gaff, Put away that gun.
I'll bet you even checked on 118 Cord Street.
I found Marilyn Delorme strangled. She knew too much. For a few bucks, you boys got Agatha to call Leopardi last night from the radio station, pretend she was Dolores, with an interesting invitation. The king always had a yen for Dolores, and he came running. You shot the king before Dolores came home and left him in her den. Then Gaff got rid of Agatha. She knew too much, too.
Leopardi was the worst kind of a rat, Marlowe. We loved our sister. She fell for him, and he threw her out. She killed us. Now, what would you do, Marlowe?
Take his gun, George. Don't get between us or behind him. His 45 goes right on through.
I'll have to take your gun, Marlowe.
Well, always treat it like your own, won't you, George?
Got it, George?
I've got it.
Stand out of the way.
Does it have to be this way, Gaff?
Yeah, it has to be this way.
Sure, George and Gaff, the avengers of innocent girlhood in their righteous indignation.
Shut up, Marlowe.
Lynch mobs, tar and feather merchants, and other laws unto themselves take notice. George and Gaff, they wrote the book.
Say your prayers, Big Mouth.
Hey, Gaff, there's been enough killing.
Get out of
No,
the way.
Gaff, I won't.
I swear I'll let you have
No,
it, too.
Gaff.
I'm warning you.
Goodbye, Gaff. I'm sorry, Gaff. I had to do it.
George, he's dead.
Listen, I had to do it, Gaff. I just had to. You understand, don't you, Marlowe?
Yeah, I understand.
He was a killer. He killed 3 people. He wasn't going to kill a 4th. I wanted to finish Leopardo out in the open and take what came, but Gaff tried to do it in cute. I didn't know Leopardo was dead until you told me, Marlowe.
I believe you, George.
Yeah. Here's your gun back, Marlowe. It shoots fine.
I put in a big pitch for George at headquarters. After all, he hadn't killed anybody except Gaff, and that was in self-defense and in defense of an unofficial copper named Marlowe. He won't get off scot-free, but he won't inhale cyanide either at the taxpayer's expense. After I talked to Ibarra at headquarters, I telephoned Dolores Chiosa. I didn't give her the sordid details, but just told her not to worry, that she was in the clear.
Philip. Oh, thank you, Philip. I'm so relieved. I'm so grateful.
I'm so thirsty.
Well, come on over then.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, is this fiesta on you or is it on me?
Why?
Well, I mean, do I drink Coke and bitters or Cordon Rouge?
It's on me.
All right, then, champagne it is, baby. But look, let me bring the glasses, huh?
You have just heard Van Heflin, starring in the new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Van Heflin will return in just a moment.
Men, here's an important announcement. News about a sensational hair tonic discovery. It's Trim Hair Tonic made by Pepsodent. For the first time, science has created a hair tonic with pure virgin olive oil. There's no finer hair and scalp conditioner. Yes, because it contains pure virgin olive oil, Trim Hair Tonic conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. Get new Trim Hair Tonic during the big 1-cent introductory sale at toilet goods counters now. 2 60-cent bottles, $1.20 value, only 61 cents. Ask for Trim Hair Tonic with olive oil.
Now, concerning next week's show, here's our star, Van Heflin.
Philip Marlowe crouched in the darkness of Beverly Glen and waited for those footsteps to come closer. And then all at once, the Sandman hit him without bothering to remove the sand from the sandbag. And when Marlowe woke up in the morning, his wallet and his gun were gone. And he was wanted for murder.
Tonight's story was adapted by Milton Geiger from The King in Yellow by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at the same time to another exciting mystery on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Yes. Let's see if there's one place in town that'll sell us a decent drink. Me and my brother will have a drink of whiskey. There's the bottle. Me and my brother are used to the best whiskey there is. Isn't that right, Jess?
That's right, Clay.
Is this your best whiskey?
It's what we got, mister.
We'll see. You call that whiskey?
Now, look here, haven't you
You call that whiskey, Jess? Go on, drink it.
That ain't whiskey.
You got to do better than that, Mr. Barker.
I told you, friend, that's the whiskey we got. You don't have to drink
You got to do better than that. Now, you dig out a bottle of good whiskey because we don't like this one.
You're going to pay for that bottle, mister.
Listen to him, Jess. He says we're going to pay for that bottle. You hear that?
I heard it.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Barkeep. We ain't going to pay for that bottle, and we ain't going to pay for this one.
Well, come to think of it, maybe I do have a better one down here under the bar.
You hold it, mister. Cover him, Jess. Now, you wouldn't want to come up with no gun, Mr. Barkeep. That wouldn't be healthy. Jess can shoot real good. Go and show him, Jess.
No, there's no need for shooting. I don't want no trouble.
You show him anyway, Jess. Pick off some of them glasses all lined up so nice and pretty. That's real nice, Jess.
You got no call to shoot up
Listen,
my...
Mr. Barkeep. You're lucky Jess don't drill some holes through them whiskey bottles on the shelf there, the way he did a couple of places up the street. Come on, Jess. Let's you and me try the next saloon. Maybe they got some real drinking whiskey.
You're pretty lucky at that, Jim. They've been all over Dodge, drinking places, acting like it was a joke. I sure wish Marshal Dillon would get back to town and start doing his job around here. Be doggone if I'm going to do it for him.
I sure will be glad to get back to Dodge, Mr. Dillon. Wichita just ain't my kind of town. Especially for 5 days. I didn't think that cussed trial would last that long, did you?
No.
Sir, Wichita's just too blame fancy a town for me. Why, you know there's lots of fellows there that wears their Sunday suits on weekdays, and they ain't gamblers nor undertakers neither.
Yeah.
Something the matter with you, either, Mr. Dillon? You ain't done much more than grunt for the last 20 miles.
I don't feel much like talking, Chester. Or listening.
Oh. Well... Far from peaceful shore. Hey, Mr. Dillon, what? My land of ghosts.
What? That's all right. All right, Chester.
Why, I declare you like to slid right off your horse.
Yeah. Thanks for catching me. I guess I was a little dizzy there for a minute.
Your face is all kindly green, Mr. Dillon. You look awful puny. I do believe you're ailing.
I guess I am. Must have picked up some of that ague that was going around Wichita.
Well, you want to stop off and rest a while?
I do not.
It might make you feel stronger.
No, I just want to get to Dodge and get off this horse. And Doc give me a headache powder and sleep for about 3 days.
Oh, you got a real bad headache?
Well, it'll do for now.
Mr. Dillon, did you ever try binding a snake skin around your head?
Snake skin?
Oh, yes, sir. My ma used to swear by it for headaches. I'd be glad to get you one. I can chase up a snake some kind of anywhere around here.
No,
trouble.
Chester, no. I just think I'll let Doc stir me up something, if you don't mind.
All right. But do you really feel well enough to ride on now?
Yeah, I'm all right. Now, let's go. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll go into town the back way, huh? I don't feel like answering any questions.
Okay, sir.
All right, you can put your shirt back on, Matt. There's no question about it. You got a dose of that ague.
I told you that the minute you walked in here.
Well, I'm just telling you I agree with you.
Oh, thanks. Now, do you want me to prescribe for myself, or are you willing to take that on?
Yeah, my, the fever sure hasn't improved your disposition any. I'm going to give you a couple of powders to make your head quit hurting. And if you'll take my advice, you'll stay down for the better part of a week until this thing wears itself out.
Well, for once you're giving me advice, I'll take. I'm going to stay on this cot whether school keeps or not.
I'll send the powders over by Chester, and then I'll look in on you again this evening. By then, I hope either the fever or your temper has improved.
Thanks for nothing, Doc.
Yeah.
Marshal Dillon? Oh, hello, Doc.
Dobie. See you later, man.
Well, Marshal, I sure am glad you're back in town. Those two fellas just about wrecked it. About time you got here to stop them.
Wait a minute, Dobie. What two fellows? What are you talking about?
Why, the Rook brothers. They busted up just about every saloon in Dodge. Scandalous the way they're carrying on.
Who are the Rook brothers?
Why, those fellows dropped off here after the last cattle drive hit Dodge. They stayed right on. You've been gone 5 days, you know.
I know how long I've been gone. All right, tell me exactly what have these fellows been doing?
Well, they've been going from saloon to saloon just like it was a big joke, smashing bottles and glasses wherever they go. And I want you to put a stop to it.
No. You're worried that they'll come into the Dodge House next, is that it?
Of course I'm worried about the Dodge House, Marshal. I run it. It's my job to worry about it. And I don't want those fellas causing trouble over there.
Have they killed anybody?
Well, no.
Have they hurt anybody?
No, Marshal, but the Dodge House is entitled to protection.
Well, why don't you go right back over there and protect it, then?
Ain't you going out and get them?
No, Dobie, I'm not. I'm going to stay right here on this cot, and I'm going to try to go to sleep. I don't feel good, and you're making me feel a lot worse.
Now, Marshal, it's your
duty.
duty.
Dobie, I got one duty right now, and it's to get some sleep. Now, my advice to you is to put your breakables away until the Rook brothers get tired.
It's up to the law.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Dobie. I'll be glad to deputize you right now, and then you can be the law, huh?
No, I don't want to be a deputy. I'm just a plain citizen.
It's your town, too, you know.
Well, I know.
Now, you citizens ought to be able to handle a couple of cowhands without calling the Federals up.
I don't think folks are going to take kindly to this, Marshal.
No? You let me worry about that, huh?
I'll do that. I I certainly will.
You find him, Dobie?
I found him all right. He's in there lying down on his cot. Says he's going to stay there.
You mean he's not going to do anything?
Just a minute. I'm telling you exactly what happened. I went in there and told the marshal the whole story. And he says he's not going to do anything. Says he wants to go to sleep.
Sure don't sound like Dillon.
No, I don't. He's a changed man, I tell you. A changed man.
This whiskey ain't so bad, and this saloon is in most just. Let's see what else they got to sell. Well, they got pretty girls. You see that? You see that, Jess?
I see.
I think maybe I'll just sit down and drink my whiskey with this little lady.
Well, don't bother on my account. Webb here is good enough company for me.
I sure am, mister.
Yeah.
Hey, now, just a minute.
You can just stay here and watch me. You might learn something.
Mister, the lady is sitting with me.
Well, now she's sitting with both of us. Ain't that nice? Don't you think that's nice, little lady?
In about 1 minute, I'll tell you what I think.
You heard her, mister. There's one too many at this table to suit me.
Well, now, we can sure fix that. Can we, little lady?
You could leave. That'd fix it.
That's not exactly what I had in mind. Now, we can do all this nice and polite-like. My name is Clayt Rook, and this here's my brother Jess. You, mister, you're free to leave.
But I ain't about to leave.
All right. Then you just sit there quiet-like and watch me and this nice little lady have a good time.
You keep your hands to yourself.
Quit mauling her.
You're quite a little gentleman, ain't you? But you wouldn't want no trouble, would you? Jess, show the man some tricks.
I heard about you and how you carry your brother around to do your shooting for you.
Ooh, I can shoot, mister.
Then come on outside. We can sure find out about that.
No need for waiting, mister. I can kill you while I'm sitting right here.
I wonder if this'll get the marshal off that cot.
You shouldn't ought to shot him, Clay. I didn't notice you doing nothing. Let's get out of here, Jesse.
Matt?
Well, what's the matter, Kitty?
He's killed Webb Hayes.
Webb Hayes. Who killed him? When? What?
It was just now down to Long Branch. One of those brothers.
You mean those Rook brothers?
Yeah, it was the big one did it. Clayt. The one that does all the talking. Usually he has his brother do the shooting, but this time he did it himself. Matt, he didn't give Webb a chance.
Oh, where did Chester put my gun?
Huh? Oh, here it is, Matt.
Oh, thanks, Kitty.
Oh, Matt, you look weak as a woman. You don't walk too steady.
That's sure true. Yeah, I know, Chester. Kitty just told me. You know where they are?
Well, they was headed for the liver stable, but if you feel so bad, you aren't...
I guess I feel well enough to get shot at, Chester. Come on.
Pretty dark in that stable, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, that's what they're counting on.
It makes us stand out awful clear being out here in the sun, don't it?
Yeah, just keep close to the building as you can, huh?
You got a plan?
We'll work up along the side here. Play it the way the cards fall.
Yes, sir.
We got you covered two ways, Marshal. You better drop your gun. Let us clear out of here.
Just stand quiet, Chester.
My brother's in the shed behind you. Tell him, Jess.
I'm here, Clay.
Shoot him, Jess.
I'm coming out, Clay. But I ain't gonna fire.
You shoot him, Jess, or I'll open up on you.
I don't hold with shooting people, Clay.
Why, you dirty.
You cover Jess, Chester. I'll handle Clayt.
Yes, sir.
Clayt. Clayt. We just shot down your brother. You're on your own now.
There's two of you, ain't there, Marshal?
You can make it easy on yourself. Just throw out your gun.
Yeah. Could do that. Only I ain't gonna.
You get him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I think so, Chester. Come on.
Yes, sir. He sure is dead, Mr. Dillon.
How about the other one?
Oh, I don't think he's hurt bad. Anyways, I got his gun.
Now, let's have a look at him.
You shoot Clay, Marshal?
Yeah. He's dead, Jess.
You shouldn't ought to kill that man. I don't hold with shooting people. Shooting up bottles is different. But I don't hold with shooting people, Marshal.
You hurt bad.
Funny thing. Clay shot me in my gun arm. It's going to be a while before I can use it.
Well, the saloon keepers will be glad to hear that.
That's a fact.
You better go find Doc Adams and get your arm fixed up. And then you ride out of town, huh?
Tell you the truth, Marshal. I'll be glad to get out of Dodge. You gonna see that Clay's buried?
Yeah, we'll see that he's buried.
I'll take care of things here, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, thanks, Chester.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, what is it, Toby?
I want you to know that I'm mighty pleased with the way you handled everything. Of course, you could have stopped it before it got so bad.
So could the rest of you.
Yes, but anyway, Marshal, I want to thank you.
The Dodge House still standing, Toby?
Yes, it is.
You suppose everything's going to be all right for a little while?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Now, you're blocking my way, Toby. I'm going to go back to the office and try to get some sleep. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, James Nusser, Barney Phillips, and Don Diamond. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last night Jack, Mary, Phil, and Dennis went to a neighborhood theater to see a special showing of Danny Kaye's new picture, The Kid from Brooklyn. So let's go back and pick them up as they leave the theater.
Oh, gee, that was a wonderful picture, wasn't it, fellas?
Yeah, that Danny Kaye's a panic. He's really clever.
You said it, Phil. He had that audience in stitches.
Yes, me, that guy's one of the funniest comedians in show business.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. I can't figure you out, Jackson. Every time another comedian gets laughs, it burns you up.
I'm not burned up.
Well, the least you could do is say you liked it.
I liked it. We came to see the picture. We saw it. Now let's forget it.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. Every time you see somebody else in the movies, you get mad.
I do not.
You do, too. You even got mad at that 74-year-old man who married a 16-year-old girl, and he was only in the newsreel.
Well, he didn't have to look so smug. Now, let's forget it.
Come on, Jackson. Snap out of it.
Phil, there's nothing to snap out of, believe me. If Danny Kaye's picture was good, I'd be the first one to say so. As a matter of fact, just last week, Mary and I went to the movies, and when we came out, I raved about it.
That was your own picture. And you were mad halfway through that until you put on your glasses and found out it was you.
Never mind. Dennis, did you think Danny Kaye was funny?
I don't know. I could hardly hear him with all those peanuts. Cracking.
Who was eating peanuts?
I was.
Well, you didn't miss anything, Dennis. What a title for a picture. The Kid from Brooklyn.
Look, Jackson, I remember last year when you and I went to see Danny's other picture, Wonder Man. You didn't like that either.
Wonder Man? Of course I didn't like it. The plot was ridiculous. Imagine expecting people to believe that a man can die and his ghost can come back and talk to his twin brother.
Jack, if you're going to pick stories apart, what about the picture you made called The Meanest Man in the World?
Well, at least in that picture, I didn't die.
You did the night I saw it, Bob.
Don't change the subject. We're talking about Danny Kaye. Those specialty numbers on his radio program. Oh, brother.
What do you mean, oh, brother? I like the way he sings. A git-got-giddle and a git-got-stan, a dit-got-diddle and a dit-got-stan.
Some talent. A git-got-giddle and a git-got-tan, a dit-got-diddle and a dit-got-tan. On my program, I've got two guys that do that and sell tobacco at the same time. And he thinks he's got something new. Wonder Man, what a plot. Imagine a ghost coming in.
Hey, Jackson, look out for that taxi.
Why don't you watch where you're going? You taxi drivers think you own the whole street. I got a good mind to...
Jack, calm down, for heaven's sake. Don't pick a fight with the taxi driver.
Well, all right. Okay, driver, get going.
Yes, sir.
They watch where they're driving.
Well, I'm going to leave you here, Jackson.
Me too.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, by the way, Jackson, did you hear what Hedda Hopper said about me on her radio program last Monday night?
Yes, Phil, I heard it.
Yeah, she said I had charm, talent, personality.
She said Alice had charm, talent, and personality.
Community property, Father. Community property.
Phil, go home, will you?
Okay. So long, Jackson.
So long.
I'll walk as far as the next corner with you, Mr. Benny.
All right, kid, come on. You know, Dennis, I hate to be critical of other people's pictures, but I was certainly disappointed in Danny Kaye's.
Well, the people in the audience were sure laughing.
I know, but you can't always go by. Dennis, stop jumping over the fireplace. You can't always go by an audience reaction. Now, Danny Kaye had nerve enough to make another picture after Wonder Man. What a fantastic plot that was. Imagine a ghost coming back to this world.
Well, you were a ghost, and you came back, and the horn blows at midnight.
Well, at midnight, it's possible. When did you see my picture, kid?
I saw it about 5 years ago.
5 years ago? I only made it 2 years ago.
I didn't even like it then.
What are you talking about? In the first place, Dennis. Dennis, stop jumping over fire plugs. You act just like a kid. Why don't you grow up? Look at Shirley Temple. Look at Freddie Bartholomew. Now, come on, walk like a man. Well, here's where I have to leave you, Mr. Benny. See you tomorrow at rehearsal. Oh, you forgot your line. Okay, well, good night. Ooh. That's funny. Dennis made it. I guess this was a bigger hydrant.
Can I help you up, Mr. Milan?
I'm not Mr. Milan. I can get up myself. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dum, da-dee.
Hey, Jack.
Huh?
It's me, Jack, Danny Kaye.
Oh, Danny! Gosh, Danny, this is a coincidence running into you. I just saw that special showing of your new picture.
Oh, you did, Jack? How'd you like it?
Danny, I thought it was the greatest thing I ever saw in my life. You were sensational in it.
I was?
Daddy, believe me, I haven't enjoyed anything that much in years. My side still hurt from laughing.
That's funny.
What's funny?
Well, I just ran into Dennis Day, and he said you thought it was lousy.
Oh, Dennis Day. Where'd you see him?
I caught him in midair over a fire plug.
And Dennis told you that I said it was lousy?
Yeah.
Certainly is amazing what kids will repeat. I mean, make up. Look, Danny, what he probably heard me say was that even though I thought this picture, The Kid from Brooklyn, was terrific, it still wasn't quite as sensational as your last picture, Wonder Man.
He told me you thought Wonder Man stunk, too.
Well, tell me, Danny, have you made any other pictures?
Yes, Up in Arms, and that's your last chance.
Well, look, Danny, you know Dennis is a silly kid and doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, Mary and Phil were with me, and if you want to know what I thought...
I ran into them, too.
Well, Danny, they were only kidding. Your new picture is a riot. See, I thought it was funnier than Random Harvest.
Wait a minute, Jack. Random Harvest wasn't funny.
That's what I mean, Danny. In fact, you have so much talent that
Bud.
Huh?
Can you just tell me what a First National Bank is?
The First National Bank?
Yeah.
You go down to the next corner, and it's 1 block over.
Thanks, Bud.
You're welcome. I wonder what he wants at a bank this time of night.
I don't know. He must be a doctor with that black satchel.
Yeah. I thought I recognized him, but I couldn't tell with that mask over his face. Oh, well.
What were we talking about, Jack? Me or you?
Let's see. Oh, yes. Now, Danny, don't let this go to your head, but you've got so much talent that you and I ought to team up and make a picture together. Why, you and I can have comedy all sewed up. You and I can be the biggest thing in pictures. I can see our names in lights right now. I and you.
What happened to you and I?
That is not important now. The main thing is that Kay and Benny would be the greatest team in show business.
What about Crosby and Hope?
Those golfers? I mean, what would they be without Dorothy Lamour?
You know, say, come to think of it, Jack, you're right. They started to make a picture without her, but Crosby looked so bad in a sarong.
No kidding, really?
Yeah, and Paramount warned them, too. If they tried that trick again, their next picture would be The Road to Warner Brothers.
I know what you mean. I made that trip myself.
In fact, Paramount made the San Fernando Valley my home. They didn't even, they don't even give you a bus ticket. But anyway, Danny. I wonder what that explosion was.
It's the First National Bank.
How do you know?
The night watchman just flew by.
Oh, yes. Anyway, Danny, if you and I could...
Hey, Bud.
Huh?
Where's the Second National Bank?
Go straight down to the next corner, and then 3 blocks to your left.
Thanks.
He must be a stranger in town, isn't he? Anyway, Danny, as I said before, I'm convinced, and you and I ought to make a picture together.
Oh, I think you're right, Jack. And you know what? I've got a wonderful song that'll fit right into it. It's called Concerto for Tongue and Orchestra.
Concerto for Tongue and Orchestra?
Yeah. Yeah, would you like to hear it?
Right out here on the street?
Sure, that's why I carry this phonograph. I never know when somebody's going to ask me to sing.
Oh, well, yes. Go ahead, Danny. Let's have it.
All right. Don't go away, Jack. French horn. Tim tarakatarakam tarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarakatarak
La ram pam 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 diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-dum ba-dum hey diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-dum ba-dum time.
That was swell. I'm sure it'll be a big hit for you.
Yeah, well, thanks, Jack. Look, I've got to run along now. I'll see you later.
Okay, so long, Danny.
So long. Oh, Jack, before I leave, since you just saw my new picture, as a matter of professional courtesy, I think it's only fair that you shouldn't have to pay. So I'd like to return the price you paid for admission.
Oh, no. No, Danny, I wouldn't think of it.
Oh, but Jack, I insist.
No, there's no use talking, Danny. I don't want to. I went to see your picture. Nobody forced me. And it was well worth the money, which, including the tax, came to 65 cents. I'm sorry. I let it slip. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm glad you did, Jack. And here's your money, 65 cents.
Thanks. And Danny, I know that you saw my last picture, so I'm going to return the price you paid for admission.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Jack. The manager already did.
Earth, walk around and talk almost like a human being.
What about Fred Allen?
A ghost looks that bad? Well, thanks, kid. Now we're really partners. So long, Danny.
So long, Jack.
So long. No, darn it. Door's locked. I forgot my key. Rochester, open the door.
Coming, boss. I'll have to hang up now, honey. Goodbye, honey. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Rochester, open the door.
Sorry, boss. I was busy on the phone.
I heard you. Who were you talking to?
The milkman.
The milkman. Rochester, do you expect me to believe you were blowing kisses to the milkman?
Why do you think we've been getting butter lately? Say, boss, how was Danny Kaye's picture?
Oh, it was all right. Much better than his other ones. You know, that Wonder Man? The picture Wonder Man. Who believes in ghosts?
Who believes in which?
Ghosts. You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Not exactly, but when I shake hands with somebody and say, give me a little skin, I want to feel it.
Rochester, that's not what I'm talking about. You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?
I'm afraid of anything that's overdrawn at the blood bank.
Oh, that's being childish.
Maybe so, boss, but that's one of my idiosyncrasies. Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go to bed.
Go ahead, Rochester. I'm going to the library to relax for a while. Is the phonograph in there?
Yes, boss.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Now, let's see. Where's that record that I always like to play? Oh, here it is. Can't you hear me calling Caroline?
Can't you hear me calling Caroline?
Soul American.
Ah, yes, Caroline, where they grow the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
So beautiful.
Yes, Caroline. Remember that day in the woods when I carved that heart in the tree and put in the initials LS loves MFT?
How romantic.
And from that day on, we knew that LSMFT stood for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy 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 on the draw.
That's better.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
What a wonderful record. I wish I had a girl here so I could dance to it. Well, I think I'll...
Free and easy, and easy, and easy, and easy.
Polly.
And on the draw.
Now go to sleep, Polly. It's getting late. I think I'll read for a while before I go to bed. Let's see. What books have I got here? Here's one. I Stand Condemned. Oh, I read that a few weeks ago. About the man who went to the electric chair and he had 3 lovely children. Apple, Pan, and Dowdy. Let's see, what else is there here? Here's one. Old Ghost Tales. Silly. Old Ghost Tales. Now, let's see what it says. Note. For those who do not believe in ghosts, this book is respectfully dedicated in the hope that the authenticated evidence contained within these pages will dispel all doubts on the subject.
On the subject.
Quiet, Polly. As the last dying gasp leaves the body, the spirit is released into the cosmic atmosphere. This ectoplasm, when returning to its terrestrial habitat, often takes the form of an apparition clothed in white...
Rochester! I'm just changing the bed sheet.
Well, you don't have to wear it over your head. Now go to bed.
Okay, good night, boss.
Good night. It was in 1887, on the night of January 4th, in the old McPherson mansion, when the secret of the returning squire first came to... Oh, I don't know why I'm reading this anyway. There's no such thing as a ghost.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Benny.
Well, I know what What? Who am I talking to? Who are you?
I'm you.
Me?
Yes. I'm your ghost. The ghost of Jack Benny.
But I'm not dead yet.
That's all right. I can wait.
You can... Oh, what's the matter with me? First thing I know, I'll be talking to myself. Serves me right for even reading them. But then, let's see. I wonder if there is anything to this story. The McPherson mansion had been vacant for 15 years when suddenly one night a light appeared in the attic. That was the beginning of... Who's that?
Hello, Jackson.
Who are you?
I'm the ghost of Diamond Jim Brady.
Diamond Jim Brady?
Yes, Jackson, I made something out of life. I ate well and drank well. I was surrounded by beautiful women. Nightclubs and cabarets threw open their doors to me because I always picked up every check in the house. I had fun.
Is that fun?
You don't understand that, do you, Jackson?
Well, let me tell you something, Jim Brady. If you didn't stuff yourself with that rich food, you might be alive today like I am.
I'd rather be a ghost like I am. Get wise to yourself, Jackson. Money is made to spend, so spend it. Spend, spend, spend.
I should have him in my audience. Maybe he's right. Maybe I ought to... Oh, no, I don't want to start inflation. But then, what's the matter with me? I don't believe in ghosts anyway. This is all in my mind. Imagine a ghost of... I think I'll go upstairs. Wait a minute. That sounds like music in the distance. Violin music.
That's all right, Mr. Benny. That's what she is. Beautiful violin music.
What? Who are you?
I am the ghost of Antonio Stradivarius.
Stradivarius, the greatest violin maker that ever lived.
Yes, Mr. Benny. All of my life I work, I live, I die just to make that violin a beautiful instrument. For 90 years I put my heart and a soul in it. And in 5 minutes you break.
But Antonio...
Mr. Benny, I beg you, I plead with you, give up with the violin.
But Tony...
Please, in the name of a Paganini, and in the name of every musician, I beg you, don't play the violin. I am so tired of turning over into my grave.
Look out! Look out, Mr. Stradivarius! You can't go through that door. It's locked. He went through it anyway. Gee, I know I'm not a Fritz Chrysler or a Heifetz, but I'm not a Spike Jones either. Well, this serves me right for going to see Danny Kaye's picture. What? Who are you?
I'm the ghost of Danny Kaye's twin brother. You saw me in Wonder Man.
But what are you doing on Earth?
Goldwyn picked up my option.
But even so, why did you leave heaven?
Some guy kept blowing a horn at midnight and drove me nuts.
Oh, this must be a trick. I still don't believe you're the ghost of Danny Kaye's twin brother.
Oh, you don't, eh? Do you want me to prove it?
Yes.
Stop it!
Stop it! What's the matter with me? Danny! Danny Stradivarius! Diamond Jim! Danny!
Here you are, boss. Some ham, cheese, and bologna.
What?
I heard you had company, so I made some sandwiches.
No, Roger. It was just me and 3 ghosts.
Oh, in that case, I'd better... What?
Roger, come back here.
Yeah, wait for me.
That's ridiculous. What are they afraid of? I'm going to finish this book. The McPherson mansion had been vacant for 15 years when suddenly one night a light appeared in the attic. Then a terrible scream rang out, and they knew that old McPherson had turned to avenge the betrayal.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first here is my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
In a
cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And today, tomorrow, always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Take a tip from the independent tobacco experts. Men like Mr. Joseph H. Burnett, independent tobacco auctioneer of Buffalo Springs, Virginia, who said,
"As a tobacco auctioneer, I have sold over 240 million pounds of tobacco. And year after year, I've seen American buy that fine leaf that makes for fine smoking. I personally have smoked Lucky's for 12 years.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. An independent tobacco expert.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Gary Cooper in The Pride of the Yankees with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow afternoon in New York's Yankee Stadium, the exciting cry of "Play ball" will begin another World Series. In the clubhouse under the grandstand, as game time comes near, the players will be pulling their uniforms out of their lockers, and there'll be jokes and horseplay because ball players are like that. But one of those lockers will not be open tomorrow. That locker has never been used by anyone since the day in June 1939 when Lou Gehrig hung up his glove for the last time. Lou Gehrig is one of baseball's immortals. His records are on the books for all to read. But Gary Cooper is here on this stage not to bring us a baseball story, but a drama of human courage. The story of a man who knew his destiny and faced it without flinching. That story is the one told in Samuel Goldwyn's fine motion picture, The Pride of the Yankees. And starring with Gary tonight, we present Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan. Lou Gehrig is in the great American tradition, and there certainly is no better choice than Gary Cooper to play the part. I've called on Gary twice in pictures to play heroes from that same tradition, and he's busy with a third one for me now in the story of Dr. Wassel. You know, this evening is a real occasion on this stage, for it was just 9 years ago that Lux Toilet Soap presented the first play in the Lux Radio Theater. And do you remember what was happening then? The Italians were marching into Ethiopia, and Mussolini's army was considered one of the strongest in the world. The first Thin Man picture came out that year, and skirts, believe it or not, were being worn just above the ankle. 9 years ago, millions of you were already using our product. Since then, scientists have made Lux Toilet Soap even better, and millions more have joined our family circle. Now here's the anniversary curtain going up on the first act of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper as Lou Gehrig, with Virginia Bruce as Ellie, Edgar Buchanan as Sam Blake, and Elsa Johnson as Mom.
To my own son, I will say to your face, you are good for nothing, Lou Gehrig. All baseball players are good for nothing. Loafers in short pants.
That was what Lou Gehrig's mother told him the day she found out he was a ball player. He was all against it at first, but she came around later. By the way, my name's Sam Blake, and I'm a sports writer. I was kind of a special friend of Lou's, so I know a lot about him. That's what I'm here for now. I want you to know him, too, the way I did. Yeah, Lou's mother had great plans for him. Even when he was just a kid, she had plans. Like the afternoon, he came home after a game of sandlot baseball and told his mother he'd like to quit school.
How can you say that? Look at your papa. Look at me. We didn't go to school, and what are we? A janitor, a cook. I want you to be somebody.
Sure, Mom, sure.
Like your Uncle Otto, Louis. Don't you see, Louis? That's why I'm cooking up at Columbia go there someday and be an engineer like your Uncle Otto.
But, Mom, maybe I ain't cut out to be an engineer.
What do you want to know?
I want to be a... Gee, I don't know, Mom. An engineer, I guess.
Lou went to school. He even went to Columbia. Worked his way through waiting on tables in a fraternity house. He'd been playing ball all the time, made the varsity. Then one evening he showed up at home for dinner wearing a pledge pin.
Hi, Mom.
What?
I just said hi.
All right. Hi.
Notice anything, Mom?
I noticed Papa is late and the soup's getting cold. Sit down, Louis.
Mom, look. I'm wearing a pin. Sigma Alpha Psi.
Oh, Lou. They took you in.
Yeah, this afternoon.
Oh, Lou, everything's going so fine now.
Well, this is just the pledge pin. I get the real pin before long, and when I get it, I'm supposed to give it to my best girl. You still my best girl, Mom?
Always.
Well, it'll mean you'll have to go steady with me. You can't even look at anybody else.
Not even Papa?
All right. Papa.
I didn't know Lou then, but I heard all about those days from his mother. First time I ever ran across him was up at Southfield. I was sitting in an office one spring afternoon talking to the Columbia football coach. Over on Southfield, they were practicing baseball.
Well, Sam, I'm going to build my football team around a new man next fall. A great halfback.
That's so?
Yes, sir. One of the most promising kids I've ever... What the...
Well, you can send for a man to fix that window. Somebody gunning for you, Jim?
Well, there it is. A baseball.
Baseball?
Yeah. Come over here to the window. See that fella trotting around the bases? That's the halfback I was telling you about. Lou Gehrig, a line-plunging fool.
Football? For a kid that can hit a baseball this far?
Well, Sam, there's a pretty stiff wind blowing in this direction.
Yeah? Well, that wind could blow him right into the major leagues. I got hold of Lou one afternoon a few days later. I told him Miller Huggins of the Yankees would like to give him a chance to play ball. He looked at me like he was going to faint.
Yankees? You mean the New York Yankees?
I don't mean the Chillicothe Yankees.
Oh, thanks, gee. Gee, that's wonderful, but I'm going to be an engineer.
Engineer. That's what he told me. And I guess he would have been an engineer, except something happened. Getting philosophical, it was one of those corners you turn in life. Just a little twist in the road.
Hiya, Pop. Dinner ready yet? Lou, listen. Mama is sick. What do you mean, sick? Mama? Yes. She never said anything, but now she's sick. Well, get a doctor. I'll go right away. No, he's here. He's in there with her now. She didn't want him because it would cost $2. Well, what's wrong? What did he say? Here he is. Well, doctor, is it serious, doctor?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
We've got to get your wife to the hospital immediately. The general hospital is rather crowded just now, but I'll see if I can make arrangements.
There must be room in one of the wards. Wait a minute. Mom's not going to a ward. She's going to have the best of everything. A good room in a private hospital.
Lou, beggars can be choosers. A private hospital costs money, and where are we going to get it?
Well, I know where I can get it. I'll get an advance on my salary.
On what?
My salary. I got a chance to join the Yankees. Oh, nurse.
Yes?
Nurse, can we see Mrs. Gehrig now?
I think so. We're going to take her downstairs for another treatment. But you can only stay a moment.
That's all right. I've got to catch a train and...
I see. We'll bring her right out. Wait here.
Thank you. Well, Pop, did you read that contract?
It's wonderful, Louis. Wonderful. Now you're a real baseballer, huh?
Sure. It's signed by Miller Huggins. He's the Yankees manager.
Louis, there's one thing I don't understand. If you're going to be with the Yankees, why are they sending you from New York to Hartford to bring you back to New York?
Well, they're sending me to play with the Hartford team for a while to give me the experience I need. That's the way they work it.
Uh-huh. How are you going to work it?
Work what?
Mama, you going to tell her?
Well, sure. She'll understand.
Yeah, sure. I think I'll go for a walk.
Well, you stay here, Pop.
Louis.
There she is. Hello, Mom.
Look, I'm like a baby in a carriage, Louis.
Well, you let him wheel you around here till you're all well again, here? How's my best girl, Mom?
Fine.
Well, how they treating you?
Wonderful. I can't get over how much they give you here for nothing.
Well, that's great, Mom. Now, look, I want to tell you something.
Excuse me a minute. I'm going for a smoke.
Come here, Pop.
What's the matter?
Well, it's nothing, Mom. Really, I'm going away, that's all. I'm going to Hartford.
Harvard? Harvard College. Oh, that's wonderful. You are going to be a great engineer, and Harvard Engineering School is good, huh?
Well, you see,
I'm afraid we'll have to take her now.
Oh, well, I'll tell you about it later, Mom. Goodbye.
Leaving on track 5. Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford.
But look, Louis, suppose Mama finds out. What about me? Well, protect yourself in the clenches, Pop. So long. Wait, what about mail? Suppose Mama writes you. Well, but she'll write the letters, but you'll mail them, see? But what about the money you'll be sending me? How will I explain that? Well, tell her you got a job. A job? Who, me? You. Goodbye, Pop.
Louis, wait. What kind of a job?
Well, that's up to you. Goodbye.
What?
I got a job. But what?
Ha. I know. Politics.
Good morning, Mrs. Gehrig. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts. Come on in.
Hello, Mr. Gehrig.
Good morning.
Well, you saw the papers this morning.
Papers. The one says white, the other black. I never read them.
But you must be very proud of your son.
My Lou, of course. But I just can't get over how wonderful everything is with my husband, Mr. Gehrig, you know. You want to know when he leaves for work? When he feels like it. Political at $25 a week.
Wow.
What is it, Papa? Wow, what?
Nothing. Just wow.
Oh, now, who's that? Oh, Mrs. Fabini, good morning.
Oh, I couldn't have waited for you to come to the door. Isn't it exciting?
It's in the paper all about Lou. See, isn't it great?
Shut up.
Shut up. Wait. What is it all about?
Did you read in the paper about a Lou?
Paper, Lou?
Here it is. Read it.
Here is report from Hartford by Yankee.
Mama, we'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it now.
Hey, Mom. Hello, Mom. Yeah, thanks. Hey, look, if you don't mind, I think there are a few things I ought to talk over with the folks. Well, how's my best girl, Mom? What's the matter, Mom?
Well, I'd better go, too.
Where? To work?
I'll be right back, Louis.
Mom, about Hartford. I didn't go there just because I wanted to play baseball. I went because we needed the money. You were sick, and the doctor said you might die.
I wish I had died rather than see you give up everything we planned. For what? To play ball. Oh, a disgrace like that.
Well, it's not such a disgrace to play with the Yankees.
That's what we came to America for? So that you would play baseball? After all my plans for you to follow after your Uncle Otto.
Mom, people have got to live their own lives. Nobody can live it for you. Well, nobody could have made a ball player out of Uncle Otto. And nobody can make anything but a ball player out of me.
To my own son, I'll say it to your face. You are a good-for-nothing, Lou Gehrig. All baseballers are good-for-nothing. Loafers in short pants.
Mom, you've never been to a ball game. Maybe there's something to it. Say, why don't you come out some afternoon and watch?
Never, never. I don't see Lou. Where's Lou?
He's not out on the field yet, Mama. The game hasn't started.
You sure we came to the right baseball park?
Yes, Mama.
Oh, and those men down there, they are not the players?
No, Mama. They are getting the field ready, Mama.
Oh. What do they do with the pillows?
They are not pillows. They are bases. You slide into them, Mama.
I slide into them?
Just watch, Mama. Huh? Just watch. Get your scorecard. You can't tell the players without a scorecard, lady.
My own son, I can tell. The others are none of my business.
Your son playing? Sure. Lou Gehrig. Gehrig? Never heard of him. Substitute?
No. Yankees.
Well, Mom didn't get a chance to see Lou that afternoon. Not in action, anyway. It was a long time and a lot of baseball games later before he came up to bat. It happened at Comiskey Park in Chicago.
Gehrig, get up there. Oh, me? Yes, you. You're batting for Wally Pip. Now get a hold of one, kid.
Oh, sure. Sure, Mr. Huggins.
Lou started off the bench like a blue streak. Here was his chance. So what does he do? He goes right up to the pile of bats, slips on him, and falls flat on his back. There was a girl at the game that day in the field box just back of first base.
Hey, Tango
It was Eleanor Twitchell started that. Tanglefoot, she said, and the crowd took it up like a battle cry.
Oh, Tanglefoot! Well, then, I know you really started something.
Didn't I? Dreadful, isn't it, Dad?
Tanglefoot! Whoa!
I seem to have tied a label on that rookie.
What's his name?
Gehrig.
He looks like a hitter, though, from where I sit.
Oh, a nice single.
course it hit Eleanor.
Yeah. Oh, look, Daddy, looking over this way, right at me. I guess he knows I started it. He's an awful mad ball player, isn't he?
In Chicago, the Yankees used to have dinner in the same restaurant every night. After Lou's first game, I was there eating with him when Eleanor Twitchell and her father came in.
Hiya, Yankees. Enjoying your stay in Chicago?
Hello there.
Hello there, losers.
Hello, Mr. Twitchell. Tell your boys to bring their horseshoes with them when they come to New York next trip.
Oh, you can't win with alibis. Oh, hello, Mr. Blake.
Hello, Miss Twitchell.
Say, how's the rookie? Has he...
Look out.
Oh!
Hey, come on, pick her up. Pick her up.
Just over the chair. Hey, ha-ha, Tanglefoot.
Come on, pick her up. You okay, Miss Twitchell?
Sure, I'm okay. Boy, what a Brody.
Well, that's all right, Miss Twitchell. A thing like that can happen to anybody. Miss Twitchell, this is Mr. Gary. Well, I'm glad to see you, Miss Twitchell.
What's so funny? Oh, all right, we're even.
Well, if we're even, maybe you'll sit down with me.
Sure. Well, Miss Garrick, I hear this is your first game today.
My first appearance, and am I glad to get out of the lumber business? Oh, but you wouldn't know what that means. That means...
No, I know what it means.
Well, what does it mean?
Picking splinters off of your pants from sitting on the bench so long.
Gee, you do know, don't you?
How long do you expect to stay off the bench, Mr. Garrick?
Well, I'll tell you, I got a hunch I'm going to play for a long while.
Uh-oh, Wally Pitt must be awfully sick.
Hey, what are you doing with this Yankee?
Hello, Sam. Hello, Mr. Twitchell.
This is my father, Mr. Garrick.
Well, hello, Mr. How do you do? Oh, you're the Yankees' first baseman, eh? Yes, sir, at last. Well, I like the way you stand up to the ball, Gary. A lot of power there. Well, there, Miss Twitchell. Your father knows a ball player when he sees one. Yes, he stands up to the plate fine.
Yes, he does. And he falls down on the bat pretty good, too, Dad. Tanglefoot.
Nice playing those last two games, Lou. If you stick long enough, you'll have a good chance to show what you can do. Huh? Oh, yeah. Say, Blake. What? Blake, you know a lot about women. Me? Oh, certainly. Well, what does it mean when a girl says you remind her of a Newfoundland puppy? Oh, well, if it was an Airedale, that'd be bad. A police dog, that'd be fatal. But a Newfoundland puppy, I'd see her again if I was you. Well, you didn't say Airedale. Thanks, Blake. I'll take your advice.
Mr. DeMille and our stars Gary Cooper, Virginia Bruce, and Edgar Buchanan will return in Act 2 of The Pride of the Yankees. And now, a young man and a girl who's made a hit.
Gee, Mary, what a break to meet a girl like you. Look, I'm on a date tomorrow. I've only got a few days leave, and I sure want to see you some more.
Yes, Mary's made a hit, and she gives the credit to her smart new dress.
Of course. I know that shade of blue is just right for me, and the hat helped, too.
But if you asked Bill what Mary wore that evening, he'd tell you...
Oh, I don't know. Something keen, all right. The hat? It seems to me it was little. All I remember is how pretty she looked. Boy, what a complexion.
Which proves again that a new dress is all very fine, but it's lovely skin that really does the trick. Yes, a soft, smooth complexion is the charm that wins. And clever girls know a quick, easy care that protects this charm, helps skin to be fresher, more appealing. They depend on the daily beauty facials 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Here's what they do.
Just smooth the creamy lather well in, lots and lots of it, then rinse with warm water and splash on cold. Pat dry with a soft towel. Simple, but it works.
Now, why don't you try Hollywood's beauty facials every single day? You'll find Lux toilet soap's rich lather gives your complexion gentle, thorough care. Really brings it new loveliness. Active lather whisks away stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt, leaves skin feeling satin smooth. Why not ask your dealer for Lux toilet soap tomorrow? And if he's temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he'll have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper as Lou Gehrig, with Virginia Bruce as Ellie, and Edgar Buchanan as Sam Blake.
Yeah, Lou took my advice all right. Every time the team got back to Chicago, he went scooting out to see if he could find Eleanor Twitchell. He found her, too. They got along fine. Yes, sir, especially the time Lou took her dancing out to a nightclub. That night, was another turning point in Lou's life.
Well, Mr. Garrick, your first World Series.
No, don't say that. Not yet. We've got 6 more cities waiting for us, and anything can happen. Say, do you realize this is my last night in Chicago this season, and this is goodbye?
Oh, well, a lot of them. 6 more to go. 6 more goodbyes.
6 more of what?
Well, you play in 7 cities. When you're on the road, you must have a girl in every city. The ball player's like a sailor, isn't he? A girl in every port. What's Miss Boston's name?
I never had a girl in Boston.
Haven't?
No.
What about Philadelphia?
No.
St. Louis?
No.
Cleveland? Washington? New York?
Hey, you forgot Chicago.
Chicago? Who?
Well, aren't you my girl?
Why, Lou, I don't know what you mean by your girl. Your best girl? Is that what you mean?
Well, I've seen you 4 days in a row, and you're out with me here tonight. Isn't that what best girls do?
Is it? I wonder if I'm going to miss you.
Can't you find out before I go?
No, isn't that too bad? Why is it always like that?
I have no idea.
Seems silly, doesn't it? I like that scene, don't you? Will you dance with me?
Sure.
Lou.
What?
Lou, if I do miss you, I wish I knew how much I was going to.
I wish you knew before I left.
Shall I try?
How?
Well, shall I? Lou, where do you go from here?
Detroit?
All right. You see, I close my eyes and make believe it's tomorrow night and that I'm dancing with someone else.
Oh, yeah, I get the idea.
All right, you ready? My eyes are closed. Are you in Detroit?
Yep, I'm sitting in the lobby of the Statler Hotel.
Now, who am I dancing with? Let me see. Who do I know? Harold Chandler. Bill Talbot, Jim Johnson, Jack Austin, Bill Stitch, Sam Price.
Hey.
What?
I'm tired of this game. I don't like it. I'm back in Chicago.
And I'm laughing again.
The Yankees won the pennant that year, played against the Cardinals in the World Series. One morning in St. Louis, just before the game, the boys went over to a hospital for crippled kids. The rest of the team left, and Lou was sitting talking to a little boy, a little fellow who couldn't walk.
Mr. Perry, you ought to guess my ball, too?
Sure, let's see it.
There's Babe Ruth's name there. He promised to hit a homer for me today.
Well, what do you know? Say, you're quite a fan, aren't you?
I like baseball. I used to play a lot.
And you'll play again. Billy, you know there isn't anything you can't do if you try hard enough.
I think so.
Sure.
But you not playing one for me this afternoon?
Well, you've already been promised one by Babe Ruth.
Could you?
Well, that's a pretty tall order. Okay.
Could you not 2 homers?
2 homers in a World Series?
Oh, Mr. Gary, you said that you could do anything if you tried hard enough. That's what you said.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, I'll hit 2 homers for you if you'll hit 1 for me.
Me? How?
You've got to promise me that one of these days you're going to get up out of this bed and go home on your own power.
But how can I?
If you want to do something hard enough, you can do it. Hey, we can both do it, can't we?
Sure we can.
Well, that's the idea. Well, so long, Billy.
So long, Mr. Gary.
Just make it Lou.
Oh, so long, Lou. Read all about it. Papers, Yankees, cards, roll sets over. Roll sets over. Gary gets storm. Fibber. Roll sets one. Gary gets storm.
Nice going, Lou.
Thanks.
Wait till we get him in New York. Where's Gary? Hey, Lou.
Hello, Sam.
Conductor's got a telegram for you, Lou.
Here you are, Mr. Garrick.
Oh, thank you. That was a great thing this afternoon, Mr. Garrick. 2 home runs in the World Series.
Love.
What?
Love, it says love.
Who says?
Hey, conductor, get me to Chicago.
Wait a minute.
Tonight. Say, how can I do it? Stop the train. Let me off.
You can change trains at 10.
I'll change.
Lou, listen. Who says love?
Who?
Look, I'm the one who's asking.
Who? You know, Sam, you're a fine fella. I like you. Goodbye, Sam.
He's nutty enough to be on the Dodgers.
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, hello, officer.
What are you doing around here? You don't live in this house.
No.
Well, what are you doing here then?
Well, I was calling on the young lady.
At 4 o'clock in the morning. What for?
Well, if you must know, I'm calling on the young lady to ask her to marry me.
I see. And who are you?
My name's Lou Garrick.
Lou who?
Garrick.
Gary. Hey, let me see you. Yeah. I didn't recognize you in the dark. My name is O'Doul. Oh, I'm glad to know you, Gary. What is it?
Is Miss Twitchell home?
Yeah, we want to see Miss Twitchell.
A policeman. What's he done?
Nothing yet. Wake her up and tell her Lou Gehrig wants to see her, will you?
Yes, sir. Will you put him in and wait in the parlor?
Yeah.
Go on in, Lou. Go ahead.
Carla. Miss Twitchell?
Sit down, Lou. Sit down. Don't be so fidgety.
Thanks, officer.
Miss Twitchell? What is it? A policeman wants to see you. A policeman? And a fellow named Lou Gary. Lou? Lou? Oh, Lou.
I got your wire. I came right away.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Look, it said love.
Yes, love. Oh, lots of love.
Eleanor.
Oh, Lou. I miss
Well, I guess you don't need me anymore.
This is Mrs. Gary. You must be sound. Louis should be home any minute now. I don't know what's keeping him. I love a surprise party. Look, it's Louis. Papa, stop touching with the food.
I give you the instructions. You said you would tell us, but you got it wrong. You have ruined everything.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Gary. I just delivered the cake, that's all. What happened?
Look, it's a baseball player on top of the cake. They made Louis a right-handed batter.
I didn't even know what it was. Mr. Apple just told me to deliver it.
Only one in America that don't know that Louis is a southpaw, and he has to be our date.
Maybe nobody will notice it, Papa.
A right-handed batter. Oh.
Here he comes. Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Hide. Everybody hide.
Man, what now?
Louis, welcome home.
Hey, what is all this? Hello, everybody. Hello.
Lou.
Hello, Mom. How's my best girl?
Oh, wonderful.
Now, wait. I've got a surprise for you, too.
Quiet.
Mom, this is Ellie. Eleanor Twitchell.
Hello, Mrs. Gary.
And this is my Pop.
How are you?
Mom, Pop, there's something I got to tell you. I guess there's only one way to do this thing. Mom, Mrs. Gary meets Mrs. Gary.
What?
I mean, as soon as we get married.
Yes, thanks. You just married. Lou's got nothing to talk about you, Mrs. Gary. I'm sorry. I got some refreshments in the other room.
Come on, everybody.
By the end of next season, you can finish up in Chicago, then come back here and get a little house and fix it up. And then we'll get married.
Oh. I'm sorry, Liz, but I'm trying to clean up this lobby. That's my job. I'm sorry. Oh, Lou, I think we're getting a general hint that it's late. I better go up to my room.
Okay. Good night, Eleanor.
Good night. Oh, Lou, do you think your mother likes me?
Like you? Well, how could she help liking you?
I just wondered. I guess I was wrong.
What about?
Nothing. Good night, Lou.
Good night.
I must say, miss, you have picked out the most beautiful number in the store.
Yes, it's lovely.
Ellie, if you are looking for a chiffon
Oh, I found it, Mom. Look, just what I want. Isn't it beautiful?
It don't look very practical. And it looks second-hand, too.
It's an antique.
Antique. Louis can afford to buy new stuff. I'll show you, Ellie. Look at this one over here. Strong and practical. It lasts a lifetime.
But, Mom, I worked out sort of a scheme.
It was only a suggestion.
You see the rug in the bedroom.
Oh, the rug. That reminds me. Look at this pattern, Ellie. You see? And the rug is exactly the right size for your living room.
Oh, that's the pattern.
Look at the flowers and the birds. It will go with any kind of drape because it's got so many colors.
Well, I was planning on it.
It's almost an exact duplicate of the first rug we had in our house, only more so. That's why I bought it for you. It's your wedding present, Ellie.
Oh, thank you, Mom.
The house is really getting to look like something, Ellie.
Yes.
Where do you want this chipper rope, lady?
Oh, but that's not the right chiffon rope.
I asked them to bring it up, Ellie, to see how it would look. Put it down over there.
But, Mom...
You can live with it for a while, and then if you don't like
I
it...
can send it back.
I promise you won't send it back. Not with a scarf on it.
You can sign this one, Max.
Oh, what's that?
The bedroom paper, miss.
Oh, I'm sorry, you made a mistake. It's the wrong pattern. This is the one I selected.
All was changed this morning.
Who changed it?
I did. Isn't this one beautiful?
Oh, but, Mom, this little rose pattern I picked out.
I guarantee you wouldn't like it if you saw it on the wall. Neither would Louis.
Oh, but Lou was with me when I picked it out. He liked it.
Oh, men like anything. Where's Lou?
He's upstairs.
Oh, just wait until he sees this paper. Like he had when he was a little boy.
Hand me that screwdriver, will you, Pop? Louis, listen a minute. What, Pop? Louis, I never gave you much advice. First, you wouldn't take it. Second, I've been married 35 years, Louis, and I've learned one thing. Well, can't you read between the lines, Louis? It's not anything I can say in so many words. And yet, It's something that if you don't handle it right... Don't say anything about this to Mama, huh?
About what?
What I told you.
What does it tell me?
Well, can I be plainer?
But you like this pattern, Ellie, I know.
It's all right, Mom. It doesn't make that much difference.
And if you don't like the chiffon...
Oh, I'll probably get used to it.
Oh, you are very sweet, Ellie, to admit you are wrong.
Ellie.
Oh, Louis, look, the same wallpaper you had when you were a little boy.
Ellie, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just... Excuse me a minute.
What's wrong with Ellie?
Ellie? Nothing.
What happened? Was it about this?
The chiffon?
Yes. That's not the one she ordered. She wanted
It wasn't practical, not even mahogany. The drawers were too small.
But she liked it.
Well, she liked the other wallpaper, too, at first. But I convinced her. Oh, she's very sensible, Louis. You are lucky to get a girl like her.
That's right. Sit down, will you, Mom?
What?
Sit down, Mom, please.
Oh, yes, Lou.
Ellie, I just had a nice talk with your future mother-in-law.
What about it?
Oh, lots of things. Mostly about interior decorating. You know that wallpaper she picked out?
Yes, it's very nice.
Well, I saw it, and it's terrible. And so is that shipper robe.
You mean the one that just came in?
I mean the one that just went out. I told him to take it back. I'd have nightmares looking at that thing.
Oh, Lou Gehrig, I think I could learn to like you. But I hope you didn't hurt Mom's feelings.
Well, I probably did, but she'll get over it. You can't run a baseball team with two captains, or a household with two bosses. There's going to be only one boss of this house, so you'd better get that apron off and get your nose powdered.
Why?
Well, I just telephoned Sam Blake to get the mayor of New Rochelle over here right away.
What for?
Why, I thought you wanted to get married.
You mean now? This morning?
Yeah, and for the honeymoon, do you know where I'll take you?
Where?
The ball game.
Oh, darling, I love ball games.
He went to the Yankee Stadium right after the ceremony. A great day in the life of Lou Gehrig. But there was another turn in the road that was coming. Only we didn't know it then. Lou and Eleanor were all smiles when the photographer snapped their pictures on the field.
Oh, we'll get a great play on these pictures. Taking the day Lou won all 3 American League championships. Batting average, home runs.
You got it wrong, fella. This is the day I got married.
Yeah, Lou was all smiles. That turn in the road was just ahead. A tough turn to take. And he was traveling toward it fast.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Gary Cooper with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan in Act 3 of The Pride of the Yankees. And now, let's listen to two very pleased young men.
Hey, Joe, pinch me, will you? Rita Hayworth just lighted a cigarette for me.
Think you're somebody, huh? Well, look me over, pal. Who do you think I just had coffee with? Betty Grable.
That was no imaginary scene, Mr. Kennedy. It happened at the Hollywood Canteen. And every night the servicemen who drop in are welcomed by famous stars like Rita Hayworth and Betty Grable.
Yes, Libby, screen stars give unselfishly of time and effort to make that canteen a grand success. Lots of them put in an evening there, even when they've been working hard on a picture all day.
And look fresh as daisies, too, Mr. Kennedy. Though usually they don't have as much time to rest as the average busy person. But here's something they depend on to give them a real beauty pickup.
Something to do with Lux toilet soap, maybe, Libby?
But definitely, Mr. Kennedy. It's a Lux Soap Beauty Bath, and it's a Screen Stars formula for quick refreshment after a long day. Rita Hayworth says she loves the creamy Lux Soap lather, the way it leaves skin fresh and sweet. Betty Grable says her Lux Soap bath is so refreshing. She's keen about the nice perfume it leaves on her skin, too.
Well, Libby, that's a real Hollywood beauty tip. It's true that the lovely stars who use Lux toilet soap regularly for their million-dollar complexions find it makes a delightful bath soap, too. Try it. You'll agree with the stars who say the creamy, active lather leaves skin exquisitely fresh and smooth, makes daintiness sure. Lux toilet soap is hard milled, so each fragrant white cake lasts a long time. These days, when it's patriotic to save soap, that's important. And Lux soap will last even longer if you're careful to put it in a soap dish that's dry. So treat yourself to the real luxury of a daily Lux soap bath. You'll find it very inexpensive because Hollywood beauty soap costs but a few cents a cake. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
It's a long time since Gary Cooper has been in the Lux Radio Theater, and you'll meet him in person after the play. Now the curtain rises on the third act of The Pride of the Yankees, starring Gary Cooper with Virginia Bruce and Edgar Buchanan.
I guess there never were two happier people in the world than Lou and Ellie Gary. No, sir. She was the proudest wife I ever saw. She used to stand in front of the cabinet that held all Lou's trophies, just looking.
The most valuable player in the American League. Dad was right, wasn't he? He knew a ball player when he saw one.
Hey.
What's the matter, Lou?
It's funny. When you said that Chicago restaurant jumped right up in my lap. But that wasn't yesterday, was it? Tanglefoot?
No. But I certainly didn't know what I was walking into that night. Mr. Gary meet Miss Twitchell. And I left my little world behind me.
Your world? What do you mean?
Oh, darling, baseball life's so different. Sort of a little world all by itself. You play it in the spring, the summer, and the fall, and you talk about it in the winter. You really eat, drink, and sleep it.
Yeah. Yes, you have had a dish of it. Look. Say, how's this, Ellie? Those spring training trips must be pretty dull for a girl. How about you passing up Florida this spring? You know, take a little vacation for yourself.
Oh, all right, Lou. It has been a long time since you've palled around with the team. Give you a little vacation, too. We have seen a lot of each other.
Yes, it's an idea.
Yes, it is.
Well, let's settle.
Yes. Oh, Lou,
Ellie, you don't want to stay here, do you? I didn't mean that.
Neither did I.
Well, then what'd you say it for?
You said it. Oh, Lou, that's it.
Hey, you're going to leave me, huh?
Lou!
Hey, get this, my hammerlock.
Oh, darling, the table.
Hey, Uncle, I got your shoulders down. I got you.
All right, I give up.
Hey.
Hiya, folks. Hey, what goes on?
Just a little wrestling match, Sam.
Hello, Sam.
Hey, you just handed me my next story on a silver platter. How I Beat My Wife by Lou Gehrig.
Nick.
What'll kill him, look.
You lay off our private life, Sam.
And what'll I write about?
Oh, about a half a column.
Fine, fine. If I were in the middle of the Sahara Desert dying of thirst, you'd bring me vinegar.
Want some more, Lou?
Yeah, they're great. Say, these are the kind of flapjacks Mom used to make.
It's Mom's recipe. You didn't know it.
Anybody home?
In here. Mom and Pop. They said they'd be over this morning.
Hello.
Hello, Pop.
Hello, Ellie.
Hello, Ellie. Hello, Mom.
Hello, Louie. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Lou.
Hello, Mom. Sit down, Pop. Sit down, Pop, and have some breakfast.
Eating breakfast?
Yes, Lou's been raving about your flapjack recipe, Mom. Now, don't let him eat too many, Ellie. He'll get fat.
What if I do? Then I can quit baseball. What?
Louis, are you crazy?
I've always had a hankering to go in for engineering. You know that, Mom.
Engineering. The best ball player in the world wastes his time like that. Well, Lou always told me that his Uncle Otto... Uncle Otto. Schmotto. Digging ditches. That's all he ever did. The world's full of Ottos. But how many Lou Gehrigs are there?
Look at him, Mama, eating flapjacks on the most important day of his life.
Important?
Lou, don't tell me you have forgotten what day this is.
I don't know. Ellie?
It's not your birthday, is it? I'm surprised at you, Ellie. Today's the day Lou Gehrig is playing his 2,000th consecutive baseball game.
So what?
So what?
Look at him pretending he don't care. Come on, get a wiggle on you. The ballpark will be crowded and the fans will give you an automobile.
An automobile? Maybe they'll give him a yacht.
Sure, I'd better go, huh?
Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. But I warn you, all you'll get is a horseshoe of roses. Don't be a cynic, Ellie. A horseshoe of roses with good luck Lou Gehrig on a ribbon. They'll give him an automobile at least.
I say a yacht.
Sure, at least.
All right. But you'll come home with a horseshoe of roses.
Ellie, are you home?
Evening, Mr. Gehrig. Oh, what's that thing?
Well, this a horseshoe of roses. The fans gave it to me.
Well, what do you know? Set it down. Lovely, isn't it? Good luck, Lou Gehrig. No automobile, Mr. Gehrig? No yacht?
No, I was lucky to get away with my life. I struck out 3 times. the last time in the ninth with the bases full.
Oh, darling. Darling, I'd give you the Yankee Stadium.
Well, I wanted to knock a home run for you today, but maybe I tried too hard.
Good luck, Lou Gehrig. Good luck. If they only knew what I know. If they only realized what lies back of those 2,000 games you've played. Here, darling. Here's a rosebud for you from me. This is for the time you had 103 fever and played a doubleheader.
Well, this is one for you for having brown eyes.
And here's one for you when you played 12 innings in St. Louis with a broken toe.
And here's one for being the greatest fan a man ever had.
And here's for the time in Chicago you got beamed and went on playing.
Hey, take it easy. Cut it out. Hey, look out. You're tickling. No fair. Hey.
This has been out bringing home a yacht.
No, stop. Hey.
You want an Esso, huh?
Hey, Ellie, wait.
What's the matter? Come on, now, don't pretend. I won fair and square.
Oh, wait a second.
No, what is it?
It's my shoulder.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know. It feels funny. I must have sprained it or something. Felt kind of stiff at the game, too. Maybe that's why I struck out.
Come on, darling. I'll get the liniment.
It was more than a sprain. Sprain will work out in a week or so. This thing went on. It wasn't only the shoulder either. Lou began to slow down. Couldn't seem to run out a sure hit. Fielding went haywire. He finished out the season, though, and he started with the team again the following year. And he was getting worse all the time. Then came the afternoon when he asked to be taken out of the game.
Your attention, please. Calder now playing first base for New York, replacing Gehrig.
2,130 games. 14 years. Wait, get through seeing, Lou. When a place like this, they give you x-rays, the cardiograph, the metabolism, the fluoroscope, the works. Then they're liable to tell you got dandruff. It's happened time and again. I had a friend of mine came here once.
You got any chewing gum, Sam?
Yeah, here. I had a talk with the doc the other day, Lou. He said he never ran up against a better physical specimen. Strong as an ounce, he said you were. I talked it over with the x-ray guy, too. Boy, what a send-off he gave me. Heart okay, lungs okay, everything okay. Lou, I'll bet you 10 to 1. Here's the doc. Hiya, Doc.
Well, how did I do, Doctor? Mr. Gehrig, I'm afraid you'll have to give up baseball for a while. Go ahead, Doc. I'm a man who likes to know his batting average. I've only made a superficial examination of the test. We'll need some new x-rays. Give it to me straight. Am I through with baseball? I'm afraid so. Any worse than that?
You heard what the doc said, Lou. He's got to go over the test again.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it 3 strikes, Doc? You want it straight? Sure I do. Straight. It's 3 strikes. I see. Doc, I've learned one thing. All the arguing in the world can't change the decision of the umpire. How much time have I got?
Well, pardon me. Yes? Oh, have Mrs. Gehrig come in, please.
Look, Doc, I don't want Mrs. Gehrig to know, ever.
I understand. For the newspapers?
Oh, Sam here can take care of that, can't you, Sam?
Well, sure I will. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll cook up something.
Hello.
Hi, Ellie. Well, darling, the verdict's in. I'm not such a bad ball player. I've really got something, haven't I, Doc?
What is it, Lou?
Well, I'd be cured of it by the time I learned how to pronounce it.
Can you pronounce it, Doctor?
Well, we really haven't concluded all our tests. Come along, Mr. Gehrig. They're waiting in the x-ray room.
Just one more for the record, huh? Sure. Right back, Ellie.
Sam, what did the doctor tell Lou?
Hey, Ellie, you'll never get all the pictures they've taken of him into that scrapbook of yours. They think he was a glamour boy.
What did the doctor tell him, Sam?
Nothing at all. Some little thing with a long name and some kind of itis. I don't know. He'll have to lay off for a while. So what? He'll be back next season, or the season after.
Tell me the truth.
I am telling the truth, Ellie, honest. I swear it. I swear on a stack of Bibles. You heard what the doctor said.
When is Lou going to die?
Ellie, who told you?
Nobody had to tell me. I could read it in your eyes, all of it. Oh, it's all right, Sam. He'll never find out that I know. Only he's so young yet. So strong. Oh, Sam.
That was a sad thing to watch, Lou and Ellie hiding from each other the thing they both knew, what everyone in America knew. But it was never mentioned. Even when it got so bad that Lou couldn't lift his arms to fix his tie, Ellie had to do it for him.
There you are. You look beautiful.
Thanks, Ellie. I never could tie a bow tie.
You know what? This Lou Gehrig Day affair. Personally, I think it's a come-on, a ballyhoo to get more money out of the Yankees next
That's
season.
it. Hey, we're going to knock 'em dead when we come back, huh? Say, do you think we can get $50,000 out of those tightwads?
Not a cent under $100,000. Why, it stands to reason, Lou. You'll be twice as good after you've had a rest. But, you know, we've never had a honeymoon. Why shouldn't we have one now?
Sure. Better late than never. Hey, what about Niagara Falls, huh?
Sure. And then we can go up to northern Canada and go fishing.
You know what I've been thinking? Maybe we could take a trip around the world.
Yes. All the things we've never had time for. We've all the time in the world now.
Yeah. We have all the time in the world now. Oh, well, here, I've got something for you.
What?
Open it up and see. It's a bracelet. I had it made up from some of the hardware I've selected. Like it, Ellie?
Lou, I adore it. Darling, I remember when you got every one of these medals.
That's the one I get the most kick out of, the batting championship I won the year we were married. Here, Ellie. Are you crying?
I've got a right to cry a little. It's so beautiful.
Well, I wanted you to have it, Ellie, because you've given me so much. You've been so...
Darling, are you making love to me?
You bet I am.
Lou Gehrig Day, they called it. And 60,000 people jammed the Yankee Stadium to pay him tribute. On the way to the field, Ellie walked alongside of Lou. She had to stay close to him now, holding his arm, trying not to let him know that she was helping him to walk. And then a kid came up to Lou, a young fellow about 18.
Oh, Mr. Gehrig.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gehrig, don't you remember me? You knocked out 2 home runs for me one afternoon.
Oh, sure. I remember you. How are you, son?
Just great. I've been waiting here all afternoon because I had to tell you something. I just got in town today, and I had to tell you. I did what you said. I tried hard, and I made it. Look, I can walk.
Well, gee, that's great work, kid. That's wonderful. Hey, have you got a ticket for the game?
Yes, sir. You bet.
Well, so long.
So long, Mr. Gehrig.
60,000 people come there to show Lou Gehrig what they felt in their hearts. To say farewell to the pride of the Yankees. Mary LaGuardia was there. Babe Ruth. Postmaster General Jim Farley. There were speeches about Lou, and Ellie was listening away off there in the shadow of the players' entrance where she could cry without anyone seeing her. She was waiting there to take him home, to sit with him, help him around that turn in the road that was coming so soon. Then Lou came up to the microphone. He was all choked up, and the crowd rose to its feet, and they told him they loved him.
I've been walking on ball fields for 16 years, and I've never received anything but kindness and encouragement from you fans. I've had the great honor to have played with these great veteran ball players on my left, Murderers Row, our championship team of 1927. I've had the further honor of living with and playing with these men on my right, the Bronx Bombers, the Yankees of today. I have been given fame and undeserved praise by the boys up there behind the wire in the press box, my friends, the sports writers. I've worked under the 2 greatest managers of all time, Miller Huggins and Joe McCarthy. I have a mother and father who fought to give me help and a solid background in my youth. I have a wife, a companion for life, who has shown me more courage than I ever knew. People all say that I've had a bad break, but today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
Those who sat up behind home plate and over back of first base and out in the bleachers won't forget the day Lou Gehrig said goodbye. And here in the Lux Radio Theater, we'll always remember the sincerity of Gary Cooper, Virginia Bruce, and Edgar Buchanan.
Thank you, C.B. Glad to be back here.
You know, it's a funny thing about Americans. You can take a boy and put him in a jungle on New Guinea or somewhere, and he'll still want to know how the ball game came on.
Yeah, and if the fellow's from Brooklyn and he's carrying a gun, you better tell him quick.
How are you and Mr. DeMille getting along with the story of Dr. Wassel, Gary?
Okay.
Oh, I think everything must be going well, Edgar. They tell me Gary turned up at the Paramount portrait photographer's the other day to have his picture taken. And there's probably not a man in the United States who hates to have his picture taken as much as Gary.
Well, it must have been pretty important.
Well, after the photographer was revived from the shock and discovered how important it was, he went to work, set up a lot of lights, found the right camera angle, and made a really artistic portrait.
What did you want it for, Gary?
Fishing license.
I guess you and C.B. must have a pretty exciting picture coming up.
Same old DeMille.
How's that?
Big bathtub scene.
Beautiful girl?
Yeah, no. Me.
Gary Cooper in a DeMille bathtub scene. Listen, there's just one thing I want to know. What kind of soap did you use?
Is there more than one kind?
That's all there is for me. I've used Lux soap for years, and I think it's grand. Really helps to keep one's complexion just right.
Now, if you give credit to Lux, Virginia, there's no doubt about it.
Well, what are you figuring on for next week, C.B.?
A screenplay that's a hit all over the country right now, Gary. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, Heaven Can Wait. And our stars will be Donna Magee and Maureen O'Hara. This is a delightfully original story of a man who all his life had a certain amount of trouble with women. Heaven Can Wait has drama and it has comedy, the kind you expect from an Ernst Lubitsch picture. And that means you'll have good entertainment next Monday night.
I know your audience will like that, Mr. Mill. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. See you on the set, Gary. Ladies and gentlemen, your peacetime community chest has become a war chest. And a nationwide appeal for the National War Fund of $125 million begins today. The money will be used for organizations like the USO, working with the armed forces, to help American boys who are prisoners of war, and to relieve suffering among people in the path of war, and to help the unfortunate in your own community. We hope every one of you will give generously and a little more to the National War Fund. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Donna Magee and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
If you haven't heard George Burns and Gracie Allen this year, you've been missing great entertainment and some of the season's biggest laughs. They're on the Columbia Network every Tuesday evening with a great cast, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills, and his orchestra. So hear George Burns and Gracie Allen tomorrow night at the same hour over your Columbia station. Gary Cooper is now appearing in the Paramount picture For Whom the Bell Tolls. Virginia Bruce is currently making the RKO picture International Zone. Edgar Buchanan is working in the 20th Century Fox production Buffalo Bill. Heard in tonight's play were Elsa Jansen as Mom, Griff Barnett as Pop, and Hugh Bleeth, Ken Christie, Robert Harris, Bobby Larson, Joe Fenario, Eugene Forsythe, Stanley Farrar, and Boyd Davis. Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Leo Cleary, and Charles Steele. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Donna Magee and Maureen O'Hara in Heaven Can Wait.
Mothers, in spite of food shortages, get the vitamins and minerals your family needs. Get Vim.
Vims give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. All the minerals commonly lacking, too. Vims cost only a nickel a day in the family size at your druggist. Remember, it's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a stay of execution and ended with the death of a man's soul.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
I didn't like it. I didn't like any part of it. It's bad enough that a guy's got to die without being constantly reminded of it. Okay, so you can't live forever. I know that, but when the time comes, it should just end quick, with no warning, no anticipation, no nothing. Just like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not scared of the idea. That is, no more than the next guy. I just don't like it constantly tossed up in my face. That's why the managing editor could never sell me on covering the hospital beat of the city morgue. And an obituary is something that absolutely refuses to write itself out of my typewriter. That's what I was trying to tell the guy on the desk when he told me over the phone I had to go down to Joliet to cover an execution.
Sure, Randy, I understand, but...
No, you don't understand. He'd send somebody else.
How many times I gotta tell you I got no one else?
How about one of the guys on the day side? Hold him over.
Impossible.
What's the matter? Afraid to shell out for a little overtime?
Cut it, Randy. It's late now. You're gonna have to go some to make it as it is.
Now, look, Garrison, I don't want to pull rank on you. But when I took over this night beat, the managing editor assured me my assignments were completely my own. I found my own stories where I pleased. That was all through being a leg for the desk.
Well, I've got news for you, Randy. When he gave me this job, he told me he was making me an executive, and all I'd have to do was sit back and tell the boys what to do. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm telling you, get down to the depot and on that train as fast as you can. The execution has got to be covered. You better hurry. There's a storm coming up.
So I grabbed a cab. It was clouding up. When I got to the depot, the sky was as black as a city editor's heart. It wasn't my idea of traveling with her, but it's only a short run. We made it to Joliet before the storm broke. The train ground to a stop. It started to rain, and when I was in the taxi on the way out of the prison, it really came down. A perfect setting for the undignified event I was going to be forced to witness. I showed them my press card at the main gate, and they took me straight to the warden's office. Randy Stone, Warden, Chicago Star.
Come in, Randy. I'm sorry you had to come down on a night like this.
Well, I can take the storm better than the execution, I'm afraid, Warden.
Oh, then you haven't heard.
Heard what?
Well, you should have been notified. There's been a stay.
A reprieve? When?
Yes, the governor ordered a stay of execution about an hour ago. His office was going to telephone the press. Oh, it's too bad you had to come all the way down.
It's a great pleasure, Warden, I assure you. Come next election, I might even vote for the governor.
Well, I'm pretty relieved myself. I've executed a lot of men, Randy, and I don't like it.
It's be pretty tough having to kill a man, even when the law tells you you've got to.
It's the toughest part of any warden's job, Randy. They're all human beings, and everyone with a story.
Yeah, but not the kind I like to write, thank you.
You driving back to Chicago?
No, I came by train.
Well, there's no train for a couple of hours. You're welcome to wait here.
Oh, thanks, Warden. I think I'll go on into town. Maybe catch a newsreel theater for train time.
No, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello. Yes, this is the warden. Oh, Dr. Graham. Yes, doctor. Just a minute, please. Randy.
Yeah.
Pick up the receiver on that other phone and listen to this.
Okay, sure.
Yes, doctor.
I said I wanted to come over and visit you, Warden.
Well, are you sure you want to come out here to the prison, doctor?
Yes, Warden, I feel I've got to come out there. I have to...
Yes?
Have to see it.
Have to see what, doctor?
Electric chair. I've got to see it.
Are you sure you want to see it,
Yes,
doctor?
I've got to. Got to.
Can't let me one.
But you've telephoned so many times before, Doctor, and then you haven't come.
I couldn't I? But this time I'll come.
Well, all right. If you feel that it's really what you want, you come ahead, and I'll take you over and show you the chair.
Thanks, Warren. This time I'll come. Thanks.
That's all right, Doctor. Goodbye.
What is this? This supposed to be some kind of a joke?
I'm afraid not.
Well, how morbid can a guy get calling you this time of the night so he can come out and see the electric chair?
No, he won't come. He never does.
You mean this goes on all the time?
Whenever he's been drinking like this.
But a doctor, what did you say his name was?
Graham. Howard Graham.
Well, it doesn't make sense. No rhyme or reason.
No, he has a reason, all right. A pretty grim one.
It'd have to be.
His son was executed in the electric chair.
Oh, that poor doctor, no wonder.
He hasn't ever forgotten it.
What did the boy do?
He killed a girl. She was going to have a baby. They weren't married, and I guess he couldn't bear to disgrace his family.
Oh, and so he did this to his family instead. Theodore Dreiser wrote a book once called An American Tragedy. How many times do these things have to happen before people learn?
It doesn't seem they ever learn, Randy.
Oh, that poor old doctor. Why does the guy go on torturing himself like that?
I don't know. Maybe what psychologists call a substitution of guilt. The father feeling guilt for the crime committed by his son.
Yeah, but why? Why?
Who knows, Randy? You're the writer. You're the one that's supposed to have the answers about people.
Yeah, a lot of answers I got. Mind if I look this guy up?
No, not at all. I'll give you his address.
Might be a column in it.
I wouldn't bother him with too many questions, Randy. It's tough enough to forget as it is.
He doesn't seem to be doing too much forgetting by himself. The warden sent me into Joliet in his own car. We got to the business district. I switched to a cab and headed out to the doctor's address. If my life depended on it, I couldn't have told you why I suddenly had this intense desire to see Dr. Graham. I'd like to think it wasn't just a morbid interest in the other guy's grief, but then it wasn't in my line of duty either. Maybe my reason was as simple as the question, why? But if I'd stopped to analyze it, then I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have gone. Graham lived in one of the better residential neighborhoods, a two-story brick house looking smug and comfortable behind a wide apron of lawn. I left the cab at the curb, walked up the path to the front porch. There was a light on inside. I rang the bell, waited for somebody to answer the door. The rain had let up for a while.
You ring the bell?
Yes, I hope I didn't disturb you.
What is it you want?
Are you Mrs. Graham?
She's dead.
Oh, I...
Killed herself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Over the boy.
I didn't know.
I thought everyone knew. I'm the housekeeper.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm a newspaper reporter, and
You'll be next. You wait and see.
Dr. Graham?
Well, who else you think I meant?
Well, I don't know, lady. Is the doctor in, please?
This time of evening?
You have any idea where he might be?
Where he always is. Not here.
Does he have an office?
Yeah, but I don't know what for. I don't have no practice left.
Would you mind giving me the address?
Morrison Building downtown, but it won't do you no good.
Oh, you don't think he'll be there?
Yeah, more likely in the hotel next door to the Morrison Building. In the bar.
I see.
Drinking himself to death.
Well, thank you.
If he ain't killed himself already.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good night. I thought things like that only came out on Halloween. Oh, well. I climbed back in the cab more curious than ever about Dr. Graham and the macabre set of characters and circumstances that seemed to have been lousing up his life. There was still an hour and a half until train time, so I asked the cabby to drive me downtown to the Morrison Building. The night watchman took me up in the elevator. I walked down the dim hallway to a door marked Dr. Graham, but the housekeeper was right. The doctor wasn't in his office. The night watchman evidently expected me to be coming right back down. The elevator was still waiting at the end of the hall when I got back.
Now?
Yeah, I was looking for Dr. Graham.
Yeah, figured you were.
Well, he's not in. The office is dark.
I could have told you that.
Well, what did you let me come up here for? Why didn't you tell me he wasn't in?
You didn't ask me. I'm one for minding my own business. They come and go, but listen, they ask me. I don't butt in.
Well, I'm asking you, do you happen to know where I might find Dr. Graham?
Well, you might find him at home.
Oh, I just came from there.
The only other place would be is next door.
What, in the hotel?
Yeah, in the bar.
Oh, swell. Would you mind taking me down?
Sure thing.
You seem to know the doctor pretty well.
How so?
You know his son, too? The one that, had the trouble?
He has the electric chair.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you know him?
That's right. That's what. Knew the girl, too. The one was killed.
You did?
Yeah, one of the old doc's patients. Rode her up in the elevator quite a few times.
Doc is, not doing too well these days, I hear.
No, kind of gone out of practice, you might say, since the trouble.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll try and find him next door. By the way, what does the doctor look like?
Don't you know him?
No, that is, I've only talked to him on the telephone.
Oh, well, he be at the bar. He's a kind of middle-aged man, heavy set. He looks like a doctor. You'll know him all right.
I'm sure I will. I went back out to the street and told the cab driver not to wait. Then I went next door to the hotel, walked through the half-empty lobby, and into the bar. Just like the watchman said, I didn't have a bit of trouble spotting Dr. Graham. He was the only customer in the place, sitting on a high stool at the far end of the bar. I climbed up alongside him and motioned to the bartender who had his ear in the jukebox. Hey,
Yeah. What's it gonna be?
Make it a gimlet. That's,
Gimlet?
Yeah, you know, it's in a martini glass.
Of course I know. You're trying to tell me how to run my business?
No, certainly not. I just didn't know if you understood.
17 years I've been mixing drinks in the finest places.
Look, fella, now don't get me wrong.
Shaved ice, dry gin, little sugar, lemon peel, and lime juice.
That's right. There's no other.
Only. Lime juice got to be imported.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We ain't got it. Not imported.
Well, that's all right. Just make it a martini, then.
In taste, you can't tell the difference if lime juice is imported or regular. So I make you a gimlet. That's what you order, huh?
Sure. Make it any way you like. Imported, regular. What's the difference?
Nobody ever complained before.
I'm not complaining. Look, what's the matter with everybody in this town? Everybody I meet tonight gives me double talk. All I want's a drink. I don't care what you bring me.
Bring the gentleman what he wants, Bartender.
Okay, Doctor.
Well, thank you, Doctor.
That's all.
I can really use a drink tonight. I'm a little on the jumpy side.
Nerves can be treacherous things.
No, it's more than that. I've been over to the state prison.
Tonight?
Yes, I came down to witness an execution.
In the electric chair?
It was called off. There was a stay of execution.
I've seen many men die. I'm a doctor, you know.
Yes, I know.
But I've never seen a man die in the electric chair.
Well, it's pretty rough.
Have you ever seen the electric chair?
Yeah.
Would you mind very much describing it to me?
Well, I'd rather not, Doctor. See, I know who you are.
I'm Dr. Graham.
Yes, my name is Randy
One
Stone.
gimlet, just like you ordered.
Okay, thank you very much. As I was saying...
Aren't you going to taste it?
Well, sure later.
Well, maybe you don't like it.
Well, sure, I like it. Here, if it'll make you happy. Oh, yes, it's fine. It's just fine.
Sure, I told you.
I'll call you when I'm ready for another one.
17 years I'm mixing drinks. He tried to tell me how to make a gimlet.
As I was saying, Doc, you know, I know who you are. I was in the warden's office tonight when you telephoned.
Warden's office?
Yeah. I'm a newspaper man. It's only fair that you know, because I want to ask you a couple of questions.
What kind of questions?
They're rather personal.
Well?
For one thing, why do you keep on telephoning the warden?
Didn't he tell you?
Yeah, he told me.
Because I want to see the electric chair.
Now, look, Doc, that's not going to help. You know it isn't.
I know I'll never be able to go and see it, but I've got to call him. It's compulsion. I drink and I telephone him, and I drink some more. It's kind of a circle.
But don't you realize you'll never forget that way? You're just torturing yourself.
No. Down deep, I know why I call him. But it's a secret. Nobody's supposed to know. You see, I'm the one that's guilty. It should have been me who died in an electric chair.
Look, Doc, I know how you feel, but you got it all wrong. A father can't go on being responsible for the sins of his son. Even in the Bible, it's the other way around. Try to bring up your kids the best way you know how, but after they reach a certain point, there's nothing you can do. You did your best, it just didn't work out.
No, you don't understand. It was my child. I'm the one who's guilty. I'm the one who should have paid. That's why I telephoned the warden. That's why I got to see the electric chair.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
By the time the bartender got through proving to me that he really knew his business, it got to be kind of late and just a little wet out, so I missed my train. As the evening grew more and more confused, so did Dr. Graham. And somehow, after talking to him, I didn't feel quite so sorry for him. He seemed to be enjoying his strange fixation on the electric chair. It was different from just a father's grief. The guy seemed to be going off his rocker. I vaguely remember pouring him into a cab after the bar closed and then checking into the hotel for the night. When I woke up, the sun was beating through the window. I put in a call to Chicago and got the paper on the phone.
Good afternoon, the Star.
Afternoon? Honey, is it that late?
I beg your pardon?
What time is it?
Oh, one moment, please. I'll give you our information service.
No, wait a minute, honey. It's Randy Stone.
Oh, Randy, why didn't you say so? Gee, everybody's been calling for you all morning.
Oh, fine. Give me the desk,
Just a second, Randy. I'm ringing.
Thank you.
City desk.
How are you, Phil? Randy Stone.
Randy, for the love of Mike, where have you been?
In Joliet, where you sent me last night, remember?
I know, but that was last night. Where are you now?
In Joliet.
But the execution was called off. Why didn't you come back?
I had to stay over. There was a storm.
Oh, rats, the trains were running.
Well, maybe next time you won't send me out of town on an assignment I didn't want in the first place.
All right. When are you coming back?
As soon as I can get dressed and catch a train.
Get dressed? At this time of day?
I work the night beat, remember? When you dayside lads are catching up on your beauty sleep, I'm working.
Just exactly what kind of work were you up to last night, Stone? Or does that come under the heading of personal?
Personal, my eye, was following up a contact, a human interest you're on, the warden touted me on.
And?
Well, it fizzled out, that's all. There was a doctor here whose son was executed last year for murder.
That's nice. Be sure and check in at the office when you get back.
Okay, I'll see you later, Phil. Hey, Phil, you worry too much.
Goodbye.
That guy's going to get himself a Nelson. Yeah.
Mr. Stone.
Talking.
This is Dr. Graham. I met you in the bar last night. Do you remember?
Oh, certainly. How are you, Doctor?
I wasn't sure whether you were still in the city.
Well, I kind of overslept. By the way, how did you know I was staying over at the hotel?
Why, you mentioned that you were going to last night before I left you.
I didn't think you'd remember. You were feeling no pain when I put you in the cab, Doc.
I always remember. Everything. That's my difficulty.
Well, what can I do for you, Doctor?
I said a lot of foolish things last night.
No, I don't think so.
It was the alcohol talking, not me.
Well, maybe the alcohol just made it a little easier for your heart to put it in words.
Did you believe the things I said?
Well, yes, certainly.
Everything?
Of course. I just didn't approve of everything.
I was hoping you wouldn't remember.
Well, fortunately, I do.
Yes. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
It isn't good to remember some things. They cause such unhappiness.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
I shouldn't want them to bring you unhappiness. That would be such a pity. You'd be better off dead.
What the... Hello, Doctor.
Operator.
Oh, is this the outside operator?
No, this is the hotel operator. Can I help you?
I was just talking with somebody and I was cut off. Can you connect me again?
I'm sorry, sir, but that was an outside call and your party is disconnected. You have the number. I will be glad to call it for you.
No, thank you. No, thanks very much. Never mind. I have an idea my party hung up. After that choice bit of dialogue, and before breakfast, mind you, I was convinced that the telephone, like the noble horse, had outlived its usefulness. I took a fast shower and climbed into yesterday's clothes and then stopped off at the barber shop in the lobby to get rid of the stubble on my chin. It was now after 2 o'clock. I could either have breakfast or stop at the bar to take care of the butterflies that seemed to be nesting in my stomach. The butterflies won out. My bartender friend of last night was back on duty listening to the same tired old recording.
Yeah. What's it going to be?
Hello. The doc around?
No, a little early for him. What's it going to be, gimlet?
No, I don't think so.
But you were drinking gimlets last night?
Yeah, I know.
You don't like them?
Well, not today. Thank you. I'll try a stinger.
You didn't like the lime juice because it wasn't imported.
I loved it. I just happened to want a stinger today, something to settle my stomach.
But stinger tastes like licorice.
I know. It's the anisette in the brandy.
Well, licorice is not good for the stomach. Maybe something with bitters.
Oh, no, not again. Look, just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever came in here.
What's the matter? You mad?
No, I changed my mind. I'm in no mood for another basic course in bartending. I think I'll have breakfast instead. With a little tomato juice and coffee under my belt, I felt some better, but not nearly so good as I would when I got out of this town and back to my own. I seem to be living upside down on a Ferris wheel ever since I got on that train yesterday afternoon. Or maybe it was just my subconscious still fighting against my undue familiarity with the general subject of death. Oh, I shook that ugly word out of my mind. After settling up with the cashier and checking the desk clerk about my train time, I made my formal exit from the hotel. The fresh air and the bustle of traffic picked me up, and I started walking in the general direction of the train station. There was a dark blue sedan parked in front of the hotel and started up just as I swung out of the lobby, but I didn't pay any attention to it. Not until I got to the corner, that is, and started to cross the street. The car had been inching along behind me, and just as I stepped out into the intersection, its engine roared, and the car came straight at me. This was no accident. The car didn't stop. Whoever it was had deliberately tried to run me down. I got a fleeting glimpse of the rear of a blue sedan as it sped down the street. I couldn't make out the license number, but right above it was one of those little green crosses, a doctor's car. Dr. Graham, it must be. And he tried to kill me. I wasn't hurt, but I was mad. I couldn't believe that I'd almost been killed. It didn't make any sense. I couldn't figure out why Dr. Graham, or anyone for that matter, would want to kill me. Unless the poor guy was really unhinged and he resented my putting my nose into his affairs. But that'd make him more than just psycho. It would make him homicidal. And that was something I just couldn't walk away from now. I brushed some of the street off the seat of my pants and headed back to the hotel bar. There was a question or two I wanted to ask the fancy drink mixer.
Well, you back again, huh?
Yeah, same guy. How about turning off that tune, huh?
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
I like it, but I've heard it before. Huh?
Okay. Gimlet?
Yeah, make it double.
Okay, double gimlet. You see? I don't give you no argument. Mm-hmm. You say double, I give you double.
Thank you. Say, has Dr. Graham been in here in the last hour since I was in before?
Sure. You didn't see him?
No.
I told him you was looking for him.
Well, I checked out of the hotel.
Yeah, he was asking about you.
He was asking about me? What do you want to know?
Well, just if you ask me anything about him.
Oh, I see. How long have you known the doc?
Oh, I don't know. He comes here.
Has he been coming here long?
Oh, mostly since the boy was... You know.
Yeah, I see. Before that?
Once in a while. Never drinks much before.
He come here with his son?
No. He come in sometimes with a girl, though.
What girl?
His patient. The girl the boy killed. They had a big argument in here one night.
With the doctor and the girl?
That's right. Doc kept saying he would kill his wife if she found out.
Found out what?
I don't know. Just if she found out. But the boy, I guess.
About the boy or about himself?
About the boy, of course.
And last night, why did he say the child is mine? I'm the one that's guilty.
What are you talking about? You crazy?
Now, sure, I must be crazy. Couldn't be true. So why would the doctor try to kill me?
Who tried to kill you? When?
Never mind. Tell me. Have you ever seen Dr. Graham's car?
Sure, lots of times.
What kind is it?
Sedan.
What kind of sedan?
Blue sedan. Why?
Now, where's your phone?
Booth in the corner.
Thank you. Graham, Gates, Gordon. Oh, great. Albert, Charles, David, Elmer, Frederick, Howard, Graham, physician residence.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Graham there.
He ain't in.
You know where I can reach him? It's urgent.
He's at his office.
Are you sure it's terribly important?
I said he's at his office. I just talked with him there.
Uh-huh.
You the man he was expecting?
Yes. Yes, I guess I am. Thank you very much. Now I knew it. Dr. Graham was a murderer. He was literally guilty, not just a substitution guilt. And last night he told me more than he wanted to. Sure, that's why he'd asked me on the phone if I'd believed him. He was as guilty as he could be. But of what crime? Once again, I took the elevator up to Dr. Graham's office, and this time he was in. I opened the door and walked into the reception room. Another door marked private was standing open. Inside, the doctor was waiting for me, seated at his desk, a small black revolver in his shaking hand.
Come in.
Well, I see you were expecting me, Doctor.
Yes. I was expecting you. Close the door.
Certainly.
You know, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know, but I can't understand it. I can't understand how any human being could possibly do such a thing.
You know. But you'll never tell. Because I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no, you won't, Doctor. Because you're afraid. You're a coward, Dr. Graham. You're afraid if you kill me, you'll be caught. Wouldn't be anyone left to blame it on this time. Wasn't your son, it was you who killed that girl, wasn't it?
You know.
She wasn't the boy's girlfriend at all. She was yours. Isn't that so, Doctor?
Don't say that.
An affair with one of your patients, and you were afraid your wife would find out. Wasn't that it?
You would have killed her.
Well, what about this? Didn't this kill her? And your boy, your own son, I don't see how anyone...
No. It was his idea. He wanted to take the blame so his mother would never find out. He would have killed her. He knew that. This way, it wouldn't be so hard on her, he said. The good lawyer could fix things so that he wouldn't have... So that he wouldn't have to...
Die in the electric chair?
The electric chair. Now you know why I had to see. Why I had to keep telephone. Why I could never go and see you. You're right, Mr. Stone. I'm a coward. I can't.
Well, that's why you're not going to kill me now. You're afraid. You know you're safe as long as I don't tell, and I won't tell, Dr. Graham. The police will never know. You'll never go to trial, and you'll never be sentenced. You'll never see the electric chair, Doctor. Every hour of every day, you'll pay for your crime. You'll die again and again and again. God pity you. Well, here I sit doing the one thing I swore I'd never do. Writing an obituary instead of a story. Dr. Howard Graham, age 51, died from heart attack following confession of murder. Let me see, what day is this? Monday, August 21st, 1950. Contributing cause, death of son, death of wife, and of his own soul. Yep. But who are we to judge? As it says in the book, leave him to heaven. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis with music by Frank Worth. The part of the doctor was played by Bill Johnstone. Others in tonight's cast were Ted Von Eltz, Irene Tedrow, Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, and Inga Yolis. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. 2 stellar chime stars will be back on NBC very soon. Beginning Tuesday, September 19th, that master clown Art Linkletter comes back to prove that people are funny. And Fanny Bryce returns as Baby Snooks in 7 weeks to add to NBC's top Tuesday of chime stars. Listen now for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Get ready to laugh with Our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
who teaches English at Madison High School, has always hoped that someday she would head her department. But with Mrs. Emma Finch holding down the job for the past 5 years, it didn't look like Connie Brooks would ever get a crack at it until last week.
It was right before the final exams that Mr. Conklin, our principal, told me Mrs. Finch was not only retiring from the position, but actually leaving the school. When I asked him why, he blushed and replied, because it's best for all concerned. Oddly enough, it was our bashful biology teacher, Mr. Boynton, who finally told me the reason. We were alone in his laboratory at the time, and he said, Miss Brooks, Mrs. Finch is going to have a B.A.B.Y. I guess he put it that way so as not to embarrass some young rabbits who were listening. Anyway, Friday morning at breakfast, I was talking to my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about it. Well, what do you think, Mrs. Davis? Do you suppose I'll get the job?
I can't see any reasons why you shouldn't, Connie.
Honestly? But can you see any reasons why I should, Mrs. Davis?
No, I can't see any of those either. It's up to Mr. Conklin to recommend the new department head to the Board of Education, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you stand with him?
How do you mean, Mrs. Davis?
Have you been, courteous, cooperative, obedient, and, respectful?
No. And maybe I better forget the whole thing. Of course, it's not entirely up to Mr. Conklin's opinion of me personally. My work's got something to do with it, hasn't it?
Frankly, Connie, your work should have everything to do with it.
That's what I say. Maybe I better forget the whole thing.
Are there any other English teachers at Madison who have been there as long as you have?
Let's see. Yes, Miss Enright's been there about the same length of time, and she's been quite friendly with the Conklins, too. Of course, I have Mr. Conklin's daughter, Harriet, in my class, and we're great friends. Then that wouldn't influence Mr. Conklin any. Although Harriet's a pretty good pupil, thank goodness, and her marks have all been exceptionally high. That might count for something with the old... I wonder if he'll make his decision right away. He might leave the position open for a while. I wish I knew. But then there's no sense in brooding about it. I'm either to be head of the department or I'm not to be.
Oh, thanks for reminding me, Connie. I must get 2 tickets for Hamlet today. I promised my sister Angela I'd take her to see it. Of course, even if I forgot about it, she'd probably never even mention it. She's so absent-minded, poor thing. The older she gets, the more forgetful she is.
How old is she now, Mrs. Davis?
2.
Your sister.
Which one?
Angela, the absent-minded one.
Oh, she's in the low 70s.
That's pretty good golf for an old lady.
Oh, Angela's not half as bad as my brother Victor. He's so forgetful sometimes. Why, do you know, Connie, he can be talking to you about something and right in the middle of the sentence get off on another topic altogether.
Really?
Yes, it's quite disconcerting, but I guess it's just something that scrambled, boiled, or fried, Connie.
Well, I suppose you just have to... What?
Your eggs, dear. How would you like them?
I'd like them introduced into the conversation a little earlier. But now that you bring it up, Mrs. Davis, I'll take them any way you want yours.
Good. Then we'll both have oatmeal.
That's the only way to eat eggs. And whatever you do, don't miss snake pit. Where's the coffee, Mrs. Davis?
It's right here, Connie. I'll pour you some.
Thanks. You know, it isn't just the extra salary that makes me so anxious to head the English department. It's the additional income.
How much of a raise will you get, Connie?
Oh, I'm not certain of the exact amount, Mrs. Davis, but it's well over $9 a month. Just think, I won't have to put newspapers in my shoes when the soles wear out. Now I can use magazine paper.
You mentioned a Miss Enright before, Connie. Is that the rather snooty teacher you told me about?
That's her, Mrs. Davis. And if she gets that job as head of the English department, she'll be impossible. For she walks around the school now as if she's inspecting the stockyards. The way she talks to people. Why, darling, you look positively chic. I mean, just too terribly soigné. It's sickening.
Oh, then don't eat any more oatmeal, dear. Just finish your coffee.
You've been derailed again, Mrs. Davis. Let me help you back on the track. I'm talking about Miss Enright, a rival English teacher. She's got me worried.
Oh, don't worry about her, Connie. I'm sure her baby will be a fine, healthy specimen.
She isn't the one who's going to have the baby, Mrs. Davis.
Well, that's a shame. I think the mother should always take care of her own baby, no matter what.
It's Mrs. Finch who's having the baby.
Who?
Mrs. Finch.
Oh, well, that's a very nice name for a baby. Now, if you'll excuse me, Connie, I'd better clean up the dishes.
All right, Mrs. Davis, you clean up the dishes, and I'll clean up the conversation by myself. I'd help you in the kitchen, but I've got to get ready to go to school. Walter Denton's picking me up any minute.
Oh, Walter's such a nice boy. It's a pity he's not a more brilliant student. But I think I know what his trouble is, Connie. Lack of concentration.
Concentration?
Yes. If he would just concentrate on one subject at a time. You see, he's the kind of a boy who... Well, he's the type that... Connie?
Yes?
What were we talking about?
Walter Denton.
Oh, he's picking you up this morning, isn't he? What happened to your car, Connie? You just got it out of the repair shop.
I know, Mrs. Davis, but I took it out the night of the big freeze.
And?
It froze. I did try to warm it up a little. I poured some boiling water into the radiator, but then the engine made the strangest sound.
What kind of a sound, Connie?
Well, I may be wrong, Mrs. Davis, but I'd swear it said, "Why don't you get yourself a bicycle?" I'm glad you picked me up a little early this morning, Walter. Today may be a very important day in my life.
Well, the importance of today or any day in your life, Miss Brooks, is only exceeded by your importance to your adoring pupils, of which, if I may be so bold, I consider myself one of the most worshipful and reverent.
Amen. Thank you, Walter.
There are things about you, Miss Brooks, character traits, I guess you'd call them, which are not to be found in any other teachers I've ever come into contact with. I just know that you are an eminently fair person. I also know that you're kind, gentle, and considerate of those who may not possess a superior mentality, which is obviously your birthright.
What else do you know, Walter?
That today you're giving us the final exams in English.
I thought you were a little over-smitten with me this morning.
Oh, I'm not trying to influence you to give me a better mark. Oh, no, I'd bend over backwards rather than curry favor. But I've actually studied for this test, Miss Brooks. Even Saturday, when Harriet dragged me to the movies, I took my books right up to the balcony with me.
What were you studying, Romeo and Juliet?
You're kidding me, Miss Brooks, but I'm serious. I really crammed in that movie.
But how could you read in the dark?
Oh, it isn't always dark. They have a 3-minute intermission between pictures.
Well, that's plenty of time, especially if you were studying in shorthand.
Of course, not knowing exactly what the questions are going to be about makes it a little tougher.
Naturally.
It's sort of a strain on a student not to know approximately the nature of the questions he should expect.
That's true.
And just because a student has been fortunate enough to make a personal contact with a teacher whom he not only admires and respects as a person, but whose integrity and honesty as an instructor he holds in such high esteem, is no reason for him to presume that just because he drives her to school faithfully and promptly, she would relinquish just one tiny iota of that integrity and slip him a little advance information about the test. Is it?
You're so right, Walter.
I knew you'd react that way, Miss Brooks, but I just wouldn't have felt completely honest with myself if I didn't try to chisel a tip or two. Anyway, now that you've dummied up about the tests, maybe we...
Excuse me, Walter. Now that I've what?
Dummied up. It's a synonym of clammed up. When I don't want anyone to know something about something I know about, I always clam up.
And you're the chowderhead who can do it. But, Walter, when I mentioned much earlier in the trip that this was an important day, I wasn't referring to the final exams.
You weren't?
No, I was thinking of Mrs. Finch.
Oh, the head of the English department.
The ex-head of the English department, Walter. Mrs. Finch is leaving Madison.
Why?
Because she's... well, Mrs. Finch is going to become a mother.
Of who?
Now, that's a fair question. Of her son or daughter, as the case may be.
I didn't know Mrs. Finch had any son or daughter.
Walter, you're not related to Mrs. Davis, are you? Oh, no. No, of course not. She's just absent-minded. Look, Walter, what concerns me at the moment is whether or not I have a chance to replace Mrs. Finch as head of the department.
A chance? Why, you're a standout, Miss Brooks. You've been teaching at Madison long enough to be the principal. I mean, Mr. Conklin should certainly choose you over anybody else.
How about Miss Enright?
Oh, gee, I forgot about her. Now, she's even older than you are, isn't she? Oh, in point of service, that is.
Oh, I'm glad you tagged that on, Walter. Nobody could be older than me in years. Not this morning, anyway.
Oh, don't you worry about it, Miss Brooks. But why don't you see Mr. Conklin when we get to school and have a little chat with him? You know, turn on the charm, sort of.
You mean butter him up?
Butter him up?
Yes, and don't sound so innocent, Walter. After the job you did on me this morning, you should get a prize from the Dairymen's Association.
Starring Eve Arden will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
Regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you, too, may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive the way doctors advised.
36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised using Palmolive soap this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Young, old, dry, oily, normal. And using Palmolive soap alone, nothing but Palmolive, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Oily skin looked less oily. Dull, drab skin wonderfully brighter. Coarse-looking skin appeared finer. Even tiny blemishes, incipient blackheads, disappeared or improved. Now, here's what the doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day. Massage with Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse.
Look for improvement in your complexion within 14 days. For doctors prove this way, using Palmolive alone really works. So forget all other beauty care. Get Palmolive soap and start today to win a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks. Good old Madison High. You know, every time I look at these hallowed walls, I wish for just one thing.
What's that, Walter?
I wish I was still home in bed. Especially today with those finals coming up. Gosh, Miss Brooks, isn't there some little suggestions you could make to me so I'd pass the exam?
Certainly there is, Walter. Answer the questions correctly.
Yeah. Well, you better get off here, Miss Brooks, and I'll go park the car.
All right, Walter. Thanks for the lift. And good luck today.
Oh, thank you, Miss Brooks. And good luck with Mr. Conklin.
Yeah, I'll probably need it. I hope he's in a good mood this morning. Although why this morning should be any better...
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, it's Harriet Conklin. Good morning, Harriet.
I wouldn't have interrupted your soliloquy, but you look sort of worried about something.
Worried? Me? Whatever gave you that idea?
Your complexion. It's not as ruddy as it usually is.
Oh, that's just from the new powder base I'm using. It's called Elephant Wallow Gray. Actually, though, I do have something on what's left of my mind, Harriet. It's Mrs. Finch. She's leaving the school.
Yes, I know. I heard she was going to have a B.A.B.Y.
Who told you?
Mr. Boynton.
That figures. But, Harriet, as you must know, you've always been one of my favorite pupils.
I'm glad you feel that way, Miss Brooks. You're my very favorite teacher.
Thanks. I'm very fond of your mother, too.
I know. And she's terribly fond of you, Miss Brooks.
I'm glad. Then there's your father.
Yes, I know.
Well, Harriet, do you think that I was going to... Well, that is...
Well, what are you trying to ask me, Miss Brooks?
Do you think he's warm enough for buttering this morning? At least, do you think I should have a little talk with him in his office?
About what?
Well, somebody's got to replace Mrs. Finch as head of the English department, and I figured...
But of course you'll get it.
Is that from the horse's mouth or just rumor? I mean, did you happen to overhear anything that... Look, Harriet, I don't want anybody to intercede for me because of any personal relationship we may have built up between us. What I'm trying to say is, well, I wouldn't want any principal's daughter, not even a clever, bright, pretty, industrious, talented, intelligent one like yourself, to become a fifth column for me.
Golly, Miss Brooks, nothing I could say would sway Daddy 1 inch. In fact, Mother and I bend over backwards rather than suggest anything about his duties at school. But I'm so sure you're our next head of the English department that I've even written a little poem about it. Care to hear it?
Well, if you don't think it'll put the whammy on me. Jinx anything.
Listen. To the head of the English department about to be, I present this little tribute to you from me. In class, you're good-tempered and don't fume or fret. But when it comes to our homework, you sure make us perspire. And in the forthcoming exams, whether I'm first or last, my feelings for you will be the same, especially if I've passed. So, Miss Brooks, all hail to the head of the English department about to be. Well, what do you think of it, Miss Brooks?
It won't send Carl Sandburg screaming into the hills, Harriet. It's a lovely sentiment. Now, before I go into your father's lair, office, could you tell me what kind of a mood he's in?
Frankly, Miss Brooks, it isn't too good. When the newsboy that delivers our paper came around for the money this morning, Daddy bit his head off.
Fine. Then he should be too full to take a bite out of me.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks.
And how are you this bright, cheery, radiant day?
I'm cold, damp, and depressed. Now, what can I do for you that won't take longer than a few minutes?
Oh, it isn't what you can do for me, Mr. Conklin. It's what can I do for you. Oh, I know. I'll sharpen some pencils for you. Here's one.
Miss Brooks, I don't want you to sharpen any...
but this one is so blunty. It'll just take a minute. There. Isn't that a lovely point?
But I don't...
Give me your thumb a minute.
Ow!
See what I mean? Now, I'll just do a few more of them, and you'll have enough for the week.
Confound it, Miss Brooks. I don't want any more of my pencil sharpening.
Oh, it's really no trouble at all, Mr. Conklin. This is just one of those days when a person feels privileged to assist his fellow man. A day when a spirit of cooperation seems to beckon like a beacon.
Or a day when Mrs. Finch is leaving Madison and her position as head of the English department.
Mrs. Finch? Leaving Madison?
Yes. Yes, Miss Brooks. I think I told you that several days ago.
Oh, yes, of course. I've been so busy preparing my final examination papers, it must have slipped my mind. She's going to have a B.A.B.Y., isn't she?
Y-E-S. Yes. She is going to have a baby.
Well, I just know they'll be happy together. Now, let's see what else I can do to make this office a home away from home for you. I know. I'll just rinse out this pen wiper for you.
That happens to be a blue pocket handkerchief I got for Christmas. Must have fallen out of my coat.
Oh, then I'll tuck it back in for you. May I say you have a lovely eye for color combinations, Mr. Conklin? It goes so well with this pretty purple tie you've got on. But it seems a little loose around your neck. Let me tighten it a bit. There.
Miss Brooks.
There, that's better. Now you're both the same color.
See here, Miss Brooks. I don't know what you expect to get.
Oh, I must clean off that desk of yours, Mr. Conklin. And why in the world does that big open inkwell have to be perched right in the middle of everything?
Because I like it that way. Now listen to me, young.
I'll have things in shape in no time. First, we'll move these papers next to the inkwell, and then... Oh.
Now, where is the inkwell perched, Miss Brooks?
Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Conklin. Ink is good for the rug. Or is that ashes? Well, anyway, I'll go get a mop and...
Sit down, Miss Brooks.
Sit down?
Yes. As you know, I spent considerable time in the Army as a major.
Yes, I know, Mr. Conklin. And it always gave me a great feeling of security to know that somebody like you...
Quiet!
Yes, sir. Sorry.
At ease. Now then, Miss Brooks, from my Army experience, it's obvious to me that you are bucking for something.
Bucking, Mr. Conklin?
It's a colloquialism, Miss Brooks. It means that in order to gain some end of your own, you are acting like an eager beaver.
Want some pencil sharpened?
No!
Tell you the truth, Mr. Conklin, I just wanted to butter you up.
Now what? Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Well, it's Miss Enright.
Oh, and Miss Brooks is here, too. How nice. Darling, you look positively chic. I mean, just too terribly soigné.
Thanks, loads.
But what are you doing in school so early, darling? You're usually tearing into your room like a mad thing minutes after the bell is rung.
You must have telescopic vision to see me from the bus you're just catching at that time.
But what can I do for you, Miss Enright?
Oh, it isn't what you can do for me, Mr. Conklin. It's
what can I do for you?
Oh, I know. I'll sharpen some pencils for you, Mr. Conklin.
Thanks, just the same, Miss Enright.
Or maybe I could straighten out your desk. Oh, heavens, what happened to this inkwell?
I already straightened out his desk.
Well, don't worry about it, Mr. Conklin. I'm sure you can pick up another rug like that for $500 or $600. Oh, before I forget, I'd like you to have these woolen socks. I knitted them myself.
But, Miss Enright,
It was a labor of love, Mr. Conklin. I worked on these socks just every available moment I wasn't faithfully discharging my duties as an English teacher. They're merely a slight expression of my gratitude for having been granted the privilege of working for such a warm, kindly, and considerate boss as yourself.
This kid melts it before she spreads it on.
Thank you for the thought, Miss Enright, but with Mrs. Finch leaving Madison and a number of...
Is she really? Well, this is a big surprise.
It must be. You look even more surprised than you did when we heard about it last Tuesday.
That will do, Miss Brooks. Miss Enright, in view of the fact that you are eligible for the position that Mrs. Finch is relinquishing, I feel that I cannot accept this pair of socks.
But, Mr. Conklin, whatever shall I do with them?
You can give one to Mrs. Finch's baby. It'll make a nice sleeping bag for him.
I think you should know, ladies, that my selection will be based largely upon the results your students achieve in their final exams this morning. Therefore, you will not mark your own papers, but bring them into this office immediately after the tests are completed.
Are you going to mark them, Mr. Conklin?
Certainly not, Miss Brooks. My daughter Harriet is one of the students taking the test. No, in order to assure complete impartiality, I've asked someone from another department to correct the papers. Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton?
Oh, I know that you see each other socially on occasion, but he's the soul of honesty. And I know that he, like myself, would bend over backwards to see that justice is done.
Who's teaching everybody to bend over backwards, Arthur Murray?
Well, I don't think this arrangement is completely fair, Mr. Conklin. I never see Mr. Boynton.
Well, if it'll make you feel any better, Miss Enright, I'm not going to see him again either, until lunch.
If you'll just tell me what you want, Miss Brooks, I'll take your tray.
Oh, I'm too nervous to eat anything right now, Mr. Boynton. I'll wait until I find out the result of this morning's exam. The one you're marking, Mr. Boynton.
Oh. Well, that's something I'd rather not talk about, Miss Brooks. You see, I promised Mr. Conklin...
Oh, I know you've got to be strictly impartial, Mr. Boynton, but couldn't you give me just an inkling of how I'm making out?
But I gave my word, Miss Brooks.
Just a teensy suggestion of the merest trace of a breath of a hint.
But I gave Mr. Conklin my scout's honor.
Oh. Well, Boyne, you might as well get yourself something to eat.
Oh, very well, Miss Brooks.
And I hope you swallow a merit badge.
There you are, dear Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Miss Enright.
May I share this table with you? The cafeteria is awfully crowded today.
Oh, I don't see why not, Miss Enright.
I do.
Oh, hello, darling. Oh, Mr. Boynton, before I forget, I'd like you to have these woolen socks. I knitted them especially for you.
I don't think I should, Miss Enright. You see, I'm still judging your examination papers, but thanks just the same. Now, if you'll tell me what you'd like to eat.
Well, let me see. Oh, I see they have turkey today. Would you get me a drumstick, Mr. Boynton?
Why don't you get 2 drumsticks and put the socks on them?
Miss Brooks, Miss Enright, I've summoned you to my office to tell you that Mr. Boynton has finished grading the examination papers and has reported to me that both of your classes have done equally well. Therefore, it will have to be my decision after all.
And that decision is, dear Mr. Conklin?
I have decided...
Yes, dear Mr. Conklin.
I have decided that for the coming fiscal year, I shall save the Board of Education exactly $9.85 per month. There will be no head of the English department in this school.
Why, darling, what in the world are you doing?
Just breaking some of the pencils I sharpened this morning.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Daumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, I was a little depressed about not getting the job as head of the English department, but I perked up the following night when Mr. Boynton came by and took me to the movies. As we got to the theater, he stepped up to the box office.
2 tickets, please.
Here, Mr. Boynton, let me buy my own ticket.
Why, Miss Brooks, I wouldn't think of it.
Well, that's very nice.
You can pay me for yours when we get inside.
Thank you, and good night, Diamond Jim Boynton.
Tune in to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Mary Jane Croft.
Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive brushless shaving cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way.
Here is an important message that concerns all of us. Last year, 26,000 children were stricken by infantile paralysis. All of us can help fight infantile paralysis by joining the March of Dimes now. Send your dimes and dollars to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Don't put it off. Join the March of Dimes today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight again our scene is America. America at the turn of the century, in the days that saw the rise, the reign, and the decline of the Magnificent Ambersons. The book was a bestseller, but the Magnificent Ambersons is something better than that, better than a bestseller that still sells. It lives on as the truest, cruelest picture of the growth of the Middle West and the liveliest portrait left to us of the people who made it grow. It's better than a good book. It's Booth Tarkington's best. And we'll do our best try it on the radio tonight, and luckily, we have with us a great American actor to help. An actor who, in the living theater and in motion pictures, has created a notable gallery of American portraits ranging from Ring Lardner's Elmer the Great to Sinclair Lewis's Dodsworth. A gallery which includes the simplest of American mortals and even two presidents, the legendary chief executive of Gabriel over the White House and Mr. Abraham Lincoln himself. You've guessed his name. It's Walter Houston. But before Booth Tarkington's Magnificent Ambersons, here's Ernest Chappell with a message of interest from our sponsors.
Thank you, Orson Welles. You know, if through some circumstance or other people could have only one soup, and if the choice of that one soup were put to popular vote, the chances are most people would cast their ballots in favor of Campbell's tomato soup. You see, Campbell's tomato is the soup people buy and enjoy more than any other. Now, why is this so? Well, there are many reasons, of course, why people turn to Campbell's tomato soup time and time again, why it appeals alike to young and old, why people never seem to tire of it. But the main reason can be summed up in one word: flavor. Just about everybody has a keen liking for its rich tomato flavor. The tang and liveliness of that flavor never fails to coax our appetites. We continue to enjoy it as we eat spoonful after spoonful, and we have a pleasant feeling of deep well-being as we finish the last full-flavored drop. Now, wouldn't bright, glowing, fragrant platefuls of this favorite soup add special enjoyment to your dinner tomorrow night? And don't you want to put on your grocery list tomorrow Campbell's tomato soup? And now, the Magnificent Ambersons with Walter Houston and Orson Welles.
Dear Miss Amberson, when I called upon you this afternoon to express my regret for last night's misfortune, I was informed by your butler that you did not desire to see me. You seem to care a great deal for both vials, Miss Anderson. If I promise never to break another one, may I not hope that you will relent and consent to receive in person the apology of your very contrite and devoted admirer, Eugene Morgan. To Miss Amberson, Amberson Mansion, Amberson Boulevard, Amberson Edition.
You heard that word Amberson a lot in those days, in that town. Everybody knew the Ambersons, and it was quite unnecessary for the young man to address his letter so carefully. The magnificence of the Ambersons began in 1873. Their splendor lasted throughout all the years that saw their Midland town spread and darken into a city. Around 1800, Major Amberson had bought 200 acres of land at the end of National Avenue. Through this tract, he had built broad streets and cross streets, paved them with cedar block, and curbed them with stone. He'd set up fountains here and there, and at symmetrical intervals, placed cast iron statues painted white. And all this art showed a profit from the start. The lots had sold well, and there was a rush to build in the new addition. Its main thoroughfare was called Amberson Boulevard, and here now stood the new Amberson Mansion, which was the pride of the town.
Yes, sir, $60,000 for the woodwork alone. And hot and cold water upstairs and down. They got a ballroom there, takes up the whole third story. And a glass dome, green glass it is, way up in the air, and arches and turrets. And one of them new stone porches. They call it a porte cochere. Well, sir, I guess the President of the United States would be tickled to swap the White House for the new Amberson Mansion if the Major give him the chance. Yes, sir. By the almighty dollar, you bet your sweet life the Major wouldn't.
Now, of these Ambersons, at the time this story begins, there were three. The old Major and his two children, Fred and Isabel. Of Fred, it was generally understood that one day he would go into politics.
Kind of a good thing to have an Amberson in Congress. Makes it pleasant when the family goes traveling.
Meanwhile, he was to be seen every afternoon on National Avenue, perched high on the seat of the newest and fanciest rig in town, driving a pair of dashing bays with great gesturing and waving of his skin-tight lemon gloves. Of Isabel, it was known that she'd been to a young ladies' school in the East and later to a finishing school in Paris.
But now I'm back. Back for good this time, I guess. And it's nice to be home.
Home being the Amberson Mansion on Amberson Boulevard, of which Isabel Amberson was now the hostess. Well, during those days, people had time for things. Time to gossip. Time for a lot of things. They even had time to dance square dances, quadrilles and lances, the roquette and schottisches and polkas and such whims as the Portland fancy. All gone now. Gone like the all-day picnics in the woods and like that prettiest of all vanished customs, the serenade. Of a summer night, young men would bring an orchestra under a pretty girl's window, and flute, harp, fiddle, cello, cornet, and bass viol would presently release their melodies to the dulcet stars. Indeed, it was at one of these serenades that an event occurred which was to have a profound influence on the fate of the Ambersons.
Eugene Morgan. It's too bad. Likeliest boy in town he was, and not really given to drink. Just celebrating.
Stepped right through the bass viol, he did. Made matchwood of it.
Too bad it had to be right under Miss Isabel's window, and right at this time, too.
When Eugene Morgan called the next day to apologize, Isabel refused to see him, and it was then that he wrote her that letter. And 3 weeks later, Major Amberson announced the marriage of his daughter to one of the town's leading young men of business, Wilbur Minafer. No breaker of bass viols or of hearts. No serenader at all.
Wilbur Minafer. Well, she'll be a good wife to Wilbur, and they'll have the worst spoiled lot of children this town will ever see.
Well, how on earth do you make that out?
She couldn't love Wilbur, could she? Well, it'll all go to her children, and she'll ruin them.
The prophetess proved to be mistaken in a single detail only. Wilbur and Isabel did not have children. They had only one child. At the age of 9, it pains me more than any man to admit, George Amberson Minafer, the Major's one grandchild, was a princely terror. With his long brown curls and the silk sash and lace collar in which his mother dressed him, he was dreaded not only in Amberson Addition, but in other quarters through which he galloped daily on his white pony.
Oh, look at the girly curls. Say, Bub, where'd you steal your mother's old sash?
Your sister stole it for me. She threw it over our clothesline and gave it to me.
Yeah? You go get your hair cut. I haven't got a sister.
I know you have it at home. I mean the one that's in jail.
I dare you get down off that pony.
Sure, I'll get down off the pony. Whoa, boy.
Well, I dare you to come inside that gate.
I'm coming.
Yeah? Well, I dare you halfway here. I dare you. Hey! He's killing me. Now, what's going on here? Stop this and get out of this yard, young man. I said...
You stop that. You take your hands off me. I guess you don't know who I am.
Yes, I do know. I know who you are. You're a disgrace to your mother. Your mother ought to be ashamed of herself to allow...
Shut up about my mother.
She ought to be ashamed. A woman that lets a bad boy like you...
You pull down your vest, you old billy goat, you. Pull down your vest, wear on your chin, and go to...
George.
Yes, Mama?
Is this letter from the Reverend Malik Smith the truth?
He's an old liar.
George, you mustn't say liar. He says you insulted and brutally assaulted his son.
Is that true?
Well, how old am I?
You're 12.
And he says in that letter I'm older and stronger than his son. And he's 13.
What about the other thing, Georgie? Did you tell the Reverend Smith to... Did you say...
Listen here, Mama. Grandpa wouldn't even wipe his shoe on that old storyteller, would he?
Georgie mustn't.
I mean, none of the Emersons wouldn't have anything to do with him, would they? He doesn't even know you, does he, Mama?
George, that isn't what we're talking about.
I bet if he wanted to see any of the Emerson family, he'd have to go around to the side door.
No, dear.
Yes,
no,
he would, Mama. So what does it matter if I did say something to him he didn't like? That kind of people, I don't see why you can't say anything you want to him. They're just riffraff, that's what they are, Mama. Just riffraff.
And that's what they were to him. Riffraff. Everybody in town, except the Ambersons. His arrogance, I'm sorry to say, grew with the years. There were people, grown people too, who said they did hope to see the day when that boy would get his comeuppance. That's the word they used, comeuppance. But when George Amberson Minifer came home from college for the holidays at Christmastide in his sophomore year, nothing about him encouraged any hope that he, George Amberson Minifer, had received his comeuppance. Cards were out for a ball in his honor, and this pageant of the tenantry was held in the ballroom of the Amberson mansion the night after his arrival. George, white-gloved with a gardenia in his buttonhole, stood with his mother and his Uncle Fred in the big red and gold drawing room downstairs to receive the guests. He was doing his duty, greeting two pretty girls with whom he had grown up.
How do you do?
How do you do? Have you very well? Of course I do. Very well indeed.
Oh, he did.
All right. Mother.
Yes, George?
Mother, who's that queer-looking duck?
Why, George, dear, whomever do you mean?
Over there. He's coming towards us.
Why?
It's nobody we know, is it, Mother?
George, he'll hear you. Hello, Eugene.
Good evening, Isabel.
How nice of you to come, Eugene.
I'm only here for one thing. To have a dance with you.
Why, of course. Eugene, this is my son. George, Mr. Eugene Morgan.
Hello, George.
How do you do?
Well, if it wasn't so big, Isabel, I wouldn't know it had been so long.
Yes, Eugene, it has been long.
Well, how about that dance?
Certainly, Eugene. A little later. I'd love it.
A little later then, Isabel. I'll come for you. Goodbye, George. Nice to meet you. I wondered what you'd be like. You're almost as good looking as you ought to be with that mother of yours. And that's better than any boy ought to look. Goodbye, Isabel. I'll come back for that dance.
Still a pretty queer-looking duck.
George.
Yes, Mother.
George.
Yes, Mother.
George, this is Miss Lucy Morgan.
Oh, how do you do? I remember you very well indeed.
But you don't, George. Miss Morgan's from out of town, and it's the first time you've ever seen her.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you do?
You might take her up to the dancing, George. I think you've pretty well done your duty here.
Be delighted. Delighted. What'd you say your name was?
Morgan.
It's a funny name.
Everybody else's name always is.
What's the rest of it?
Lucy. Is Lucy a funny name, too?
Oh, Lucy's very much all right.
Thanks about letting my name be Lucy.
As George conducted his partner to the ballroom, their progress was slow, and to George's mind it did not lack stateliness. How could it? Musicians hired especially for him were sitting in a grove of palms in the hall and now tenderly playing for his pleasuring. Dozens and scores of flowers had been brought to life and tended to this hour that they might sweeten the air for him while they died. It is to be doubted if anybody ever felt more illustrious or more negligently grand than George Amberson Minifer felt at this party.
Mr. Minifer?
Yes?
What are you studying at college?
A lot of useless guff.
Well, then why don't you study some useful stuff?
What do you mean, useful?
Something you'll use later in your business or profession?
I don't expect to go into any business or profession.
Well, what are you going to do? What do you want to be?
A yachtsman. At that same moment, in a small room set apart for the smokers on the second floor of the Amberson mansion, two old friends were engaged in conversation. One was the Honorable Fred Amberson. The other was the gentleman whom George Amberson Minifer had classified some minutes earlier as a queer-looking duck.
Gene Morgan, you haven't changed at all.
What did you expect, Fred?
20 years since you left. Makes some difference in faces, 20 years, but not in behavior, I guess.
If you remember, Fred, my own behavior began to be different about that long ago. Quite suddenly.
Yeah. Been stepping in any bass vials lately, Gene? Isabel know you're here?
Yes, I just saw her. Where's Wilbur? I didn't see him.
Isabel's husband never was one for parties, you know, and he hasn't been so well lately. He's probably gone home already. Gene, life's an odd thing if we look back, isn't it?
Yes, it's probably going to be odder still if we could look forward.
Probably.
However, I still dance like an Indian, don't you?
No, I leave that to my nephew, George. He does the dancing for the family.
Tell me, what do people in this town think about young George, generally?
Well, a lot of people that are glad to express their opinions about him quite strongly, too.
Yes? What's the matter with him, Fred?
Too much Amberson, I suppose, for one thing. And for another, Isabel just fell down and worshipped him from the day he was born. I don't see how she doesn't see the truth about that boy of hers. She thinks he's a little tin god on wheels. I tell you, Gene, she actually sits and worships him. You can hear it in her voice when she speaks to him. You can see it in her eyes when she looks at him. My heavens, I often wonder, what does she see when she looks at him?
Yes, well, she sees something that we don't see.
What?
An angel.
Tell me, Gene, when you met George tonight, did you see an angel?
No, all I saw was a remarkably good-looking fool boy with the pride of Satan and a set of nice new drawing-room manners. No, Fred, mothers see the angel in us because the angel is there. And mothers are always right.
Yes, I know what you mean, Gene. You mean that George's mother's always right.
I'm afraid she's always been.
She was wrong once, old fellow. At least so it seemed to me.
No, she... Oh, goodbye, Fred. I'm going to dance.
Who will?
Isabel, does that surprise you?
Well, it startles me a little, your jumping up like that to go and dance with Isabel. 20 years seems to have passed, but have they? My heavens, old times starting all over again.
Old times? Not a bit. There aren't any old times. When times are gone, they're not old, they're dead. There aren't any times but new times.
How's that for a bit of freshness? My
What
gosh.
was?
Oh, that queer-looking duck dancing with my mother. See, they're waving his hand at me like that. I don't know him from Adam.
You don't need to. He wasn't waving his hand to you. He meant me. I'm going to dance with him pretty soon.
Say, who is he?
The queer-looking duck.
Yeah. I suppose he's some old widower.
Yes, he's a widower. I should have told you before. He's my father.
Oh, if I'd known he was your father, I wouldn't have made fun of him. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know I don't mind your being such a lofty person at all. I think it's ever so interesting. But Papa's a great man.
Is he? Well, let's hope so, I'm sure.
I'm just beginning to understand.
Understand what?
What it means to be a real Anderson in this town. Papa told me something about it before we came, but I see he didn't say half enough.
Did your father say he knew the family before he left you?
I don't think he meant to boast of it. He spoke of it quite calmly. You'll excuse me. I really must be going now.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait. What are you going to do after 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
A whole lot of things. Every minute's filled up.
All right, the snow's fine for sleighing. I'll come to you in the cutter 10 minutes after 2.
I can't possibly go.
If you don't, I'm going to sit in the cutter in front of your gate all afternoon. If you try to go out with anybody else, he's got to whip me before he gets you. If you think I'm not in earnest, you're at liberty to make quite a big experiment.
I don't think I've often had so large a compliment as that, especially on such short notice. And yet, I don't think I'll go with you.
You'll be ready at 10 minutes after 2.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will.
Yes, I will.
Where's Wilbur?
Wilbur had a headache. Jeannie said he hoped you'd excuse him.
I don't think automobiling is quite your husband's speed anyway, Isabel. Well, let's get started.
You sure you're not scared?
Of course
You
not.
probably have to walk home, but the exercise will be good for you.
Don't you believe him?
Up you go, Isabel.
I don't care what you say. I still think it's thrilling.
Ready? Here we go.
You know what? Gene tells me this chafing dish of his travels 10 miles an hour.
Next year, we expect to do 18.
By then, there'll be a law forbidding the sale of automobiles, the way there is with concealed weapons.
Gee, Lucy, I'm sorry
you're cold.
I'm not anymore with the wind behind us. And I do hate to go back. It's so pretty out here in the country.
Yeah. Yeah, it is nice.
Is this all yours? The Andersons, I mean, all this land? Beautiful.
Yeah, it used to be. It's getting all too much built up now. The way it used to be, it was like a gentleman's country estate. It's the way we ought to keep it. We let these people take too many liberties. What are you laughing at now?
Oh, nothing. Well, for heaven's sake.
What?
Well, look over there, down the road. It's Papa. He's having trouble with the machine.
What'd I tell you about those old sewing machines?
They're not old sewing machines. I wish you didn't say things like that. Well, you're not going to pass them and just leave them stranded there.
We'll come back and pick them up to show them as horses that belong on the road, not sewing machines. Get up, Tender.
Oh, George, be careful.
Get up. Why don't you get a horse? Get a horse. Get a horse.
George! Oh, George, be careful. Look where you're driving. There's a ditch on that side. No!
Are you hurt, Lucy?
Oh, no, Papa.
You all right?
Go back to Brother. There's nothing the matter with him at all.
George, are you hurt?
Don't make a fuss, Mother. Nothing's the matter. Only that darn silly horse broke away.
Well, you catch cold, George. Here, let me brush the snow.
Oh, leave me alone, Mother. You ruin your gloves. You're getting the snow all over yourself.
Yeah, now, why not try riding in my machine, George? Come on, climb in, everybody. Come on, Isabel. All aboard, Lucy.
Oh,
George.
Look at your feet, George.
Oh, no,
you must
Mother.
clean them off or you'll catch cold.
Oh, Mother.
I can't have you catching cold. Now, here, let me brush them for you.
Stop that, Mama.
You mustn't ride with wet feet.
Well, they're not. For heaven's sake, get in. You're standing in the snow yourself, Mother.
He's all right, Isabel. Come on, up here with me. Ready?
We're ready, but how about this wreck of yours?
Well, we'll see. She breathes. She stirs. She seems to feel a thrill of life along her keel.
As I walk along the void of below. Hey, come on there, you two. Sing. It'll keep you warm.
George, I want to thank you.
Along the void
Oh, for what?
You tried to swing underneath me and break the fall for me when we went over. I knew you were doing that. It was nice of you.
There wasn't any fall to speak of. Couldn't have hurt either one of us.
Friendly of you. You're awfully quick, too. I'll not forget.
To walk along the void of below in my independent air. Hear the girls declare.
Papa, what makes George never behave like he does?
What do you mean, Lucy?
He can be so rude and disagreeable and arrogant. Yet this afternoon, he tried to save my life. Wouldn't even let me thank him. I don't understand him at all, Papa.
He's sensitive, Lucy.
Rather. But why is he? He does anything he likes to without any regard for what people think. Why should he mind so furiously when the least little thing reflects upon him or on anything or anybody connected with him?
Well, that's one of the greatest puzzles of human vanity, dear. I don't pretend to know the answer. In all my life, the most arrogant people I've known have been the most sensitive. But he's still a boy. There's plenty of fine stuff in him. Can't help but be. He's Isabel Amberson's son.
You liked her pretty well once, didn't you, Papa?
I do still, Lucy.
Oh, she's lovely.
Yes, I know.
I wonder sometimes. I wonder why she happened to marry Mr. Minifer.
Oh, Wilbur Minifer's all right. He's a quiet sort of a man, but he's a good man and kind. Those are things that count. No, Lucy, I wouldn't worry too much about George. You need only to remember 3 things to explain all that's good and bad about George.
3?
He's Isabel's child. He's an Amberson. And he's a boy.
Well, Mr. Bones, of those 3 things, which are the good ones and which are the bad ones?
All of them.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Walter Houston and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons. But before we learn more about the ways and the ultimate destiny of this extraordinary Amberson family, I'd like to say just a word about a custom prevailing in some American families, perhaps in your family. No doubt, many of the soups you serve and enjoy in your home are Campbell's soups. But perhaps there are one or two kinds of soup you still make yourself. The reason may be, habit for one thing, or perhaps it's the understandable pride you take in your good home cooking. If this is true in your case, then believe me, we honor it and you sincerely. But because I'm sure you'll agree that making soup does lengthen your kitchen hours, lengthen them as most women feel needlessly, I'd like to invite you, if you haven't already done so, to try just once these soups as Campbell's make them. Try them and compare them with the product of your own kettle, soup for soup. If you'll do that, I earnestly believe you'll appreciate their fine, home-like flavor so much that you let Campbell's make all your soups. You see, we make these soups for many of your friends, so naturally, we'd like to make them for you, too. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Orson Welles and Walter Houston.
Even after the turn of the century in that Midland town, it seemed impossible to doubt that the Ambersons were entrenched in their nobility, behind polished and glittering barriers which were as solid as they were brilliant and would last forever. And to those fervent souls who continued to hope that the youngest of the Ambersons, George Amberson Minafer, would soon get his comeuppance, the following year, I'm afraid, brought little comfort, or the next. But in his last year at college, three things occurred to upset the even tenor of George Amberson Minafer's life.
Wilbur Minafer, beloved husband of Isabel Amberson Minafer and father of George Amberson Minafer, died at his home last night after a brief illness.
Wilbur Minafer.
Quiet man. Town will hardly know he's gone.
That was the first thing. His father's death. Second, certain changes in the Midland town where he lived. Perplexing at first, then irritating. Every time you came home for the holidays, you saw new things. New faces at the dances. Riffraff, people whose names you never heard of. And the town itself was less and less familiar. Even in Amberson Addition, there was drastic and tragic change. The first owners of the big houses sold them or rented them to boarding house keepers. Cheaper tenants took their places. Rents were lower and lower, the houses shabbier and shabbier. And not even the Ambersons themselves seemed able to stem the tide. And third, there was a certain subject upon which George and Lucy Morgan found it impossible to agree.
Whoa, Penina. Oh.
Why are you stopping, George? Why don't you go on?
Lucy, when are you going to marry me?
Oh, not for years and years.
Why not?
You're too young.
Is that the only reason?
Oh, I don't know, George. Everything...
What about everything?
Well, everything is so unsettled.
You aren't the queerest girl. Well, what's unsettled?
No, for one thing, you haven't settled on anything to do. At least if you have, you've never spoken of it. What are you going to do, George?
Well, I tell you, I expect to lead an honorable life. Now that my father's dead, that sort of makes me the head of the family after Uncle Fred.
You don't really mean to have any regular business or profession at all?
I certainly do not.
I was afraid so.
I suppose it's your father's influence that makes you think I ought to do something, is that it?
No, I've never once spoken to him about it. Never.
But you know, without talking to him, that's the way he does feel about it.
Well, yes.
Do you think I'd be much of a man if I let another man dictate to me my own way of life?
Well, George, who is dictating your...
I don't believe in the whole world washing dishes and selling potatoes and trying law cases. I dare say I don't care any more for your father's ideals than he does for mine. So if your father would just mind his own business...
Take me home, George. Please, take me home at once.
If that's the way you want it, all right.
That's the way I want it.
Well, all right, that's the way you want it. That's the way you want it. Get up, Pendennis. Get up. A little brandy, Eugene?
No, thanks.
How about you, George? Thanks.
Oh, it's too bad that Lucy couldn't be here tonight. I do hope it's nothing serious, Eugene.
Just a headache.
She asked me to excuse her, Isabel.
Maybe you'll take her out driving tomorrow, George. That'll do her good.
Maybe. You know, Gene, I heard the other day there's another automobile firm opened up here in town.
Oh, I'm bound to have competition.
That's part of the game, isn't it, Eugene?
Of course. Shows business is good.
Maybe they'll drive you out of business.
Or else the two of them will drive all the rest of us off the street.
Not at all, Isabel. We'll just extend the street.
You see how simple it is, Fred?
It isn't the distance from the center of the town. It's the time it takes to get there. Automobiles will change all that.
Do you really believe, Eugene, that automobiles are going to change the face of the land?
Yeah, they're already doing it. And it can't be stopped. No, automobiles?
Automobiles are a useless nuisance. What did you say, George? Well, I said all automobiles were a nuisance. They'll never amount to anything but a nuisance. They never had no business to be invented. You forget, George, that Mr. Morgan makes them and also did his share in inventing them. If you weren't so thoughtless, he might think you rather offensive. Well, that'd be too bad. I don't think I could survive that.
George.
Well, I'm not so sure that George is wrong about automobiles. With all their speed forward, they may be a step backward in civilization. That is, in spiritual civilization. It may be that they will not add to the beauty of the world, nor to the life of men's souls. It may be that George is right, and that the spiritual alteration will be bad for us. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years from now, if we can see the inward change in men by that time, I shouldn't be able to defend the gasoline engine, but would have to agree with George that automobiles had no business to be invented. Well, Fred, I'm afraid it's getting late, and I have an appointment with my foreman, so I better go along.
Oh, but Gene...
Eugene.
No, good night. Don't bother to take me to the door. I'll find my way out.
Good night, Eugene.
Yes, good night, Gene. Good night.
George, dear, what did you mean?
Just what I said.
You hurt him, George.
He doesn't sound very hurt to me. He sounded pretty cheerful. If you ask me, why don't you think he was hurt?
I know him. He must think so.
Well, I don't care much what Mr. Morgan thinks. I suppose he's trying to borrow money from you, Uncle Fred. That automobile factory is his. Huh? No, George. I think Eugene Morgan's perfectly able to finance his own inventions these days.
George, what made you say that?
Well, he strikes me as that sort of a man, that's all. Anyway, I want to know what he's hanging around here for anyway.
George, Mr. Morgan's an old friend.
By Jove, George, you are a puzzler. In what way, I'd like to know? Well, it's a new style of courting a pretty girl for a fellow to go deliberately out of his way to try and make an enemy of her father. That's a new way to win a woman, that is.
Is there anything wrong, Isabel? You've been so quiet all afternoon.
Nothing, Eugene. It's this weather. The end of summer.
It's been a very happy summer for me.
A few more weeks, we will be gone.
There'll be other summers, Isabel.
Time changes things, Eugene. And once they're changed, you can't bring them back. Things are like smoke. You know how a wreath of smoke goes up from a chimney? You see it getting thinner and thinner. And then in such a little while, it isn't there at all. Nothing is left but the sky. And the sky keeps on being just the same forever.
Things won't change for you, Isabel. You'll always have me and George.
It's George that's troubling me, Eugene. Why doesn't he like you? He doesn't have any reason. He says so himself.
Well, boys can't help their likes and dislikes, Isabel. I think perhaps he sensed from the first that I cared a great deal about you. Even when I was so careful not even to show you how immensely I did care.
Gene, I can't believe that.
Well, someday he'll have to know how we feel about each other, and I think it should be from you that he learned that.
Oh, Eugene.
It's only fair to George. Much better that he should hear it from you than from someone else. Through gossip, maybe.
Oh, I know. I know you're right, Eugene. And I will tell him. I tried to tell him last night, only... Oh, Eugene, it's so hard. Let me wait until just before he goes back to school.
No, sooner, Isabel. Sooner, for all our sakes, sooner.
But it's only such a few days till he leaves. Surely a few days can't make any difference.
Uncle Fred.
Good gracious, Georgie. What's up?
I've got to talk to you.
Say, what's happened to your face?
Oh, forget about that. I've just been in a fight. I've heard what people are saying.
Saying about what? For heaven's sake, if you're going to talk, be
The
coherent.
whole town's talking about my mother and that man Morgan. They say my mother is going to marry him. And that proves she was too fond of him before my father died. Everybody in town knows about it but me.
Heavens, is that what you're so excited about? Why do you listen to stuff like that?
I'm glad I did listen. I have a right to know. Did you know it? Did you?
Georgie, you can be sure there's been more gossip in this place about the Amberson family than any other family. You see, the more prominent you are, the more gossip there is about you. And the more people would like to pull you down. But they can't do it as long as you refuse to listen. The minute you notice it, it's got you.
Is that all you've got to say?
That's about all there is to say, Georgie. There's nothing to be done about it.
You propose to sit here and let this riffraff bandy my mother's good name about it? Is that what you propose to do? Didn't you understand me when I told you that people are saying my mother means to marry this man?
I understood
and
you.
And you think if such an unspeakable marriage took place, it'd make people believe they've been wrong and say... You know what they'd say?
I don't believe it would. There'd be more badness in the bad mouths and more silliness in the silly mouths. But it wouldn't hurt Isabel and Eugene if they decided to marry.
Good heavens, you speak of it so calmly.
Why shouldn't they marry if they want to? It's their own affair.
Why shouldn't
I don't see anything precisely monstrous about two people getting married when they're both free and care about each other. What's the matter with marrying?
It would be monstrous. Monstrous, even if this horrible scandal hadn't happened. But now, in the face of this... Oh, that you can sit there and even speak of it, your own sister.
For heaven's sake, don't be so theatrical. Come back here.
What is it?
Don't you speak to your mother about this.
I don't intend to, but I'm going to do something about it. You can be sure of that. I'm going to do something about it. You see if I don't.
Oh, it's you, George. How do you do? Your mother expects to go driving with me, I believe. If you'll be so kind as to send word to her that I'm here.
No.
I beg your pardon. I
heard you, Mr. Morgan. Said you had an engagement with my mother. I told you no.
Well, just what is the difficulty?
My mother will have no interest in knowing that you came for today or any other day.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I doubt if I can make it much plainer, but I'll try. You're not wanted in this house, Mr. Morgan, now or at any other time. Perhaps you'll understand this.
Fred will bring this to you, dear Isabel. He is waiting while I write. He and I have talked things over. And before he gives this to you, he will tell you what has happened. I should have been better prepared for what took place today. I ought to have known it was coming. A week ago, I thought the time had come when I could ask you to marry me. And you were dear enough to tell me. Sometime it might come to that. Well, you and I, left to ourselves, wouldn't pay much attention to things like slander and talk. But now we're faced with not the slander of our own fear of it, because we haven't any, but someone else's fear of it, your son's. And that frightens me. Let me explain a little. I don't think he'll change. At 21 or 22, so many things appear solid, permanent, and terrible, which 40 sees are nothing but disappearing miasma. 40 can't tell 20 about this. That's the pity of it. 20 can only find out by getting to be 40. And so we come to this, dear. Will you live your life your own way or George's way? Dear, it breaks my heart for you. But what you have to oppose now in your son is the history of your own selfless and perfect motherhood. Are you strong enough, Isabel? Can you make the fight? I promise you that if you will take heart for it, you will find so quickly that it has all amounted to nothing. You shall have happiness, and in a little while, only happiness. I'm saying too much for wisdom, I fear.
But, oh, my dear, won't you be strong? Such a little short strength it would need. Don't strike my life down twice, dear. This time, I've not deserved it. Eugene.
Did you read it, dear?
Yes, Mother, I did.
All of it?
Certainly. Simply the most offensive piece of writing that I've ever held in my hand.
But, George, I thought...
Don't you really think this was a pretty insulting letter for that man to be asking you to hand your son?
Oh, no. No, you can see how fair he means to be.
Fair? Do you suppose it ever occurs to him that I'm doing my simple duty? That I'm doing what my father would do if he were alive? He's got my mother's name bandied up and down the streets of this town until I can't step in those streets without wondering what every soul I meet is thinking of me and my family. And now he wants you to marry him so that every gossip in town will say, "There, what did I tell you? I guess that proves it's true."
But, George, it isn't true.
Is it fair for him to want you to throw away your good name just to please him? That's all he asks of you. And to quit being my mother? You think I can believe you really care for him? Don't. You're my mother, and you're an ambassador. I believe you're too proud to care for a man who could write such a letter as that. Well, what are you going to do about it, Mother?
I have been out the mailbox, darling, with a letter. I've written Eugene, and he'll have it in the morning. I think it is a little better for me to write you like this instead of waiting till you wake up and then telling you, because I'm foolish and might cry again. And I took a vow once long ago that you should never see me cry. Not that I'll feel like crying when we talk things over tomorrow. Don't fear. By that time, I'll be all right and fine, as you say so often. I think what makes me most ready to cry now is the thought of the terrible suffering in your poor face and the unhappy knowledge that it is I, your mother, who put it there. It shall never come again. I love you better than anything and everything else on earth. And Eugene was right. I know you couldn't change about this. So I've written him just about what I think you would like me to. Though I told him I would always be fond of him and always be his best friend. And I hope his dearest friend. He'll understand about not seeing him. He'll understand that. Though I didn't say it in so many words. You mustn't trouble about that. Eugene will understand. Good night, my darling, my beloved. You mustn't be troubled. I think I shouldn't mind anything very much so long as I have you all to myself, people say, to make up for your long years away from me at college. We'll talk of what's best to do in the morning, shan't we? And for all this pain, you'll forgive your loving and devoted mother, Isabel.
Three weeks later, George and his mother went abroad. Isabel never returned. Nearly 2 years later, a small item tucked away in one of the back sheets of a morning paper announced the death in Paris of a Mrs. Isabel Amberson Minafer. That was all there was. And there were only a few people left in the Midland town to whom either name, Minafer or Amberson, meant anything. Some weeks later, George returned only to learn from his Uncle Fred what couldn't be kept secret any longer. The Amberson estate was gone. What with extravagances, taxes, and the new order of things, suddenly there was nothing left.
Well, here we are, nephew George. All that's left of the Ambersons. Two gentlemen of elegant appearance in a state of bustitude. A few years ago, we wouldn't have thought it, eh? That's how it is. Life and money. They're like loose quicksilver in a nest of cracks. When they're gone, we can't tell where or what the devil we did with them.
What are you going to do, Uncle Fred?
Oh, don't worry about me in this new world. I'll be contented with just surviving. I'll get a consulship somewhere. An ex-congressman can always be pretty sure of getting some such job. I live pleasantly enough with a pitcher of ice under a palm tree and native folk to wait on me. What about you, George? What will you do?
The night George saw his uncle off, he walked homeward slowly through what appeared to be strange streets in a strange city. For the town was growing and changing as it had never grown and changed before. It was heaving up in the middle incredibly. And as it heaved and spread, it befouled itself and darkened its sky. From day to day, from week to week, great new industries were springing up, steel and oil, and this new, all-conquering thing, the automobile. Strange people swarmed about him, obliterating, destroying every trace of the magnificence that once was Amberson, destroying with it the last of the Ambersons, George Amberson Minister. The city rolled over his heart and buried it, as the city had rolled over Ambersons and buried them to the last vestige. The thing had happened. The thing which years ago had been the eagerest hope of many. The hope of many good citizens had finally come to pass. But not one of them was there to see it. George Amberson Minister got his comeuppance. He got it 3 times filled and running over. Later, as he walked down Amberson Boulevard, now known as 10th Street, and filled with second-rate shops and cheap boarding houses, and climbed the stairs of the old house for the last time, a terrible loneliness assailed him. He opened the door softly into Isabel's room. It was still as it had been. Tomorrow, everything would be gone. And soon after that, the very space which tonight was still her room would be cut into new shapes by new walls and floors and ceilings. Yet, Isabel's room would always live. For it couldn't die out of George's memory. And whatever remains of that old, high-handed arrogance was still within him. He did penance for his deepest sin that night. And it may be to this day, some impressionable, overworked woman in a kitchenette, after turning out the light, will seem to see a young man kneeling in the darkness, clutching at the covers of a shadowy bed. And it may seem to her that she hears a faint cry over and over. Mother. Mother, forgive me. Mother. Mother, forgive me. You must have guessed by now who George Amberson Minafer was. Take my word for it, please, that the George Amberson Minafer who was is no more.
Papa.
Why, Lucy, what brings you downtown this morning?
I tried to get you at one of the factories, but no one could locate you. I wanted to talk to you, Papa. Are you very busy?
I'm never too busy to talk to you, Lucy. Is something wrong?
Yes, Papa, there is something wrong. It's George.
George? You mean...
Yes, Papa. George Minafer.
Well?
He's been hurt, badly hurt. He's in the city hospital. Both his legs broken.
That's too bad.
He was run down by an automobile.
An automobile? George Amberson Minifer. Run down by an automobile.
Papa, do you know what he's been doing the past 2 years?
No. No, and I couldn't honestly say, Lucy, that I'm very interested.
He's been working with explosives at the Acres Chemical Company. A dangerous job. The most dangerous job there is.
Well, I never thought he lacked nerve, Lucy.
You don't understand, Papa. No one else would take the job. He needed work so badly he took it, and Papa, he's made good. He's changed. He's not the old George at all. And now this has happened to him.
Well?
I want you to go to see him.
No, Lucy. After all, you can't expect me to have any particular affection for that young man.
I'm sure that Isabel...
Isabel's been dead 3 years. 3 years. Yes, if it hadn't been for him, she might...
It's what she would want you to do, Papa. You know that. She'd want you to be kind. She'd want you to come with me to the hospital. He's lonely, Papa. His heart's broken. He needs us. We can help him. You could do so much for him, and I could... Well, Papa, what are you going to do?
Isabel, my dear, up there in that small, bare hospital room this afternoon, you were by my side. Do you remember, Isabel, that last day we were together? You said that things in our lives were like smoke, and time like the sky after which the smoke vanishes. And I told you that for us, things did not change like that, and we would always be together. You were with me when I walked into that room where your son was lying, with Lucy sitting beside him. He felt you, too. He lifted his hand in a queer gesture, half forbidding, half imploring. "You've come," he said. "You must have thought my mother wanted you to come so that I could ask you to forgive me." And as he held my hand in his, if you could have seen Lucy's face at that moment, dear Isabel, she was radiant. But for me, another radiance filled the room. For then I knew that I had been true to you at last, my true love. And that through me, you had brought your boy under shelter again.
This concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Walter Houston and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Mr. Welles will return to our microphone for a brief interview with Mr. Houston. Meanwhile, I'd like to use that moment, if I may, to point out how perfectly Campbell's tomato soup meets the question of what soup to serve, no matter what the occasion. Don't you agree? When you have guests for dinner, for instance, don't you most frequently turn to Campbell's tomato soup? No doubt you often add milk instead of water to make a delicious cream of tomato. Served that way, it has a richness and a luxurious smoothness that fit in delightfully with a gay party mood. It's especially enjoyable, too, when your household is gathered together for a quiet family meal. If yours is a small family and just you two sit down to supper, I'm sure the soup you often choose is Campbell's tomato soup. Yes, it's certainly the soup people enjoy again and again and never seem to tire of. Why don't you and your family enjoy Campbell's tomato soup tomorrow? And now, here is Orson Welles with Walter Houston.
Great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome back to the Campbell Playhouse a very distinguished actor and one of my favorite guests, Mr. Walter Houston.
Thanks, Orson. You know, there's one thing that makes me particularly happy about tonight's broadcast, and that is at the end of the story, you and I, Orson, did finally get together and shake hands. The last time we met, if you remember, you spent 30 years of your life savagely persecuting me. You went so far as to swim after me through the sewers in Paris.
I did indeed, and I caught you, didn't I? Mr. Houston, ladies and gentlemen, is referring to our broadcast of Les Miserables last spring. That same evening, Walter, as we were saying goodbye, I remember you announced your intention of spending a few quiet weeks in the north of Scotland shooting grouse.
Well, I'm afraid those grouse are still alive. The only shooting that I was able to do this summer was done right here in Hollywood, making Kipling's The Light That Failed. You know, Orson, there's another thing I like about tonight's broadcast. It gave me a chance to play with my favorite leading lady.
Will the lady who played Isabel Amberson please step to the microphone?
Yes, she is.
Good evening, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Miss Nan Sunderland. My partiality for this lady is understandable.
It would be anyway. But I think our audience would like to hear your reason, Walter, if they don't happen to know it.
Well, I wooed Miss Sunderland throughout tonight's script, but lost her at the end. In fact, this is not so in life. You know, in life, I wooed Miss Sunderland and won her. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Walter Houston.
Who is hereby invited to come again to the Campbell Playhouse whenever she can.
Thanks, Orson. I'd certainly like to. It's been grand.
Which invitation, Ann, also extends to your husband. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston. We'll look for both of you soon.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Magnificent Ambersons, the role of Eugene Morgan was played by our guest of the evening, Mr. Walter Houston. Orson Welles was heard as George Amberson Minifer. Nan Sunderland played Isabel Amberson. Eric Burtis played the part of George Minifer as a young man. Ray Collins was Uncle Fred Amberson. The part of Lucy Morgan was played by Marion Burns. Archie Malloch Smith by Everett Sloan. The Reverend Malloch Smith by Richard Wilson. Bea Benaderet was Mrs. Foster. Music for the Campbell Playhouse, as always, was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now we wish to thank the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, sponsors of Good News of 1940, for their courtesy in permitting Walter Houston to appear with us tonight.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. From the range country of Texas to the hills of Wyoming, the Lone Ranger led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. It was his vision of the future that brought hope to the pioneers, and it was his strength and courage that made possible the fulfillment of their hope. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hill country. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver, away! The Lone Ranger had sent Tonto into the little mining town of Brownsville for supplies. But in less than 15 minutes, the faithful Indian raced back to the grove of trees where the masked man was waiting. Tonto, what's the matter?
You come plenty fast.
Did you go to the store in town?
Tonto go there. Not stay long. Plenty trouble in town. Come fast.
But this mask, I'll have to take time to disguise my face. That's why I didn't go with you in the first place to get food.
Nobody see you.
Why not?
Nobody in town. Everything dead. Dogs sleep like dead.
Are you sure?
You come. You see.
I will. Let's get going. Hail, Silver, away! There was no sign of life on the main street of the town. The dog, which Tonto had seen, was still sleeping on the porch of the general store. He didn't stir as the Lone Ranger and the Indian walked past him. Inside the store, everything seemed to be in perfect order. No dust here.
No man here. Him gone.
The cash box hasn't been touched. It wasn't a robbery. We'll have a look in back. The storekeeper might be there in his living quarters.
No, Tonto look for. Him not there. Plenty strange thing here. You see?
There was a plate of food partially eaten on the table in the kitchen. A half-filled cup of coffee was still warm. We'll have a look in some of the other houses, Cantor. I can't understand this. It was the same in every house. There were signs of recent occupation, but no signs of a hasty departure. Nothing was disturbed. In one house, a fire still burned in the stove. Bread was baking in an oven. There's smoke coming from the oven. Look, the bread's burnt to a crisp.
Tonto, fix it.
We've been in 5 of the houses, Cantor. We'll see if there isn't some sign of life in the last one.
Town plenty small.
Yes. I don't think there are over 20 people in the town, counting everyone. Most of those 20 work in the mine. We'll check the last house.
Maybe accident come to mine. Maybe all feller dead there.
But even if everyone who worked in the mine was gone, the women and children would be around.
That's right.
Those dogs we found, Kimasabi. All of them so sound asleep that we couldn't wake them. That's our only clue so far. Hello? Hello?
All houses the same. Nobody answer.
Dish is still on the table. And here's the kitchen. Not a thing touched. We know the people were still in Brownsville a few hours ago.
That's right.
Then somebody made those people disappear. Come upstairs. We look in the bedrooms. Did you hear? Hello? That sound came from one of the bedrooms. We'll start in here.
Nobody here.
This room is... Someone alive at last.
I'll show you.
Hold on there. Take it easy.
I'll fix you ornery.
Need help.
Hold him, Cantor.
go
We're
me.
going to find out a few things. Stop your struggling. We're not here to hurt you.
If there was just one of you, I'd...
Me hold him.
Now you take it easy, fellow.
Jim, what are they doing to me?
They got me, Betty. Now they
Now,
get
1
you.
minute. Just who do you think we are?
Please don't hurt my brother. You've done enough already.
Now, hold on. There's a misunderstanding here. You seem to think that we're to blame for some strange thing that's happened here in town.
Well, ain't you?
No, we're not. Now tell us, what did happen?
I don't know why I should tell you. Stop.
What matter?
Don't touch that water. Leave that pitcher be.
Me take drink?
No. That's what's happened to the town. They all took a drink of their water.
Water?
Oh, if there was only some way I could be sure I could count on you.
Why not tell me what you know?
Oh, tell him, Jimmy. He's got you. You may as well tell what we know and suspect.
I don't know.
Maybe they can help get Paul back to us.
Where is your father?
We don't know. He just disappeared.
How?
Well, we don't know that either. You see, we were all at breakfast the same as usual, Paul and Betty and me.
And what's your name?
Jim Lanson. I was eating breakfast and fell asleep. I come to and found Pa gone. I hunted for Betty, but...
And where were you?
In my room. I'd gone there to tidy up the bed and things after breakfast. I felt awful dizzy all of a sudden. When I came to, Jim was telling me Paul was gone.
What about that water?
I figured there was dope or drugs of some sort, maybe poison in the water. Had a mighty funny taste.
Doesn't your father run the mine near here?
Yes, nearly everyone works there.
Paul was late in getting started there this morning, and he... Jim. Remember Jim. Remember Tully last night.
Yeah. I wonder. Maybe that's the answer. You say everyone's gone from town?
Yes.
I bet I got it then.
Tell me.
Paul had this fellow Tully arrested last night. He'd been stealing cash from the office.
Yes?
Oh, Tully was furious mad. He swore he'd get square with the whole town for jailing him. He was always an odd duck, scheming queer things. He was sly, too. I wouldn't put it past him to poison the whole well.
Does everyone get water from the same well?
Yeah, there ain't but one well in town.
Oh, Jim.
Huh? What is it, Betty?
I remember now. I thought it was strange at the time. It didn't seem to make much sense.
What's that, Betty?
The way Tully wanted to stop at that well for a drink on his way to jail.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were right. I remember he wanted to stop at his house, too. It was just after he'd been arrested. There was quite a few men there. Betty and I were there, too. Tully finally calmed down after his arrest and came along as far as his house.
Keep right on, Tully.
Wait. Wait for just a minute. You've got to wait.
For what?
I want to get something in my house. It won't take but a minute.
You can tell us what you want. We'll bring it to you in the jail.
Yeah, go on, Tully. Shove on. Where you're going, the county will supply you everything you need.
No, let me go.
Hey, you local...
I'll be back. Wait.
Well, I'll be hanged. That critter is local.
Oh, if there's something he wants as badly as that, Jim, why not let him get it?
Well, at the time, we wondered what Tully was so all-fired eager to get from his house. He came out in a couple of minutes holding a small package wrapped in paper. Didn't tell anyone what it was, but the next thing, he wanted to stop again on the way to jail.
To get a drink of water from the well.
Yeah. We got to the well, and he balked like a stubborn mule.
Now what's the matter with you, Tully?
Drink. The last drink of water. You can't stop me from that, can you?
Well, get your drink. Look out there. Oh, hang it. Look what you done. You dropped your package.
Oh, well.
Was that all you got to say?
Let's go to jail. Might as well.
I still say the guy's local. Dropped the package in the well. The thing that made me sure he was local was that after being so anxious to stop and get it, he didn't seem to care a hoot about losing whatever it was when he dropped it into the well.
And everyone drank water from that well this morning?
That's it.
Some of the people and most of the men would be overcome by the dope after they reached the mine.
Sure they would. And the rest... But what's happened to the rest?
You're the only folks we've seen. We've looked everywhere.
You looked into the jail?
Yes.
Tully might have got loose. It wouldn't be hard if everyone was sleeping.
But, Paul, where is he? Let's go look at the mine.
We'll have a look at the mine.
I'm going to.
And I.
We'll see if we can find
quiet.
What is it?
Fella come in house.
Oh.
Not a sound.
The entrance to the mine is right in back. He's come from there. I'm going to see.
There he goes, down the stairs.
Stay with Betty. I'll get after him.
Tonto, you stay with the girl. Garner, we're going after that man.
The Lone Ranger and Jim Lansing raced down the stairs and after the man they'd seen heading for the back door. Tonto and the girl remained behind. For a few moments they waited in silence. And then...
Tonto, that's your name?
Not right.
Oh, they must catch Tully. What do you think he's done with everyone in town?
Oh, me not know. Maybe find out plenty soon.
Pa said a dozen times he thought Tully was acting strange. I'm sure he must be loco.
Maybe that right.
Loco, eh?
Tully!
You're covered, Redskin. Make a move. Go on. Make a move. I'd like an excuse to shoot.
Tully, listen to me.
You! Why should I listen to you? You listen to me. Turn around. Walk straight ahead. Go out the back of the house. You, Redskin, you keep behind her. I'm taking no chances having you shoot over her shoulder at me.
How did you get here, Tully? I thought...
Yes, you thought. So the others. Masked Man, your brother. They thought I went into the mine, too. But I didn't. Now walk. That's only a warning. Get moving.
Tully forced Betty and Tonto to go downstairs. But when they reached the first floor, the girl turned to the gunman and...
Go on. Right through the back door. Into the tunnel. Your father's in there.
Do what him say. That best for now.
All right.
Keep right going, Betty Lansing. Out the door now. Those others didn't see me duck back inside the mine entrance. Then come out again. No, they're too eager to get me.
Tully, don't you realize you'll hang for what you're doing?
Me? Hang? Who'll hang me? Who's left to hang me? If you and Jim had drunk as much water as the others, you'd still be sleeping like the others. But don't worry. You'll sleep. Yes, you'll sleep.
Your father's breathing all right, Jim. He'll recover, I'm sure.
I reckon the others must be further back in the tunnel somewhere.
Probably.
Likely Tully went back to where they are.
And we can get him if he tries to come back out again.
Yeah, we can do that. Ain't no other way out of this mine. Oh, he's moaning. Oh, can you speak?
He's coming to now.
What happened?
Oh, you're all right, Pa. You're in the tunnel. Now, take it easy, and you'll be as good as new in a few minutes.
What happened? Jim, is that you?
Yes, Pa. Tully done it. He's drugged the drinking well. Everyone in town was drugged to sleep.
I came here, and that's all I remember.
Tully's brought the women folk here, too, but he's local. We'll get him in a minute.
Someone's coming. Tonto!
Jim, is that you back there?
Betty, what are you doing here? Who's behind you?
It's the Indian. Tully slipped back out and made us come here.
Him loco.
Look, there he is at the entrance to the mine.
Tully, I want to speak to you.
Speak? There's nothing to speak about.
What are you doing there? Stop that! Wait, Tully!
I'm lighting a fuse. See? Watch it burn. Now I'm leaving you. Goodbye and good riddance.
He's fixed a blast there.
Down on your face. You Betty, hurry!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Lansing, the owner of the Brownville mine, his daughter Betty, and his son Jim were with the Lone Ranger and Tonto when an explosion roared through the tunnel of the mine and a landslide sealed the entrance.
Well, that does it. That does it plenty. Now we're sealed in our own tomb.
There's a tiny spot of light at the opening, Lansing. We'll probably get air to last us for some time.
You. From what I gather, if it hadn't been for you, Jim and Betty wouldn't be here. They'd be out in the open anyhow.
Oh, don't hold it against this man.
You save your breath, Jim. I'll do the talking.
Lansing, we're all in this together. Doesn't matter how we got here. The thing to do is find a way to get out.
Yeah, well, you figure that out.
Tonto, have a look at the entrance. See how badly we're sealed in.
Tonto, do it.
In the first place, is there water that's fit to drink in here?
No.
Of course, there's no food supply.
Of course they ain't.
How about blasting powder? To keep any of that inside the tunnel?
No, that'd be downright foolish.
Where are the rest of the people? We'd better have a look at them.
They're back further than I am. Must be, if they're in here. They ain't between us and the entrance.
What sort of man is this fellow, Tully?
Must be local. That's all I can figure out.
What has he to gain by this act of his?
Nothing.
Only what I said before, stranger. He was sore at everyone in town for arresting him. This is his way of getting revenge.
It's a mighty strange way of getting revenge. What has he against everyone?
Just the way his brain works. You can see that he's local.
I wonder just how crazy the man is.
Gosh, mister, you don't have any doubts about it, do you?
I wonder.
You wonder. What's there to wonder about?
The way he's going about this whole thing. The way he put a drug into the well to start with. The way he tricked us into coming in here. And getting Tonto and your daughter in here.
Plain crazy.
Finally, the way he set off that blast. It takes a lot of skill to fix a blast so it would drop the stone just where they do the most good. You should realize that, Lansing.
Sure realize it. But Tully ain't no fool.
That's just it.
He's crazy. But lots of crazy men have mighty foxy ways about them. Who's coming?
It's me, Lansing. Miller.
Oh, you've been further back in the tunnel, huh?
Yes. The rest of the folks have been back there with me. They've all come around now and are wondering what happened. We heard you talking here. Who's a stranger?
I don't know. How's the rest? Who all's there?
Everyone in town. The men that didn't come here to work must have been lugged in. The women are back there, too.
Miller, it strikes me that you might be blamed for this whole thing.
Me? How do you figure, Lansing?
You had charge of the blasting powder. Tully couldn't have got at that without your help.
Well, that's loco talk. I had the key to the shed in my pocket. Tully took the key when he found that I'd been knocked out by that confounded drug of his.
Oh. Miller, you studied a lot of this here chemical stuff when you was in school, didn't you?
Yes.
What'd you say that dope in the well might have been?
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of things that could have been used.
Uh-huh. How'd Tully know about them things?
Well, you got me, Lansing. I don't know. I felt for a long time that Tully was deeper than anyone knew.
I'm going back to join the other women. They're probably...
Oh, just a minute.
Well?
I suggest that we all go back into the tunnel further. I happen to have a supply of drinking water there. If we ration it, we can make it do for a few days.
You got drinking water?
Yes, I keep a big canteen of it on hand when I'm working. I fetched it in yesterday and didn't use much of it.
One canteen won't go far, split up about 20 different ways.
Well, that's what I say. We'll have to ration it out so there'll be a little to wet everyone's throat and let it go at that.
That's you, Tonto?
That's right. Tonto, look at stone.
Is there a lot of it?
Oh, plenty. We have powder. Maybe we blow way out. Not get out any other way.
And we have no powder.
Well, we may as well take charge of the ration out of that drinking water. Come on, all of you.
Here's Mr. Lansing, folks.
Your tunnel's our tomb. Lansing, you're to blame for this.
Lay off, Lansing. Tain't his fault.
Quiet down. There ain't no use having hard feelings here.
Where's that drinking water?
I'll get it. It's cached over here.
If we only had some light, it wouldn't be quite as bad. They're sitting in the dark just waiting for death.
Why don't we do something? What's the sense of sitting waiting to die?
That's it. Let's do something.
As soon as you're ready to listen, I have a suggestion to make.
Let's have the water first.
Me make light.
Say what matches you got.
Find water first.
Here it is. I've got it.
Matter, Tonto?
Me speak to you.
Yes?
You come this way.
Well, what about the water? You got it, Miller?
Yes, let me see. A little of it leaked out, but the canteen is still over half full. Now, we got to put everyone on his word to do no more than take a sip of it. Is that agreed?
Just 1 minute.
You better keep out of this, stranger.
Don't you think it would be easier to pass that canteen if we had some light? I have a bit of candle here. Just hold things for a minute.
I don't see what difference it makes if there's a light or not.
Here, Lansing. You take care of the candle.
All right.
Now, if there ain't no object... Hey, you're masked.
How about that canteen, Miller? I'll take it.
What? Hey, he's doing us out of that water.
The safest place for this water is right here on the ground.
Stop that! Stop it!
That canteen.
Stand back.
He's gone loco. Stop it.
Rush him. Take the canteen. I'll fix him. You keep back. Rush him. Save that water.
Stand back. Don't make me shoot.
He's gone loco.
Who's got a gun?
Shoot the masked man.
He's robbing us.
Take the water.
Rush him.
He stopped.
Stranger, we'll get you.
Wait, all of you, listen to me. Be quiet. I have something to tell you. I've stopped pouring out the water. There's still a little of it left. Enough to prove to you why I poured it on the ground.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out if you listen. In the first place, what water there was wouldn't prolong our lives enough to matter. If we're not going to get out of here alive, we might as well perish one day sooner. But we are going to get out.
Yeah, I'd like to know how.
Me too.
It wasn't intended that we should all die in here. Let me tell you something. Then if you disagree with me, I'll surrender my guns. And you can do what you want.
That sounds fair enough.
We're trapped here because of carefully made and perfectly carried out plans. Someone wanted us all to die. Perhaps so the mine could be taken over. Perhaps a plotter knew of a lot of other valuable claims that might be staked. And the present owners of the land were not here.
What are you getting at, stranger?
Whatever the motive, it wasn't simply because Tully was out of his mind. Tully was just a willing tool in the hands of the real killer.
Oh, he's crazy. He's talking no sense at all.
Well, let's hear him anyhow. We ain't nothing else to do.
That's right. Might just as well listen to what I have to say. Now about this plotter. He knew he couldn't kill everyone in town without having a lot of explaining to do. He couldn't explain it. So he drugged the water to get us all into this tunnel.
Tully done that. We all know it.
Yes. But when we were in here, the plan was to give us more water. The water we'd have in here wouldn't contain any drug. It would contain a deadly poison.
That calls for a sight of proof, stranger.
That's as much as saying I'm a murderer.
He's charging Miller with murder.
Now, quiet, let me finish, won't you?
Go on, stranger.
We'd all perish, except the one who planned the tragedy. Then he would be allowed to escape from here. The tunnel would be sealed once more, until there'd be no way to tell how he died. And doesn't it stand to reason that this is the work of a man who knows medicines and poisons, a man who can plan carefully and use Tully as his tool?
That's a fine story, stranger. but there ain't a shred of proof in any part of it.
The proof is in this canteen.
Yeah, but it still ain't proof.
Drink it, stranger, and show us how it killed you.
Quiet. The canteen leaked a bit. When Tonto lighted the match, he saw where the ground was moist. And he saw a rat that had sipped the water. The condition of that rat was all that was needed to prove that this was dangerous water.
That's a lot
And
of...
we'll make sure. Miller, you filled this canteen, didn't you?
Well,
You said you did. Are you going to deny it?
I filled it, and it's all right.
Then take it. Drink what water remains in it.
I ain't thirsty.
Go on, drink it. Just moisten your mouth with it. That's all you have to do.
You've likely put poison in it yourself.
That's why the candle was lighted. You've all had the chance to watch me. You know I put nothing into the water.
Say, Miller, you ain't afraid, are you?
I don't trust that man.
You're going to drink this or confess.
I ain't.
We'll see. Come on.
Let me go! Let me go!
We gotta help Miller. That mess man's back. Hold guns on them, Tonto. Don't let them interfere.
We gotta stop this. We gotta
Come
stop
on, Miller. Open your lips. Take a swallow of this, unless you're ready to talk.
Oh, we can't help him. This is worth watching.
How about it, Miller? Do you talk or not?
I'll talk.
Yes, then. You won't put us out of the way with poison. You'll either tell us how you plan to get out of here, or stay and die with us.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Get up, then.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Never mind the talk. Just show us how you plan to get out after you'd murdered all of us.
Folks, this man's loco. You're going to stand by and
That's
let him
enough.
talk.
Now you'll drink.
No,
Now
wait.
then, the way out, quickly.
Just follow me.
Go ahead. Lead the way.
Maybe he does know a way out.
The rest of you, wait where you are. I'll see if this man's telling the truth. Go on, Miller. I'm right behind you. And I'm bringing what's left of the water with me.
Look, stranger.
Keep going.
I'm going too. You sit still.
Tonto will hold the others back until we find out where you're going, Miller.
I done it just as you said. Now look, maybe you and me can make a deal.
The way out. You're not heading toward the tunnel's mouth?
No, it's this way. There's another place where we broke through in the digging. Nobody else but me knew about it. I fixed it with a blast, all set to touch off. I figured this out a long time ago.
How much further?
Right here. This is where we stop.
The fuse.
It's there, see it? I had this thing worked out perfect. I'd have been the richest man in the state. I'd owned this whole town, all the gold there was in all this ground, and no one to argue with me for it. Even if my scheme failed, you've got to admit it was slick.
Is there powder connected to that fuse?
Sure. It was all set to touch off as soon as the rest of you were done for.
Light it.
Look, before we open the hole, how about...
Light it.
You still don't know all of my scheme. I even went beyond what I told you. It's going. Duck back.
Very well. This way.
The fuse ain't none too long. It'll let go in a second. Down in your face.
Right. Don't you try to get away, Miller. The law will deal with you.
We was near the surface and I thought.
Free, we're free.
I take back all I said about that masked man.
Miller's the crook. We'll string him up.
Gosh, that air so that smells good.
Their horse.
Here, Silver. Here, old boy.
Miller, you got anything to say?
Yes, I got plenty to say. You got nothing against me. You try and prove I'm crooked. You can't do it. Murdering coyote.
This man's hurt.
Tully, you... You tried to kill me. You didn't tell me the blast was coming here. He told me, said, sit here. Said, right here, you said. Wait here. And you knowed all the time this is where the blast would come.
Look after him, Tonto.
Him bad.
Is he done for?
That's right. Him dead.
Miller, it looks to me as if the dying words of Tully would be enough to hang you.
They will. We're all witnesses to what Tully said. Miller fired that blast that killed him. Well, come on, boys. Throw that killer in jail till the judge comes around next time.
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's a case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's a case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Continuing the curious adventure called
Kidnapped, for Sale, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Babies.
After considerable difficulty, Nick Carter finally discovered that Mrs. Mary Anders' stolen baby had been sold to a couple named Smith. But he arrived at the Smiths' home to find that a man with an accent had just been there and had taken the baby away. Uncertain of his next move, Nick received a phone call from Randolph Phelps, who said that the man with an accent had made an appointment to see him and invited Nick to be present at the interview. After hearing the man invite Phelps to become a member of the baby-selling ring, Nick and Scubby take him prisoner. They're about to tie him up when two men, dressed as state troopers, burst into the room, armed with a submachine gun. But they ignore the man with the accent and instead train the gun on Nick and Scubby.
All right, get up your hands, all of you, or I'll cut you in two with this gun.
But you don't want us. You want him, that man there.
We know who we want. Get your hands up. You too, Phelps. That's better.
But you're making a mistake. I'll say you are.
I don't think so, Scubby. I've been afraid of something like this all along. These men mean what they say.
You bet we do. Danny, collect the guns.
It will be a pleasure. I'll take my gun back again, Mr. Carter. And your own gun. Thank you. Have you any other weapons? No, you're clean. You have no gun, Wilson?
No.
No. No, you're clean also. And you don't carry one, do you, Mr. Phelps?
I don't know what this means, but if you harm us, you'll have every cop in the state after you by morning.
Ha, the police. With Nick Carter dead, the police do not worry.
I'm not dead yet, Danny.
No? That's a very nice point. Hardly worth considering. Trigger, tie these three up.
Yeah, sure thing, Danny. Who'll I tie up first?
Tie Phelps first, Trigger.
Okay, Danny. All right, boss, turn around and put your hands behind you.
Boss, so I was right. You are the head of the gang.
That's absurd.
Oh, no, it isn't. This gunman of yours gave you away when he called you boss. I suspected you all along, Phelps, but I couldn't prove it until now.
Trigger, you're a fool.
Oh, gee, boss, I forgot.
Well, Phelps, what have you got to say?
Very well, Carter, you're right. But it's a little late, don't you think? Tie them up, Trigger.
Boss.
Yes, what's the matter?
I just remembered I left the rope in the car.
You fool! Go get it.
Yeah, boss, right away. I'll only be a minute.
Well, Phelps, since it seems we have to wait, I hope we can at least sit down. It's been rather an unexpected evening.
Of course, Carter. Sit down by all means. I don't wonder your knees are feeling a little weak about now.
Thanks.
You too, Wilson. Sit down. No, over there, farther away from Carter.
Okay, you're the boss.
I'm glad you realize that.
I suppose that you're going to kill us in such a way that it'll look like an accident, huh?
Yes, Carter, and such an unfortunate accident, too. You recall as you came down the river road that spot just at the turn where there's a sheer 50-foot drop into the river?
Oh, yes, I remember.
That is going to be the scene of your death. Your car, Carter, is going to go off the highway right there and roll down the bank into the river. You and Wilson will be in it, of course. You'll drown, and that will be that.
You're overlooking something, Phelps. Riley knows we came here.
Yeah, and so does Patsy. They'll never believe it was an accident. I think they will. Every sign will point to the fact that on your way here, you ran off the road into the river. As for your Miss Bowen, I think I'll take care of that right now. Hello, operator.
Hey, what's he up to now, Nick?
I think I can guess, Scubby. Let's see if I'm right.
Operator, give me downtown 1137.
Nick, that's your office number.
I know, Scubby.
Shut up, you two.
Hello? Miss Bowen? Miss Bowen, this is Randolph Phelps. I'm rather worried about Mr. Carter. Yes. You see, an hour ago, he phoned me that he was on his way here, and he hasn't shown up yet. You haven't heard from him? Well, if you do, let me know. And you might get in touch with Lieutenant Riley. Perhaps he'll know something. Yes, I'll have Mr. Carter call if he gets here. Good night. Now, Carter, in the morning when your secretary hears you have had an accident, it will seem quite natural, both to her and to Riley.
You're forgetting one important thing, Phelps.
And what is that?
Riley is already suspicious of you.
Indeed. Why should he be?
Remember that first time you came down to headquarters to ask about Mrs. Anders' baby? That was a bad slip, Phelps. Nobody knew anything about the baby except myself and the police, and we hadn't talked. You could only have known about it if you yourself were connected with the gang.
If you suspected me then, why didn't you do something about it?
I couldn't just then. I was principally interested in getting the baby back. And I knew if you were part of the gang, I'd round you up when I got the rest of them.
And you've rounded me up by getting yourself into a death trap from which there's no escape. Brilliant, Carter.
Say, I don't get it, Phelps. If you were planning all along to grab us, why all the hocus pocus? Why didn't you just nab us the minute we came in the house?
Frankly, Wilson, because I didn't want to try anything with Nick Carter until I could have enough of my own men here to make sure we would win. I couldn't risk any slip-up.
So that call to the state police was a fake, huh?
Of course. I simply held the hook down and talked into a dead phone. Lefty and Trigger were already on the way from town. But I had to play you along until they arrived.
Okay, boss, I got the rope.
What took you so long?
Well, Harry and me, we was figuring out the best place to run the car into the river.
You were figuring out. I do the thinking around here. Now get busy and tie Carter up.
Sure, boss. All right, stand up, Carter. I got a special treat for you. A silk rope. It's an old Chinese trick. Once it's tied, nobody can untie it. It's got to be cut loose.
And suppose I don't stand up?
Then you'll get a load of lead and you won't be able to stand up.
I see. Phelps, you have a nice plan. But suppose I don't cooperate. Suppose I make you shoot me now instead of letting you drown me later. And your whole accident story will be out the window.
I could change it if I had to. But I'm warning you, Carter. You're going to die anyway, so you'd better take it my way. Give us any trouble and we'll kill the Anders baby immediately.
So you have the Anders baby here?
Yes, right upstairs in this house. And its life depends on your good behavior. If you give us no trouble, we'll see that the baby gets back to Mrs. Anders safe and sound.
That's the one thing I wanted to know. All right, Trigger, I'll stand up.
And there. Stand still with you in front of me like this, Trigger. I don't think your pals will shoot. If they do, they'll get you first.
Get him, Lefty. He's got a gun. That Trigger so I can get a shot at him.
I can't, Lefty. He's holding me too tight.
Then I'll have to shoot him.
That takes care of you, Lefty. You better drop your gun, Danny.
Not till I kill you.
You got Trigger, Danny, but not me. But I'll get you good.
You got him, Nick. Right through the shoulder. Nick, Phelps got away. And he's locked us in here.
Step back, Scully. This Tommy gun of Lefty's will take care of the door. There goes the lock, and here goes the door. All right, come on, Scully.
Nick, the car. They're going to get away.
We'll see about that.
Oh, they're halfway down the drive, Nick.
Maybe we can still stop them.
No, you missed them, Nick. You missed them.
I don't think so. Watch, Scully, the curve. They're not taking it.
Golly, Nick, you stopped them, all right.
Yes. That was the secretary at the wheel. Think I winged him.
Hey, we better go down and see if there's anything left of them. Gosh, Nick, with Trigger dead and Lefty and Danny and they're ready for the hospital, and now Phelps and the secretary down there in the wreck, why, it's practically bingo.
Yes, Scubby, I think the gang's finished now. We can phone the state troopers to come take them off our hands. But before I give those rats any first aid, I'm going to make sure Mrs. Anders' baby is all right.
Oh, gosh, the baby. I was almost forgetting him. I wonder if he's okay.
What's that?
Hey, Nick. There he is now. Oh, listen to those yells. I'll say he's all right. He couldn't yell like that if he wasn't.
Didn't like the shooting, Scubby, so he's letting us know about it.
Isn't that just like a baby? He waits till everything is over, and then he starts yelling.
Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where never is heard a
What's the matter, Nick? Your voice give out?
No. He's asleep at last.
Oh, and it's about time, too. He's been yelling ever since we left Phelps' place.
Yes. I certainly hope Patsy has Mrs. Anders at the office when we get there. I'll be glad to give him back to her.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, when Trigger started to tie you up, where'd you get that gun? All of a sudden, it was in your hand, and you were using Trigger for a shield, and bang, 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 like, well, it was just like in the movies.
That gun, Scubby, was my ace in the hole. I planted it behind the cushion of the chair I was sitting in when I first entered the room. It was your gun. The one I got from you before we entered the Phelps house.
Well, may I be kissed by a whale.
Oh, try the baby.
But, Nick, what made you plant the gun anyway?
Well, Scubby, I was suspicious of Phelps from the first. His visit to headquarters the other day put me on guard, but I had no proof. And besides, my main purpose was to learn where the baby was. I was afraid we were stepping into a trap tonight, but I had to take that chance in order to find out exactly what had become of the baby.
Oh, yeah, of course, Nick.
Planting your gun in the chair when we first sat down was a safety precaution.
Well, it sure saved our bacon, Nick, and cooked Mr. Phelps' goose.
Well, I'll certainly be glad when I turn this kid over to its mother. You know, Scubby, it's funny. I almost break my neck trying to find the baby, and then when I do find it, I can't wait until I can get rid of it. Oh, am I glad to be rid of that baby. I don't mind tackling a few gunmen, but I hope I never again have to hold a crying baby for an hour.
Maybe he didn't like home on the range, Nick. You should have tried something else.
That's the only tune Nick knows. Now, Nick, you're not going to get away with it.
Get away with what?
With acting as if you're too tired to talk. You're going to tell me what happened or else.
Yeah, Nick. There's still some things I want to know, too.
Oh, have a heart. Will you? It's 1 a.m.
All right, Nick, I'll be easy on you. Just give me the gist of it, and I'll save my questions until morning.
All right, Patsy. Well, first of all, Phelps was the head of the baby-selling gang, of course.
I'd gathered that.
As a member of the board of the infant's hospital, he got wind of the racket some months ago.
Mm-hmm.
He needed money badly, so he took it over and organized it. The hospital records were a great help in locating unwanted babies and in contacting couples seeking to adopt babies.
Of course.
Yeah, Patsy, we got all that from Danny, the Frenchman, before the state police came to take him to the state hospital. Phelps and his secretary were both killed outright when their car crashed.
Oh, I see. And, of course, Phelps always worked through someone else.
Yes. Up to the end, practically none of the gang knew his identity because he always gave his orders over the phone. It was only desperation that made him go after Mrs. Anders' baby himself. The same desperation that made him set his trap for us.
And what a trap. Phelps was one smooth article, believe you me.
Yes, you bet he was. Of course, all the elaborate interview between Danny and Phelps was for the purpose of keeping me interested until Lefty and Trigger could get there. Oh, Phelps did have another reason for it, too.
What was that, Nick?
Wanted to draw me out, find out just how much the police and I knew, so that after he killed us, he'd know just what kind of a story to tell Riley to fool him. Yes, from his standpoint, it was a good plan, perfectly worked out. There was only one thing wrong with it.
Well, what was that, Nick?
It didn't work.
Nick.
Oh, now, please let me stop talking. I want to make a suggestion. What do you say we all take a vacation?
Oh, a vacation is just what I need after tonight. Hey, how about you, Patsy?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Scotty. Where would we go, Nick?
Well, how about Greensboro? It's a tiny little town up in the mountains, fishing, hiking, and horseback riding.
Greensboro sounds like another name for heaven.
Mm-hmm. All but that part about hiking and horseback riding. I like to vacation sitting down.
And we can sleep all day and never lift a finger. And there'll be no robberies, no murders, nobody shooting at us. In fact, for a whole week, we'll be able to forget there is such a thing as crime. Well, what do you say?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion is carried.
Good. We'll leave for Greensboro the first thing in the morning.
So Nick and his two associates are going to take a vacation in the little town of Greensboro, where there's no crime and no criminals. All they're going to do there is loaf. I wonder what they'd think if they knew that in Greensboro they were going to meet a magician who walks out of locked prison cells at will, and a dead man whose body disappears into thin air the instant after he's murdered. No excitement? Well, for the beginning of a new and thrilling adventure with Nick Carter, listen tomorrow. The Strange Adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, features Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Patsy is played by Helen Choate. The stories are written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Lou White. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Tomorrow night at the same time, listen to the opening chapter of a new and exciting adventure of Nick Carter entitled
Death by Magic, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Vanishing Corpse.
The adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, boy detective, are broadcast over most of these stations Monday through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. Nick's own show, The Return of Nick Carter, a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated, is presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and is broadcast from our New York studios over most of these stations every evening, Monday through Friday, at 9:15 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Tonight, Gangbusters presents the case of the hue and the cry, in which detectives were challenged by the killer of a cafe owner. A killer who struck like this.
Hey, how about my coffee? Black. All right.
Okay, everybody. Everybody get him up.
He's got a gun.
That's the stick up. Open that cash register, pal.
Now, listen.
Go on.
But
I said move. Everybody stay still or you'll get the same. You too, lady. So long.
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable C. Floyd Edens, Chief of Police, Birmingham, Alabama, to tell us by proxy of the investigation into this killing. Chief Edens.
Thank you. This killing was not a mystery murder of the story writing type, but it was a mystery, and typical of at least 90% of the homicides detectives of American cities are called upon to investigate. For Detective Captain C.L. Pierce, it began late one night in Birmingham, somewhat more than a year ago, when his car responded to a radio call to the West End hamburger shop, where, despite the lateness of the hour, a considerable crowd had been attracted by the presence of 3 or 4 police cars and an ambulance.
Stick with the car, Mac.
Right, Skipper. All right. Police officer. Coming through here. Police officer.
Hold on now, folks. There's nothing for you to see.
Hello, Captain. What is it, Patty? The stick-up, sir. One guy shot and killed the owner of the restaurant, a man named Goatley. Who's inside? Jim Norell's in charge. Stand back there. Now, where do you think you are?
Okay, McDowell's in the car. Tell him I said to give you a hand with the crowd.
Right, Captain. I told you to stand back there. Get out of the way. There's nothing for you.
And show me just
Hello,
where
Jim.
Come in, Captain.
Are you a captain? Is a captain higher than a detective?
Now, Sarah.
I make a perfectly straightforward statement, Captain, and this detective here won't believe me.
Sarah, dear.
Don't Sarah me.
We'll go over it again, Mrs. Trexler, if you'll just have a seat for a minute.
Well...
Over here, Captain. He's covered up. He's lying right where he fell. You want to see what he looks like?
No, not now. Are those people eyewitnesses, Jim?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got a match?
Sure.
Oh, will you have a cigarette?
No, thanks.
Well, what's it look like?
The man came in, flashed a gun, announced there was a holdup.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Goatley didn't move quick enough for him. The man fired 2 shots and ran out. Goatley fell where he's lying.
The killer didn't enter the cash register himself.
The witnesses said he didn't, and it's all there.
Mm-hmm. How many witnesses were there?
That Mr. and Mrs. Trexler, they're regular patrons, and that fellow there.
Well, let's talk to him first.
I'm afraid he's not in a talking condition.
What's your name, mister?
What's my name got to do with it? All I want is another cup of coffee, black. Service around there is still... Oh, excuse me, Chief.
What's your name?
My name is Arthur J. Bell. The J, believe it or not, is for January. That's right. I was born...
All right. You see what occurred here tonight?
Well, yes and no. No and yes, that is. You see, all I want is a cup of coffee. Black.
All right, sit here a minute, mister. Come on, Jim.
Where's my coffee? Black.
See what he gets home, Jim. Signed, Patty.
Yeah.
Let's talk to the couple. All right, Mrs. Trexler, now we can talk.
It's certainly about time.
Sarah.
I told you not to Sarah me.
Now, Mr. Trexler, how old would you say this man was?
Well, I couldn't say exactly, Captain. Somewhere between 25 and 35.
Closer to 25.
And you said he was 5 foot 8 or 9 inches tall.
I did not. I distinctly said he was at least 6 feet. My husband says he was 5 foot 8 or 9.
But that's all he was, Sarah.
He was 6 feet if he was an inch.
He weighed about 160?
I couldn't say what he weighed.
About 160.
Blonde hair?
Yes. It's sort of balding, very thin on top.
Sarah, it was my impression he had a full head of hair.
Where did you get that impression?
Well, I saw him. He wasn't that far from me.
He was balding. I made a distinct point of remembering.
But, Sarah, now...
It's getting kind of late, Mrs. Trexler, and I realize this has been pretty much of a strain on you, witnessing a murder.
I've got stamina, Captain. I may not have much else anymore, but I've got stamina.
Yes, well, we certainly appreciate your help. And we'd like to have you down at headquarters in the morning. I'm sure we'll have some suspects for you to look at in the lineup. And I'd like to have you go through our file of photographs of known criminals.
Any way we can help, any way at all.
Thank you. I can have one of my men drive you home.
No, thanks. We have our car parked across the street. Come on, Sarah. Good night.
Good night.
See you in the morning.
When I say he was balding, why do you contradict me? Sarah. If you had one half the powers of others...
Well, there go our star witnesses.
Well, at least they agree it was a man. He'll be all right. Can I have those matches again, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Here, keep the pack. I got plenty.
Oh, thanks. Jim, ask the coroner not to start or disturb anything until the laboratory boys get here and have a good look around. And make some pictures.
Okay. Hey, where's my coffee? Black?
Oh, hasn't Patty seen that lush home yet?
The press has got him and Mac in a corner, Captain.
Oh, yeah. Jim, go out and bring those reporters in, will you? I don't know what I can tell them now. At this point, they know as much as we do.
That, Gangbusters listeners, was a typical beginning to a typical murder investigation. Those were the things Captain Pierce faced. And the prospects weren't much better the next morning when Officer Patty walked into the captain's office.
The other witness is here, Captain.
All right, Patty. Take him into the lineup room with the Trexlers.
I don't think that'd be such a good idea, Captain.
No?
No, sir. You better talk with him yourself. He's sitting right outside.
All right. Oh, where's Jim Norrell?
He's up waiting for the laboratory and ballistics reports. He'll be down as soon as he gets them.
Okay. Oh, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Morning, Chief. Wonderful morning. Wonderful.
Ooh.
See what I mean, Captain?
Mr. Bell, you were a witness to a killing last night. Why didn't you do the decent thing and sober up this morning to help us out?
My dear Chief, if I was like this then and I was sober now, how could I remember what happened when I was like this? How could I, huh? I think it's my patriotic duty to stay drunk.
All right, Mr. Bell. You can go home now. We'll call you when we need you.
You mean I gotta stay this way until you need me? Oh, fine. Captain?
Come in, Jim.
I got the report.
Oh, good. Patty.
Yes, sir.
See that one of the boys drives Mr. Bell home.
Oh, listen, that won't be necessary. I got my own car.
See that one of the boys drives his car home. Come on inside, Jim.
Yeah. Listen, I can drive. I've been driving for years.
Rough, huh? Yeah, plenty rough. You got a match, Jim?
Yeah, sure. Plenty of them.
Help yourself to a cigarette.
Thanks.
What's in the reports?
The preliminary ballistics report says the gun used to kill Goatley was a Colt .38 special revolver, apparently.
Mm-hmm. What about the lab?
They turned up a few odd items sweeping the floor, nothing of special significance, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I brought them downstairs. Couple of bobby pins.
Well, I don't think the killer would be wearing those.
A penny, that's not much help.
Say, what's this little bolt?
I don't know. The technician said they swept it off the floor with the other stuff.
What is it, nickel-plated?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Maybe it fell out of some piece of equipment in the lunch stand.
It may be.
We're all finished with the lineup, Skipper. The Trexlers looked over everybody brought in last night.
Nothing, Mac?
Nothing.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Captain Pierce.
Yeah, Patty, Captain. There's a man on the phone here says he has some information on the killing. He won't talk to anybody but the boss.
All right, put him on. And get busy, Patty. See if you can find out where that call is coming from.
Right, sir. Hold on, Captain.
Hello?
This is Captain Pierce talking.
Are you the boss?
That's right, of this squad.
I want to give myself up. I killed that restaurant man last night.
What's your name?
Oh, no.
Well, how can I
You let me do the talking.
All right, you do the talking.
Now, you go to the Woodrow Wilson Park and sit on the first bench facing 21st Street. I'll meet you there in a half an hour and give myself up. Goodbye.
Hello? Hello? Well, boys, maybe the case is washed up.
Yeah?
That man says he's the killer. Wants to give himself up. I have to meet him in half an hour.
Well, you never know, Skipper. Sometimes the tough ones do somersaults on you.
Yeah, Mac, sometimes. Jim, let me have those matches again, will you?
Yeah, sure. Catch. Well, Gangbusters listeners, that's how things go in a murder investigation. But events took a stranger turn when Captain Pierce met the man who confessed he was the killer.
And once again, we hear from tonight's narrator, Chief of Police C. Floyd Edens of Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, as I was telling you, at the appointed time, Captain Pierce seated himself on the proper bench in Woodrow Wilson Park in the heart of downtown Birmingham. Other detectives were at strategic points along Park Avenue and on 20th Street, where they could watch the whole affair and move in quickly if necessary. The captain sat on the bench alone for some minutes before a carelessly dressed man approached him.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
You mind if I sit down?
Well,
If you're that captain, I'm the man you're waiting for.
Oh, all right, sit down.
Thank you. I want to give myself up. I don't know how I could have done it. I come from such a fine old family.
What's your name?
My name is William Selden. I couldn't sleep last night. My conscience kept gnawing at me. It was a compulsion, see? A compulsion. I felt I had to kill him. That poor innocent soul in a pool of blood. Oh, I must be punished.
What did you do with the knife?
What knife?
The knife you stabbed him with.
Oh, that? Yeah, I threw it in the sewer.
You remember how many times you stabbed him?
You stabbed him? Oh, again and again and again. I don't know.
And you should remember.
Say, who are you waving to?
Oh, just some friends of mine.
I stabbed him again and again and again, and I was covered with blood.
Is everything okay, Captain? Yeah, fine. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Selden.
How do you do?
Mac, Mr. Selden says he committed a murder. Suppose you take him to jail.
You mean to that nice jail, Skipper, the white one?
Uh-huh.
I know where you're sending me. You're not sending me to jail. You're sending me to the psychiatric ward.
Come on, Mr. Selden.
But I've been to the psychiatric ward before.
Well, Captain? Well, yourself. Come on, let's get back to the office and work on this thing the hard way. I got a hunch about that gun. Jim.
Sure, I've got a match.
Thanks. I don't know how it'll work out, but we can try it anyway. Come on.
Of course, the police are always interested in help from citizens. But sorting the useful from the well-intentioned but irrelevant and crackpot often takes hundreds of man-hours of investigation. Not more than half an hour later, Captain Pierce was back at his desk reconstructing the crime with the help of one of the two halfway reliable witnesses, Mr. Alfred Trexler. Present also were Detective Jim Norrell and G.S. Patty, but not the contradicting Mrs. Sarah Trexler.
The proprietor didn't move fast enough to suit him. Now, to the best of your recollection, Mr. Trexler, that's when he fired the shots.
Well, yes, Captain, to the best of my recollection. But last night, Sarah said that he fired the shot
Mr. Trexler, your wife is upstairs looking over photographs in the Rogues Gallery. When she gets finished, we'll get her conception of what happened. Right now, we want yours.
Yes, sir.
Jim, may we see a gun, please?
Sure, Captain.
Hold it up so Mr. Trexler can see it. That's it. Now, Mr. Trexler, was the gun the bandit had anything like that gun?
No, nothing like it. The bandit had a revolver. That gun is an automatic, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
All right, Jim. Patty?
Yes, sir.
Let's see your gun.
Sure thing, Captain.
Well, Mr. Trexler?
Now, that's a revolver, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not like the revolver the bandit had.
All right, Patty. That gun is a Smith & Wesson, Mr. Trexler. I've got another gun in my desk drawer, another make of revolver. Is this anything like the gun the bandit had?
It's the gun. It's the very gun he used to kill him.
How do you know it's the very gun?
It just occurred to me now. That little silver screw was in the side. I just remembered. I couldn't keep my eyes off it. The little silver screw.
That's my gun, Mr. Trexler, my personal gun.
But...
I know. The bandit had an identical gun. A Colt 38 Special. We found that little bolt on the floor of the restaurant. We didn't know where it came from. Now we know, don't we?
Yes, I suppose we do.
Yes, I found the one place on a Colt 38 that the little bolt fit. Right forward of the trigger guard. It must have come loose and jumped out when the killer fired at Mr. Goatley.
That's wonderful, Captain.
Well, not so wonderful, Mr. Trexler. And when you get right down to it, all we've got is a little nickel-plated bolt.
Yes, gangbusters listeners, that's all Captain Pierce had. A little nickel-plated bolt. And in a criminal investigation, you go to work with what you've got. So begins the checking and the rechecking.
Same questions asked over and over again to hundreds of people, holders of gun permits, pawn shops, sporting goods stores, the inches of worn shoe leather. This is the unseen part of a murder investigation, the routine, the drudgery, and the honest-to-goodness toil. But sometimes it pays off. Captain Pierce.
Hello, Skipper McDowell.
Yes, Mac.
I don't know, Skipper, but maybe I got something.
What?
Well, I made a call out in Ensley on a guy who holds a gun permit.
Yeah?
Well, he's not home. He's at work. But I got to talking to his wife about the gun. She couldn't find it any place in the house, but she told me there was a bolt missing, and her husband replaced it with a nickel plate bolt he had around.
Mac, what's the name of the man?
His name is Andrew Jennings. He works as a puddler at Southern Steel. He's working right now on the 8-to-4 shift.
Okay. Bring the woman in here. In the meantime, we'll take a run out to the mill and talk to the husband.
They got him waiting in the foreman's office, Captain, right here.
Oh, good, Jim.
Are you Andrew Jennings?
Yeah, I'm Jennings.
We're police officers.
Police? Oh, what's the trouble? My wife. Something's happened to my wife.
No, nothing has happened to your wife. We want to talk to you.
To me?
You hold a permit for 38 caliber Colt Special revolver?
Yeah, I hold a permit. I needed the gun. We had prowlers in the neighborhood last summer.
Where's the gun now?
Well, I sold it. I sold it to a fellow last week. What's the trouble?
What's the fellow's name?
Pilly. Steve Pilly. Hey, Steve didn't get into a jam with it, did he?
Where does Steve live?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I just happened to meet him in a cafe.
What cafe?
In Johnny's, out in Ansley, near where I live.
Where does he work?
Well, I don't know. I don't know him that well. What's the trouble? Has he gotten in a jam with it?
Well, we don't know for sure. But we think that was the gun that was used to kill that restaurant man.
Oh, no. Steve wouldn't do a thing like that.
The gun might have, and Steve might have been holding it. Incidentally, where were you Monday night?
Me? Oh, look, I was at home asleep. You can ask my wife.
We will.
There's one more thing I want to know, Jennings.
Hey, yeah, sure, anything.
When did you last fire that gun?
Well, a couple of months ago, I guess. I took it out to my brother's place. He's got a place near Bessemer. We're doing a little target practice.
What were you shooting at?
Oh, nothing. Just tin cans and stuff. We laid them against a shed and are shooting at them.
Did any of the slugs hit the shed?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Lots of them, I guess.
All right, come on, Jennings. Let's take a ride out to your brother's place. I'd like to dig one of those slugs out of the shed.
Yeah, but I'm working.
It's all right. I'll fix that.
Oh, okay. Say, I couldn't have one of them cigarettes, too, could I? I could use one.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Much obliged.
Match, Captain?
Naturally. Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
Don't mention it.
Jim, get started on tracing the Steve Pilly. Jennings and I will have a run out to his brother's place and take a look around.
Okay, Captain. I'll try to have him in tow by the time you get back.
Well, Gangbusters listeners, there's a problem for you. Given just a name, find the person from among 400,000. The files of the Bureau of Identification were checked. No luck. The city directory. No Steve Pilly. The telephone company, the electric light company, the general post office, the auto registration and driver's license bureaus. No Steve Pilly. And they were still looking late in the afternoon when Captain Pierce returned to the office with the erstwhile owner of a gun, steelworker Andrew Jennings. All right, have a seat there, Jennings.
Hey, Captain, I ought to get home. My wife's got dinner.
Your wife knows you'll be late, Jennings. Hello, Captain.
And Jim?
She does?
She was here almost all afternoon.
Oh. Look, Captain,
Sit down there, Jennings.
But I went all the way up to my brother's with you. I lose a day's pay. Now, what else do you want?
The slugs we got are now being compared with the ones we took out of the murdered man. If they match up, that means your gun did the killing. And in that case, we'll have a lot more talking to do.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good. Now, sit down.
Captain.
Yes, let's go inside, Jim.
We haven't been able to find a trace of any Steve Pilly yet.
No?
I'm beginning to have a faint suspicion there is no such party.
Well, why should Jennings say there is?
For the best reason.
Well, he was at home. His wife said he was.
Wives aren't always the most reliable thing in the world. I think we ought to give the Trexlers a look at him. Maybe we'll get a make.
Yeah, sure, Jim. Why not?
I'll call and get him down here right away.
I'll get it. Captain Pierce.
Patty, Captain.
Yes, what do you got, Patty?
There is a Steve Pilly.
Oh? Where'd you get the line?
Unemployment Compensation Office. A man named Steve Pilly, address given as 8722 2nd Avenue, a rooming house there. He got his final unemployment compensation check a week ago Thursday.
And he had just time enough to run out of money.
Well, they tell me, yeah, he's been in and out of this office every other month for the last year. Never held a job longer than that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Patty. Bring everything you can on him and get in here.
You bet, Captain.
What's up?
There is a Steve Pilly.
Oh?
Mm-hmm.
Skipper.
Yes, Mac.
The slugs you brought in come out of the murder gun.
Uh-huh.
Didn't need to take more than one look.
Well, we're getting close, I guess.
Yeah, awful close.
I got one, Captain.
Oh, thanks, Jim. As soon as Patty gets back here, I want a stakeout at 8722 2nd Avenue. There's a boy lives there I'd like to talk to.
4 o'clock in the morning is probably the most satisfactory time of day to make an arrest. The subject in question is generally at home, and usually too sleepy to get himself hurt or to hurt any police officers. So at 4 o'clock the next morning, 2 city cars pulled up in front of the rooming house at 8722 2nd Avenue. They were greeted by a figure who stepped out of a nearby shadowy doorway.
There's Patty, Skipper.
Okay.
We're all set here, Captain.
Who's around and back?
Thatcher and Moore from the district.
Okay. Mac, come on.
Thank you. I'm with you.
I got it all fixed with the landlady. Front door is open. We can just walk right in.
Hi, Captain.
Okay, Jim, let's go.
Sure, I'm ready and waiting.
Mac, plant yourself across the street and watch the windows.
Right, Skipper.
You park yourself on the front stairs, Patty. Right here.
Okay, Captain. Take it easy.
Front door's open. Walk on in.
Yeah.
Second floor front, Jim.
My new car was delivered today.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah.
Did you get a 4-door?
No, a club coupe. It's as big as I need.
Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
Okay. Try the door. Easy.
It's not locked.
Okay. Open it all the way.
Oh, he's got it on a chain.
Well, lay on it. Come on, together. Hit it. Yeah. Again. Yeah. Come on, again.
Stay away from me!
There he is. Police officers, Tilly.
Get away from that window.
Oh, so love. Come on, downstairs, fast. Go on. What a dope. All right, I got it.
Yes, Skipper.
How is he? Dead?
No, Captain, the guy was lucky. He fell through that awning on the way down. I think he's going to come out of it.
Here's the gun, Skipper. Had it when he jumped.
Go call an ambulance, Mac.
Sure, Jim, right away.
Oh, he's a nice-looking boy, Captain.
What's that supposed to get him?
Cigarette, Penny?
Yeah, Jim. Much obliged.
Captain?
No, thanks, Jim. I've been smoking too much lately. Got to cut down.
Well, gangbusters listeners, that was the end of this murder investigation. And not long afterwards, the killer, Steve Pilley, was executed in Alabama's electric chair.
Well, thank you, Chief of Police C. Floyd Edens of Birmingham, Alabama, for this telling insight into police work. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the Birmingham officers who participated in the investigation leading to the solution of this brutal crime.
Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by George Zachary, with Les Damon and Art Carney in leading roles. Roger Foster speaking.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
You've asked me to kill you. I'm not an executioner, Lormer. I've been hired to take you back alive. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin. Yeah. Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Paladin. Hey, boy.
Oh, come in.
Oh, Very sorry to wake you so early, Mr. Paladin, but telegram come for you.
Yeah. Well, they always come early after a late night. Let's see then.
Whoa, that was very late night you had last night.
Yes, it was.
Yes, no good to stay up until daybreak.
Sometimes it can be very interesting.
Oh, but you need sleep.
Well, it looks like I won't get any more sleep today. This telegram says the sheriff of Little Spring wants me there tonight.
Sheriff? You will do something wrong in Little Spring?
No, hardly. I've never even been there. He wants to hire me for $3,000.
Oh, 3,000? Hey, you can make it?
Hey, boy, at those prices, I'd saddle an eagle to get there.
If you're suffering from a cold, medical authorities advise, whenever possible, go to bed when you first feel a cold coming on. Keep comfortably warm and protected from direct drafts and changing temperatures. Drink plenty of liquids, water, soups, milk, and fruit juices. And here's another important health tip. When you have a cold and need a laxative, that's the time to rely on gentle X-Lax. Pleasant-tasting, chocolated X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity, gently overnight. X-Lax works where nature wants, in the lower tract, not the stomach. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax gives you the closest thing to natural action the next morning, without upset, without discomfort. And X-Lax is so effective, it continues to help. Seldom, if ever, do you need to take it again the next day. So when you have a cold, and suffer constipation too, take X-Lax, a medicine you can use with complete confidence. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight. X-Lax.
As I got off the stage, the first thing I noticed about Little Spring was the saloon. More of a gambling casino than a saloon. It was the size of a city block, and it blared and blazed in the twilight. The town had the other things a California town is supposed to have, a general store, a livery stable, a sheriff's office, and a small church pushed off in the background. I'm sure no one heard the church chimes sound the hour against the din from the casino. The sheriff's office was empty, so I pushed my way into the saloon. Say, is the sheriff here?
What do you have?
No. Is the sheriff here?
Over there. Fat fellow, white mustache. At the table with those three men.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, lady. Thank you. Sheriff Akers?
Yeah?
My name is Paladin.
Paladin? Well, glad you could make it. Let's go in the back room where we can hear ourselves talk.
All right.
All right, in here.
Thank you.
According to what I hear, you're the best man I could have hired.
What do you want me to do, Sheriff?
I want you to find a Fred Lormer for me. He killed a man.
Well, you're a lawman. Why don't you go after him?
Oh, by this time, he's over the state line. If I wait for extradition, it'll take too long. I want him back here in Little Spring in 4 days.
4? Well, that's not much time.
I want him here in 4 days, and I want him alive.
You're asking a lot.
I'm paying a lot.
Well, why 4 days?
That's my business. You want the job?
All right, just give me time to think about it.
Listen, Paladin, there's one man who can bring Lormer in, and I want him back to stand trial here.
Who'd he kill?
I don't think that makes any difference to you.
Well, right now it makes a difference in whether or not I go after him.
All right. Little Spring has a reform group headed by a man named Radford. Lormer killed Radford's son in this saloon Wednesday night. Then he stole the fastest horse in town and headed east. Everybody was either too drunk or too stupid to stop him, but they were all witnesses.
I see. Well, I'll let you know in a couple hours if I take the job.
You're a skeptical man, Paladin.
You can be sure of that, Sheriff. I talked to a dozen witnesses, and the stories were all the same. Radford's 20-year-old son had come into the saloon, and in a loud voice had branded gambling as evil and sinful. Lormer had been at one of the tables, and he shouted at the young man to leave. Radford refused. Lormer walked over to him. There was a slight scuffle, and then Lormer put a bullet through him. Young Radford was unarmed. Satisfied that Sheriff Akers had told me the truth, I accepted the job. In the morning, I bought a ticket for the next stage going east.
Ought to be here in another 10 minutes. Just make yourself to home on that bench over there.
I'll wait outside.
Well, have a good trip.
Thank you.
You, Mr. Paladin?
That's right.
I'm Jim Radford.
Mr. Radford?
Akers brought you down here to find Lormer, didn't he?
Yes.
You going to do it?
I'm going to try.
You'd be doing this town a great injustice. Don't bring him back, Mr. Paladin.
Well, Lormer did kill your son, didn't he?
Yes, but if you catch him, it won't bring my son back.
I've already accepted the job, Mr. Radford.
Mr. Paladin, I head a reform group in Little Spring. We've been fighting Akers for years. Now, there's going to be an election in 5 days. I'm running against Akers for sheriff. If you bring Lormer back and he hangs for the murder of my son before Election Day, Akers can point to the hanging and the people of this town will forget what went on before.
And Akers will be reelected?
Yes. You can see what kind of town he's running. But for the first time, the people have a chance to drive him and his crowd out of control and turn Little Spring into a decent community.
Well, that may be true, Mr. Radford, but I'm convinced that Lormer is a murderer, and I intend to bring him back in 4 days alive.
If you do, I'll kill him before Akers can get near him.
Now, Mr. Radford, that would be a foolish thing to do. Then you could be hanged for murder.
Nevertheless, the people would understand, and we'd have a clean town again. I'll be waiting for you when you come back.
I'll remember that, Mr. Radford.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Again, for the 11th straight year, Camel outsold every other cigarette, filter, king size, and regular. The best tobacco makes the best smoke. So if you're smoking more now but enjoying it less, change to Camels. Get more real satisfaction every time. Start to really enjoy smoking again.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
I followed Lormer's trail to the Nevada line, and there I rented a horse. The open desert stretched before me, and I knew now that it would be more difficult to find him. The sun was at my back, and my shadow started to creep ahead of me when I saw a small house on the thin line where fertile land gave way to wasteland. There were 2 horses grazing on the tufts of grass between the rocks behind the house. There was a large, inviting well in front. I rode up to the watering trough.
Get away.
Huh?
Get away from here.
What? Hey, put your rifle away, old man.
Get off my land, do you hear?
Say, are both those horses yours?
I didn't move out here on the edge of this inferno to have a snooper come along and ask me questions. I told you to get off my land.
Well, I'm looking for a murderer.
I ain't seen no murderer.
You passed this way.
I ain't seen no murderer.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm going to search the desert, old man. I need water. You have a well.
All right, take your water. But my rifle will be on you till you leave.
I watered my horse and continued east into the desert for almost 10 miles. And then I saw him, silhouetted by the setting sun, a big man stumbling, weaving, before his weight carried him to the ground. I dug my heels into my horse and rode to where he had fallen. You make a big trail, Lormer.
I'll put a bullet
Your running
in
is
you.
over.
I'll
Let me
put
go
a
back. Give me
bullet
that gun.
in you.
I'll take that gun. You hear me?
Get your hands up.
You won't be needing it now.
I need water. My throat's on fire.
All right. Here.
let me die here. A nice, clean death.
My job is to bring you back, Lormer.
Sheriff Akers sent you, didn't he? Sheriff Akers will hang me when you bring me back to Little Spring.
You'll stand trial.
Yeah, I'll stand trial. And in less than 20 minutes, they'll have me swinging from the courthouse tree. And the whole town will get drunk and celebrate. And they'll re-elect Sheriff Akers because he brought law and order to Little Spring.
Why did you kill young Radford?
He was a loudmouth preaching kid. Always shooting his mouth off in the saloon. It was bad for business. Akers had a big take from that saloon. He wanted him dead. He told me to kill him, and then he turned on me. But I fooled him. He won't use me anymore. Kill me here and get it over with.
Come on. I want to make that well before the sun burns the skin off our backs.
What well are you talking about?
That house about 10 miles back.
We both gonna ride one horse?
What happened to yours?
I shot at a rattler. He threw me.
Now, you're a big man, Lormer. My horse would never carry the both of us in the heat. Now, you ride and I'll lead him.
It's a hot walk.
I'll manage until we get to that house.
Dandruff bothers most men, most women, too. So listen. Today, you can get rid of embarrassing dandruff in just 3 minutes. Yes, with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. That's not all. Using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And never forget, gentle Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
Let me sit down, Patton. You want to go in the house, go ahead.
Hey, Lormer, when I was here before, there were 2 horses out back. Now there are 3. You changed horses here, and when the horse threw you in the desert, he came home. Is that right?
Leave me out here. I ain't got the strength to run away.
All right. I want to see that old man, anyway. We need your horse back. Old man, I want to talk to you. Lormer. Oh, no, you... Hey, Lormer, you... Oh, you fool. Why did you do that?
I was thirsty. The well was so close, I drank too fast.
You idiot. Oh. I've got to get you out of the sun now. Come on, try to stand up.
Oh.
Up, come on now. All right, easy does it. Easy. I'll get you into the house now. All right, come on. Hey, oh, easy. All right, come on now, here. You can lie down here. There. Now, just rest easy now.
You got a short memory. One warning wasn't enough, was it? You come back.
Take your rifle out of my back, old man.
You ain't felt the last of this rifle.
I've got a sick man here.
Is this your murderer?
Yes.
The horse came back this morning. I was expecting you, Fred Lormer.
I didn't want to come back, Uncle. He forced me.
Your uncle? Well, you denied you'd seen him before.
I told you I hadn't seen the murderer. I didn't know Fred was the murderer.
Let me go, Uncle. I'll get as far away from here as I can.
Old man, I've got to bring Lormer back for trial in Little Spring. He killed a man there.
Fred ain't going nowhere. He's not going to hang in some public place. I'm going to kill him and bury him out back of the house. And I'm going to kill you Because you know him, you know his crime, and you know he's my nephew.
What makes you judge and jury?
I watched a lot of killing during the war. I watched brother kill brother. What made them judge and jury?
You're confusing peace with war, old man.
Are the men in Little Spring fit to sit in judgment on a Lormer? No. Only a Lormer can judge a Lormer. I renounce civilization, and with it, its laws. Here, I'm the law. Now, you turn around, mister. Now, loosen your gun belt and drop it to the floor. Easy now, no tricks. Now, you get up, Fred Lormer.
I can't, Uncle. My stomach.
You will get up and walk. I'll not kill you inside my house. Now, get up. Now, walk. Both of you.
You give me the gun, old man.
No!
Give me that. All right, old man. Shooting's over.
Give me back my rifle. Can't you see I only winged him? He ain't dead.
That's a good thing.
I've got to kill him.
There's not going to be any killing here.
No, take him back to the sheriff and let him hang. You are civilization, mister, and I hate you for it.
Oh, this miserable cold and my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan, the amazing 3-layer tablet now bringing real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion to millions. Dristan decongestant tablets not only help drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body ache, fever, and vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated, but the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan. So for real relief from colds, misery, and sinus congestion, accept only Dristan decongestant tablets.
The fight was out of the old man. He sat in the corner of the front room while I bandaged Lormer's arm. He looked neither left nor right and said nothing. By his lack of movement, he seemed to deny our existence. As we moved away from the house, I saw him come out the door and stand on the front porch, a lonely figure. Lormer gave me no more trouble. I persuaded the stage driver to drop us off on the outskirts of Little Spring, and it was 10 o'clock at night when we got into town by way of a back street.
Why are you bringing me here?
This is Radford's house, isn't it?
Yeah, but I still don't...
Never mind, you'll see.
Mr. Paladin. Lormer.
Get inside.
I told you I'd kill him, Paladin.
Don't try it, Radford.
Why are you here?
You have some rope?
Yes?
Well, get it for me so I can tie Lormer up. Then I want you to go and get the sheriff.
The sheriff?
Radford, you had a reform group in this town. I hope you're interested enough in justice to do what I tell you. Bring the sheriff and bring him alone.
All right.
And, Radford, tell him to have $3,000 with him.
Paladin, what's the meaning of this? Why did you bring Lormer here to Radford's house?
This is as good a place as any to pick up a murderer. All right, I've kept my part of the bargain, Sheriff. Lormer's back in Little Spring, alive and on time. Did you bring the money?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is.
Thank you.
Now, we'll hold trial immediately. I'll call the judge. He'll open the court. All right, Lormer, let's go.
Just a minute. Didn't I hear you invite the sheriff to stay for the night, Mr. Radford?
What?
Of course you did. Sheriff, make yourself at home. We'll be here for the night and all day tomorrow. Well, it'll be an honor spending Election Day with the 2 leading candidates.
Oh, look here,
Of course, you'll have time to go out and vote about 5 minutes before the polls close. You don't feel spending Election Day with a murderer like Lormer will hurt you at the polls, do you, Sheriff Akers? Why, pull down the shades, Mr. Radford, and lock the door.
I hope supper's not spoiled, Jim.
Sorry I'm late, but we're taking inventory. With the nagging backache I've had and sleepless nights it gives me, I'm all dragged out.
You've been complaining of backache long enough. Don't you want to get relief?
Of course. But how?
Try Doan's pills.
Right. Doan's pills are an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains, may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable, with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's pills today. To save money, buy Doan's big economy size.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Arthur Lewis. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles, Vic Perrin, Ralph Moody, and Barney Phillips. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Along Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures, and the same California you've laughed at a million times. Raw courage and quick shooting have built a legend around this famous hero. Hopalong is a name to be feared, respected, and admired, for this great cowboy rides the trails of adventure and excitement. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Well, Hoppy, what about our story?
We call this Land of the Gunhawks. It's one that took place a long ways from the old Bar 20. Owen Lomax, the son of an old friend of mine, had gotten into a shooting scrape and hit the Owl Hoot Trail, not knowing that the man he'd shot recovered and cleared him. Owen's dad asked me to try and bring the boy back before he got into real trouble. Owen's trail led into the Cherokee Strip, the Indian Territory, where outlaws from all over the West took shelter. California and I finally tracked him through the Badlands to the town of Lance, the headquarters for Three Jack's gang of bandits.
Wow, it's hot. And water country. Nothing but Injuns and outlaws and rocks.
And Owen Lomax, California. He rode in to join Three Jack's gang. He'll be in Lance. That's their hangout.
Yes, sir. Nice sociable country with bandits for leading citizens.
Oh, stop complaining. We'll probably have a nice, peaceful visit.
Somebody shooting rabbits?
In these Badlands, it's more likely someone shooting men. Those shots are coming from over that rise. Wait here and I'll take a look on foot.
What you see, Hoppy?
4 hombres ganging up on one man down in the basin. Looks like they shot his horse.
4 to 1. That's kind of tough odds.
I was thinking the same thing. Let's even it up a little. Unlimber your gun, California, but shoot over their heads. We don't want to plug anyone till after we know what the play is all about.
Well, look at them scamper.
Yeah, they don't act like 4 to 3 are good odds. Let's get down and see who we rescued. Hi, stranger. What was the shooting about?
Buenos dias, senores. You have arrived in time to save my life, you think. I am Don Patrick Manuel Brian Esteban O'Flaherty y Taliaferro, at your service.
All of that are you?
Si, senor, but you can call me Don Patrick. I think I will accompany you if you're headed toward Lance.
But your horse, it's been shot.
It is but the little trick we play. Llevete, Senor Cleveland.
Your horse is named Cleveland?
After your great presidente, senor. Like him, mi caballo is good at the running.
Oh, Harvey, do we have to listen to his jokes?
No, we don't. Maybe you better ride on by yourself, Don Patrick.
For me, that is fine. But you need my help. This town of Lance, it has a bad habit, senores.
I'll bet. What is it? You?
Senor, please. It is that for men of honest face like yourself, Lance has the habit of arranging special welcome.
Yeah? You mean like a dance?
I mean like the murder.
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Land of the Gunhawks. Trailing Owen Lomax to the Cherokee Strip Badlands, Hoppy and California bring news they hope will make him return home. But as they near the town of Lance, hangout for Three Jack's gang of bandits, they are delayed by the rescue of Don Patrick O'Flaherty, who warns them that Lance has no welcome for any but outlaws.
So, senores, if your occupation is not dishonest, I would suggest you do not reveal it in Lance. I have the idea you will be compadres of mine. I will tell the town of Lance that you are Wild Bill Cassidy, bad man from the Big Bend country, and you, viejo, will be Fingers Carlson, the horse thief.
Hoppy, did you hear that? I'm going to shoot him, so help me.
Yeah, easy, Fingers. Don Patrick has a good idea. If Three Jacks thinks we're just another pair of outlaws, we'll be a lot safer until we locate Owen.
You must be very careful. No one knows this Three Jacks.
You mean this Three Jacks has never been seen?
Not by anyone who lives, except the straw boss, Link Schofield. No one has seen Three Jacks without the mask.
Then even you may be him.
If so, senor, you're as good as dead men right now. But look, we're coming into town. See? Lance has put up this signpost.
I can see. Lance, population 340 Indians, 61 white men, and 4 sheriffs dead. There's Don Patrick, Cal. Fingers. Let's join him.
Right, Hoppy. I'm Wild Bill Cassidy.
Don Patrick, you get thirsty too?
Si, senor. What will you have?
Sarsaparilla for me.
But of course. Bartender.
Yeah, friend. What's the poison?
For me, amigo, one... Senor Cassidy.
Yeah?
Tell me my ears are no good. What was your order?
Sarsaparilla.
Then I did hear right. Perhaps it is better if you order for yourself. Wild Bill from Big Bend.
Bartender, give us a couple of sarsaparillas.
You can call me Weepy, but I ain't got no sarsaparilla.
And maybe you got water?
Why? You dirty?
What's the use?
Tell you what, Weepy. We'll settle for an introduction to Link Schofield.
Introduction? Well, I'll tell you. If you turn and spit, you'll sure hit him. Only I wouldn't advise it. Because he can throw that knife he's playing with through a knothole at 20 paces.
Amateur.
What? Hey, Schofield.
Yeah?
This caballero says you're an amateur with that knife. How about a match?
He does, huh? Sure, Don Patrick. What'll it be for? Money or chalk?
Shall we say $1,000, senor?
1,000. Hey, Weepy, you've been feeding this guy too much rot gut.
My pardon, senor. I thought you wished to wager. If it is sport you want.
Hold it, Sonny. You can show the 1,000, you got to bet. And if you can't, I'm liable to slice those pretty ears off to teach you not to brag.
It would be the dangerous lesson to teach, senor. But to save your life, I will obtain the money.
Watch, Weepy. I'll bet I can sink this knife right through that spot on the back of his shirt.
Hold it, Schofield. You throw that knife, and I'll give you some lead with it.
Oh, I forgot. You're his compadres, aren't you?
Just drop the knife, then we'll get friendly.
I never like to drop it. It might break the handle. But I'll put it away. And don't get the idea your gun counts for much. Those guys at the tables have had you covered since you walked in.
Oh? Well, in that case, end of hostilities. The gun's up. By the way, I don't think you've introduced me to your friend.
You have got a nerve. Maybe my friends won't like that.
Want to bet?
You know, I have a hunch you're going to be an asset to Lance Cassidy. Either that or you're going to get awful dead. All right. From right to left. Slim, Tony, and Big Ear. Next table. The Kid, Soapy, and Vic. In the back, playing cards, Tennessee, Pete, and Frenchie.
Sweet bunch of cutthroats. What jail did you pick them out of?
Oh, now you're starting to ask questions, Cassidy. Lose the habit.
Yeah? What happens if I don't? I think I see what you mean.
Hoppy, when do we leave?
Why, fingers. Didn't you enjoy our visit with Mr. Schofield?
I never was so darn scared in my life. That grinning ape talks too soft, and those fellas sitting around holding guns on us. Hoppy, my knees were knocking so hard I plumb near fell down.
What? Oh, California. With those bow legs, you could knock your knees if you had to. But at least we did find Owen Lomax.
We found... Hoppy, you been out in the sun too long?
No, it was simple. Most of Three Jack's gang were there, and only one young enough to be Owen.
Yeah, that's right. The sprout with the floppy hair.
The one Schofield called the Kid. It's Owen. Looks a lot like his dad, too.
Doggone it, Hoppy. I get bad feelings about this whole thing.
Take it easy. That's why we came back to the shack. We can see the saloon from here. If the Kid comes out alone, I'll ease out in Shanghai him. We may be out of this town with the job done today.
I hope so. I'd sure like to be heading home.
Here, take a look. Isn't that the Kid walking toward the cafe across the street?
Where? Yeah, it sure is, Hoppy. And he's all by his lonesome.
Stay here, I'll get him. Hey, Kid.
Yeah? Oh, it's you. What do you want?
I'd like to have a little talk with you. Come into the shack.
Well, sure. What's it about?
In a minute, Kid.
Hey, that was a nervy thing you did, Brayson Schofield. I wouldn't be surprised if Three Jacks invited you to join us.
That would be good.
Well, you must be joking. Well, he's got the best gang in the whole territory. Hiya, Fingers.
What? Howdy, Kid.
Sit down, Owen. You're going to listen to a little straight talk.
Sure. Hey, what did you call me?
Owen. That's your name, isn't it? Owen Lomax. We trailed you here.
What? The law. You're the dirty, stinking law.
We're friends of your dad, who just happens to be a man that doesn't deserve the heartache you've given him.
Oh, I get it. You're a preacher. Well, go on. Sing me a psalm.
Look, maybe you had reason to think the cards were stacked against you. But the man you shot didn't die. He recovered and admitted it was self-defense. So you can come home now.
You through?
Maybe Hoppy is, but I ain't, youngster. We've ridden a lot of miles and stuck our necks into a lot of danger to give you this chance to go straight, and by heck, you're gonna take it.
Oh, man, you got a big surprise coming if that's what you think. Oh, wait till Three Jacks hears about you guys.
You mean you're gonna turn us in after we come to save your hide?
I sure would, mister.
Hoppy, we can't let him go now.
I know it, California. I guess we'll have to do this the hard way.
You can stop the bluffs. You wouldn't dare pull anything off here in the middle of Three Jacks town.
Son, you'd be surprised at what I'd dare. Sorry you couldn't see it our way, but I guess you will in time. Excuse me.
Hey, what?
Well, he'll be quiet till we're ready to pull out. Rustle up our horses as quick as you can.
Right, Hoppy.
Now, I'll just horse you over on the bed, Kid. California!
Hoppy! Two fellers were just plugged right across the street.
Sure, for a moment I was afraid it was you.
They come riding up to the hitch rack and the shotgun let go from between those buildings.
Better go get our horses. We want to get out of here as quick as we can.
Right, Hoppy.
Senor Cassidy.
Hi, Don Patrick. What's the shooting about?
It looks as if still another person takes the hand in my affairs. Those two men who were shot were part of the group that attacked me this morning.
Who shot them?
Quien sabe?
I can ease your minds, gents. Till there was 3 jacks. He told me he was going to get those men who were trespassing in his territory. 3 jacks don't like...
Schofield, grab him.
Oh! Hold it, Cassidy. Don Patrick, cover him.
Si, senor, but what is this? He's a lawman, Schofield. He and his pal came to take me back to hang.
But you must be mistaken, kid. They saved my life this morning.
They're law, I tell you.
Thanks, Owen.
Oh, shut up. Schofield, they're not outlaws, and he knocked me out. Look at my jaw.
Nice slump. Cassidy, you're in trouble. Get his guns, kid.
Sure.
While you're at it, Owen, take a look at those men 3 jacks just bushwhacked. Your brave idol is just a plain murderer.
Shut up. Kid, hand me one of those guns. Thanks. Now, Cassidy, I'm going to teach you not to talk so much. Like this.
Wait,
Feel good? I used to be pretty good at pistol whipping.
Senor, maybe this 3 jacks, he not like this.
I don't think he'll mind. But take him and lock him in his shack for now. Kid, get the boys and round up the old geese and throw them in with this one. I'll check with 3 jacks to see what to do with them. Oh, Cassidy, I wouldn't make any long-range plans if I were you. No, sir. I sure wouldn't.
Now, back to Hop Along Cassidy and our story, Land of the Gunhawks. Hoppy and California have really met up with the bad men of the town of Lance while searching for Owen Lomax, son of a friend of Hoppy's, a young lad who apparently has gotten in with a band of outlaws. Both Hoppy and California are prisoners of Link Schofield at present, with little or no chance of escape.
Morning. Reckon you could do with a little breakfast.
Morning, Weepy. You the jailer as well as bartender?
Me? I'm anything they want to use me for. Folks take advantage of a sick man like me that's not able to ride and fight like the others. Here, I'll set it down.
That sure smells good. What you feeding us for? Fattening us up for the kill?
Now, I'm the guy you should ask. How should I know?
Where's Schofield? We've seen no one since yesterday. What's going on?
That's right, badger me. I ain't got enough troubles with my back ailing me again. And the doc says I gotta go to bed for a week. But you guys gotta badger me.
Well, you must know something. You know, we can pay you.
Huh? You can?
Here's $20 that's yours if you'll tell us what's being planned.
Right pretty, these gold pieces. Well, reckon won't hurt to tell you. Seems that Schofield's getting the gang together for a raid. 3 jacks decided you're to ride with them. One way, that is.
Yeah? Where's the raid going to be?
Some town in Texas just across the border from the territory, named Colville. But that's all I know. You hombres best eat hearty. You got a lot of riding to do. And I guess a lot of dying to do. I'll pick up the tray later.
Morning, Weepy. How's the prisoners?
Tolerable, Schofield. Tolerable.
Sleep well, gents?
Oh, fine. Nothing like the prospect of being murdered to make you rest easy.
I wish I could get my hands on that double-crossing kid.
You better wish for a bulletproof gizzard, old man. You two are joining our raid into Colville. 3 jacks figures maybe it'll throw suspicion off our gang when they find your bodies. So eat fast. We ride in 20 minutes.
We are not far from our destination, senores.
Don Patrick, where are all these riders coming from? We seem to pick up a half a dozen at each turn of the rocks.
It is the combination of many small outfits, senor. The idea of 3 jacks. He intends to wipe out the town of Colville completely.
The whole town? He's plumb loco.
Is he, Senor Carlson? Take a look. There are over 60 men in this bandit army now. Given the advantage of surprise, they will take Colville by storm, long before resistance can be made.
Hey, Don Patrick. Untie Cassidy and Carlson's hands and feet. I want to give those rope marks enough time to disappear before their bodies are found. Kid!
Yeah?
Scout on ahead and see how the land lies. We want to pull this attack just before sunup.
Right, Schofield.
It must be closer than I thought. The time draws near.
Yeah. Who's to be our executioner?
It is said that 3 Jacks will appear during the battle. Your death is to be his pleasure.
Darn if I ever heard of such a bloodthirsty galoot as this 3 Jacks.
Si, senor. There. You are untied. Now, if you will excuse me, I have the words to make with Senor Schofield.
California, we have to warn that town. We can't let them be massacred like this.
Oh, sure, I know, Hoppy, but we're due to get massacred a little ourselves. How are we going to warn them?
I'm going to try a break. When we hit that ravine ahead, there should be cutoffs in it. When we come to one, I'm going to make a run for it. In this dark, I might make it.
Right, Hoppy. I'll rear my horse and try to confuse him a little.
We're entering the ravine. Get set. I think I see a cutoff.
Hold up, everyone! Hold up!
I guess I'm not leaving.
Sophie, you and Figure take the prisoners up front. Put ropes on their horses just in case they get any bright ideas. Right. Colville's just over the next hump, men. Now check your guns. We'll go in just as soon as the kid brings us the okay.
You take the old buzzard, Big Ear. I'll dab my loop on Wild Bill's horse.
Senor Schofield, 3 Jacks, he's coming soon.
He'll be here to take care of those 2 prisoners.
The young one, he's late. Perhaps all is not well with the plan.
Well, the kid would have signaled if anything was wrong. If he don't get back before time for us to move in, it'll be his hard luck. He'll get caught smacking a crossfire, and it'll serve him right.
Look, Senor Schofield, the moon. She's starting to hide her face in the clouds.
Yeah, that's what we want. All right, get set, men.
Get set.
I'll have to try it on foot, California. I can't take the rope off Topper, and we can't wait any longer.
Right, Hoppy. I'll do my part, but before you go,
What?
Oh, nothing. Just take care of yourself.
Thanks, partner. So long.
Hey, come back. He's making a break.
Here, country, gang, here. Sophie, you fool, I told you to keep alert. Tennessee, Big Ear, drill him when he tops that hump.
Hoppy, keep down.
There he is. Get him.
You got him. He's down.
Why, you low-down, dirty killers, you...
Sophie, slap this guy.
Yeah. Hey, no.
Good. That'll keep him cool. Now, Patrick, get over there and make sure Cassidy's done for.
Si, Senor Schofield.
Soapy, you stupid lunkhead. It'll serve you right if 3 Jacks gives it to you along with Carlson.
Oh, how was I to know he'd try a stunt like that?
Senor Schofield, we do not have to worry about Cassidy.
He done for?
Si, he caught one dead center. He was dead when I reached him.
Good. Those shoe shots mean we can't wait for the kid any longer. Soapy, stay with Carlson. 3 Jacks will be along pretty soon. He'll take over.
Right.
All right, men. Let's go calling.
Well, you coming around, Carlson?
Hoppy. How's Hoppy?
Ah, forget him. He's dead. And I reckon you will be, too, pronto. Just as soon as they... 3 Jacks!
Yeah, I'll take over, Soapy.
Now look at the hero, masked and carrying a scattergun.
A very effective weapon, my friend, as you will see. Soapy, go join the others. The attack should hit Colville any time now.
Sure, 3 Jacks, sure. Well, goodbye, fella. Give my regards to the devil.
Well, Fingers, how you feeling? Huh? Ah, here, my boys?
Well, get it over with, you murdering rattlesnake.
Don't be so anxious. I like to enjoy these moments.
I hope you enjoy the one when they hang you.
Oh, quiet, will you? I'm listening. That shooting seems awful heavy. Sounds like the town is putting up a fight.
I hope they get the whole gang. Blasted. Shoot it and be done with it.
Very well, if you insist. Hey, wait, who's that? Soapy, what's up?
3 Jacks! 3 Jacks, you better hightail it sudden. The town was warned. Our gang's being slaughtered.
What? Well, that's impossible.
They must have rode smack into a trap. I saw what was happening and got away.
Well, now, how do you feel now, 3 Jacks?
Shut up, you. Hey, Soapy, hit for the territory.
3 Jacks, I ain't stopping till I hit Canada. This country's going to be too warm for my blood after tonight. So long.
Perhaps he's got a good idea. I think maybe I'll head for there myself. Just as soon as I take care of you, Carlson, which is right now. Say your prayers. Here it comes. Do it!
Now, back to Hopalong Cassidy.
I'm shot. Yeah, shot. Funny, I don't feel a thing. I must be dead.
California, it's me, Hoppy.
Then I am dead. Hoppy. This sure ain't heaven. You mean we're in...
California, you aren't dead. You aren't even hurt.
What? But they said that you and 3 Jacks were... Hey, what's he doing on the ground?
I'm alive and 3 Jacks is dead.
And the end of a long trail for me, senores. Wild Bill, again you butt in.
Don Patrick, I thought I heard another shot over mine. You shot him too?
Si. I am on 3 Jacks' trail for a long time.
Well, I suspected you were a lawman, Don Patrick. But I wasn't sure till you gave me that break tonight when I was supposed to be shot. And when you accidentally dropped a gun near me.
So that was it, huh?
You suspicion me, Senor Cassidy?
You have 2 pinholes in your shirt, Don Patrick, right where a star would hang. Did you warn the town?
Oh, no, not me, senor. It was the kid. When he had time to think about your talk, he had the change of heart.
Ah.
I saw it and persuaded him to set the trap. But who is the masked 3 Jacks? I must remove the hood.
It's Weepy, the bartender. Didn't you catch the giveaway?
Weepy? Why, it is him.
It was the shotgun. Only one man to have one of those in a town like Lance would be the bartender. And 2, Weepy has mighty timely spells of sickness to cover his absence.
Oh, I am the idiot.
Yeah? Well, it came out fine. The kid all right?
Si. He stayed in town after warning them. He will meet you there.
Oh, that's good. You know his dad's going to be mighty proud of him. Did you get Schofield?
Senor Schofield and I finally had our knife contest, Wild Bill. He cheated me, the big thief.
How?
I won. But he was too dead to pay his honest debt. I'm desolate.
That's too bad, Don Patrick. Well, California, you had enough action?
Have I? Hoppy, when we get back to the bar 20, the only action I'm going to have is penny ante stud games. And you know what? The first fella that yells he's got 3 Jacks, I'm going to shoot him on general principle.
So the bloodthirsty masked bandit known as 3 Jacks turned out to be Weepy the bartender. Next time we meet Hoppy spins a tale about a romantic adventure concerning a beautiful Spanish senorita. So be sure to hear Hopalong Cassidy's next exciting story titled The Devil's Drum. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Land of the Gunhawks was written by Herb Purdom. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now. This is Frank Martin. Before bringing you the final Lights Out play tonight, a word from ironized yeast. Friends, are you getting all you could get out of life? Or are you so run down, weak, and on edge these war days that good fortune, good friends, and good fun often pass you by? Well, if vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's to blame, try ironized yeast tablets. They give you these exact two substances. They've been of splendid benefit to people who used to suffer from these shortages. Today, these people tell of glorious pep, strength, and needed pounds regained. So now they can really enjoy life again. That's right. The name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, lights out, everybody.
Miss Goddard, answer the phone, please.
Yes, Mr. Obler. Yes? Oh, yes, Miss Harrison. Here he is. Mr. Obler?
Yes?
Miss Harrison.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Joan. How's the Phantom Lady? Oh, yeah. Yeah, am I in trouble? Well, the last light's out. I just don't know what to write about. Oh, no, I got plenty of ideas, but... Oh, well, men dying in foxholes, and what am I doing? Thinking up fantastic... Well, thanks very much, but I still insist that I ought to be... Yeah, okay. Sure, I'll make this last one a good one, and then that'll be that. If I live through it. Huh? No, I was just talking to myself. I've been doing that rather consistently these last few days. Yes, I guess all those zombies and ghouls and loup-garoos have finally caught up with me. I know. 2 aspirins and a glass of water every half hour. Now look here, Miss Harrison, don't worry about me. I'll get the story written tonight if I have to talk to the devil himself to do it. All right, John, all right. Yeah, sure. Oh, fine. Call me back in an hour, and I'll have some kind of a plot figured out. I hope. Give my regards to Norman. Talk to you later. Well, Miss Goddard, let's get to work.
Yes, sir.
What time is it anyway?
11:32.
Sorry I have to keep you working so late.
That's perfectly all right. I know you have to have that play done by tomorrow morning. I'm glad to help.
You're an angel. Angel? That's a strange word to use here in this room where I've thought up so many demons and monsters. Tell me, or maybe you won't want to tell me.
What, Mr. Obler?
Working with me on these lights-out plays, do you ever get frightened?
Well...
You do, don't you?
Yes, I do get frightened many times.
There was a time I'd have found that very amusing, but not tonight.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Obler?
I don't know. Tell me, did you ever sit alone in a room at night and have a premonition? I mean, suddenly get the feeling that somewhere in the house, perhaps in the darkness in the next room, something was waiting, something of malignancy and evil? What's the matter with me? If I keep on talking like this, they'll be using me as Exhibit X in a psychopathic ward. Come on, let's get to work.
Yes, sir.
Let me see. We'll start out next week's play with the regular lights out opening. Lights out everybody. Chimes later than you think. Gong. First character is named Hellman. Call him Hellman. Jack Hellman. H-E-L-M-A-N. 2 L's. Got that?
Mm-hmm.
He commits a murder and he, Oh, what's the use? I can't write another one of these things. Ghosts and groans and blood. I tell you, I can't do it.
Mr. Obler.
I'm sorry. Look here, Miss Goddard, you better run along.
But aren't we going
No,
to...
I just can't write any more tonight.
But the cast, they'll be standing by. The rehearsal.
Devil with the rehearsal. I'm not going to go insane writing these things for anybody. Now run along, please. Try to get some rest, and you come back early in the morning, we'll see what we can do.
Just as you say. Are you sure you're all right?
Please go.
All right. Good night.
Good night. What's come over me anyway? Why did I tell her to go? I gotta write this play. Premonitions. She must have thought I was getting soft. Who's there? Oh, I am in bad shape. The wind rattles the window and lights out, author goes nuts. There's a headline for Variety. I gotta get down to earth. 11:45. Joan said she'd call back in an hour. I've got to have some kind of a plot by then. Let me see. How about a press agent named Black killing a man named White and black and white murder? Ooh, is that corny? Maybe I could use a story about a Hollywood producer. Let's see. Johnny Hour. He meets a girl and then's afraid because the girl's husband. Oh, is that out of character? How about Nero chopping off heads in the Roman circus and... Certainly it's quiet in here. Yell all day for quiet. Now that I've got it, I have got the jitters. What the devil have I got to be jittery about? Things are what they are. If anybody knows that, I do. 2 and 2 makes 4, unless you're talking about curved space, and them that has hold on to what they've got, and anybody who's in this war for profit ought to have his bones broken off, and... What the devil am I talking about? Huh? Okay. I'd better stop kidding myself. I know what's wrong. I want to write it, and yet I don't. What's the matter with me? Afraid to put it down on paper? What have I got to be afraid of? Here goes. Get it over with, and outline of title undecided. Get out of my system. Play opens in the cell of a monastery in the Middle Ages. The mystic is cowered in the corner of his room. Outside, a mob is clamoring for his life. It appears that a horrible crime has been committed in the village below. A horrible monster had torn a woman. It appears that this creature, brought into being through the incantations of the sorcerer, was the concentration of all the evil in men's hearts and minds. A tremendous force of fiendishness and inhumanity put into living flesh to roam the world and commit unspeakable of all the drivel. A tremendous force of fiendishness and inhumanity put into living flesh to roam the world and commit unspeakable Well, drivel or not, there it is on paper. Me own monster conceived in me own mind. Congratulations, Papa. Have a cigar. Conceived in my own mind. That's what that crazy monk said in that book Nat Wolf gave me. I wonder who gave Nat that book. Conceived in... Where's that book anyway? It ought to be... Yeah, I even marked the page. And I say unto thee that if thou shalt be evil and do evil and think evil, and let thy mind rest upon this evilness in the light of day and in the darkness of night for 7 days and 7 nights, there may come into being a thing of evil, and it shall take the form of the evilness of thy thought. Written by a half-starved mystic more than 10 centuries ago, and I... Funny I should have thought of those words tonight. I've been thinking about them for a week. Shall take the form of the evilness of thy thought. 7 days and 7... Who's there? No! What the... You in my mind. You're just in my mind. No. You don't exist, I tell you. I thought you up. You're a dream. That's it, a dream. When I wake up... The door. It is a dream. It's got to be a dream. Come in. Get me out of this dream.
Hi, Arch. Well, don't you ever open doors anymore? Now, what's the big idea sitting in here all alone?
It's not a dream. It's still...
Hey, Arch, what's cooking?
Eli, get out.
Oh, now, Arch,
Don't stand there. Look at me. Get out. Can't you see it? Get out of here.
What's
Eli,
the gag? See and hear what?
Behind you. Look behind you.
Well, there's nothing behind me but the wall.
Eli.
Say, what is this, anyway? A preview of...
Eli, get out of here.
All right. Now, let's have it. What is this, a preview of a new play? Boy, am I glad you're quitting Lights Out after all.
Can't you hear him?
Who? Hear who?
Eli, behind you.
Behind me what? What's the matter with you anyway, Arch? Don't you feel well? You keep staring back at me as if
It must be a dream.
What's a dream?
It must be a dream.
Are you tight? What's the matter? The pink elephant's beginning to... No!
My brother! No, my brother, let go of me! You think to my brother! No! Well, Eli? Oh, no. Eli. Operator, police. Send police right away, my brother. Police, send police. My brother.
How much time we got to go on this shift yet, Joe? Hold it. Here comes Frank Sinatra again.
Squad 39 and 48. Go to Ventura and Redwood. Drunk, making a disturbance. Claims his brother ate by a monster. Squad 39 and 48. Go to Ventura and Redwood. Drunk claims brother ate up by a thing. KLPD signing off.
But I tell you, it's true, officer. It's true. My brother, my own brother, I saw it with my own eyes.
All right. So you saw it. Now take it easy, young fella. You're in bad shape.
I tell you, I'm not drunk. I'm as sober as you are.
Now, don't get funny.
You thick-headed fool. Look, it's there behind you.
What?
The thing, the monster. Look at it. Believe my brother, brother.
I've heard of them seeing snakes and pink elephants, but this is the first one I've seen this bad off, eh, Joe?
But he don't look tight.
Oh, you never can tell in the valley.
There, the two of you. Can't you see him? Slobbering there in that corner.
Hey, maybe we better take him down to the station, let him cool off in the can for a while, eh?
Yeah.
Stop staring at me, the two of you. Why won't you believe me?
See, Clarence, maybe this guy's on the level.
Oh, are you nuts, too? If something happened to his brother, there'd be someone around, wouldn't there? And there ain't nothing in this room.
What have I done?
You've done? What do you mean?
I thought of the monster. 7 days and 7 nights.
See, Joe, the guy's nuts.
Let's find out who he is. What's your name, young fella?
Yeah, what's your name? Quiet down now. What's your name?
Oh, what difference does that make? The thing, it sits there and grins at me. Why don't you see it and help me? Why don't you
come on now. What's your name? Let's have it.
Opler.
Eli. What's your business? What do you do for a living?
Eli.
Well?
Radio. I write radio. What's the difference?
Radio? Obler. Say, ain't you the guy that writes them screwy lights out things Tuesday nights?
Yes, help me. Please help me.
Joe. What? Why, this is the guy that writes them ghost things I was telling you about. You know, over the radio. Obler. The guy who always makes his cops Irish. You get it? It's one of them gags, one of them publicity gags.
Gags? Oh, you infernal...
Now, wait a minute, fella. Watch your tongue.
I tell you, it's not a gag. It's here in the room. It took my brother and... There. Can't you hear it? Can't you hear it?
Huh?
It's laughing. That infernal laughing. Listen to it. Listen to it.
Is later than you think. Okay, young fella. If it ain't a gag, you better take a broom and go back to bed. Now, listen, we're going to hang around for a while, so take it easy. Come on, Joe, let's get out of here.
No, wait. Wait. Don't let me down. It's here, I tell you. It's here. Don't let me. Oh. What'll I do? I got to get out of here. Yeah. That's it. I've got to get out of here and find someone who'll believe me. What? Oh, it won't let me out? No. Don't come near me. The police. They come back. Come in.
Hi, Arch. I was just driving by and I thought...
No, Mercedes. Get out of here. Get out.
What?
No.
Arch, what's the matter? What are you staring at?
Mercedes, believe me, you got to get out. You got to get out.
No.
Mercedes.
No.
Help.
No.
Help.
Oh, no.
Please. Mercedes, help.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come to take a moment's intermission in tonight's Lights Out story, the tale of a weird and horrible monster dreamed by its author into actual existence. In this moment, let's return to the world of stark reality, where a man is saying,
Don't talk to me about having fun tonight. I feel too tired out, same as last night and many other nights. I'm getting thin as a rail. I'm too jittery to eat or sleep as I should. I feel like I'd never be able to enjoy life again.
Now, wait a minute. Lots of men and women who used to feel that way have found it was due to simple vitamin B1 and iron deficiency. If that's your trouble, try ironized yeast tablets.
Ironized yeast tablets?
That's right. Ironized yeast tablets give you vitamin B1 with iron, the exact two substances you need when you suffer from these deficiencies. It's this two-way help of ironized yeast that's been of such splendid benefit in such cases. Yet the cost of these pleasant little tablets is only a few pennies a day.
Gosh, maybe I ought to try ironized yeast tablets.
By all means do, if vitamin B1 and iron deficiency is what's getting you down. Then see if pretty soon you aren't saying,
It's sure swell to feel like myself again. I've got back my old-time weight and pep. like a new lease on life. I'm certainly glad I tried ironized yeast tablets.
And now back to our final lights out story.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hey, what's going on here? Didn't we tell you to go to bed? Is that the way to act? We heard you screaming all the way down in the... Oh, no.
Where did she come from?
She, her, torn.
Give me a gun. Huh? That thing in the corner there. Won't you look at it? Won't you believe me? Give me that gun.
Get away from me.
The gun, I'll shoot it. I'll shoot that.
No, stand where you are. Stand where you are. Let you have a slug. Huh? You got it coming to you, that girl. They'll burn you for it as sure as my name's Clarence McMinzer. And I'd like to be the guy that pulls the switch.
All right, right in here, sir. You've got 5 minutes.
Yes, I know. Oh, Mr. Gang, I've been waiting for you.
Got here as soon as I could. Looks bad, Obler. Very bad.
What do you mean? I didn't do anything. I tell you I didn't.
Oh, yes. I know. But, Obler, you can't do a thing like that and just walk away from it.
Well, I've explained it to you. I've explained it to everyone 100 times, 1,000 times. Won't anyone believe me?
Now, look here, Arch. I'm your attorney. I want to help you. A great number of people want to help you, and we certainly can't do a thing unless you cooperate. Yes, that's what I said, cooperate.
What do you want me to do?
Tell the truth, the whole truth.
But I've told you.
Yes, I know what you've told me. A horrible thing that you conceived in your mind came to life and did a number of peculiar things. But, see here, surely you don't think that even the most stupid jury on earth is going to believe that nonsense?
You don't believe me?
Well, I've heard many peculiar alibis from my radio clients in time, but... Well, listen, if you want to plead temporary insanity...
But I'm not insane. I'm not insane.
Then let's hear a sane explanation of what happened that night.
I told you everything just the way it happened. My brother came home and...
Yes, I know.
Well?
Your brother came into the room and was eaten up by this monster, and then that girl... Oh, what's the use? Apparently you want to die.
I've tried so hard to make you understand.
I've tried to make you understand that if you don't stop this infernal nonsense and hurry up and tell me the truth of what really happened... You'll either find yourself taking a one-way walk to the electric chair or wake up in a padded cell in an asylum for the criminally insane.
What?
The fact of the matter is they've already appointed a lunacy commission to pass on your case.
Lunacy commission?
Oh, see here, Arch.
Wait. No, wait. Let me talk.
Go right ahead. That's what I want you to do.
Maybe I am insane. I don't know. At first I told myself it was nothing but a nightmare. That I'd wake up and find it had all been nothing but a weird dream that never really happened, but it's not a dream and no one will believe my story, not even you.
But such an irrational story. How can you expect anyone to believe it? Now, take that part about your brother being devoured alive by this monster.
It happened. It happened just as I said it happened.
It's common knowledge that your brother is pre-induction vacationing up north with your mother.
He came back.
You mean they are coming back? I sent your brother a wire to come back and bring your mother home at once. They ought to be here today.
My brother's dead.
Well, that's your preposterous story. This monster who's supposed to have committed all these crimes. Where is he? Where did he come from? Where has he gone to?
I don't know.
Did the police see him? No. Did anyone see him? No. Oh, Arch, if you're going to think up an alibi to save yourself, for heaven's sake, think up a better one than that one.
I'm not trying to think up alibis. I'm just trying to explain what happened to you and maybe to myself. I haven't believed much during my life, except perhaps that somewhere there was a power that went beyond life and death. What happened to me isn't explainable in any terms that you and I... But, Mr. Gang, I tell you it did happen. I thought of a monster for 7 days and 7 nights in my own mind. And like that prophet of the Middle Ages warned, the evil thing came to life, and yet only I could see it and hear it.
And do you see and hear it now?
No. That's what I can't quite understand. Perhaps the horrible thing only has life when I think about it intensely. That's it. It only has life when my thoughts give it life. Like an idea. Don't you see, Mr. Gang? Like an idea only exists when you think of it. Your thought gives it life. And that's the way it is with that terrible thing. Listen. What? Listen. Listen. Do you hear him? There he is in the corner.
What?
I tell you, he's there. Don't you hear it? Blubbering and slobbering. I see it now. I see it. You think? I'm not afraid of you anymore. You hear me? I'm not afraid. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Over. God, help. God.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
He's gone insane. He's gone insane.
What I tell you, all radio writers are crazy. I've had dealings with several of them.
Gentlemen, you please control yourself. Mr. Perry, please. Dr. Shimmick, put down that bottle. Are we a lunacy commission or lunatics? And you too, Mr. Gibson. I know how strongly you gentlemen feel about this matter, but after all, we must come to a decision on his mental status. As chairman of this lunacy commission, I feel that it is incumbent upon me to, shall I say, summarize the facts as they have been placed before us. First, it is an established fact that a murder, and a very horrible murder, has been committed. The police officer has testified very conclusively that Arch Oboler was there upon the scene of the crime, and that it was absolutely impossible for anyone else to have committed the murder. In other words, the man whose mental status we are to determine is a murderer. Consider further facts. Does he wear conventional shirts?
No, of course not.
Another fact. Does he participate in normal activities such as drinking, dancing, fraternal orders, and similar beneficial social activities?
No.
I pile fact upon fact. Have you gentlemen ever listened to his plays?
Oh, yeah, his plays. That is something.
What are some of the distinctive features of these works? Voices. Strange voices. Whispering voices. Note that, gentlemen, always whispering voices. Voices. Gentlemen, I am of the firm opinion that we are dealing with a very definite case of dementia praecox in its paranoidal form.
But I tell you, all radio writers are crazy.
No, Arch. No.
A lifetime in an insane asylum. Oh, my. I'm not insane. I tell you, I'm not insane. I'm not insane.
No, of course you're not, son. Now, don't excite yourself anymore. Please. Or they'll make me go.
If there was only some way I could make them see the thing as I see it. Mother, you believe what I told you, don't you?
Yes, dear, of course I do. Oh, if Eli would only get back.
Eli? But I told you Eli would... You're like the others. You don't believe me. Now I know you don't. You will believe. I'll make you believe. Bing, wherever you are, listen to me. I think of you. Here, I think of you. I give you life. I give you life. You hear, Mother? You hear it does exist? It does?
No, don't get so excited.
There, Mother.
You must.
It's right behind you. Turn, see, believe. Oh, you see it, Mother. You see it. I'm not insane. I'm not insane. No, my mother. Bing, my mother. No, not my mother. Not my mother. Not my mother. Not my mother.
All right. Hello. Oh, yes, Joan. Midnight already? Yeah, I've been sitting here very comfortably, and I finally thought up the plot line, and believe me, it's quite a brainstorm. I die. Well, sure. It's my final broadcast, so why not? No, I'm not gagging. Listen to me. You know, it's all about a monster that I conceived in my own itty-bitty mind, and it comes to life. Honestly, I haven't had a Coke in hours. Now, it's going to be one of those, crazy stories inside of a story. Now, listen. The way I've got it figured out is this. Now, I'm supposed to be sitting here thinking of this horrible monster, and suddenly I turn around, and there it is, see? And my young brother comes in, and this monster eats him up alive, and then Mercy McCambridge comes in, and she... Wait a minute, Joan. Hold it for a minute. I think someone came in. I imagine it's Bernie. I'll see who... Hello. Joan, listen. That thing, it's true. This time it's really happening. No.
Well, Mr. Oboler? Mr. Oboler, where are you?
I'm way down here. What are you doing down there?
Didn't you hear the play? I'm dead. All right, Frank. I'll come back to Earth long enough to say goodbye to our friends after you've had your say.
I've got a word of cheer for you folks who are underweight, run down, jittery, often tired out. If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's getting you that way, remember, ironized yeast tablets give you the exact 2 substances you need. Of course, a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if your trouble is simply vitamin B1 and iron shortage, remember, ironized yeast has been of such splendid help in such cases that it's sold on this money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel better, and so sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by ironized yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, how about those farewells, Mr. Obler?
Yes, after a full year of blood and suspense and death in the night, the time has come to put lights out away and go on to other things. Thanks to those people behind the scenes who have helped so much, engineers, soundmen, actors. Now, starting next week at the same time, Ironized Yeast is going to bring you a new version of an old favorite, Big Town. Yes, Big Town. And if a note of reality of our times has crept into a play now and then, forgive me, but even a fictionizer can't always forget that there's a very real war going on for very real human issues. So, right now, it's goodbye from a man named Obler and a cordial invitation to listen in to the show that succeeds Lights Out, Big Town.
Yes, Big Town, the thrilling dramatic pageant of America's mightiest metropolis, as mirrored by Steve Wilson's courageous newspaper, The Illustrated Press. Listen as Steve takes you behind the headlines for the stories that are the lifeblood of a great newspaper. Remember, next Tuesday at this same time, Big Town. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet. Later than you think.
If you're in the middle of fall house cleaning, stop and listen to this. Save time and money by taking out dirt and grease spots from your furniture and rugs yourself, right in your own home. Use Energine cleaning fluid. Energine takes out dirt and grease spots almost like magic. It's quick, easy to use. Just moisten a cloth with Energine, brush gently on the spot as directed on the container. That's all you do. So spruce up those home furnishings of yours. Buy a large economical container of Energine cleaning fluid and keep things clean with Energine. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now the rest of the story. It was a hot, humid summer evening in Virgin Grove. The local saloon keeper had erected a makeshift bar outdoors, but in the midst of the ostensibly benign camaraderie, a drunken argument flared up and out of control. A man was hit in the head with a blackjack. The injured man was sent home to sleep it off, but 3 days later, he was dead. The authorities charged a fellow named Duff Armstrong with murder. Duff needed a lawyer, of course, but he couldn't afford a decent one. So an attorney friend of the family, believing Duff to be innocent, took the case. He proceeded conscientiously. In jury selection, he tried to get men in their mid-20s, Duff Armstrong's age. But there was one witness whose account was detailed, definite, and potentially damaging. So Duff's lawyer would have to concentrate on him. Would have to break him down or somehow discredit him, or the case would be lost. The prosecution presented his testimony promptly, but then cross-examining that witness, Duff's attorney directed him to repeat his account of what had happened on August 29, and please omit nothing, the lawyer said. Well, first of all, replied the witness, the moon was out that night. It was very bright and almost directly overhead, so you could see what happened quite clearly. Duff Armstrong picked up a blackjack in the middle of the fight and struck the victim, Jim Metzger, in the head. It was an overhand blow. Duff raised his arm high and came down hard. Duff's attorney then asked the witness to stand and demonstrate. So he rose, stood in front of the jury, and went through the motions precisely as he claimed to have observed them. And was the witness certain that was how it happened? Yes, the witness was certain. There was a full moon, after all, high in the sky, plenty of light, so there was no mistaking. But Duff's lawyer was not satisfied. So he repeated his questions, the same questions over and over. But try as he might, there seemed no way past that unvarying testimony. Each time he was asked, the witness recounted the same actions in the same order under the same circumstances, and thus did the prosecution's star witness discredit himself. Because at the conclusion of that testimony, Duff's attorney submitted in evidence an almanac. And in that almanac, under August 29, was proof that on the night Duff Armstrong allegedly struck Jim Metzger beneath the light of a high, full moon, the moon was in fact all but out of sight in the western sky. So with that damaging testimony erased, Duff Armstrong was acquitted, and his attorney went home. You have forgotten that barrister's brilliant courtroom ploy, but you remember him. Because the defense lawyer who rendered his services free of charge, because he believed a young man from Virgin Grove, Illinois, was innocent. The attorney who took on a case just about no one thought he could win, and by the dark of the moon, won. Was Abraham Lincoln? Now, you know the rest of the story.
All right, it's that time of day again. It is time for a Trivia Minute, and here we go. Florida was named Florida after the first contact to land was made by Spanish explorer Jean Ponce de Leon on April 2nd, 1513. The explorer named the region La Florida, which means land of flowers. Before the arrival of Europeans in Florida, Native American tribes have been living in the region for several thousand years. Florida briefly became British territory after the British gained control in 1763 due to the Treaty of Paris, which ended the 7 Years' War. It was returned to Spanish rule in 1783 after the American Revolution. Formally, Florida became a part of the U.S. in 1821. In 1980, Cuban refugees fled to Florida during the Marlowe boat lift, a mass immigration event from Cuba to the United States. Thousands of refugees arrived in Florida, transforming communities and leaving a lasting cultural impact. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and until I see you next time, have a great day, and God bless.